I accidentally stepped on an ant by the roadside. But then I heard a notification sound congratulating me on winning money, adding 80 to it. As I stepped, I silently chanted 8080 in my heart. The sound of winning coins kept coming one after another until I killed the 10th one. Suddenly, I received a transfer message on my phone, with 10,000 yuan deposited into my bank account. Why does this still come with a super multiplier? However, that's not important. What's important is, this absurd thing turned out to be true. Just now, my girlfriend of 5 years, Su Yao, asked me to meet her in the park, saying she found her biological parents. Su Yao grew up in an orphanage, with a withdrawn and insecure personality. I devoted everything to her for 5 years. She gradually became more cheerful too. Just as I was thinking about how to face her biological parents, her next words made my brain crash. Let's break up. Hearing this, I tightly held her hand, staring at her intently. What are you talking about? 5 years of love? Why? At the entrance to the woods, a middle-aged man with a cane slowly approached, followed by a bodyguard carrying a box. Su Guang's voice came from his mouth as he introduced himself. My name is Su Nantian, Yao Yao's biological father. Young man, I am very grateful for your care for Yao Yao over the years, but you are not from the same world. After speaking, he turned to look at the bodyguard behind him. Lao Biao stepped forward and opened the box in his hand. Inside, it was filled with stacks of banknotes. Here is 1 million. Consider it as compensation for you. From now on, leave Yao Yao. Seeing this, I decisively turned away. No need. Then a self-deprecating smile appeared on my face. I never expected such a melodramatic thing to happen to me. Various scenes from the past 5 years flashed through my mind, and I felt like my heart was being pricked by needles. Young man, think carefully. 1 million may not be much, but it is enough to improve your life. Lao Deng, shut up. I've turned a blind eye for the past 5 years. I don't need your damn compensation. Hearing this, Su Nantian remained calm. Do you think I will look up to you just because of this? I will only think you are foolish. In a year, I will make you all know who the real fool is. After speaking, I turned around without looking back and walked towards the woods. At the same time, heavy rain poured down. Instead of going home, I walked towards the small mounds by the road. I lifted my foot and trampled on each of the small mounds. At that moment, a cold, indifferent prompt sounded in my ear: killed an ant, earned 80 money. Although I didn't know who was speaking, I hesitantly continued to trample. When I trampled to death, I received a transfer message on my phone, and your account has been credited with 10,000 yuan. I was dumbfounded. This unbelievable thing turned out to be true. So I started searching the ground for ant holes. I couldn't get enough of looking at the transfer information sent to my phone. I remembered that question because it reminded me that you have accumulated 1,000 ant kills, earning an additional 1 million in cash. You have reached the limit of ants killed, completing the achievement ant killer and receiving an additional 10 trillion love fund. This fund can only be used to spend on women with a beauty score of 80 or above, and the more you spend, the more cashback you will receive. Hearing this, I was so shocked that I sat down on the ground. 11,000, how much is that? Then wouldn't I be the richest person in the world? Is it finally my turn? Is this the system from the novel? What is this system called? This system is the Monster Hunter system. You can obtain various items as long as you defeat monsters. Here, monsters refer to all living beings, such as ants, chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, and so on. The quality of dropped items increases with the quality of the monsters. The limit is 1,000 living beings per day, and it will increase as your level increases. After understanding the system settings, I made an effort to calm down. Later, I returned to the old residential area where I lived, and as soon as I arrived at the gate, I saw a petite girl walking quickly toward me with an umbrella. Her name is Lin Xiaoxiao, my neighbor and the younger sister of my landlord. Brother Mu, what happened to you? How did you come back in the rain? Hurry back inside and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. Watching the loquacious Lin Xiaoxiao in front of me, I smiled and said, Xiaoxiao, thank you for your concern. I'm fine, I said, but Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to have noticed something and looked up to observe my face, asking, why do I feel like you've been crying? It's not because you and Yao Yao broke up, is it? Yes, I dumped him, I said, leaving a few words before walking back into the rain. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly followed and said, stop pretending in front of me, Mugage. I don't know who you really are, even though you act all serious in front of me and my sister. But in front of Yao Yao, you act like a lapdog. Hearing this, I stopped in my tracks and turned around, about to say something. But Lin Xiaoxiao was following too closely and bumped into my arms. For a moment, the air became silent, and at that moment, a light screen appeared before my eyes. Name, Lin Xiaoxiao, age, 19, height, 158 centimeters, weight, 43 kilograms, comprehensive appearance score, 88, driver's favorability, 66. Wow, I didn't expect the system to have this function. But what piques my curiosity is, what does driver's favorability mean? Could it be that your hand, Mugij? Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. It turns out we were too close, and I accidentally touched an inappropriate area. I quickly moved my hand away, looking embarrassed as I said, I'm sorry. But Lin Xiaoxiao, blushing, said, Mugij, it's okay, I know you didn't mean it. Just then, the system sent a notification to Lin Xiaoxiao. Favorability increased. After I heard that, I was completely baffled. How did this girl get taken advantage of, and yet her affection for me increased? Brother Mu, I still have something to do, so I'll go back first. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao blushed and ran back home. Later, I went back to the rental house, took a shower, just changed my clothes, and suddenly heard a knock on the door. When I opened the door and looked, I saw Lin Xiaoxiao holding a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water. Brother Mu, have some of this, to prevent catching a cold. Thank you. I took the bowl and drank it all. I instantly felt warm inside. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't stand on ceremony and stepped into the room. After pouring a glass of water for Lin Xiaoxiao, I asked, Xiaoxiao, if I remember correctly, you wanted to change your phone recently, right? Brother Mu, how did you know? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at me in confusion. Yesterday when I went out to buy groceries, I happened to overhear your conversation with your sister. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, then pouted. Even if I want to change, it's no use. My sister won't give me any money. I didn't explain too much, but instead took out my phone and transferred 100,000 to Lin Xiaoxiao directly. The money has been transferred to you. If it's not enough, let me know. The reason for being so generous, of course, was to test what the system said about getting cash back. Lin Xiaoxiao's comprehensive appearance score is as high as 88 points, making her the right choice at the moment. Brother Mu, where did you get so much money from? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the phone, her eyes widening. He knows about Lu Chen's job. He works as a delivery man for a certain group, and his monthly salary is only a few thousand yuan. Basically, it's just enough to get by. It's impossible for him to have any savings. Could it be that Brother Mu is a hidden second-generation wealthy person? Since you've asked like this, I'll come clean. Yes, I'm a millionaire. Brother Mu, do you think I look like a fool? You're a millionaire. How could you possibly live in such a rundown place like ours? Experiencing life isn't meant to be like this for you. Forget it. I can't take this money. If I take it, my sister will definitely chase after me with a knife. Hearing this, I got a little anxious. Xiaoxiao, don't force me, I beg you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit speechless for a moment. Brother Mu, you haven't had your brain soaked by Linyu, have you? Who begs to give money to others? Suddenly, I had an idea. Let's consider this money as me storing it with you. I'll ask you for it when I need it. Lin Xiaoxiao still hesitated a bit. Brother Mu, aren't you afraid that I'll run off with the money? I trust you. I said these 4 words with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned crimson. Alright, Brother Mu, I'll take care of the money for you. Lin Xiaoxiao's favorability towards housework has increased. Congratulations, host. The transfer to the beauty with a score of 80 or above was successful. Love fund reduced by 100,000. Personal wealth increased by 100,000. The cashback amount has been credited to the account book. System cashback. The source of funds is absolutely safe. Please feel free to use it, host. At this time, a bank text message also came in on the phone. Your account has received an income of 100,000 yuan, with a balance of 1,363,860.5 yuan. The system is amazing. At this moment, I suddenly thought of something. I quickly picked up the phone to operate. Xiaoxiao, since you promised to help me save money, why not help me save more? Let's make it a round figure and save 1 million. Friendly reminder, there is a spending limit on the love fund. Each individual of the opposite sex can spend up to 1 million yuan per day. Well, it's not that simple after all. After all, if there were no limits, what if the love fund wanted to cash out completely? It's not very difficult either. But even with the limit, it's not a big problem. 1 million for one person, and 10 people would be 10 million, right? Easy. Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed and his hand holding the phone was trembling. He was just a college student and had never seen so much money, so he asked in amazement, Brother Mu, could it be that you are really a millionaire? You couldn't really be a multi-millionaire, could you? At night, I was lying in bed excited and couldn't sleep, just as it struck midnight. I quickly got up, took the electric mosquito swatter, and went downstairs. Swatting, killing a mosquito, gained 100 yuan. Killing 10 mosquitoes earned the latest Huawei phone. Accumulating the killing of 100 mosquitoes earned 50,000 yuan. Accumulating the killing of 1,000 mosquitoes earned an Audi A8 car. Reaching the limit of killing mosquitoes, completing the achievement obscure in the world earned a 20-gram gold bar. The reward has been issued to the host's bedroom, please check carefully. Listening to a series of system prompts, I was extremely excited and couldn't wait to go back to the room to check the system rewards. But as I turned around, I saw Lin Xiaoxiao's sister, Lin Yanran. She curiously asked me, "Are you tired from running outside after swatting mosquitoes? I came to exercise and take care of my body. Why did you come back so late?" Lin Yanran gave me a cold look, then walked past me. The market leaders came today to announce the closure of the market. All the vendors will be moved to the newly built agricultural trade center. I casually replied, "That's also good," but my attention was fixed on Lin Yanran's graceful figure. Lin Yanran is nicknamed Pork Beauty. Yes, she slaughters pigs and has her own pork stall. Is it good looking? Lin Yanran suddenly stopped and looked at me expressionlessly. I sensed the killing intent from her and quickly looked away. "It's good looking. Do you want to touch it?" "I do, but I'm afraid you'll chop off my hand." "It's okay. Tell me, did you break up with Su Yao?" Lin Yanran knows Lu Chen well. If it's not a breakup with Su Yao, she wouldn't have the courage to stare at him, let alone play such jokes on him. I nodded, my expression very calm. "It's fine to break up. Work hard in the future. A man's heart can be passionate, but the mind must be calm. For stable love, money and material possessions are indispensable. As for pure love, it only exists on TV." I thought for a moment and asked, "Sister Yanran, are you interested in collaborating? I'm planning to open a slaughterhouse and want to ask you to help me manage it." "Are you kidding with me, kid? You've forgotten that you haven't paid rent for 2 months. I'll transfer the rent to you later, but I'm serious about this collaboration. Forget about the 2 months rent. As for the collaboration, don't mention it. You go and rest now, and tomorrow find a new job. With your abilities, you can work as a delivery person." After saying this, Lin Yanran left without looking back. As for the collaboration mentioned by Lu Chen, he didn't take it seriously at all. Opening a slaughterhouse would cost at least $1 million. It's just a pipe dream. The reason I want to open a slaughterhouse is mainly for future plans. Killing ants and mosquitoes now won't have much impact, but if I have to slaughter chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep in the future, I'll need to find a suitable place. It seems that Lin Yanran's main reason for disdain is still not believing that I have money. I decisively took out my phone and transferred a total of 1 million to Lin Yanran in batches. When Lin Yanran returned home and sat on the sofa, she opened her phone and saw a series of transfer notifications. Upon checking, she found that the sender was Lu Chen. Must be an illusion. Lin Yanran rubbed her eyes, somewhat disbelieving. "This is real? Where did that kid get so much money?" Frowning at the screen full of transfer notifications, Lin Yanran did not confirm receipt. After a while, she got up from the sofa, ready to go and ask Lu Chen for clarification. As soon as I returned to the bedroom, I saw a large box placed in the middle of the room. Upon opening the box, I indeed saw the 20 gold bars. I couldn't help but gasp. This gold bar weighs 40 catties. Calculated at the current price of 450 yuan per gram, 40 catties is 9 million. I'm now a millionaire. Just then, Lin Yanran walked in, and our eyes met instantly. But soon, his gaze was drawn to the gold bars piled up like a pyramid on the coffee table. "Thank you, Sister Yanran, for the rosewood. Don't you recognize gold?" Without a word, I picked up 2 gold bars and walked over to him, handing them to him as a gift. Lin Yanran's eyes rippled, and her gaze remained fixed on the gold bars. Suddenly, he came to his senses, took a step back, and said, "I'm not the kind of person you think I am." Seeing this, I smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong. What I meant was, Yanran, if you collaborate with me, I can give you 2 gold bars. Let's forget about it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I don't want to get myself into trouble over 2 gold bars." Lin Yanran walked into the room, put the gold bars back on the coffee table, and reluctantly averted her gaze. "Tell me more about the collaboration," she said. "I'll open a slaughterhouse in Yanran's name. You'll be the boss, and I'll invest the money. I'll be the boss." "So, are you suggesting a collaboration or trying to woo me?" "Of course, it's a collaboration. After all, I still have to work at the slaughterhouse. Do you really trust me like this? What's your intention?" I knew I couldn't explain to Lin Yanran, so I decided to change my strategy. "Yanran, you've helped me a lot this year, so I want to open a slaughterhouse and give it to you." The little guy really came to me. "Have you thought about it? If you really let me be the boss, in the end, you are likely to accept the talent. I have full confidence in myself. In that case, pleasant cooperation. After saying this, he left my bedroom. When the door was closed, a prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations host, successfully transferred money to a beauty with a score of 80 or above, love fund reduced by 1 million, personal wealth increased by 1 million. I smiled. Indeed, even the most beautiful woman can't resist the temptation of money. Suddenly, I remembered there was a reward. Without unpacking, I began to open the other 2 boxes. One was the delivery document for the Audi A8 from the 4S store. The other was the newly released Huawei Mate X5 foldable phone. I nodded in satisfaction, then inserted the SIM card. The first news pushed by the phone caught my attention. Be careful. It is rumored that the former richest man in Longwa, Sunantian, has cancer and doesn't have much time left. Sunantian announced that he will no longer serve as the chairman of the Longting Group. Previously, he had spent a huge amount of money searching for his missing daughter for 20 years. So it's him. Looking at the photo of Sunantian on my phone, I felt very complicated. In the 5 years of knowing Su Yao, I have helped her search for her biological parents more than once. But fate works in mysterious ways. Su Yao is actually the daughter of the richest man. No wonder he left. I want Sunantian to see how a poor boy he looked down upon is gradually catching up with him, surpassing him, and looking down on him. The next morning at 10 a.m., I woke up naturally. Since I already had the system, it was impossible for me to continue delivering takeout. As I walked out of the room, the door opposite mine just happened to open. I saw Lin Xiaoxiao coming out. Brother Mu, what a coincidence. Are you also going out? I nodded. Yeah, Xiaoxiao, you're dressed so beautifully. Are you planning to go out on a date? No way, I don't even have a boyfriend. It's my good girlfriend who asked me to go shopping. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up. Shopping? Do you have money? Otherwise, I can accompany you. I do. I saw Lin Xiaoxiao take out a few banknotes from her bag, with a smile on her face, saying, my sister gave me 500 yuan. 500 yuan is not enough. I'll accompany you. Honyun Shopping Mall is located in the bustling area of Baiyun District. Xiaoxiao and I took a taxi here. I also paid the taxi fare in advance. Every little bit helps. Xiaoxiao, where's your good girlfriend? I looked at the nearby shopping mall with fiery eyes. If Xiaoxiao's good girlfriend also scores above 80 in looks, then today I can realize 2 million love fund. Xiaoxiao, I'm here. As soon as I finished speaking, a crisp voice came from behind. I turned around to look. The first thing that caught my eye was a pair of legs longer than my fate. I raised my gaze. I saw a girl in a printed t-shirt and a pleated skirt waving to Lin Xiaoxiao. I subconsciously checked the girl's personal profile. What's going on? My favorability rating has reached 10. I was a little surprised. I'm sure this is the first time I've met Xia. Could it be because I'm so handsome that she developed a good impression at first sight? Xiaoxiao, is this the brother Lu Chen you were talking about? Lin Xiaoxiao shyly nodded. Mu, this is my good friend, Xiaoning. I usually call her Xiaoning. Then I'll call you Xiaoning too. I didn't prepare a gift for our first meeting. I'll pay for you and Xiaoxiao later. Brother Lu Chen, you're too kind. After entering the mall, the 2 girls were like they were injected with chicken blood, looking at this store, then that store. What's surprising is that after walking around, they didn't buy anything. Weren't these 2 girls just here to window shop? I walked up to them and pointed to a LV counter on the 2nd floor of the mall. Let's go to that store. Hearing this, Xiaoning looked in the direction of my finger and said, the things in the LV store are very expensive, and we are still students. We don't need such expensive things. That's right, Mu, even if you're paying, there's no need to buy something so expensive. Expensive is good. Expensive can show my sincerity. You all call me brother now. If I don't give you something valuable, I'll feel uncomfortable all over. Upon hearing this, Xiaoning whispered to Lin Xiaoxiao, has your brother, Mu, been under some kind of stress? Didn't you say he's a delivery guy? Lin Xiaoxiao replied, let me tell you a secret. Actually, Mu is quite wealthy. He used to deliver food as part of experiencing life. At the LV boutique, when I entered with the 2 girls, a female salesperson warmly greeted us. What would you like to purchase? Xiaoxiao, choose whatever you like. I'll foot the bill, I boldly declared, thinking to myself, today's love fund, I'll cover it all. Lu Chen, that I won't be polite. Xiaoning was initially hesitant, but upon learning that Lu Chen was wealthy and with him offering to pay, it would be hypocritical to refuse. Don't be polite with me. Choose whatever you like. Half an hour later, a comical scene unfolded in the LV store. In the rest area of the store, Xiaoning and Lin Xiaoxiao each held a bag, looking down like children who had made a mistake. In front of them, I had a face of disappointment. Not far away, several customers were discussing, "What's wrong with that guy? It's just 2 bags. Why does he look so grim? Clearly, he's just showing off with a girl." But it turns out the girl chose bags that are too expensive, and he can't afford them. I chuckled and took the bags from the 2 girls, then took a deep breath. "You've disappointed me. I told you to choose whatever you like, not to help me save money. Choose the cheapest ones." I almost went crazy with them. I thought they would have chosen a lot after half an hour, but they each only picked 1 bag. It only added up to a little over 30,000 yuan. Ling Xiaoxiao and Xiaoning exchanged a helpless look. They didn't expect that trying to save money for Lu Chen would end up making him unhappy. At this point, I turned to the female salesperson next to me and said, "Excuse me, could you bring over the most expensive bag in your store?" "All right, sir." Upon hearing this, the female salesperson's face brightened, and she quickly walked towards the display counter. Soon, she came back with 2 very stylish women's bags. "Sir, these 2 bags are the latest models in our store. They are made of. You don't need to give me so much introduction. Just tell me the price directly." Seeing my boldness, the female salesperson was stunned for a moment, then said, "The total for these 2 bags is 486,000 yuan. No, it's too expensive." Upon hearing the price of the bags, Ling Xiaoxiao and Xiaoning's colleagues spoke up. But at this point, I just smiled calmly and said, "Expensive? I think it's quite cheap." And then I said to the saleswoman next to me, "How about this? This bag, the same, give me 4 of the same." "4, sir? Are you sure?" The saleswoman looked at me in shock. Even more shocking was that Xiaoning and Ling Xiaoxiao were already speechless on the side at this point. I took out my wallet from my pocket and pulled out the dedicated bank card. "Let's use the card." After a while, the saleswoman finally reacted and quickly put on a smile. "All right, sir. Please wait a moment, the system will soon send a notification. Love fund reduced by 1,944,000. Personal wealth increased by 1,944,000. I showed a satisfied smile, finally feeling comfortable. "Brother Lu Chen made you spend money?" Xiaoning blushed and looked at me, and her fondness for me was skyrocketing. I smiled at Xiaoning. "You're being too polite. But Xiao Xiao is a good friend, and it's our first meeting, so it's only right to give you a gift." "Brother Lu Chen, are you with Xiao Xiao?" Xiaoning asked tentatively. The idea of being together caught me off guard. "You might have misunderstood. Xiao Xiao and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend." Hearing the response, Xiaoning's eyes lit up. "I thought you were together." It's okay. Seeing Xiaoning's increasing fondness for me, I revealed a meaningful smile. On the side, Lin Xiaoxiao looked resentful, thinking to himself, "Brother Mu, why bother explaining?" At this moment, Xiaoning plucked up the courage and said, "Brother Lu Chen, let's exchange contact information." "No problem." I didn't hesitate at all, and we exchanged phone numbers directly. "You guys go ahead and continue shopping. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." After Lu Chen left, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Xiaoning angrily. Although he is innocent, it doesn't mean he's foolish. He has known Xiaoning for several years. There are at least 80 or 100 people who pursued Xiaoning at school, but without exception, they were all rejected by him. But today, Xiaoning actually took the initiative to ask for Lu Chen's phone number. She must have some thoughts about Lu Chen. Xiaoning naturally also saw that Lin Xiaoxiao was unhappy, and quickly explained, "I just thought that since Brother Lu Chen gave me such a valuable gift, I should get his contact information so I can invite him to dinner to thank him." "Okay, I will definitely go with Brother Mu then." The intense eye contact between the two sparked a flame. At this moment, the long-standing friendship between the two had a crack due to Lu Chen's appearance. White Cloud Road Market in the afternoon. A middle-aged man in a fisherman's outfit leaned against a pork stall, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yanran, revealing a lewd smile on his face. "The market is about to relocate. I, Gao Daxiang, am over at the agricultural trade city. As long as you say the word, I guarantee to arrange the best spot for you." Lin Yanran ignored him and instead picked up the cleaver on the stall to slice the pork, her movements very skillful. Gao Daxiang, strong and overreaching, said, "Yanran, with your beauty, why do you have to do this kind of work? You insist on selling pork here. This work is so tiring and dirty. How about this, you don't have to work anymore, and I'll give you 10,000 every month. What do you think?" Lin Yanran stopped her movements and pointed the cleaver at Gao Daxiang. "You, with your stench of dead fish, even looking at you makes me sick." "Ha, Lin Yanran, do you think you're so clean? Take a good whiff. With your smell of meat, it's good enough if any man is willing to spend money on you." As Gao Daxiang walked towards his own stall, he sneered, "Don't think of yourself as some kind of beauty, you're just a stinky woman selling pork." The nearby vendors couldn't bear it and started to reprimand Gao Daxiang. "You've gone too far, bullying a young girl. Iran supports her sister to go to college through her own hard work. What right do you have to talk about her? Faced with the angry reprimands of the crowd, Gao Daxiang didn't care at all and slammed the table hard. If you speak up for this stinky woman, forget about doing business. Each of you still thinks you have a sense of justice, huh? The vendors glared at Gao Daxiang with gritted teeth, but no matter how much they hated and were angry, they didn't dare to say anything more. This was because Gao Daxiang was a relative of the management staff on the agricultural market side. Now that the market was relocating, they all had to move there. They couldn't afford to offend Gao Daxiang at the moment. At that moment, a horn sounded in the nearby aisle, and an Audi A8 parked at the entrance of the Fresh Living Market, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Gao Daxiang quickly walked towards the Audi car, wearing a fawning look as he faced Lu Chun, who had just gotten out of the car. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it, mistaking Lu Chun for some visiting leader due to the Audi's license plate. "Thank you, I don't smoke." I refused Gao Daxiang's cigarette and looked around the Fresh Living Market. When I saw the figure next to the pork stall, a smile appeared on my face. "Iran, your meat hasn't sold out yet," I said. Suddenly, I noticed tears shimmering in Lin Yanran's eyes. "Lu Chen, how did you come here? Have you had lunch?" "Not yet. I thought of coming to find you and eat together with you." "Yanran, did you cry? Who bullied you?" Lin Yanran put down the kitchen knife and said, "Just about sold all the meat. Wait for me to clean up, and then we'll go eat outside." I nodded, then turned to look at the surrounding vendors. As my gaze swept over them, the vendors all exchanged glances with me. Seeing this scene, Gao Daxiang felt a tightness in his heart, his face turning pale, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "It's you!" I stared at Gao Daxiang expressionlessly. "Leader, I didn't mean to. I didn't know he was your sister. Tell me, what did you do?" I just said a few words to him." "Leader, should I apologize to him?" "Wen Yan, apologize in a low voice." "Sure, kneel down for me." Gao Daxiang knelt down without hesitation. "Yanran, I'm sorry for what I said earlier, please forgive me." "Yanran, is that what you're called?" Lu Chen coldly stared at Gao Daxiang. Yes, that's what the leader said." Gao Daxiang quickly changed his tune. "Miss Lin, I apologize for what I said earlier, please forgive me." Lin Yanran stood blankly in front of the pork stall, not responding to Gao Daxiang, not even looking at him. Her gaze remained on Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen's figure was deeply imprinted in her heart. It was also at this moment that she felt a sense of security from Lu Chen that she hadn't felt in a long time. Lin Yanran's favorability plus 30. "Yanran, have you calmed down a bit? Should I have someone take over his stall?" "Miss Lin, I really know I was wrong, please forgive me." As soon as Gao Daxiang heard that Lu Chen was going to have someone take over his stall, he panicked. With a slap, Gao Daxiang slapped himself hard. "You have a foul mouth, you have a foul mouth." Gao Daxiang kept slapping his face, and soon his face swelled up. "Miss Lin, can you forgive me now?" Gao Daxiang looked at Lin Yanran with pleading eyes. Although he was related to the management of the farmer's market, he was not stupid. From Lu Chen's car and license plate, it was clear that Lu Chen's identity was not simple. Such a big shot was not someone he, a fishmonger, could afford to offend. "Xiaomu, let's go." Lin Yanran still ignored Gao Daxiang. After packing up, she left the market with Lu Chen. When the Audi car disappeared from view, Gao Daxiang sat exhausted on the ground. The other vendors, seeing this, had no sympathy for Gao Daxiang, but rather felt quite pleased. "Xiaomu, let's go to the hotel." In the car, Lin Yanran suddenly spoke. "Hotel?" Lu Chen was stunned. "Yanran, isn't this a bit too fast? What are you thinking?" Lin Yanran blushed and said impatiently, "I want to take a bath at the hotel, or I'm afraid I'll dirty your car." "Yanran, you're so clean, you don't need to take a bath at all." Lu Chen smiled. "I can even smell the fragrance on you, milky and sweet." Smooth talker. Lin Yanran turned to look out the window, feeling low. "Do I not know if I smell good or not?" Gao Daxiang's words had deeply hurt Lin Yanran. She was also a woman, she also loved beauty. If it weren't for the circumstances of life, how could she have done the job of slaughtering pigs? But she had no choice. Her father was a pig slaughterer. When she finished her college entrance examination, her parents died in a car accident, leaving only her and Lin Xiaoxiao. In order to take care of Lin Xiaoxiao, she had to give up going to college and take up her father's job, which she had been doing for 8 years. Shangri-La Hotel. Lu Chen arranged a room for Lin Yanran. In the hotel corridor, Lu Chen and Lin Yanran walked one after the other. "Yanran, should I wait for you in the lobby?" Lu Chen spoke as Lin Yanran opened the door. "What? Are you afraid of me?" Lin Yanran said impatiently, "Come in, I'm just going to take a bath, nothing else." "I'm just concerned about your convenience." Lu Chen smiled and walked into the room. "I still trust your character. Lin Yanran picked up a dress she bought near the hotel and walked into the bathroom. Character? Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. About 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened, and Lin Yanran, wearing a tight skirt, walked out. Lu Chen couldn't help but admire Lin Yanran's figure. Her tall and full figure, round and perky peach-shaped buttocks, and plump legs exuded a rich mature charm. Wait for me a moment, I'll blow dry my hair. Lin Yanran's cheeks were burning, feeling like ants were crawling on her body under Lu Chen's gaze. And this is the first time she wore such a sexy dress. Okay. Lu Chen put down his phone and just stared at Lin Yanran like that. The phone is not as interesting as Lin Yanran. No. Good looking. After a few more minutes passed, Lin Yanran finished blowing her hair and pinned it up behind her head. I'm ready. Lin Yanran turned to look at Lu Chen, only to find Lu Chen staring straight at her. Yanran, you are really beautiful, Lu Chen generously praised her. Is that so, compared to Suyao? Lin Yanran smiled. She is also worthy of comparison with you. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly became a bit cold. I can't compare to her. Lin Yanran walked towards Lu Chen and sat on the edge of the bed, saying, Lu Chen, did you open the slaughterhouse because of Suyao? Why do you say that? Lu Chen looked at Lin Yanran puzzled. I saw a piece of news this morning. Lin Yanran took out her phone, opened a page, and handed it to Lu Chen. When Lu Chen saw the content on Lin Yanran's phone, he frowned and fell silent. The news released this morning was on the phone. Former richest man Su Nantian issued a statement, has found his missing daughter, and his daughter Su Yao will serve as the temporary chairman of Longtum Group. This world is really amazing. Seeing Lu Chen not speaking, Lin Yanran sighed. I didn't expect that Su Yao is the daughter of the richest man. When Lin Yanran saw this news this morning, she was shocked. After the shock, she also understood why Lu Chen suddenly became so rich. In her opinion, the money Lu Chen had should be the breakup fee given by Su Yao. And the reason Lu Chen opened the slaughterhouse must be to start a business and prove himself to Su Yao. After all, men have a strong sense of self-esteem. Whose daughter she is has nothing to do with me. Lu Chen returned the phone to Lin Yanran. I didn't open the slaughterhouse because of her. Don't you want to prove yourself? Lin Yanran looked at Su Yao and said, although I have only known you and Su Yao for a year, I can see that Su Yao loves you very much. Since she gave you money after the breakup, she must want you to start a business and prove yourself with that money. Maybe by then, she will change her mind. Yanran, I think you may have misunderstood. Lu Chen said calmly, my money has nothing to do with her, and I don't need to prove myself to her because I believe that the one who will regret it in the end is not me, but her. Okay, I understand. Lin Yanran nodded at the words and didn't continue. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled helplessly. He knew that Lin Yanran did not believe what he said. But then again, if it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. After all, the fact that Su Yao is the daughter of the richest man is true, and he is just a poor boy from the countryside. Apart from the breakup fee given by Su Yao, he couldn't explain where his money came from. As for the system, it sounds more unbelievable than Su Yao being the daughter of the richest man, and no one would believe it, let alone he would be foolish enough to tell others about the system, even his closest ones. Evening came. Lu Chen and Lin Yanran returned to the old neighborhood. This afternoon, the two of them were looking around, and in the end, Lu Chen spent millions to buy a large slaughterhouse near the outskirts, and he had negotiated with the seller to pay 10 million within a month. In this way, he had a reason to transfer money to Lin Yanran for their love fund. Yanran, I'll trouble you to go again tomorrow and get all the necessary documents done. Are you really asking me to be the boss? Lin Yanran got out of the car and looked at Lu Chen with a complex expression. In her opinion, Lu Chen opened the slaughterhouse to start a business and prove himself, but Lu Chen's move to let her be the boss left her puzzled. And she was very curious, how much did Su Yao give Lu Chen as a breakup fee? Was it 1 billion? Yanran, did you forget what I said last night? Lu Chen smiled. Instead of saying that I opened the slaughterhouse to prove myself, it's more for you. For me? Lin Yanran's face instantly turned red. She wanted to refute Lu Chen, but she didn't know how to. After all, the slaughterhouse opened in her name did legally belong to her. Yanran, you should take care of your hands. Lu Chen suddenly held Lin Yanran's hand. Due to years of handling knives, Lin Yanran's hands were already calloused and felt rough to the touch. I will. Lin Yanran subconsciously tried to pull her hand back. Don't move. Lu Chen pulled her forcefully, pulling Lin Yanran into his arms in an instant. Under the moonlight, the two looked into each other's eyes, and Lin Yanran shyly lowered her head. It's getting late, I'll go back first. Lin Yanran broke free from Lu Chen's embrace, flustered, and left. Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen smiled. He then locked the car and chased after Lin Yanran. Not long after Lu Chen left, several hooligans passed by. When they saw the Audi's license plate, one of them exclaimed, "Look, it's a 5-1 plate, whose big shot's car is this?" The next day, Lin Yanran went out early to handle various documents. Lu Chen slept until noon. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Lu Chen got up and went to open the door with sleepy eyes. "Brother Mu, it's already noon, why are you still sleeping?" Lin Xiaoxiao entered the room from under Lu Chen's arm and saw the empty dining table. She asked, "Brother Mu, what do you want for lunch? Shall I order takeout for you?" "No need, I'll go out to eat later." Lu Chen stretched and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, you're just in time, help me deposit some money." "How much?" Lin Xiaoxiao poured a glass of water for Lu Chen. 1 million. Lu Chen took the glass and drank a sip, feeling much more awake. "Another million." Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head in a hurry. No, that's too much. If you deposit so much money with me, I won't be able to sleep well." "Oh," Lu Chen said calmly, "if you don't help me deposit, then I'll go ask Xiaoning for help." "Brother Mu." As Lu Chen spoke, he saw Lin Xiaoxiao looking at him sulkily. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen smiled. "Will you help me deposit? I'll do it for you." Lin Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa, pouting. "Brother Mu, do you like Xiaoning? I've only met Xiaoning once, if I like anyone, it would be you." Lu Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxiao on the sofa. She looked petite and fragrant. "Really? Do you really like me, Brother Mu?" Lin Xiaoxiao stood up from the sofa, then realized she was too excited and quickly blushed and lowered her head. "You're so cute, of course I like you." Lu Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. She had a petite figure, wearing a short-sleeved top and tight jeans, with her black hair tied in a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was Lin Yanran's sister, the two were completely different in terms of figure and temperament. Lin Yanran had a graceful figure and a charming temperament, like a mature peach. Lin Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, had a slightly immature figure and a pure temperament, more like a bud waiting to bloom. Lu Chen had a strong liking for Lin Xiaoxiao, not only because she was beautiful, but also because in this day and age, there were not many girls as innocent as Lin Xiaoxiao. "So, Brother Mu, will you be my boyfriend?" Lin Xiaoxiao blushed like an apple, her voice barely audible. "What did you say?" Lu Chen placed the water glass on the coffee table. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was too soft for him to hear. "I said, I also like Brother Mu." Lin Xiaoxiao almost buried her head in her body, her hands clasped nervously together. "Is that so?" Lu Chen smiled. He knew that Lin Xiaoxiao liked him, after all, her intimacy level with him had reached 96 points. "Yes." Lin Xiaoxiao gathered up her courage and said, "Mugage, will you be my boyfriend?" "Okay." Lu Chen did not reject Lin Xiaoxiao's confession. The pure love he had before ended up with a breakup. 5 years of feelings were no match for money. Now that he had a system, things couldn't be the same as before. "Mugage, do you agree?" Lin Xiaoxiao looked excitedly at Lu Chen, surprised that he easily accepted her confession. "Xiaoxiao, now that we are boyfriend and girlfriend, shouldn't we do what boyfriends and girlfriends do?" Lu Chen walked up to Lin Xiaoxiao, and before she could react, he hugged her. Lin Xiaoxiao, standing less than 1.6 meters tall, only reached Lu Chen's shoulders even with shoes on. "Mugage, what do you want to do?" Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head, her face and neck flushed. Before she could finish her sentence, her delicate lips were suddenly sealed. Lin Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated instantly, feeling dizzy. After a few minutes, Lu Chen let go of Lin Xiaoxiao, both of them with glistening smiles. Lin Xiaoxiao felt weak in Lu Chen's arms. "Mugage." Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, her peach blossom eyes filled with ripples. "Xiaoxiao, how about going to the bedroom?" Lu Chen's breathing quickened. "I have to go to school today." Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her legs, her voice trembling. "Can we do it next week when I'm on break?" "Okay." Lu Chen let go of Lin Xiaoxiao. He wasn't in a hurry, especially considering Lin Xiaoxiao's petite frame. It wouldn't be convenient to go to school today if things went wrong. "Mugage, I'm going to school now. See you next week." Lin Xiaoxiao tidied up the room for Lu Chen before leaving. Before leaving, she took a photo with Lu Chen. Without much thought, after taking the photo with Lin Xiaoxiao, Lu Chen transferred 1 million to her. Love Fund 1000000. Personal wealth plus 1 million. Lu Chen checked his personal wealth. 686-31795. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his personal wealth exceeded 10 million. After a quick wash, Lu Chen was about to leave when his phone vibrated. Looking at the message from Xiaoning, he finally understood why Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to take a photo with him. However, he wasn't worried about Xiaoning knowing about his relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao. After some thought, he transferred 1 million to Xiaoning without replying to her message. After the transfer, he exited WeChat. At the University of Mountain City, in the female dormitory, Xiaoning stared at her phone in a daze. The phone displayed a photo of Lin Xiaoxiao and Lu Chen. Of course, the photo was sent by Lin Xiaoxiao. She found Lin Xiaoxiao's possessive behavior very childish, but for some reason, she felt a sense of loss. Eventually, she inexplicably asked Lu Chen about it. Ding! While Xiaoning was lost in thought, a transfer notification popped up on her phone. She quickly exited the chat with Lin Xiaoxiao and opened the chat with Lu Chen. The moment she opened the chat with Lu Chen, she stood up from the bed in shock. What did brother Lu Chen mean by this? Why did he transfer so much money to me? Xiaoning's heart raced, as it was the first time she had received such a large amount of money. She quickly messaged Lu Chen, "Brother Lu Chen, did you transfer by mistake?" Shortly after sending the message, Lu Chen replied, "No mistake, it's your pocket money. If you think it's okay, then accept it. 1 million, pocket money." Xiaoning's hand holding the phone trembled, and she was in inner turmoil. Although she hadn't entered society yet, with the internet so developed nowadays, she had come across news about wealthy individuals supporting female university students. Was Lu Chen trying to support her? What should she do, accept it or not? If I accept it, Xiaoning will find out, and she will definitely hate me. But if I don't accept it, won't I miss out on this 1 million? Love Fund 1000000. Personal wealth plus 1 million. As soon as Lu Chen sat in the car, he heard the system prompt in his ear. He didn't need to guess, he knew that Xiaoning couldn't resist the temptation. After all, it was 1 million, and the temptation for Xiaoning, a female college student, was self-evident. Lu Chen started the car while opening his phone. Sure enough, Xiaoning had already accepted the transfer and sent a message. "Xiaoning, brother Lu Chen, would it be bad if Xiaoxiao found out? Good art. You took the money, and you're asking me if it's bad?" Lu Chen replied, "Then just don't let her find out." Xiaoning, "Oh, I'll try not to let her find out." Xiaoning, "Brother Lu Chen, I'll show you my photos." Xiaoning, pictures. Looking at the photos Xiaoning sent, the anger that had just subsided in Lu Chen instantly flared up. In the photos, Xiaoning was taking a selfie in stockings. Those long beautiful legs were longer than his life. The reason why Xiaoning's overall appearance score was higher than Lin Xiaoxiao's was because of her long legs and fullness, which added a lot of points to her. Although Lin Xiaoxiao's features were more delicate than Xiaoning's, there was still a certain gap in body compared to Xiaoning. Just as Lu Chen was about to ask Xiaoning to send some cooler photos, Lin Yanran called him. When the call connected, Lin Yanran's mature voice came from the other end. "Xiaomu, I've already processed the documents. I'm at the slaughterhouse now, do you want to come over and take a look?" "Yes, I'll be right there." Qiantong Slaughterhouse, located on the outskirts of the mountain city. Lu Chen drove into the slaughterhouse, where Lin Yanran and a middle-aged man were waiting for him. The middle-aged man's name was Li Jiangang, the personnel manager of the slaughterhouse. After buying the slaughterhouse, Lu Chen did not dismiss the employees, so the slaughterhouse just changed its name and owner, but nothing else changed. Sister Yanran, managerly, Lu Chen greeted the two as he got out of the car. "Mr. Lu, have you eaten?" Li Jiangang smiled, "The canteen is still open. If Mr. Lu doesn't mind, I'll get you a meal. Then I'll trouble managerly." Lu Chen smiled. "No trouble." Li Jiangang was full of flattery. Although Lin Yanran was the owner of the slaughterhouse, Li Jiangang knew that Lu Chen was the one providing the money. In his view, Lu Chen was the real boss. "Xiaomu, take a look at these documents." Lin Yanran handed a folder to Lu Chen. "No need to look." Lu Chen smiled, "Sister Yanran, this slaughterhouse will be yours from now on." "Xiaomu, thank you." Lin Yanran said seriously, "I will manage this slaughterhouse well." Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. "Sister Yanran, take me to see the chicken slaughter line." Lu Chen changed the subject. He came to the slaughterhouse to defeat monsters and get rewards. The slaughterhouse had 3 slaughter lines for pigs, chickens, and ducks. Now that he had bought the slaughterhouse, his next goal was to turn it into a comprehensive slaughterhouse where any poultry could be slaughtered. Whether the slaughterhouse made money or not didn't matter, as it was under Lin Yanran's name, and all he had to do was keep transferring money to her. Even if the slaughterhouse really lost money, he wouldn't lose. Behind the slaughterhouse. When Lu Chen followed Lin Yanran into the slaughter line, a strong smell of blood hit him. Several workers were operating machines to slaughter the chickens. Unlike traditional slaughter methods, modern slaughterhouses rely on machines to slaughter poultry. The process of slaughtering chickens includes selecting, hanging, stunning, slaughtering, bleeding, scalding, plucking, eviscerating, rinsing, cooling, cutting, packaging, freezing, and storing. A slaughter assembly line can slaughter tens of thousands of chickens in a day. Manager Lin, hello. When Lin Yanran arrived, the workers immediately perked up. They had seen Lin Yanran this morning and knew she was their new boss. No need to be so formal, just call me Yenran. Lin Yenran clearly hadn't fully embraced her role as a boss yet. Being called Manager Lin made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Yenran, you can't do this. Lu Chen chuckled, as a boss, you need to have authority. I understand. Lin Yenran shyly nodded. She needed time to adjust to her new identity. Even though she was a boss before, can being a boss of a pork stall compare to being the boss of a multi-million-dollar slaughterhouse? Master, can I give it a try? Lu Chen walked to the slaughter area of the assembly line. On the machines, chickens were hanging, already stunned in electrified water tanks. The next step for the workers was to slaughter the unconscious chickens, cutting their neck arteries and veins to ensure proper bleeding. Manager Lin, what about this? The one in charge of slaughtering was a middle-aged man named Wang Junlei. He was also an experienced master in slaughtering. Seeing Lu Chen wanting to slaughter chickens, Wang Junlei instinctively looked at Lin Yenran. Xiaomu, maybe you shouldn't try. Lin Yenran said, to avoid getting blood on your clothes. It's okay, I'll wear work clothes. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. In his eyes, these chickens were treasures waiting for him to unlock. Master Wang, please get him a set of work clothes. Lin Yenran didn't say much. Even though the slaughterhouse was a gift from Lu Chen, she still subconsciously felt that Lu Chen was the real boss. As a boss, she naturally couldn't interfere. Alright. Wang Junlei glanced at Lu Chen, feeling a sense of crisis. He thought Lu Chen was here to take his job. After changing into work clothes, Lu Chen held a specialized chicken slaughtering knife. As Wang Junlei started the machine, Lu Chen made a swift cut at the incoming chicken. Killed one chicken, earned plus 1,000 money. Ha, there it is, the reward came out. Lu Chen was ecstatic. He had been worried that he wouldn't receive a reward by killing chickens this way. Now it seemed his worries were unnecessary. Young man, this is not right. Wang Junlei spoke up, by stabbing the chicken like this, its blood will spread throughout the body, making it difficult to bleed properly later. You should cut it here. Wang Junlei demonstrated to Lu Chen. Okay, I understand. Lu Chen nodded and followed Wang Junlai's instructions to start joyfully slaughtering chickens. Killed one chicken, earned plus 1,000 money. Accumulated killing 10 chickens, earned plus 25,000,000 money. Accumulated killing 100 chickens, earned a 10x spending cashback card. In the afternoon, Lu Chen had been killing chickens continuously for several hours. During this time, Lin Yenran had advised him to stop more than once, but Lu Chen simply wouldn't listen. Manager Lin, I think I should resign. Wang Junlei couldn't sit still anymore. These few hours had been torture for him. He understood that Lin Yenran must have thought he was too old, so she brought in Lu Chen to replace him. Master Wang, Lu Chen is just killing for fun. Lin Yenran was somewhat amused and exasperated. How could she not know the reason for Wang Junlai's resignation? Manager Lin, there's no need to say that. Wang Junlei sighed, I am indeed older and can't compare to this young man, but to say he's just killing for fun, I can't believe that. It's been almost 4 hours, and this young man has killed nearly 1,000 chickens. Is that just for fun? Wang Junlai's eyes were filled with bitterness. Initially, he thought with his years of slaughtering experience, he wouldn't lose his job to a young person. But now he didn't think so. Lu Chen was simply inhuman. Killed chickens all afternoon, except for eating the meal sent by Li Jiangang, did not drink a drop of water halfway, did not go to the toilet last time. The whole process was like being injected with chicken blood. The whole person appeared extremely excited. If it were him, he definitely couldn't do it as hard as Lu Chen. A monthly salary of only 3,500, he doesn't even have the motivation to work hard. Accumulate killing 1,000 chickens, get Baiyun breeding farm X1. Kill chickens to reach the limit, complete the achievement battle chicken, and get the physique of the king of soldiers. Relevant information and documents have been respectively sent to the host's mobile phone and bedroom. The fusion of the king of soldiers physique is in progress, expected to be completely fused within 24 hours. Listening to the system prompt, Lu Chen stopped his actions. At the same time, he felt a warm current in his body, which was transforming his body. In an instant, he felt extremely comfortable, with a look of enjoyment on his face. This scene happened to be seen by Lin Yenran and Wang Junlei. Both of them shivered involuntarily. President Lin, I shouldn't say this, but could this young man have some special hobbies? Wang Junlei swallowed. Lu Chen's expression of enjoyment, along with the bodies of the chickens and the fresh blood on his work clothes, formed an extremely eerie scene. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yenran glared at Wang Junlei and then walked towards Lu Chen. Xiaomu, don't kill anymore, or Master Wang will resign. Resign? Lu Chen took off his work clothes while looking at Wang Junlei. Master Wang, do you want to resign? Young man, you've taken over all my work. What else can I do if I don't resign? Wang Junlei said helplessly. It's because of this. Lu Chen smiled. Master Wang, you can rest assured that the work is still yours. I won't compete with you for it. Forget it. Wang Junlei shook his head. I was planning to resign in a few days anyway. Master Wang, that's not right of you. Lin Yanran frowned. Xiaomu said he won't compete with you for work. Why do you still want to resign? President Lin, you are the new boss. Don't you know the situation of the company? Wang Junlei took a deep breath. If it weren't for the slaughterhouse not being able to operate, why do you think the former boss sold it to you? Lin Yanran did not respond to Wang Junlai's words. She really didn't know the situation of the slaughterhouse. Yesterday, she and Lu Chen just took a look around the slaughterhouse and thought the location was good, plus all the equipment was complete, so Lu Chen bought it. As for why the slaughterhouse was sold, and the operating situation of the slaughterhouse, neither she nor Lu Chen asked. Master Wang, is the reason you're resigning because of the salary? Lu Chen asked. Yes. Wang Junlei nodded. I have children at home who need money. 3,500 a month is really too little. That's easy. Lu Chen said. Master Wang, why don't you stay a few more days? Within 2 days at most, President Lin will raise your salaries. Xiaomu, how much are you planning to raise Master Wang's salary? After leaving the slaughter area, Lin Yanran couldn't help but ask. What do you think is appropriate? Lu Chen said, 3,500 is indeed too little. These employees are older, that's why they are willing to work. If they were younger, they would have left long ago. Lu Chen just roughly looked at the work area. There were not many employees, less than 100, and most of them were in their 50s and 60s, with Wang Junlei being considered young among them. I don't know either. Lin Yanran said, I've never been a boss, but some of the traditional slaughterhouse masters I know have a minimum salary of over 5,000. Then let's raise it to 7,000 for now. Lu Chen said, I'll transfer $1 million to you later, and I'll transfer at least $1 million to you every day. You can decide how to spend it. Don't be afraid of losing money. Okay. Lin Yanran took a deep breath. Now that the slaughterhouse has been bought, even if the pressure is great, she can only grit her teeth and continue to operate. President Lu, President Lin, you're out. Just then, Li Jiangang walked out of the office. Manager Li, you've come at the right time. Lu Chen looked at Li Jiangang and said, I have something to ask you. Director Lu, Director Lin, please have some tea. In the office, Li Jiangang poured a cup of tea for Lu Chen and Lin Yanran respectively. Manager Li, how long have you been here? Lu Chen asked. Almost 3 years, Li Jiangang replied. Since Manager Li has been here for so long, you should know why the original boss sold this place, right? Didn't you tell Lu? Li Jiangang looked surprised at Lu Chen. Shu mentioned by him was the former owner of Qiangtou Slaughterhouse, Zhu Chang. I didn't ask. Lu Chen sipped his tea. He bought the slaughterhouse to cash out his love fund and to get rewards for fighting monsters. Therefore, he didn't ask why Zhu Chang sold the slaughterhouse, nor did he care. Ahem. Li Jiangang took a sip of tea and was choked by Lu Chen's answer. I thought Manager Lu knew. Li Jiangang put down the teacup, took a deep breath, and said, the reason why Zhu Chang sold the slaughterhouse, besides the fact that the slaughterhouse couldn't operate anymore, the main reason was that he offended the wrong person. Oh? Lu Chen was instantly curious. Who? Zhou Wen from Shouyuan Group, General Manager Zhou. Li Jiangong's expression turned serious. Shouyuan Group is a local company in Mountain City with a market value of billions. Its main business is breeding. Almost all slaughterhouses in Mountain City have cooperation with Shouyuan Group, and most of the slaughterhouse orders come from Shouyuan Group. Because Zhu offended General Manager Zhou, General Manager Zhou refused to cooperate with Zhu's slaughterhouse. Zhu's slaughterhouse could only take some scattered orders. However, in the long run, relying solely on scattered orders couldn't sustain the slaughterhouse expenses. In the end, Zhu had to order a reduction in employee salaries, forcing employees to resign, until you took over this slaughterhouse, Director Lu. So, I've been made a scapegoat. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. If I change the name of the slaughterhouse, Shouyuan Group should continue to cooperate with us, right? It's probably difficult, Li Jianjun said. General Manager Zhou is known for holding grudges. He once said that anyone who takes over Zhu's slaughterhouse is going against him. I see. Lu Chen was somewhat helpless. Now he understood why Zhu Chang sold the slaughterhouse cheaply to him. After all, just the various equipment in the slaughterhouse added up to millions, not to mention the large area of the slaughterhouse. Normally, the selling price would not be less than 20 million. He thought he had picked up a bargain, but it turned out to be a hot potato. Director Lu, why don't you invite General Zhou to dinner? Have a good talk with him. Li Jianjun said, after all, Director Lu, you and General Zhou have no grudges. I believe as long as you have a good talk, General Zhou shouldn't make things difficult for you. Forget it, I'm busy. Lu Chen stood up. It's getting late, I'll go back first. What about the slaughterhouse? Li Jianjun hurriedly said, currently, all the slaughterhouse orders have been completed. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, the employees will have nothing to do. If there's nothing to do, let them rest, and make sure they still get paid, Lu Chen said. Also, inform all employees that the base salary will be raised to 10,000. What? Li Jianjun thought he had misheard seriously. Director Lu, I didn't hear wrong, did I? You didn't hear wrong. Lu Chen smiled at Li Jianjun and then left the HR office. Watching Lu Chen's back, Li Jianjun couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was the first time he had heard of giving employees a raise and time off. Manager Li. While Li Jianjun was in a daze, Wang Junlei walked into the office. Master Wang, is there something wrong? Li Jianjun came to his senses and smiled. Manager Li, I want to resign. Wang Junlei finally lost patience and decided to leave. He was very clear about the situation at the slaughterhouse. Starting from tomorrow, all employees will have no work to do. In his opinion, if Lu Chen asks him to wait for 2 days, it definitely won't be just 2 days. When the leader says 2 days, it's very likely to be 2 weeks, or even 2 months. He urgently needs money at home now and can't wait that long. Resign? Li Jianjun looked at Wang Junlei with a strange look and said, have you thought about it? Just now, General Lu informed me to raise your basic salary to 10,000. What? 10,000? Wang Junlei was completely stunned in place. Manager Li, am I hearing this right? This is what General Lu personally told me. Li Jianjun smiled and said, Master Wang, although General Zhu has wronged all of you, General Lu is different. General Lu is young and wealthy. As long as you work diligently, General Lu will not mistreat you. But Manager Li, all the orders will be completed by tomorrow afternoon, and without new orders, none of us will have any work to do. General Lu said, if there's no work, you can rest and still get paid. This, General Lu is too good. Wang Junlei was in a state of shock the whole time. When he came back to his senses, Wang Junlei was so excited that he almost cried. Manager Li, I won't resign. From now on, I am General Lu's man, in life and in death. Xiaomu, wasn't the salary supposed to be raised to 7,000? How did it become 10,000? The Audi was driving on the road. Lin Yanran frowned in the passenger seat. She felt that Lu Chen was too extravagant. A basic salary of 10,000 was higher than what many big companies pay their employees. I have OCD and like to round things up. Lu Chen smiled, and 10,000 isn't that much. They will be busy soon. Didn't Manager Li say there were no orders? Lin Yanran looked at Lu Chen in confusion. There are no orders, but who says we have to take orders? Lu Chen's face revealed a mysterious smile. Driving back to the old neighborhood, Lu Chen transferred 1 million to Lin Yanran and used a tenfold consumer cashback card. As Lin Yanran received the transfer, a system prompt sounded. Love Fund 1 million. Tenfold consumer cashback card activated. Personal wealth plus 10 million. Xiaomu, you have to tell me, did you come up with a solution? Lin Yanran was full of curiosity. Along the way, she had been thinking about how Lu Chen could solve the problem of no orders at the slaughterhouse. But her head was about to explode, and she couldn't figure it out. It's simple, I have a breeding farm under my name. Lu Chen stopped and said, the slaughterhouse just needs to cooperate with my breeding farm, and they won't need to take any more orders. Are you sure your breeding farm has that many poultry? Lin Yanran was first stunned. She never expected that Lu Chen had a breeding farm under his name. She always thought that the only thing Lu Chen had was the breakup fee from Su Yao and not any industry. When she came back to her senses, she realized that Lu Chen's breeding farm might not be very large in scale. My breeding farm is called Baiyun Breeding Farm. Lu Chen smiled, you can search it on your phone. What, Baiyun Breeding Farm is yours? Lin Yanran's pupils contracted as she looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. She didn't need to search because in the entire mountain city, anyone involved in poultry-related work would know about Baiyun Breeding Farm. Baiyun Breeding Farm could be said to be the largest breeding farm in the mountain city in terms of scale. Its owner had contracted the entire Baiyun Mountain for raising poultry. It was rumored that the value of Baiyun Breeding Farm was in the tens of billions, and if it went public, its market value could exceed 100 billion. And yet, the owner of such a large and valuable breeding farm turned out to be Lu Chen. Lin Yanran naturally didn't think that Baiyun Breeding Farm was the breakup fee given by Su Yao to Lu Chen. Even if Su Yao was willing to give Lu Chen an industry worth tens of billions, Su Nantian would never agree. Don't think that the richest people are generous. The richer they are, the more they value equitable benefits. Lu Chen took care of Su Yao for 5 years, but in Su Nantian's eyes, those 5 years were not worth tens of billions. Xiaomu, isn't your family from the countryside? Lin Yanran's mood was extremely unsettled. She even started to imagine whether Lu Chen was the son of some business tycoon. Yanran, I've said it before, the money I have is not breakup fee from her. Lu Chen didn't directly answer Lin Yanran's question, but changed the subject. As for the breakup fee you mentioned, her dad did offer it, but I refused. I understand. Lin Yanran nodded. She was already sure that Lu Chen was a rich kid experiencing life. She used to think only fools believed in such things, but now she admitted that she was that fool. Lin Yanran looked at the rundown old neighborhood, feeling very conflicted. Who would believe it if she told them? There were two god of wealth living in her house. Xiaomu, it's time for dinner. In the clean and simple living room, Lin Yanran transformed into a beautiful little chef, serving delicious dishes on the table. On the sofa, Lu Chen was looking at various information provided by the system. The information included an introduction to Baiyun Farm and contact information for the relevant personnel at Baiyun Farm. I'm coming. Lu Chen turned off his phone and walked towards the dining table. It smells so good. Lu Chen had just sat on the dining chair when the aroma of various foods wafted over. By the way, this should be your first time having dinner at my place, right? Lin Yanran smoothed out her messy hair by her ear, her eyes incredibly gentle. Yes, I should have known earlier that your cooking skills are so good. I would have come to your place for meals before. Lu Chen said as he picked up a piece of brightly colored braised pork with his chopsticks. He took a bite, and the aroma of the meat instantly swept over his taste buds. It's rich but not greasy, lean but not dry, so delicious. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. It's not too late now. Lin Yanran blushed. If you like it, I can cook for you more often in the future. Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. Sure. Lu Chen pulled out the chair next to him from under the table and said to Lin Yanran, Yanran, don't just stand there, sit down and eat with me. Okay. Lin Yanran took off her apron and sat down next to Lu Chen. As Lin Yanran bent down, her perfect waist and hips were exposed to Lu Chen's eyes. Especially her plump peach-shaped buttocks gave Lu Chen a strong visual impact. In addition, Lu Chen also smelled a faint milky fragrance. Every time he got close to Lin Yanran, he could smell this milky fragrance. Yanran, do you usually use milk-scented perfume? Lu Chen asked curiously. I don't use perfume. Lin Yanran ate delicately, with a grain of rice sticking to her tender red lips. Then how come I can smell that milky fragrance again? Lu Chen's gaze was suddenly drawn to Lin Yanran's high and full chest. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Maybe you smelled it wrong. Lin Yanran lowered her head, her cheeks burning. In fact, that milky fragrance was her body scent. Seeing Lin Yanran's shy appearance, Lu Chen felt his heart rate start to accelerate. Xiaomu, why are you looking at me like that? With Lu Chen's hot gaze fixed on her, Lin Yanran's long neck was visibly flushed with a blush. Yanran, you have rice on your mouth. Lu Chen reminded her. Lin Yanran subconsciously stuck out her small tongue to lick off the rice grain. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't resist anymore. Xiaomu. After a fierce battle, Lin Yanran lay in Lu Chen's arms, looking at him with tender eyes. She didn't resist. From the moment Lu Chen took her to the slaughterhouse, she was mentally prepared. After the incident at the market, Lu Chen's figure had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Although she seemed strong, she was actually very fragile inside. She had wanted to find someone to rely on more than once, but due to work reasons, she had not met the right person. Now she felt a sense of security with Lu Chen and believed that he was the right person for her. Yanran, I will take responsibility. Lu Chen said the words that all men would say afterwards. Although it's cliché, what a woman needs at this moment is exactly this. Upon receiving Lu Chen's reply, Lin Yanran's eyes turned red in an instant, but a smile appeared on her face. Yanran, let's go out for a meal, Lu Chen said, his stomach growling. He had only eaten a boxed lunch that Li Jianjun had helped him get in the cafeteria that day, plus he had expended a lot of energy in the battle, so he was really hungry now. You go ahead and eat. Lin Yanran pulled the blanket over her body. At the same time, a plum blossom on the bedsheet caught Lu Chen's eye. Aren't you going to eat? Lu Chen asked in confusion. I'm feeling a bit unwell, Lin Yanran blushed. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen instantly understood Lin Yanran's meaning. Glancing at the time, he and Lin Yanran had been fighting for a full hour. Perhaps due to his soldier physique, his combat power was fierce, and Lin Yanran couldn't hold on. Stay here and don't move, I'll feed you, Lu Chen said as he walked out of the bedroom. The next day, Lu Chen got up early. After getting up, he went downstairs to test his soldier physique. He started by jogging around the neighborhood, and after running for over an hour, he didn't feel tired at all. Then he tested his strength, lifting a 200-pound stone in the neighborhood with little effort. After various tests, he concluded that although his soldier physique didn't turn him into a superhuman, his physical fitness had reached the limit of a human. Not to mention fighting 1 against 100, even fighting 10 or 20 was no problem. However, the premise was that the opponent didn't have any weapons. If the opponent had an iron rod, knife, or something similar, his flesh and blood body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Returning home, Lu Chen found that Lin Yanran had already prepared breakfast and was washing clothes on the balcony. Walking closer, he noticed that Lin Yanran was washing bedsheets. It won't come off. Seeing Lu Chen return, Lin Yanran's face instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she even held up the bedsheets for Lu Chen to see. If it won't come off, just throw it away, Lu Chen said, looking at the plum blossom on the bedsheets, feeling indescribable. No, I'll dry it and put it away. Okay then. From Lin Yanran's words, it could be seen that she was a traditional woman. His gaze lingered on Lin Yanran. After truly becoming a woman, Lin Yanran's mature charm became even stronger, and the coquettish temperament between her eyebrows made Lu Chen unable to control himself. After breakfast, Lu Chen drove with Lin Yanran to the slaughterhouse. As soon as they arrived at the slaughterhouse, two Mercedes-Benz cars followed closely behind. As the doors of the Mercedes-Benz cars opened, a middle-aged man in a polo shirt stepped out of the car, followed by an assistant and two bodyguards. The middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Wen, the chairman of Shouyuan Group, Mulim Slaughterhouse. Zhou Wen frowned at the new signboard of the slaughterhouse. What's going on here? Did Xu Chang sell the slaughterhouse? Who bought it? I'll call and ask right away. Seeing Zhou Wen getting angry, the assistant quickly made a phone call. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, the assistant looked at Zhou Wen and said, Mr. Zhou, I just asked. Xu Chang sold the slaughterhouse yesterday, and the buyer is a woman named Lin Yanran. What are you doing? Didn't I ask you to buy this place? Zhou Wen's face was very unpleasant. His gaze towards the assistant was full of anger. Mr. Zhou, for the past half-month, I've been trying to contact Xu Chang, but he never answered my calls. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the assistant cautiously said, during this time, I also sent other people to contact Xu Chang. Although they managed to get in touch with him, as soon as they mentioned buying the slaughterhouse, Xu Chang hung up on them. A bunch of useless people. Zhou Wen glared at the assistant and then walked towards the slaughterhouse. I want to see who dares to disrespect me like this. Mr. Lu, M.S. Lin, please have some tea, the HR office. Li Jianjun warmly poured tea for Lu Chen and Lin Yanran. Originally, he was also prepared to resign, but after careful consideration last night, he decided to stay. In his opinion, Lu Chen should be a rich young master. Lu Chen took over the slaughterhouse, perhaps unable to save the fate of the slaughterhouse, but he would definitely not mistreat his employees. Managerly, I heard from Manager Zhu that there is a lake behind the slaughterhouse, which also belongs to us, right? Lu Chen suddenly remembered. When signing the contract with Xu Chang mentioned that there was a large lake behind the slaughterhouse, which was also included in the deal with Lu Chen. Xu Chang's expression at that time was indeed very painful. General Manager Lu, that lake is like a hot potato. Li Jianjun said with a serious expression, the reason why Manager Zhu offended General Manager Zhou is because of that lake. Tell me about it. Lu Chen instantly became interested. General Zhou once offered 1 billion to buy that lake, but Manager Zhu refused because he thought the price was too low. It was because of this that a conflict arose between them, and later General Zhou also started targeting Manager Zhu. 1 billion is considered low? Lu Chen was surprised. Then wouldn't Manager Zhu be at a loss if he sold it to me for 10 million? Manager Zhu did indeed incur a loss, but he should be able to accept it. Li Jianjun smiled. Although Manager Zhu is not as wealthy as General Zhou, he still has assets worth tens of billions. However, most of Manager Zhu's industries are in other provinces. This time being targeted by General Zhou, Manager Zhu has been holding a grudge. For billionaires like them, in order to save face, they don't care about such losses. Knock knock knock. As Li Jianjun finished speaking, a knocking sound suddenly rang out. Please come in. Li Jianjun looked at the door. As the door was pushed open, Zhou Wen entered the room with his assistant and bodyguards. General Zhou. Li Jianjun was surprised and quickly stood up from the sofa. Zhou Wen did not pay attention to Li Jianjun and scanned the room with his eyes, finally stopping at Lin Yanran. When he saw Lin Yanran's young appearance, Zhou Wen frowned. You are the new owner here? Zhou Wen walked towards Lin Yanran and sat directly on the sofa opposite her. Zhou Wen's strong presence made Lin Yanran subconsciously move closer to Lu Chen. Seeing Lin Yanran's actions, Zhou Wen's face showed a pensive expression and he glanced at Lu Chen a few more times. General Lu, this is Zhou Wen, the chairman of Shouyuan Group. Li Jianjun introduced Lu Chen and poured a cup of tea for Zhou Wen. General Zhou, please have some tea. Young people nowadays are quite interesting. Zhou Wen picked up the teacup and took a sip, smiling as he looked at Lu Chen. Buying a slaughterhouse to impress a woman, this is the first time I've heard of it. Through Lin Yanran's subconscious actions and Li Jianjun's address, Zhou Wen could almost confirm that Lu Chen had bought the slaughterhouse with money, and it was easy to understand why the slaughterhouse was under Lin Yanran's name. General Zhou, let's get straight to the point. Lu Chen was not interested in chatting with Zhou Wen. At this critical moment, Zhou Wen personally coming to the slaughterhouse definitely meant trouble. Then I won't beat around the bush. Zhou Wen put down the teacup and said, I'll offer 10 times the amount you paid Zhu Chang to buy this slaughterhouse, and I'll buy it from you. General Zhou is indeed a billionaire. Lu Chen smiled, since General Zhou is so straightforward, why don't we just sign the contract directly? The young man is very smart. Zhou Wen praised Lu Chen. He was not surprised that Lu Chen agreed to sell the slaughterhouse. In his opinion, Lu Chen was just a second-generation rich kid spending his family's money. Faced with a tenfold profit, Lu Chen could not refuse. Xiao Wang, contact the finance department and transfer 1 billion to this young man's account. Zhou Wen said to his assistant. General Zhou, isn't this amount incorrect? Lu Chen smiled, shouldn't it be 10 billion? As Lu Chen's words fell, the entire room fell into a deep silence. General Lu, you bought the slaughterhouse from Zhu Chang for 10 million, and General Zhou promised to buy it from you for 10 times that amount, which is 100 million. Wang Chang smiled as he looked at Lu Chen. As an assistant to Zhou Wen, he is very clear about when it is his turn to speak. That's just the contract price, Lu Chen said calmly. Since you proposed to buy the slaughterhouse, Zhou, you should be clear about the true value of the slaughterhouse. Since you know, Zhou, as the owner of the slaughterhouse, should know even better. I have no personal relationship with Zhu, and Zhu is not stupid. How could he sell the slaughterhouse to me at a low price of 10 million? So, are you saying that you bought this slaughterhouse from Zhu Chang for 1 billion? Zhou Wen's face looked very ugly. Naturally, he would not believe what Lu Chen said. That's right, Lu Chen replied. Young man, don't be too greedy. Zhou Wen stood up from the sofa. 150 million. If you are willing to be friends with me, then we will sign the contract. If you still think it's too little, then I think we don't need to talk anymore. Zhou, you just mentioned 10 times. Lu Chen showed no intention of giving in. He was not stupid. Zhou Wen must want to buy the slaughterhouse because the lake behind the slaughterhouse had huge value. In that case, he certainly would not back down. As for offending Zhou Wen, he was even less afraid. His Baiyun breeding farm was originally a competitor of Zhou Wen's company. Mr. Lu, your surname is Lu, right? Zhou Wen said with a smile instead of anger. I'll tell you something you don't want to hear. This slaughterhouse is on the verge of bankruptcy. Do you think you have the ability to run it? Is it worth offending the wrong people for a slaughterhouse that is about to go bankrupt? Zhou, do you know what young people are least afraid of? Lu Chen also smiled. Young people, full of youthful vigor, are least afraid of threats. Well, let's wait and see, Zhou Wen sneered and then left the room. Inform all the breeding farms, no cooperation with the Mulan slaughterhouse. Also, contact the small-scale breeders and buy the poultry they raise. Zhou Wen's voice sounded outside the room. So childish, Lu Chen was speechless. How could he not know that Zhou Wen was saying this on purpose for him to hear? Mr. Lu, what should we do now? Li Jianjun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The conversation between Lu Chen and Zhou Wen scared him. He thought Lu Chen would take this opportunity to make friends with Zhou Wen, but Lu Chen did not give Zhou Wen any face at all. Notify the staff to prepare for unloading. Lu Chen left a word and walked out of the room. This young man, shedding no tears until he sees the coffin at the gate of the slaughterhouse, Wang Chang turned around and said disdainfully, just a pampered young man, dares not to give face to Mr. Zhou. Enough, stop talking, Zhou Wen said expressionlessly, he's right. Young people, full of vigor, fearless of heaven and earth, but his fearlessness does not mean his parents are not afraid. Find someone to investigate his background for me, we will talk directly to his parents. Ding! As Zhou Wen's voice fell, a sudden honking sound came from a distance. A fleet of livestock trucks was heading towards the slaughterhouse, with a Mercedes-Benz S-Class car in front. When Zhou Wen saw the large characters on the car, his brows furrowed, and his face became very ugly. This is the livestock truck fleet of Baiyun breeding farm. Wang Chan cautiously looked at Zhou Wen and said, Mr. Zhou, could it be that Baiyun breeding farm has cooperated with the other party? Zhou Wen did not speak at the words, but his face had become so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Isn't this Mr. Zhou? A surprised voice sounded. The leading Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Zhou Wen, and a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses got out of the car. The middle-aged man's name was Xia Yong, the person in charge of Baiyun breeding farm. Mr. Zhou, what are you doing here? Xia Yong smiled and said, Manager Xia, I should be asking you that. Zhou Wen frowned. When did Baiyun breeding farm start cooperating with this slaughterhouse? We haven't cooperated. Xiaoyong glanced at the sign of the slaughterhouse and said, "I'm here to deliver goods for my boss." "Boss?" Zhou Wen thought of something, his expression became incredulous. Just then, Lu Chen walked out of the slaughterhouse. "Manager Lu, the goods have arrived." Seeing Lu Chen, Xiaoyong hurriedly greeted him, his expression showing great respect. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Have the car driven inside." "Okay." Xiaoyong took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, "Everyone, drive the car into the slaughterhouse." "Manager Zhou, please move your car." Xiaoyong turned off the walkie-talkie, smiled at Zhou Wen, and said, "Manager Lu is really mysterious." Zhou Wen gave Lu Chen a deep look, then got into the car and disappeared at the end of the road. "Manager Lu, all the employees have arrived." Not long after Zhou Wen left, Li Jianjun arrived with the employees. When he saw the livestock trucks carrying poultry, Li Jianjun was completely shocked. Especially when he saw the words on the livestock trucks, his breathing became rapid. What is Manager Lu's background? He actually negotiated a cooperation with Baiyun Breeding Farm. Li Jianjun was not unfamiliar with Baiyun Breeding Farm. After Zhou Wen targeted Zhu Chang, he had gone to negotiate cooperation with Baiyun Breeding Farm more than once, but was rejected each time. The reason for the rejection was that Zhu Chang's slaughterhouse was too small. As the largest breeding farm in the mountain city, Baiyun Breeding Farm had few partners in cooperation, but each one was a large slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse had at least 20 production lines. On the highway, 2 Mercedes-Benz cars were driving at a constant speed. Wang Chang looked at Zhou Wen in the rearview mirror and saw him with his eyes closed and a very gloomy expression. "Wang Chang, contact Tingting later and tell her to pay attention to Mulan Slaughterhouse. Do not accept any meat from Mulan Slaughterhouse." Zhou Wen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze icy. "Okay, Manager Zhou." Wang Chang nodded. "Great, finally some work to do." Inside the slaughterhouse, the employees were very excited. In addition to their base salary, they also had a commission, so having work meant they could earn a commission. With a base salary of 10,000 plus commission, it was enough to make them dedicate their utmost enthusiasm to the job. "Manager Lu, I didn't expect you to be the owner of Baiyun Breeding Farm." Li Jiangang looked at Lu Chen with fiery eyes. During the unloading process, he had been following Lu Chen, so he heard the conversation between Lu Chen and Xiaoyong. When he learned that Lu Chen was actually the owner of Baiyun Breeding Farm, he was shocked but also understood why Lu Chen dared not give face to Zhou Wen. The value of Baiyun Breeding Farm alone was enough to rival all the breeding farms under Zhou Wen. If Baiyun Breeding Farm were to go public, the leading breeding enterprise in Jiangcheng would undoubtedly be Baiyun Breeding Farm, not Zhou Wen's Soiwan Group. Now that Mulan Slaughterhouse had cooperated with Baiyun Breeding Farm, with the scale of Baiyun Breeding Farm, just a few orders from them could make Mulan Slaughterhouse close down if they wanted. "Just a breeding farm, nothing special." Lu Chen said, "Now that we have enough poultry, I plan to add more production lines. Remember to recruit new employees in the next few days." "Understood." Li Jiangong's eyes sparkled. As the manager of the Human Resources Department, he had a commission for recruiting people. "Yanran, you go to the office with Manager Li first." Lu Chen looked at Lin Yanran, who was like a little follower, and said, "Also, learn from Manager Li how to be a qualified slaughterhouse owner." Manager Lu is joking. Li Jianjun was pleasantly surprised. "I am just a human resources manager. If we talk about being a boss, that's your expertise, Manager Lu. But, I have been here for 3 years, so I know this place quite well. If Miss Lin has any questions, I will definitely answer truthfully. Then I'll trouble Manager Li." Lin Yanran also knew her shortcomings and was determined to learn well so as not to disappoint Lu Chen. After Li Jianjun and Lin Yanran left, Lu Chen couldn't wait to get on the assembly line. "Kill 1 duck, get money plus 1,000. Kill 1 duck, get money plus 888. Accumulate killing 10 ducks, get Chanel gloves set times 1. Accumulate killing 100 ducks, get consumption critical card times 1. Accumulate killing 1,000 ducks, get Fulacane supermarket times 500. Kill ducks to the limit, complete the achievement Big Duck Pair, and get the master level calligraphy. Rewards have been distributed. Relevant information and files have been sent to the host's mobile phone and bedroom respectively." The system prompt sounded, and a large amount of information related to calligraphy rushed into Lu Chen's mind. By the time he digested this information, he transformed from a calligraphy novice to a calligraphy master. According to the system feedback, skill levels range from primary, intermediate, advanced, master, to grandmaster. With advanced calligraphy, one can become a senior calligraphy teacher, while with master-level calligraphy, one can stand at the top of the Longwei calligraphy pyramid. Currently, there are few grandmaster calligraphers in Longwa. As for the grandmaster level, that's the level of Wang Shiji and Yen Jinqing. The system is awesome. Lu Chen sighed as he integrated the information in his mind. No wonder everyone wants to have a system. It feels great to have a system. Manager Lu, you should take a rest soon, don't overwork yourself, a worker advised Lu Chen. They all saw Lu Chen killing ducks all afternoon. They were very puzzled by Lu Chen's actions, thinking he had some special hobby as a big boss who didn't sit in the office but came to the assembly line to experience the pleasure of killing. But they didn't say much. In their eyes, Lu Chen was the god of wealth. The god of wealth paid them high salaries, so what if he had some special hobbies? You guys keep busy, I'll leave first. Lu Chen took off his work clothes and left the work area. During this time, he didn't forget to take out his phone to check the reward information provided by the system. Among them, the 500 Fulacane supermarkets had the highest value, with an average value of tens of millions per supermarket, totaling around 5 billion. Fulacane supermarkets are located all over the country, with 18 in Shancheng alone. As for the Chanel gloves set, the official flagship store price is around 30,000. Almost forgot. The love fund for Xiao Xiao and Xianing hasn't been cashed out yet today. Lu Chen quickly took out his phone and transferred 1 million to Lin Xiao Xiao, and sent a message, save it. Soon, Lin Xiao Xiao received the payment and replied to his message. Lin Xiao Xiao. Love fund -1 million. Consumption critical card automatically used. Successfully triggered a 20x critical strike. Personal wealth plus 20 million. With 20 million credited, Lu Chen felt delighted. He then transferred another 1 million to Xianing and sent a message, pocket money. Shancheng University. Xianing had just finished class and returned to the dormitory. When she saw Lu Chen's transfer, she was stunned. Another 1 million. Xianing covered her mouth and couldn't help but exclaim, Xianing, what's with the 1 million? A figure walked up to Xianing, looking at her in confusion. What's wrong with you? Why are you covering your mouth? Nothing, nothing. Xianing quickly put her hand down, looking at the figure beside her, hesitant to speak. After a while, she finally spoke, Yuan, I was thinking, if a man gives you 1 million pocket money every day, what do you think he means? Your if is too unrealistic. Yuan glanced at Xianing, 1 million a day, 30 million a month, over 300 million a year, nearly 400 million. Do you think rich people are foolish? Giving nearly 400 million a year to a woman is pocket money. What if there really are rich people who do this? Xianing tightened her grip on the phone. After Yuan's words, she realized the extent of Lu Chen's wealth. If there really is such a fool who gives me 1 million a day, I will do whatever he asks me to do. I guarantee to be at his beck and call and serve him comfortably. But, this is obviously impossible, Yang Yu continued. A man who can produce so much money will not lack women at all, and it is impossible for him to be interested in me. And I have self-awareness, even if I fall into depravity, I am not worth this price. Okay, I understand. Xianing changed the subject. By the way, I heard you recently talked about a boyfriend, is it true or false? False. Yang Yu walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, applying lipstick in front of the mirror. There is indeed a rich second generation pursuing me, but I rejected him. Why? Xianing asked curiously, is he very ugly? Not ugly, quite handsome, just too stingy. You may not believe it, that guy invited me out in a Ferrari, but halfway through, the car ran out of gas, and he actually asked me to lend him money to refuel. If he hadn't shown me the registration, I would have suspected that he rented the car. Maybe he just forgot to bring money with him, Xianing replied to Yang Yu while thinking about how to reply to Lu Chen's message. Nonsense, what era is it? If he doesn't have cash, there must be money in his phone, right? Yang Yu said indignantly. Oh, Xianing replied absently to Yang Yu, her attention focused on her phone. She edited a message and sent it to Lu Chen. Thank you, brother Lu Chen, I won't take the money. The pocket money you gave me yesterday is enough for me for a long time. Although 1 million is very tempting to her, she decided not to accept it. Firstly, she had already received 1 million pocket money from Lu Chen yesterday. Secondly, she was afraid that if she accepted it again today, Lu Chen would think she was greedy. After she sent the message, Lu Chen's reply left her dumbfounded. Lu Chen, no need, blacklisted. Xianing's face turned pale, and she quickly trembled her fingers and clicked to receive the payment. After she clicked to receive the payment, Lu Chen sent her another message. Lu Chen, well done, smiling. What should she do? What does Lu Chen mean by sending this expression? Xianing felt her heart racing. Her mind raced, and she sent several messages to Lu Chen in a row. Xianing, brother Lu Chen, did I do something wrong? Xianing, brother Lu Chen, should I return the money to you? Xianing, brother Lu Chen, how about I come to see you when I'm off this week? However, Lu Chen did not reply to her messages. Love fund 1 million. Personal wealth plus 1 million. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Lu Chen exited WeChat. Lu Chen's mind stirred, and his personal information appeared in front of him. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 23 years old. Monster slaying level, level 1. Monster slaying value, 4,000/10,000. Daily monster slaying quantity, 1,000. Achievements completed, 4. Love fund, 999. 9 billion. Personal wealth, 43,063,179. 5. Personal wealth has exceeded 10 million. Lu Chen was very excited. The reason his personal wealth increased so quickly was thanks to the tenfold consumption rebate cards and consumption critical hit cards obtained from killing chickens and ducks. But what excited him the most was that his monster slaying value had reached 4,000, only 6,000 monster slaying value away from leveling up. By then, his daily monster slaying quantity would also increase, and the value of items dropped would be higher. Behind the slaughterhouse, there was a vast lake. Dense wild grass grew around the lake. Manager Lu, this is Cloud Lake. Li Jianjun led Lu Chen and Lin Yanran out of the grass. Manager Li, how long has this place been neglected? Lu Chen protected Lin Yanran, not letting her get cut by the grass. Looking around, he was speechless, only to see that the area of Wangyun Lake is indeed very large, with no end in sight at a glance, but the surrounding weeds are taller than people. If it weren't for Li Jianjun leading the way, he might not have been able to find this place. I heard from Mr. Shu that Wangyun Lake was contracted by him for aquaculture 10 years ago, with a total contract period of 20 years. Unfortunately, he had bad luck. During those years, the mountain city had high temperatures every year. In the end, he invested a lot of money, but all the fish and shrimp died. Then he switched to a slaughterhouse, and Wangyun Lake has been unattended ever since. Wangyun Lake, who named it? Lu Chen asked curiously. Wangyun Lake has always been called that. Li Jianjun pointed to a distant mountain road, that is Baiyun Mountain. Wangyun Lake can also be understood as a lake looking towards Baiyun Mountain. Alright, Manager Li, Lu Chen said, tomorrow you find someone to come and see how much it will cost to clean up this lake. Mr. Lu, are you planning to raise fish in the lake? Not just fish, Lu Chen smiled, I plan to raise a bit of everything. Okay, I will contact the relevant companies tomorrow and have them come over to take a look. Li Jianjun nodded. By the way, Manager Li, why do you think Zhou wants to buy Wangyun Lake? Lu Chen looked pensive. Logically speaking, even if Zhou also wants to engage in aquaculture, with his connections and financial resources, he could completely contract other lakes, so it seems unnecessary to insist on Wangyun Lake. Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhu and I have discussed this issue before, Li Jianjun said with a serious expression. Mr. Zhou's purpose may not be to target Mr. Shu, but to target you. Target me? Lu Chen looked puzzled. Mr. Lu, Wangyun Lake stretches for kilometers from here all the way to the foot of Baiyun Mountain, and the water used by your Baiyun aquaculture farm mainly comes from Wangyun Lake. This is also why Mr. Shu is unwilling to sell the slaughterhouse to Mr. Zhou, because he can't afford to offend both sides. I see, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Li Jianjun had made it very clear that Zhou wanted to buy Wangyun Lake to deal with the Baiyun aquaculture farm. Once the Baiyun aquaculture farm loses its water supply, the consequences can be imagined. And after the crisis at the Baiyun aquaculture farm, the one who will benefit will only be Zhou Shouyuan Group. As long as Zhou operates properly, the stock of Shouyuan Group will experience a significant increase, becoming the leading aquaculture enterprise in the mountain city. Is this a business war? Interesting. Lu Chen smiled, showing a hint of anticipation for what Zhou would do next. 8 o'clock in the evening. Huajiang. As the most famous river in Jiangchang, Huajiang spans the entire mountain city, and the closer to Huajiang, the more prosperous it is. Lu Chen and Lin Yanran were walking along the banks of Huajiang. Suddenly, a melodious song came. Under a nearby sky bridge, a graceful woman was singing. The woman was wearing a light yellow dress, holding a guitar in her arms, her beautiful fingers strumming the strings, her voice filled with a hint of melancholy. Lu Chen immediately checked the woman's personal panel. Name, Zhongling. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Comprehensive appearance score, 89. Driver, 0. Favorability, 0. The appearance score is enough, it can be monetized. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He locked onto the woman's payment code at her feet. Nowadays, with advanced technology, street performers carry payment codes with them. One more song. Beauty, can I add you on WeChat? After Zhongling finished playing and singing, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Some bold boys even actively wanted to add Zhongling on WeChat. Thank you, everyone. Zhongling had a faint smile on her face. exuding an elegant temperament with every gesture. If you think I sing well, you can help support me. Zhongling blushed slightly. She came from a good family background, her parents ran a restaurant, and she was also a student at Shuda Music Academy. However, not long ago, her parents' restaurant failed, owing a lot of money. In order to help her parents pay off their debts, she would come out to sing whenever she had time. As Zhongling's voice fell, someone in the crowd scanned the QR code at Zhongling's feet and transferred money to her. However, the amounts transferred were only 5, 10, at most not exceeding 50. Yenran, could you go to the nearby supermarket and buy me a bottle of water? I'm a little thirsty, Luchan said to Lin Yenran in the crowd. Okay, Lin Yenran nodded and walked towards a convenience store 100 meters away. The beautiful singing voice rang out again. Zhongling plucked the strings with her fingers and continued to sing and play. The onlookers changed one group after another. Luchan did not rush to transfer money to Zhongling, but closed his eyes and listened to Zhongling singing. Zhongling's singing voice was very ethereal. Luchan was not a professional and did not know about Zhongling's singing skills. He just felt that Zhongling's singing voice was very infectious and resonated with him. Luchan's careful listening to the singing made him stand out among the crowd. Zhongling's gaze was gradually drawn to Luchan. Seeing Luchan listening to her singing attentively, Zhongling's eyes lit up, and she played and sang with more dedication. Ding! Whether it was because Zhongling exerted too much force or for some other reason, one of the guitar strings suddenly broke. Zhongling's singing stopped as a result. Luchan, feeling unsatisfied, opened his eyes and saw Zhongling's bewildered figure. Zhongling stared at the broken string in a daze, her face visibly filled with disappointment. You sing well, what is the name of this song? Luchan took out his phone, smiling at Zhongling. Thank you. Zhongling came back to her senses, blushing as she looked at Luchan and said, this is a song I wrote myself, called Memories. It's a pity, I only heard half of it, Luchan said as he transferred money to Zhongling. I hope to have the chance to hear the other half. Sure, Zhongling politely smiled. Just then, Lin Yenran returned with the water. After taking the water from Lin Yenran, Luchan and Lin Yenran walked out of the crowd. Seeing this, Zhongling withdrew her gaze and prepared to leave. Miss, look at your phone quickly. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed. A burly young man who was nearly 2 meters tall, with a shocked expression on his face, said, that guy just now, he transferred 1 million to you. Zhongling? It's true, I'm not lying to you. Seeing Zhongling's incredulous expression, the young man hurriedly said, I was standing right behind him just now, and I saw him transfer 1 million to you with my own eyes. The young man's breathing became rapid. Due to his height and the fact that he was standing behind Luchan, he witnessed the scene of Luchan transferring money to Zhongling. This shocked him so much that he stood still, only coming back to his senses after Luchan left. Bro, have you been reading too many novels? Why not say 10 million instead of 1 million? Exactly, that guy and the lady clearly don't know each other. How could he transfer 1 million to someone he doesn't know? Voices of disbelief rang out one after another. The crowd clearly did not believe what the young man said. Zhongling frowned at the words, but she still took out her phone to check. When she opened the WeChat payment page and saw the string of numbers, she was stunned in place. Then, in a hurry, Zhongling rushed out of the crowd, but on the road, there was no sign of Luchan and Lin Yenran. Miss, what's wrong with you? Could it be that guy really transferred 1 million to you? Zhongling's sudden actions puzzled the crowd. Sorry, my guitar is broken, I have to go. Zhongling did not respond to the crowd, put the guitar into its case under the bridge, and hurriedly left. She left behind a group of bewildered people and the burly young man who was still in a state of shock. In a high-end restaurant near Huajiang, Luchan and Lin Yenran were having a meal. Suddenly, Luchan's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, Luchan was somewhat dumbfounded. So he got up and walked out of the restaurant, answering the phone. At the same time, at the Baiyun police station in Zhangcheng, Zhongling walked out of the police station, followed by a man in a hat. Miss Zhong, we have investigated that fund for you. It is legal and the other party said it was voluntarily given to you, so you don't have to worry at all. If you have any further questions, you can contact us at any time. The man in the hat was a middle-aged man. After hearing Zhongling's situation, he also looked incredulous. After so many years in the police force, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Alright, thank you, officer. Zhongling tightly held her phone, feeling very conflicted. She was sure she didn't know Luchan. That's why, upon receiving $1 million transfer from Luchan, she immediately went to the police station to report it. She initially thought it was a mistake. However, when the man in the hat called Luchan, his reply shocked her. Luchan actually said that the million was a reward for her good singing, and if he had the chance to hear her sing again, he would continue to reward her. Lu Chen's blunt way of rewarding was bound to make Zhong Ling remember him. 10 o'clock at night. Lu Chen and Lin Yanran returned to the old neighborhood. Xiaomu, I'll go take a shower first. After entering the room, Lin Yanran blushed as she looked at Lu Chen. Let's go together, to save water, Lu Chen said as he picked up Lin Yanran and headed to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Lu Chen carried Lin Yanran out of the bathroom. Lu Chen's marks were all over Lin Yanran's white skin. Xiaomu, you're so bad, Lin Yanran hugged Lu Chen's neck with both hands, leaning her head on his shoulder. Her coquettish face was filled with the afterglow of passion. Do you like it? Lu Chen's hands exerted force, the softness in his hands making him reluctant to let go. I like it. Lin Yanran buried her face in Lu Chen's arms, her plump peach-shaped buttocks emitting a radiant glow under the light. Lin Yanran's favorability +10. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen checked Lin Yanran's intimacy level towards him, which had already reached the maximum value of 100. A wicked smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. He wanted to see if after reaching an intimacy level of 100, Lin Yanran would really listen to everything he said. So he whispered something in Lin Yanran's ear. Ah! Lin Yanran exclaimed at his words, her cheeks burning. No, I won't. Yanran, just try. Lu Chen gazed affectionately at Lin Yanran. Well, okay. Being affectionately gazed at by Lu Chen, Lin Yanran softened in his arms and shyly nodded. The next day, Lu Chen woke up in Gentle Town. Looking beside him, Lin Yanran was still asleep. The battle from last night had left her looking a bit tired. So Lu Chen sat up and looked at his phone. When he opened WeChat, he saw Xia Ning had sent him a series of messages. Xia Ning, Lu Chen, don't ignore me. Xia Ning, refunded. Xia Ning, Lu Chen, can I accompany you on Friday night? What's going on? Lu Chen looked bewildered at the dozens of messages from Xia Ning. Just then, a system prompt sounded. Love fund +1 million. Personal wealth -1 million. Deducted as well? Lu Chen was speechless. So he transferred the money back to Xia Ning. After transferring, he tried to send another million to Xia Ning, but the love fund deduction failed. It seemed that after the refund, yesterday's cash-out limit was also gone. Lu Chen was somewhat amused and exasperated. He didn't expect that just sending a smiling emoji would make Xia Ning think so much. To prevent Xia Ning from overthinking, Lu Chen sent her a message. Take the money, when I have time, I'll come pick you up. Shortly after sending the message, Xia Ning replied. Xia Ning, okay, crying. Love fund -1 million. Personal wealth +1 million. Exiting the chat with Xia Ning, Lu Chen also transferred $1 million to Lin Xiaoxiao. And send a message, save money. Perhaps Lin Xiaoxiao has already gotten used to it and quickly took the money. Love fund 1000000. Personal wealth +1 million. Lin Xiaoxiao, brother Mu, I'm in physical education class. Lin Xiaoxiao, photo. Lu Chen opened the photo and looked at it. In the photo, Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a black and white patched short-sleeved shirt on the upper body, and a half-skirt on the lower body, still full of youthful vitality. Compared to Lin Yanran's amazing fullness, Lin Xiaoxiao can only be said to be just starting to show her potential. You can see a green arc, firm and round, but not large. Lin Yanran suddenly murmured. Lu Chen was instantly shocked. For some reason, he felt an indescribable sense of excitement in his heart. Especially when his gaze moved back and forth between the photo of Lin Xiaoxiao and Lin Yanran. The two sisters have some similarities in appearance, but their temperament and figure are completely different. Lin Yanran is charming, while Lin Xiaoxiao is pure. As he looked on, Lu Chen entered battle mode. After complimenting Lin Xiaoxiao, Lu Chen put down his phone and started a battle with Lin Yanran. At noon, Lu Chen was considering whether to buy a house when Li Jianjun suddenly called him. The call connected, and Li Jianguang's anxious voice came from the other end. General Lu, something bad has happened. General Lu, General Lin, you finally came. Newland Slaughterhouse. As soon as Lu Chen and Lin Yanran got off the car, Li Jianguang hurriedly greeted them. Manager Li, calm down. Lu Chen patted Li Jianguang on the shoulder and smiled. It's just that they are not accepting our goods, a small matter. General Lu, this is not a small matter. Li Jianguang said, now the slaughterhouse slaughters nearly 10,000 pigs, chickens, and ducks every day. If the supermarkets don't accept them, the cold storage will be filled sooner or later. Not to mention that frozen meat and fresh meat are not the same price, and over time, the cold storage won't be able to hold it all. Early this morning, Li Jianguang came to the slaughterhouse as usual, waiting for the major supermarkets to come and pick up the goods. However, when the agreed time arrived, the major supermarkets had not sent anyone yet. He called to inquire, and they all asked him to wait. He waited until noon. It was at this time that the heads of the major supermarkets contacted him and said they were stopping cooperation with the slaughterhouse. The reason for stopping cooperation was that they had signed a contract with Qiangtong Slaughterhouse, not Mulan Slaughterhouse. Which supermarkets are refusing to cooperate with us? Lu Chen asked. Tianla, Baida, Wanjia. Li Jianjun replied, these three supermarkets have clearly stated that they will not cooperate with us. Only some individual customers from the vegetable markets came here to buy a few pigs. Do you know who the owners of these three supermarkets are? Lu Chen took out his phone and checked the contacts. The owner of Tianla is Zhou Ting from Tianla Group, who is Zhou's daughter. As for the owner of Baida, it is Huang Jinkai from Baida Group, Huang. The owner of Wanjia is Sun Hong from Wanjia Group, Sun. Li Jianguang said with a serious expression, I suspect that the reason these three supermarkets are refusing to cooperate with us is definitely due to Zhou's indication. No need to suspect, it must be that old man causing trouble. Lu Chen made a call and said to Sun Jianguang, get the staff ready, there will be a supermarket coming to pick up the goods later. After Lu Chen finished speaking, the phone connected, and a steady voice came through. General Lu, any instructions? Manager Chen, I will send you an address later, you can send someone to pick up a batch of goods here. The person Lu Chen called was none other than Chen Xing, the person in charge of Fulai Supermarket. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen met the admiring gazes of Li Jianguang and Lin Yanran. General Lu, who did you call? Li Jianguang swallowed his saliva, realizing that he had underestimated Lu Chen. In just 2 days, Lu Chen had repeatedly shocked him. You know Fulai Supermarket, right? Lu Chen smiled. I know. Li Jiangang nodded. Fulai Supermarket is a local company in Mountain City, with branches all over the country. In terms of popularity, it is even above Tianla, Baida, and Wanjia, the three supermarkets. In Mountain City alone, there are 18 Fulai supermarkets. The person I just called is the person in charge of Fulai Supermarket, Lu Chen said. Since other supermarkets don't take our meat, I will let my own supermarket take it. Your own supermarket? Li Jiangang and Lin Yanran widened their eyes. The information in Lu Chen's words was too significant. Mr. Lu, is Fulai Supermarket yours? Li Jiangon's voice trembled as he spoke. He originally thought Lu Chen was a rich young man, but now he didn't think so. With Baiyun Breeding Farm and Fulai Supermarket, Lu Chen's net worth reached over 100 billion. Ordinary rich young men don't have such a net worth. It's more appropriate to say that Lu Chen is a scion of a wealthy family. Otherwise? Lu Chen smiled and then walked towards the boss's office. Mr. Lu is amazing. Li Jiangang looked excitedly at Lu Chen's back. He was even more grateful now that he didn't resign in haste. With Baiyun Breeding Farm, Mulan Slaughterhouse, and Fulai Supermarket, Lu Chen's businesses complemented each other, allowing for self-production and self-sales. Not only did he avoid middlemen making a profit, but he also perfectly avoided competition with peers. In fact, as long as Lu Chen wanted, he could completely crush his competitors. 1 hour later, Chen Xing brought people to Mulan Slaughterhouse to pick up goods. In the office, Lu Chen and Chen Xing were talking. Manager Chen, prepare when you go back. Starting tomorrow, Fulai Supermarket will continue a month-long promotion on meat products, with all poultry and meat products sold at half price. Mr. Lu, isn't half price too much? Chen Xing was surprised. Our profit margin for poultry and meat products is only about 35%. If sold at half price, we will incur losses. A 35% profit margin? Lu Chen pondered. Then sell at a 30% discount. What? Chen Xing seriously thought he had misheard, and said helplessly, Mr. Lu, you are joking too much. Selling at a 30% discount will make us bleed. If we don't incur losses, how can we compete with other supermarkets? Lu Chen said calmly. Anyway, just do as I say. Okay. Although Chen Xing didn't understand Lu Chen's behavior, he was just an employee and could only do as his boss said. In addition, starting tomorrow, stop cooperating with the breeding farms under Shouyuan Group. I will have Baiyun Breeding Farm increase the supply of meat to supermarkets and, for the next month, supply meat to supermarkets at cost price. Not avenging a grudge has never been Lu Chen's style. Since Zhou Wen was targeting him everywhere, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He not only wanted to bring down Tianla, Baida, and Wanjia, the three supermarkets, but he also wanted Zhou Wen to come and beg him personally. In the commercial district of Mountain City, tall buildings stood tall. The headquarters of Shouyuan Group was in a 50-story building. In the spacious conference room, Zhou Wen and a graceful figure stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. How are things going? Zhou Wen asked. Any developments at Mulan Slaughterhouse? Don't worry, I have already contacted Mr. Huang from Baida and Mr. Sun from Wanjia, asking them to stop their cooperation with the other party. With no one buying the slaughtered meat, to avoid further losses, they can only shut down in the end. The graceful figure was none other than Zhou Wen's daughter, Zhou Ting, who is also the owner of Tianla Supermarket. Well done, Zhou Wen nodded. Nowadays, slightly larger slaughterhouses can't sustain their expenses solely on slaughtering. Most slaughterhouses slaughter and sell meat at the same time. Although that young man is the owner of Baiyun breeding farm, poultry still has costs. Even if he provides poultry to his slaughterhouse for free, as long as the slaughterhouse's meat doesn't sell, he will definitely incur losses. Over time, he will stop providing poultry to the slaughterhouse. By then, his slaughterhouse will only go bankrupt. What if the other party cooperates with the supermarket in the name of Baiyun breeding farm? Zhou Ting pondered. Then you need to talk to Mr. Huang and Mr. Sun, Zhou Wen said with deep insight. The supermarkets in the entire mountain city, Tianla, Baida, and Wanjia together account for 60%, and Mr. Huang and Mr. Sun are also shareholders of our Animal Faraway group. They cannot not support us. As for Fulai, which holds a 30% market share, I believe as long as the boss behind it is not stupid, they will not offend all of us for a Baiyun breeding farm. Just as Zhou Wen finished speaking, Zhou Ting's phone on the meeting table suddenly vibrated. Speak, Zhou Ting answered the phone. Mr. Zhou, we received news from the people below that the person in charge of Fulai Supermarket, Chen Xing, just took people to the Mulan slaughterhouse. Okay, I got it. Zhou Ting hung up the phone and looked at Zhou Wen. It seems that the other party's methods are much more powerful than we imagined. Zhou Wen's face turned very ugly. Mr. Lin, do you think Mr. Lu has any special hobbies? Slaughter area. Li Jianjun looked at Lu Chen operating the pig-killing machine on the slaughter line, full of puzzlement. Lu Chen occasionally showed an excited expression, as if he had won the lottery. He is experiencing life. Although Lin Yanran also did not understand Lu Chen's behavior, she explained for him. The reason why Xiaomu can succeed is because he is willing to put aside his pride, try the work of the grassroots employees, and remind himself not to lose himself in money and materialism. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be so young and have such enlightenment. After hearing Lin Yanran's words, Li Jianjun respected Lu Chen. Lu Chen was unaware that Lin Yanran was speaking up for him. At this moment, he was immersed in the rewards from the system. Kill one pig, get money plus 10,000. Kill one pig, get money plus 8,000. Accumulate killing 10 pigs, get 100 pounds of gold pig x1. Accumulate killing 100 pigs, get a luxurious mansion in Mingyue Mountain x1. Accumulate killing 1,000 pigs, get the Star Tower. Kill pigs to the limit, complete the achievement Pig's Worry, and get advanced combat skills. 100 pounds of gold pig has been delivered to the host's bedroom. Documents and information related to the luxurious mansion in Mingyue Mountain and the Star Tower have been respectively delivered to the host's bedroom and phone. Advanced combat skills are being integrated. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen's mind was instantly flooded with a large amount of combat experience. If the previous King of Soldiers physique allowed Lu Chen to have the ultimate human body, then the King of Soldiers physique plus advanced combat skills would double Lu Chen's combat power. Taking off his work clothes, Lu Chen picked up his phone to check the reward information provided by the system. After reading it, even though Lu Chen was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. The Star Tower, located in the financial district of the mountain city, covers an area of nearly 7,000 square meters, with a total construction area of over 300,000 square meters, a height of nearly 400 meters, 80 floors, and a total investment of nearly 5 billion. A Star Tower directly turned Lu Chen into a landlord. Not to mention how much profit the supporting facilities of the Star Tower can make. Just the rental profit alone is a considerable amount. As for the luxurious mansion in Mingyue Mountain, it can be said to be the residence of the top tycoons in Jiangcheng. Those who own a mansion in Mingyue Mountain have a net worth of no less than 50 billion. And there are only 10 mansions in Mingyue Mountain, each priced at around 350 million. Now, he doesn't need to spend his own money to buy a house. Lu Chen was originally thinking of buying a house. After all, with a net worth of over 10 billion, he couldn't keep living in the old residential area every day, right? But what he was thinking about was buying a riverside apartment or a villa. After all, with the current love quota, each opposite sex can only receive 1 million a day. Even if he took Lin Yanran to buy a house, 1 million could only buy an ordinary residential unit. Now it's good, killing pigs directly exploded into a luxurious manner. Not only did it in one step, but also saved him money. General Lu, you've worked hard. Li Jianjun was chatting with Lin Yanran. Seeing Lu Chen taking off his work clothes and walking over, he hurriedly went up to greet him and handed Lu Chen a bottle of mineral water. What hard work, no hard work. Lu Chen opened the mineral water and took a sip, then looked at Lin Yanran and said, Sister Yanran, it's getting late, let's go first. Xiaomu, I may not go home tonight. Lin Yanran spoke. Just now a friend called me and asked me to go and accompany her, she just broke up. Sister Yanran, you still have friends? Lu Chen joked. I thought you didn't have time to make friends. She is my high school classmate, and also my only friend. Lin Yanran said, when I have time, I will introduce you to each other. Okay. Lu Chen took out the car keys and handed them to Lin Yanran. Drive. What about you? Lin Yanran did not take the car keys. I'll have manager Li send me back later. Lu Chen put the car keys into Lin Yanran's hand. Yes, I'll send General Lu back later. Li Jiangong's eyes lit up. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to please Lu Chen. Okay, then I'll leave first. General Lu, go to my place to rest for a while. There's still an hour before the employees get off work. After Lin Yanran left, Li Jiangang looked very eager to please. Lu Chen looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I won't drink tea. Lu Chen said, let the employees start early tomorrow. Okay. Li Jiangang nodded at the words, and hurried to inform the employees to get off work. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen got into Li Jiangong's Volkswagen and left the slaughterhouse. General Lu, speaking of which, I was going to ask you for a leave today. The Volkswagen was driving on the road. Li Jiangang was chatting with Lu Chen while driving. What, something happened at home? Yes. Li Jiangang nodded. My nephew is getting married today. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Chen glanced at Li Jianjun. If I didn't know, I would have thought I didn't give you leave. This morning I was busy contacting the heads of major supermarkets and forgot about it. Li Jiangang smiled awkwardly, but it's okay, it's not too late to go congratulate the newlyweds in the evening. In our place, for weddings, we have to have lunch and dinner. Where is your nephew having the wedding banquet? Lu Chen asked. It's at the Hongyun Grand Hotel. Li Jiangang replied. Hongyun Grand Hotel, that's not far, let's go together, and we can also have dinner. Really? That's great. Li Jiangong's mood instantly became excited. A boss with a net worth of billions accompanying him to his nephew's wedding, just the thought of it made him feel proud. Hongyun Grand Hotel. It's only a few kilometers away from the old residential area where Lu Chen lives. Lu Chen used to pass by here often when delivering takeout. Ding dong. 9th floor of the hotel. Lu Chen and Li Jiangang stepped out of the elevator. Li Jiangang was smiling all the way, walking slightly behind Lu Chen. Hall No. 7. At the entrance was a gift counter where guests could give money gifts. Sitting at the gift counter was a woman. The moment Lu Chen saw the woman, his eyes lit up. Uncle. The woman greeted Li Jiangang when she saw him. General Lu, this is my niece, Li Mengqi. Li Jiangang took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Li Mengqi. Shichi, you collect the money, okay? Okay. Li Mengqi first curiously looked at Lu Chen, then took the red envelope and said, and asked me to help collect the money. Okay. Li Jiangang nodded, then looked at Lu Chen and said, General Lu, let's go in first. Manager Li, wait for me, I'll go downstairs to get some money. Lu Chen's eyes were extremely hot. He had just checked Li Mengqi's personal profile. Her looks scored 90 points. He could definitely make a move. Name, Li Mengqi. Age, 24. Height, 170. Weight, 53 kilograms. Comprehensive appearance score, 90. Driver, 0. Favorability, 0. General Lu, you don't need to be so polite. Li Jianjun thought Lu Chen was going to take money to give gifts, and quickly said, it's my nephew's blessing that you can come. How can I let you give gifts? Wait for me a few minutes. Lu Chen did not respond to Li Jianjun, quickly walked into the elevator, and went downstairs directly. Li Mengqi witnessed this scene and curiously asked, Uncle, isn't your boss a chubby middle-aged man? Li Mengqi had been to the slaughterhouse to find Li Jianjun. In her memory, Li Jianjun's boss was a middle-aged man with a big gold chain and a bulky figure. You are talking about my former boss, General Zhu, Li Jianjun said. General Lu is my current boss, and he is much more capable than General Zhu. But he looks about the same age as me, Li Mengqi said. He became your boss at such a young age. Could he be a second-generation rich person? General Lu was not an ordinary second-generation rich person, Li Jianjun said with a serious expression. General Lu is a billionaire. A billionaire? Li Mengqi widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Li Jianjun in disbelief. Seeing this, Li Jianjun didn't say much. A few minutes later, the elevator opened, and Lu Chen walked out carrying a box. General Lu, what is this? Li Jianjun hurried forward to greet, but the box Lu Chen was carrying puzzled him greatly. However, Lu Chen ignored Li Jianjun and placed the box on the table in front of Li Mengqi. As the box opened, it was filled with stacks of banknotes. Are you Chi? I'm giving a gift. Lu Chen smiled at the dumbfounded Li Mengqi. Uncle, this. Li Mengqi looked flustered. It was the first time in her life that she had seen a box full of banknotes up close. This brought her a strong visual impact. "General Lu, you are too polite." Lee Jianjun swallowed hard. Even he was shocked. He knew that Lu Chen was very rich, but Lu Chen and his nephew didn't know each other. If he was giving so much money just for a meal, it was too exaggerated. He estimated that there was at least 1 million in the box. 1 million, equivalent to his 3 years' salary. "You're welcome," Lu Chen smiled. "I am your boss, and your niece is my niece. It's appropriate to give a red envelope when meeting our niece for the first time." This money from Lu Chen was not for Lee Jianjun's nephew. He and Lee Jianjun's nephew didn't know each other, and the money couldn't be turned into a love fund. He wouldn't do a losing business. This 1 million was, of course, for Li Mingqi. His gaze lingered on Li Mingqi. Wearing a white spaghetti strap dress, with light makeup on her face, a pair of almond eyes clean and agile, a flower silver necklace on her slender swan neck. Because Li Mingqi was sitting down, from Lu Chen's perspective, he could vaguely see a hint of delicate roundness wrapped up. "General Lu, Chi can't accept this money." Li Jianjun's face changed drastically. He thought Lu Chen had taken a liking to Li Mingqi. As Li Mingqi's uncle, if Lu Chen really liked Li Mingqi, he would be overjoyed. After all, with Lu Chen's wealth and background, if Li Mingqi got together with Lu Chen, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it would change her social status. But this was the first time Lu Chen had met Li Mingqi, and he was giving her so much money. It was obvious that he had other intentions. Plus, the intimate relationship between Lu Chen and Lin Yanran. He could be sure that Lu Chen just wanted to play with Li Mingqi. If anything happened to Li Mingqi because of this, he would have a guilty conscience for the rest of his life. "Manager Li, don't overthink it." Lu Chen patted Li Jianjun's shoulder and said with a smile, "I said it's a meeting gift, and that's all it is, no other meaning." As a man, how could Lu Chen not know what Li Jianjun was worried about? But he really just wanted to turn the love fund into cash. Although Li Mingqi was very beautiful, it didn't mean that he wanted to have any relationship with her just because she was beautiful. When it comes to fighting, he has always emphasized mutual consent. And as his value increases, coupled with his willingness to spend money on women, it only makes women want something from him. "Manager Lu, this is too much." Li Jiangang looked at the cash in the box and said, "Too much?" Lu Chen said calmly, "Manager Li, do not limit yourself to your own perspective and thinking." With that, Lu Chen walked straight into the hall. Watching Lu Chen's back, Li Jiangang felt very conflicted. Could it be that Manager Lu has no thoughts about Chi? Is 1 million really just a meeting gift? Thinking about Lu Chen's final words, Li Jiangang felt uneasy. "Well, 1 million is indeed a huge sum for me. But in the eyes of a wealthy son like Manager Lu, 1 million may be no different from 100. Li Jiangang took a deep breath and closed the box. "Chi, what do you think?" Li Jiangang looked at Li Mingqi, who was still in a daze, and said, "This money is a meeting gift from Manager Lu to you. Whether to accept it or not, it's up to you. But I want to remind you, Manager Lu has a girlfriend." "Uncle, have you ever seen anyone give a box of money as a meeting gift?" Li Mingqi said with a pale face, "You return the money to your boss, I don't want it." The idea of a windfall is something that I believe every ordinary person has fantasized about. Li Mingqi is no exception. But she never thought that one day, someone would give her a box of money as a meeting gift. This doesn't even happen in TV dramas. Plus, Li Jiangang said that Lu Chen is a billionaire. She subconsciously thought that Lu Chen wanted to keep her. Although she wanted to get rich, she couldn't accept making money by selling her body. "How about you consider it?" Li Jiangang thought for a moment and said, "Chi, I know you are a good girl, but maybe this is also an opportunity for you." "Uncle." Li Mingqi's face immediately darkened. "Don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant." Li Jiangang hurriedly explained, "What I mean is, Manager Lu is about the same age as you. Although he has a girlfriend, he is not married, so do you understand? You just want me to be his mistress, don't you?" Li Mingqi said angrily. "I'm just expressing my opinion." Li Jiangang took a deep breath and said, "Chi, Manager Lu may be the best opposite sex you will ever meet in your life. If you miss this chance, you will really miss it." Li Jiangang was also very conflicted at this moment. On one hand, he was worried about sending Li Mingqi into a pit. On the other hand, he was worried that Li Mingqi would miss this opportunity to change her social status. In his view, Lu Chen, being so young with $1 billion net worth, definitely had the support of his parents. From this, it can be inferred that Lu Chen's parents' net worth is at least in the hundreds of billions. If Li Mingqi could get along with Lu Chen, even if she couldn't marry into a wealthy family, Lu Chen would definitely not mistreat her. The benefits she would receive from Lu Chen would be enough to ensure that Li Mingqi would live a worry-free life. After listening to Li Jiangon's words, Li Mingqi fell into silence. Looking at the box full of money, Li Mingqi felt as if a demon was staring at her from the box. Gradually, her heart began to race. I'll go in to accompany Manager Lu first. If you don't want the money, return it to Manager Lu yourself. Li Jiangang pushed the money box in front of Li Mingqi and then walked into the hall. Love Fund 1000000. Personal wealth plus 1 million. Inside the hall, as soon as Lu Chen found a seat, he heard the system prompt in his ear. He was not surprised at all. Despite casually giving away 1 million, he still thought 1 million was not much. But in reality, a typical family might only earn this much money after working hard for half a lifetime. People who can refuse 1 million are either not short of money themselves or really have a strong bottom line. The former is rare, and the latter is even rarer. That's reality. Manager Lu, sorry for being late. Li Jiangang walked towards Lu Chen with a bottle of Maotai, which he specially bought from the hotel. Lu, you gave Chi-Chi so many meeting red envelopes. Chi-Chi is shy and doesn't know how to thank you, so I'll drink a toast to you on her behalf, Li Jiangang said as he poured a glass of wine for Lu Chen and himself. Manager Li, starting tomorrow, you won't be the HR manager anymore, Lu Chen spoke up. Li Jiangong's hand trembled as he raised the wine glass, his face instantly turning pale. He thought Lu Chen was going to fire him. From now on, you will be in charge of the slaughterhouse, Lu Chen smiled at Li Jiangang. Assist Mr. Lin in managing the slaughterhouse well. Yes, Lu. I will definitely work hard. Li Jiangong's mood was like a roller coaster, from anxious to extremely excited in an instant. Lu, thank you for your trust. I'll drink this glass first. Li Jiangang raised the glass and drank it in one gulp. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised his glass and took a sip. Half an hour later, Lu Chen, full of food and drink, was ready to leave. Take your time eating, I'll leave first, Lu Chen politely said to the people still eating. Everyone at his table was Li Jiangong's relatives. Lu, I'll drive you. Li Jiangong's face turned red as he stood up unsteadily, about to send Lu Chen off. Forget it, I don't want to end up in jail. Lu Chen gave Li Jiangang a cold look. Right, almost forgot. Li Jiangang awkwardly smiled and then handed the car keys to Li Mingqi, who was eating. Chi-Chi, you drive my car and take Lu back. Me? Li Mingqi stole a glance at Lu Chen and found him looking at her, causing her face to turn red instantly. You're the only one who hasn't been drinking, who else could it be? Li Jiangang urged, hurry up, don't keep Lu waiting. Okay. Li Mingqi took the car keys, shyly looked at Lu Chen, and said, Lu, I'll drive you. Okay. Lu Chen smiled and then left the dining hall with Li Mingqi. When Lu Chen and Li Mingqi left, a young man noticed a box under the seat where Li Mingqi was sitting. He picked up the box and asked, Uncle, is this your box? Don't touch it. Li Jiangang looked at the box in the young man's hand and quickly snatched it back, his expression serious. This is what Lu gave to Chi-Chi. Brother, what are you saying? A middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Li Jiangang frowned. Chi-Chi doesn't know that young man, why would he give her a box? The middle-aged man was Li Mingqi's father, Li Yunhua. Yunhua, it's not the box that Lu gave, but what's inside the box? Li Jiangang seemed a bit drunk. He then walked unsteadily to Li Yunhua, patted his shoulder, and said, Yunhua, you're in luck. Brother, what are you talking about? Li Yunhua furrowed his brows. You'll see when you look at this. Li Jiangang placed the box on the table, then opened it in front of Li Yunhua and the others. Instantly, stacks of banknotes caught everyone's eyes. See, 1 million, Lu gave this as a meeting red envelope to Chi-Chi. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Li Jiangang continued, Lu, my boss, is also the owner of Baiyun Farm and Fulai Supermarket, with a net worth of over 100 billion. If Chi-Chi and Lu get together, Yunhua, your whole family will be well off. Chi-Chi is so lucky. Some said enviously after hearing Li Jiangong's words. I knew Jiangang was calling a young man Lu, turns out that young man is such a wealthy big boss. Yunhua, you have to make sure Chi-Chi seizes this opportunity. Congratulations, uncle, you'll be the father-in-law of a billionaire in the future. Listening to everyone's comments, Li Yunhua frowned but remained silent. He was more worried that Li Mingqi might be deceived rather than finding a wealthy boyfriend. Yunhua, rest assured, Lu's character is impeccable. Li Jiangang locked the suitcase and handed it to Li Yunhua, saying, I know what you're worried about, but for Chi-Chi, isn't this an opportunity? Downstairs at the hotel, Lu Chen looked at Li Mingqi following behind him and said, Go back, I can take a taxi myself. Do you think I dare to go back now? Li Mingqi looked at Lu Chen and said, They must all hope that I won't go back tonight. But this is also your choice, isn't it? Lu Chen smiled and said, I understand your feelings, but it's not necessary. To be blunt, I can give you 1 million as a meeting gift. I can give it to other women. 1 million may be a huge sum to you, but to me, it's nothing. I know you're rich, but rich people like you are not stupid. You must have some purpose, right? Li Mingqi pursed her lips and said, And it's a fact that I took your money. I don't think I'm noble. I'm a man, you're a woman, what do you think I want? Lu Chen took a step closer to Li Mingqi, and instantly Li Mingqi's face turned pale with fear. I understand. Li Mingqi lowered her head and said, but I still don't know your name. Since Li Mingqi took Lu Chen's money, she wouldn't give herself a false reputation. As Li Jiangang said, if Lu Chen could be interested in her, it would be an opportunity for her. Instead of stumbling in society and possibly gaining nothing in the end, it's better to please Lu Chen. Lu Chen is young, handsome, and wealthy. As long as she pleases Lu Chen, she will have a worry-free life in her later years. Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned around and said, you're right, rich people are not stupid, they won't give money to others for no reason, I'm the same. But I have already obtained what I wanted, so you don't need to feel guilty. Consider that money as an unexpected gift from heaven. Of course, if you really feel uneasy and insist on something happening between us to be satisfied, I can reluctantly agree. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he hailed a taxi on the side of the road and left. Watching the taxi disappear around the corner of the road, Li Mingqi first breathed a sigh of relief, then a blush appeared on her face, muttering to herself, who wants something to happen between us? Li Mingqi's favorability plus 20. Women. In the taxi, Lu Chen looked at the colorful lights outside the window, lost in thought. Back home. Lu Chen went straight to the bedroom. On the bed in the bedroom, there were 100 caddies of gold pigs awarded by the system, as well as the relevant documents for the Star Tower and Moon Villa. After putting the 100 caddies of gold pigs in the closet, Lu Chen transferred $1 million to Lin Yanran, then went to take a shower. Love fund minus $1 million. Personal wealth plus $1 million. The next day. Early morning. In the fresh food section of Fulai Supermarket, it was bustling. Aunt Wan, Fulai Supermarket has discounts on meat, come quickly. Aunt Li, Fulai Supermarket has a threefold discount on meat, hurry. What, you're already grabbing it? Oh my, pork loin for less than 5 yuan per kilogram, pork belly for less than 4 yuan per kilogram, this is too cheap. Everyone, line up, don't grab. A middle-aged man looked helplessly at the elderly people clamoring. The middle-aged man's name is Zhang Bing, the store manager of this Fulai Supermarket. Early this morning, he received instructions from above that the poultry and meat products in the supermarket would be on a threefold discount for a month. He didn't understand this decision. After all, the profit margin for poultry and meat products is only about 35% in the supermarket. Once sold at a threefold discount, the loss for just one day is huge, let alone for a month. But whether he understood it or not, he was just an employee and could only follow what was instructed from above. Similar situations were happening in all 18 Fulai supermarkets in the city. Soon, news of the threefold discount on meat at Fulai Supermarket spread throughout the streets and alleys of the city. In just half a day, the poultry and meat products from 18 Fulai supermarkets were sold out. In the financial district, in the Tianla Group meeting room, after Zhou Ting answered a phone call, her face instantly turned extremely ugly. Knock knock. Just then, the meeting room door was knocked on. Before Zhou Ting could speak, two anxious figures pushed the door open. Zhou Ting was about to get angry, but upon seeing the visitors, she quickly controlled her emotions. Manager Zhou, you should know about the threefold discount at Fulai Supermarket, right? Said a bulky middle-aged man in a deep voice. The middle-aged man was none other than Huang Jinkai from Baida Group. Yes, Zhou Ting nodded, the people below just reported to me. Manager Zhou, please tell us what to do next, Huang Jinkai said with an unpleasant expression. Now that Fulai Supermarket is losing money with the threefold discount, customers are going to the other side. If we let the other side continue for a month, all three of us will lose a certain market share. Manager Huang, since the other side can offer a threefold discount, we can do the same, Zhou Ting pondered. The number of supermarkets owned by our three companies in the mountain city is not as many as Fulai Supermarket. Under the same discount conditions, Fulai Supermarket's daily losses will be higher than ours. In the long run, Fulai Supermarket will definitely be the first to give in. It's easier said than done. Next to Huang Jinkai, Sun Hong, the boss of Wanja Group, spoke up. Fulai is not listed, so even if it loses money, it's just a loss. But our three groups are listed, and we have more than just supermarket industries under us. Once we start losing continuously, the stock will definitely be affected. If the stock falls, the losses will be several times, even tens of times, that of Fulai Supermarket. Furthermore, Manager Zhou, you have your father behind you, and the support of the breeding farms under Shouyuan Group. You can purchase poultry at a low price, even at cost price, even with a threefold discount, you can minimize the losses. But Huang and I are different. The poultry in our supermarkets are purchased at market prices. I will have my father provide poultry to you at a low price until this discount war is over, Zhou Ting said calmly. I'm sorry, Manager Zhou, Huang and I do not intend to participate in this discount war, Sun Hong said with an unpleasant expression. Baiyun Breeding Farm, Mulan Slaughterhouse, Fucklie Supermarket, their owner is the same person. Your father can provide us with low prices, but Fucklie is selling at cost price, we have no chance of winning. Sun Hong and Huang Jinkai are bosses of listed companies. They are not foolish people. After learning that the owner of Fucklie Supermarket is also Lu Chen, they each held meetings in their companies to discuss. The conclusion they reached was that engaging in a discount war with Fucklie would only lead to supermarket losses and indirectly affect their group's stocks. The best solution is to ignore it. Although the flow of customers in their respective supermarkets will decrease, it will not affect the stocks. As long as they persist for a month, when the meat discount activity at Fucklie Supermarket ends, they can gradually introduce some discounts and restore customer flow. Since Manager Sun and Manager Huang have made a decision, I won't say much more, Zhou Ting said slowly, but I want to remind you both that the supermarket market share in the mountain city is limited, and in a month, many things can change. Manager Zhou, you are still young. I want to remind you that being alive is the greatest victory, Sun Hong said meaningfully. Zhou Ting didn't say much in response. When Huang Jinkai and Sun Hong left, a smile appeared on her lips. As Lu Chen was sleeping, he suddenly smelled a milky fragrance. When he opened his eyes, he found Lin Yanran lying in his arms. Her plump, beautiful legs were boldly placed on him. What's going on? Am I not in my own room? Lu Chen looked puzzled. Just then, Lin Yanran's eyelashes moved, and her sleepy peach blossom eyes slowly opened. Xiaomu, looking at Lu Chen's face so close, Lin Yanran's face instantly blushed. Sister Yen, when did you come back? Around 1 in the morning. Lin Yanran leaned into Lu Chen's arms. Didn't I lock the door? How did you get in? I have the key. Lin Yanran smiled. You forgot. I am your landlord. So you didn't do anything to me? Lu Chen hugged Lin Yanran's slender waist with both hands, feeling the delicate and smooth touch. Guess. Lin Yanran sat up, a charming smile on her face. What do you want me to do to you? As she spoke, Lin Yanran reached up and tied her hair. The sunlight sprinkled on Lin Yanran, highlighting her amazing fullness as she raised her hands, revealing a perfect curve. The faint milky fragrance on Lin Yanran made Lu Chen's breathing slightly quicken. In the morning, a man's yang energy is at its peak. An hour later, Lu Chen and Lin Yanran appeared in the living room. Both of them had a blush on their faces. Xiaomu, I won't go to the slaughterhouse later, Lin Yanran said as she applied the Chanel hand cream Lu Chen gave her. I'm going to attend a boss training class first, otherwise I can't understand what Manager Li said at all. Do you want me to accompany you? Lu Chen said, there are many training institutions in the market that are scams, don't be deceived. No need, the boss training class I'm going to is run by my friend, she promised to let me attend her classes for free. Is your friend that amazing? Lu Chen was surprised. Boss training classes cater to middle and senior management of enterprises. If Lin Yanran's friend can run a boss training class, it means she not only has a high education level but also many business connections. My friend is a top student from Huaqing, Lin Yanran replied. Huaqing, no wonder. As one of the top universities in Longwa, graduates from Huaqing are outstanding in various industries, and people from major enterprises are willing to pay for the reputation of Huaqing. I have to go, my friend is coming to pick me up soon. Lin Yanran glanced at the time and then hurriedly left. Just as she walked out of the door, Lin Yanran remembered something, ran back, and tiptoed to kiss Lu Chen on the lips. Remember to have breakfast, Lin Yanran reminded, then blushed and left. Lu Chen touched his lips, his eyes somewhat dazed. Slaughterhouse. When Lu Chen's car appeared, Li Jiangang came to greet him as usual. This time, there was a beautiful figure beside Li Jiangang. Isn't this Chi-Chi? Lu Chen got out of the car and looked at the figure next to Li Jiangang, who was Li Mengqi. Manager Lu, the thing is, Chi-Chi has been out of college for a year and hasn't found a suitable job. Manager Lu, you asked me to recruit people, so I brought Chi-Chi over to try. Manager Li, you are a bit ruthless. Lu Chen said, this is a slaughterhouse here, are you letting your niece come here to interview to work on the production line slaughtering pigs? Lu Chen gave Li Jiangang a look and then looked at Li Mengqi. What did you study in college? I studied in administrative management. Li Mengqi looked shyly at Lu Chen. After returning to the hotel last night, all her relatives instilled thoughts in her, asking her to seize the opportunity and not miss out on Lu Chen, the golden son-in-law. Administrative management, you could be a secretary. Lu Chen pondered. Manager Lu, Chi-Chi is capable. Li Jiangan's eyes lit up. He brought Li Mengqi over to see if she could become Lu Chen's secretary. If the interview is successful, Li Mengqi will have more opportunities to interact with Lu Chen. Both of them are young and attractive, and staying together for a long time will inevitably spark the flames of love. Do you want to be a secretary? Lu Chen's gaze swept over Li Mengqi. She was wearing an OL shirt on top, a tight skirt on the bottom, paired with black stockings. Her long and slender legs exuded a seductive charm under the black stockings. Apart from a somewhat naive temperament, Li Mingqi's outfit really resembled that of a secretary. Yes. Li Mingqi nodded. Please give me a chance, Mr. Lu. I will work hard. In that case, you can stay. Lu Chen handed the car keys to Li Mingqi. I need to go out for a while, and you can also work as my part-time driver. Whether Li Mingqi works as a secretary is not important. What matters is that Li Mingqi stays, giving him another target for his love fund. Okay, Mr. Lu. A blush appeared on Li Mingqi's face. She suddenly remembered a sentence she saw online. When the secretary has work to do, and when there is nothing to do. Uncle, does Mr. Lu have a grudge against these geese? Slaughter area. Li Mingqi stared blankly at Lu Chen killing geese on the assembly line. Coming back to her senses, she checked the time and saw that it was already 2 in the afternoon. Mr. Lu is experiencing the hardships of the lower-level employees to remind himself not to lose himself in money and materialism, Li Jiangang said with a smile. Now that Lu Chen has saved the slaughterhouse from the brink of bankruptcy, he has been promoted from a personnel manager to the head of the slaughterhouse. His niece has even become Lu Chen's secretary, one good thing after another. I see, no wonder he became a billionaire entrepreneur at such a young age. Li Mingqi's gaze towards Lu Chen became more respectful upon hearing this. Li Mingqi's favorability +10. Kill 1 goose, get +100 money. Kill 1 goose, get +180 money. Accumulate killing 10 geese, get +5 million money. Accumulate killing 100 geese, get a Rolls-Royce Phantom ×1. Accumulate killing 1,000 geese, get 51% stake in thriving feed group. Reach the limit of killing geese, complete the achievement goose, 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 and get master-level swimming skills. Rolls-Royce has been delivered to the Manor Garage. Relevant procedures and information of thriving feed group have been respectively delivered to the host's bedroom and phone. Master-level swimming skills are being integrated. The system prompt sounded, and Lu Chen's face showed a satisfied smile. At the same time, a large amount of swimming-related knowledge was integrated into his mind. With his soldier physique, if he were to participate in the Olympics, he would definitely bring glory to the country and win a swimming gold medal. Taking off his work clothes, Lu Chen opened his phone to check the information of Thriving Feed Group. Thriving Feed Group, a listed company with a market value of over 5 billion, mainly engaged in the feed business, involving both poultry feed and plant feed. At the same time, Thriving Feed is the largest feed supplier in the entire southwestern region. Whether it's his Baiyun breeding farm or Zhou Wen's breeding farm, they both use Thriving Feed. This is getting interesting. Lu Chen turned off his phone, revealing a thoughtful smile. Just then, the phone rang. The caller was Chen Xing, the person in charge of Fulai Supermarket. The call was connected, and Chen Xing's respectful voice came from the other end. Mr. Lu, as you instructed, I have had the managers of the various stores in Mountain City launch a threefold discount on meat products. In addition, Tianla Supermarket has also launched a similar cooperation with us. What about Baida and Wanjia? Lu Chen asked. Baida and Wanjia have not made any moves for the time being. In that case, change the discount activity. Mr. Lu, changing it now might cause problems. Chen Xing's voice became noticeably serious. I'm not asking you to cancel it, Lu Chen said. Since Tianla has also launched a similar promotion as us, let's just change the threefold discount to a one-fold discount. What? One-fold? On the phone, Chen Xing was almost in tears. Mr. Lu, isn't one-fold a bit too much? Do as I say, one-fold. I want to see if the other party dares to compete. Lu Chen hung up after saying this. He then opened the address book and called Su Chang, the person in charge of Xingchen Building. The call connected, and Lu Chen spoke first. Is Shouyuan Group and Tianla Group renting our office building? Yes, General Manager Lu. Inform them that the rent is increasing. By how much? Double. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen called Tang Ming, the person in charge of Zhuozhuan Feed Group. The contact information of these people appeared on his phone after he received the reward. General Manager Lu. A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. Manager Tang, do we have cooperation with Shouyuan Group in Mountain City? Yes, the feed for Shouyuan Group's breeding farms is provided by us. Inform them that the feed price is increasing. By how much? Double. Lu Chen was not surprised that Tianla Supermarket dared to offer the same threefold discount. After all, the owner of Tianla Supermarket was Zhou Wen's daughter. Therefore, Tianla Supermarket could easily purchase poultry from Shouyuan Group at a low price or even at cost price, thereby greatly reducing the losses during the promotional period. But this also gave Lu Chen an opportunity. Was Zhou Ting trying to compete with him and offering discounts? He directly increased the feed and rent prices, earning back the losses from the promotional period of Fulai Supermarket in advance. Shoyuan Group's conference room. Zhou Wen and his daughter stood by the French windows, each holding a cup of coffee, with a look of strategizing on their faces. Tingting, you are indeed clever, Zhou Wen smiled. Huang Jinkai and Sun Hong thought they could stay out of the battle and benefit alone, but they don't know that our real target is them. During the discount battle, we will indeed incur losses, but as long as the citizens benefit, the supermarket's reputation will improve, and the long-term benefits will be enough to make up for the losses during this period. As for General Huang and General Sun, they are afraid of losses and dare not participate in the discount battle, but in the end, they will lose more than they gain. Now that the old customers of Baida and Wanjia have emotions, criticizing the two supermarkets online, at this time, we just need to add fuel to the fire, enough to shake the stocks of the two companies. What are your plans for Fulai Supermarket? Zhou Wen sipped his coffee and pondered. That young man named Lu Chen seems to have a background. Let's observe for a while. Zhou Ting said, as long as we can successfully acquire the stocks of Baida and Wanjia, when Tianla, Baida, and Wanjia merge, it will be enough to defeat Fulai. Once Fulai declares bankruptcy, the poultry from Baiyun breeding farm will have nowhere to go, and in the end, it will have to close down. We can then seize the opponent's market share in the breeding market. Good. Zhou Wen nodded in satisfaction. He only had one daughter, Zhou Ting, whom he had cherished since she was a child and had always groomed as his successor. And Zhou Ting did not disappoint him. At the age of only 28, she founded Tianla Group and became a billionaire entrepreneur. Although he had helped her behind the scenes, it was mainly Zhou Ting's own abilities. Buzz, the phone rang. Zhou Wen picked up his phone and answered the call. After a few words, Zhou Wen hung up the phone, his face looking very unpleasant. What's wrong? Zhou Ting asked Zhou Wen. The rent at Xingshan building has doubled. Didn't we sign a contract? Zhou Ting frowned. The contract clearly states that the rent will not increase within 5 years. The other party's intention is that due to market changes, rent increases are within the legal limits. If we have objections, we can choose to terminate the lease. At this critical moment, if we terminate the lease, the outside world will think that something has happened to our group. Moreover, in the entire financial district, Xingshan building has the best location. Zhou Ting's expression turned serious. Give the money to the other party first. The rent is a small matter. Don't cause unnecessary trouble by terminating the lease. Buzz, as Zhou Ting's voice fell, Zhou Wen's phone rang again. When he saw the caller ID, Zhou Wen's voice became noticeably more enthusiastic. But soon, his enthusiasm was extinguished by a bucket of water. What? Price increase. Zhou Wen's face looked ugly. General Tang, we have been cooperating for almost 10 years. How can you just raise the price like that? General Zhou, the market has changed, the cost of making feed has increased, we have no choice, please understand, General Zhou. Tang Ning's steady voice came from the other end of the phone. General Tang, a price increase is acceptable, but doubling it is too much. Zhou Wen took a deep breath. I can accept a maximum of 30%. General Zhou, you can consider it. If you feel it's not suitable, you can cooperate with other companies. After Tang Ning finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Bang! Zhou Wen slammed his phone hard on the ground, his face full of anger. Market changes, one by one. Do they really think I, Zhou Wen, am easy to bully? This is too much of a coincidence. Zhou Ting put down the coffee in her hand and made a phone call. A few minutes later, Zhou Ting's face turned pale, sitting weakly in the chair. She had just called other companies that cooperated with Zhuang Feed. The information she received was that other companies had not received any notice of a price increase. In other words, the price increase by Zhuang Feed was only targeted at Shoyuan Group. Damn, who was behind this? Zhou Wen's chest kept rising and falling, feeling angry and more fearful. Although Shoyuan Group was valued at billions, compared to the over 500 billion valuation of Zhuang Feed, there was still a huge gap. More importantly, once Zhuang Feed announced the termination of cooperation with Shoyuan Group, the market value of Shoyuan Group would plummet significantly. Lu Chen. Zhou Ting muttered Lu Chen's name. It's impossible. Zhou Wen's face changed drastically. Zhuang Feed is a company valued at 500 billion, and the boss is not surnamed Lu. This must be a coincidence. Regardless of whether it's him or not, I must meet with him. Zhou Ting took a deep breath. You stabilize the situation with Zhuang Feed, until we find a replacement company. Even if it means losing money, we must maintain cooperation with them. Also, find out if there have been any recent changes in the ownership of Zhuang Feed. General Lu, do you live here? Li Mingqi drove Lu Chen to the old neighborhood. When she saw the dilapidated building, her respect for Lu Chen increased even more. General Lu was too low-key. Clearly worth billions, yet living in such a place. Lu Chen nodded without explaining anything. When you are wealthy enough, even if you live under a bridge, people will say you are experiencing life. Let's go, help me move some things. Lu Chen got out of the car, ready to visit the manor today. Okay. Li Mingqi followed behind Lu Chen, glancing around from time to time. Lu Chen lived on the 7th floor. Since the old neighborhood had no elevator, they had to take the stairs. Are you okay? When they were halfway up, Lu Chen suddenly noticed that Li Mingqi looked a bit painful. I twisted my foot. Li Mingqi looked pitifully at Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen realized that Li Mingqi was wearing high heels. Come up. Lu Chen crouched down. General Lu, this is not appropriate. Seeing Lu Chen's broad back, Li Mingqi's delicate face turned crimson in an instant. Don't be so talkative. Lu Chen glanced back at Li Mingqi. Seeing this, Li Mingqi quickly obediently lay on Lu Chen's back. At the same time, Lu Chen held Li Mingqi's legs with both hands and continued to walk upstairs with her on his back. General Lu, am I too heavy? Li Mingqi asked shyly. But deep down, she was very happy, even feeling sweet. Li Mingqi's favorability +10. Not at all. Lu Chen replied. With his physical condition, Li Mingqi's weight was nothing to him while carrying her. Of course, he could still feel the fullness pressing on his back. Soon, Lu Chen carried Li Mingqi to the 7th floor. Change into these slippers. After entering the room, Lu Chen handed a pair of slippers to Li Mingqi. Thank you. Li Mingqi sat on the sofa, her gaze following Lu Chen's movements. When she saw Lu Chen coming out of the bedroom holding a golden pig, she was dumbfounded. President Lu, could this be real gold? Do you want to hold it and see? Lu Chen placed the golden pig on the coffee table, then successively took out gold bars and various contracts from the bedroom. At first, Li Mingqi's attention was on the golden pig and gold bars, but soon, she was attracted by the contracts one by one. Baiyun Breeding Farm Acquisition Contract. Thriving Feed Equity Contract. Hulekane Supermarket Acquisition Contract. Manhwa Mountain Villa Purchase Contract. Audi A8 Car Purchase Contract. Rolls-Royce Phantom Car Purchase Contract. President Lu is really rich. Li Mingqi took out her phone and searched for Thriving Feed. When she learned that Thriving Feed was a group worth 500 billion, she was stunned. Stop looking. Lu Chen put the contracts in a bag and handed it to Li Mingqi, saying, you take this, I'll take the gold bars and golden pig. Okay, got it. Coming back to her senses, Li Mingqi took the bag and held it tightly with both hands, afraid of losing it. Come here. Lu Chen held the golden pig in his left hand, a box containing gold bars in his right hand, and squatted in front of Li Mingqi. Manhwa Mountain, a few kilometers away from Huajiang. Standing at the top of Manhwa Mountain, you can overlook Huajiang and the nearby commercial area. When Lu Chen drove to the estate rewarded by the system, a middle-aged man in a suit was standing at the entrance of the estate. As Lu Chen got out of the car, the man hurried forward to greet him. Young Master Lu, welcome home. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully, saying, I am the property manager here, Zhao Lin. Just call me by my name. Zhao Lin handed a document bag to Lu Chen, saying, Young Master Lu, the keys and related items of the estate are here, please check. In addition, the estate is cleaned regularly every day, and young Master Lu can move in at any time. Okay, thank you. Lu Chen took the document bag. No problem. Zhao Lin smiled and said, Young Master Lu, I won't disturb you to visit the new house. If you have any questions later, feel free to contact me. Lu Chen nodded. After Zhao Lin left, Lu Chen drove into the estate. Upon entering the estate, the first thing that caught the eye was a straight road hundreds of meters long, lined with romantic phoenix trees on both sides. So big. Li Mingqi leaned on the car window, shocked by everything in the estate. The estate was larger than some parks she had visited. Artificial lake, grassland, rockery, fountain, everything was there. After driving for a few minutes, a magnificent residence came into view. As an ordinary person, she had never seen such a scene and was in a daze the whole time. Not only Li Mingqi, even Lu Chen was shocked. No wonder those who could afford Manhwa Mountain Villa had a net worth of at least 500 billion. Not to mention that the estate's selling price was over 3 billion, the daily cleaning cost was also not small. Parking the car in the open space in front of the residence, Lu Chen and Li Mingqi entered the house. After a careful look around, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a luxurious estate worth over 3 billion. Besides its large size, it had everything like a cinema, gym, chess room, helipad. Everything you could think of. There were even 2 swimming pools, one indoor and one outdoor. Inside the indoor swimming pool, Lu Chen took off his clothes and soaked in the water wearing only shorts. Comfortable. Lu Chen buried his head in the water, swimming back and forth like a fish at the bottom of the water. With master-level swimming skills and a soldier's physique, Lu Chen felt like a fish in the water. Lu Chen suddenly wanted to see how long he could hold his breath underwater. So he surfaced, took a deep breath, and asked the blushing Li Mingqi by the pool, "What time is it now?" "It's 4:30 in the afternoon." Li Mingqi took out her phone, checked the time, and replied, "Splash." Upon learning the time, Lu Chen plunged directly into the water. Minutes later, seeing that Lu Chen had not emerged from the water, Li Mingqi couldn't sit still. "General Lu, are you okay?" Li Mingqi said to Lu Chen in the water. However, Lu Chen couldn't hear her at all. "General Lu, don't scare me." When she saw Lu Chen motionless in the water, Li Mingqi panicked. She quickly jumped into the pool and swam towards Lu Chen. "What is this girl doing?" Lu Chen was holding his breath in the water, but suddenly, a pair of legs wrapped in black stockings appeared before his eyes. Li Mingqi buried her head in the water, locking eyes with Lu Chen, and the two stared at each other. "General Lu." Li Mingqi was about to speak, but water rushed into her mouth, startling her to quickly resurface. "White." Lu Chen looked up and a flash of white made his heart race. "General Lu, you really are something, not saying a word while holding your breath in the water." Li Mingqi looked at her soaked clothes, feeling helpless. Just then, Lu Chen surfaced from the water. The two locked eyes again. Li Mingqi subconsciously swallowed nervously. "Lu." Li Mingqi hadn't finished speaking when her delicate lips were sealed. In an instant, Li Mingqi widened her beautiful eyes. She instinctively tried to push Lu Chen away, but when her hand touched his firm abdominal muscles, she quietly let go. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. An hour later, Lu Mingqi was carried out of the pool by Lu Chen. As she looked at the water surface of the pool, recalling the scenes that had just happened, her cheeks burned with heat. When she saw the plum blossoms dissipate in the water with her own eyes, a sense of loss surged in her heart. But soon, she accepted reality. She had no regrets about her relationship with Lu Chen. Since she accepted the 1 million from Lu Chen yesterday, she knew this day would come soon. And Lu Chen was young, handsome, in good shape, and rich. She couldn't ask for more. Li Mingqi's favorability plus 20. "General Lu, what should I wear later?" In the bedroom, Li Mingqi was blow-drying her hair. At this moment, her perfect figure was exposed in the air. "I'll go out and buy you an outfit." Lu Chen's gaze shamelessly roamed over Li Mingqi's body. As a beauty with a comprehensive appearance score of 90, Li Mingqi had nothing to be criticized for in terms of appearance or figure. Her slender waist, fair and smooth skin, and perky round buttocks, although not very large, were well-rounded and firm, and her legs had no excess fat. Under Lu Chen's scorching gaze, Li Mingqi's face and neck were covered in a blush, and her beautiful legs involuntarily tightened. Driving out to buy clothes for Li Mingqi, Lu Chen casually checked his personal information. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 23 years old. Monster fighting level, level 1. Monster fighting value, 6,000/10,000. Daily monster fighting quantity, 1,000. Achievements completed, 6. Love fund, 999. 9 billion. Personal wealth, 60,863,179. 5. This is too slow. Looking at the remaining love fund, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. It had been almost a week, and he hadn't even cashed out 1 billion from the love fund. But fortunately, his monster fighting level was about to level up, and as the level increased, the daily amount of love fund that could be cashed out would also increase. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen transferred 1 million to Lin Xiaoxiao, Xia Ning, Lin Yanran, and Li Mingqi respectively. Not long after, the women successively received the transfers. Love fund, 4 million. Personal wealth plus 4 million. After transferring the money, Lu Chen also messaged Lin Yanran, saying he wouldn't be coming home today. Lin Yanran simply replied with an okay and didn't ask further. Xingchen Building. 28th floor. The offices on this floor were all training institutions. Lin Yanran's friend's boss training class was also here. "Anya, I'll sleep at your place tonight." Outside the training class corridor, Lin Yanran put away her phone and said to the woman closing the door behind her. The woman was wearing a traditional Chinese dress, elegant and exuding a strong scholarly atmosphere. Her appearance was extremely delicate, with a face devoid of makeup, eyes like gemstones, clear and bright, and an expression of intelligence and gentleness between her eyebrows. Even standing next to Lin Yanran, the woman did not fall behind at all, and even slightly surpassed Lin Yanran in temperament. "Not going back to accompany your boyfriend?" Anya put the keys in her bag and looked at Lin Yanran with resentment. "You were going back to be with him late at night yesterday." "He's not coming home today," Lin Yanran said. "He must be busy with something." "Yanran, you're too naive." Anya shook her head. "When a man says he's busy at night, it's mostly because he's out having fun. Besides, your boyfriend is so outstanding, he doesn't need to socialize at night at all, so I'm sure he has other women outside." You don't understand, Lin Yanran said. If it weren't for Xiaomu, I would still be working day and night. Xiaomu gave me the life I have now, and also gave me the chance to be loved. Being able to be with Xiaomu, I am already content. I dare not ask for more. Even if what you said is true, that Xiaomu has other women outside, what can I do? Argue with him, or leave him? Doing that won't do me any good. Yanran, you're too humble. Anya frowned. I would never allow my boyfriend to have other women behind my back. If I find out, I will definitely break up with him. We're different. Lin Yanran smiled and didn't say much. Anya was a talented student at Huaqing. She was excellent herself, so she didn't need to rely on men. She was just an ordinary person. She longed to be loved, to have someone give her a sense of security. Before being with Lu Chen, she had to constantly remind herself to be strong. Only by being strong enough could she survive in the market, earn money to send Lin Xiaoxiao to college. And after being with Lu Chen, she could hide behind him like a little girl. Lu Chen would protect her, care for her. Lin Xiaoxiao was once the meaning of her life. Lin Xiaoxiao was so innocent because she had endured everything. And now, she was living not just for Lin Xiaoxiao, but also for herself and Lu Chen. She hoped to become excellent enough to keep up with Lu Chen, and she believed that Lu Chen would not abandon her. The next day, Lu Chen woke up in a suffocating feeling. When he opened his eyes, all he saw was a vast expanse of white. Li Mingqi was tightly hugging his head as if trying to meld him into her body. Lu Chen broke free from Li Mingqi's embrace, gasping for air. This girl, is she trying to suffocate me? Lu Chen looked at Li Mingqi, who was sleeping soundly, the sunlight shining on her perfect body like a piece of art. For a moment, Lu Chen felt a fire burning in his heart, and he went into battle mode directly. So he turned over. By noon, Li Mingqi walked out of the room, supporting her waist. Who says only tired oxen, and not ruined fields? Li Mingqi felt like her body was falling apart. Looking back at Lu Chen, who was getting dressed, her beautiful legs couldn't help but tremble. What, still want more? Seeing Li Mingqi looking at him, Lu Chen smiled. After merging with the Soldier King physique, his combat power had greatly increased. Li Mingqi, inexperienced in such matters, was no match for him. After a round of battle, Li Mingqi was crying and begging for mercy. No more, no more. Li Mingqi shook her head like a rattle. She was uncomfortable even walking now. If she asked for more, she feared she wouldn't be able to get out of bed all day. Women say one thing, mean another. Lu Chen walked past Li Mingqi and whispered in her ear, "You didn't say that just now." Li Mingqi's face instantly turned red, thinking of what she had said just now. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. But she swore that those blunt words were not what she wanted to say, but they just came out uncontrollably. Buzz just then. Lu Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. Lu Chen took out his phone and glanced at it. It was an unknown number. He answered the call, and a round and gentle voice came from the other end. "May I ask, is this Mr. Lu Chen?" "Yes, who is this?" Lu Chen asked with a puzzled expression. "I am Zhou Ting from Tianla Group. I would like to invite Mr. Lu for a meal. Is Mr. Lu available?" Finally, she couldn't help it. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. He had long guessed that the other party would contact him. As for the purpose of meeting him, he didn't need to think about it. It must be to probe his background. Across from the Xingchen building is a high-end Western restaurant. A private room on the second floor of the restaurant. Zhou Ting sat by the window, looking down at the street below. Soon, a Rolls-Royce Phantom caught her attention. Especially when she saw the license plate of the Phantom. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran and Enya walked out of the building below the Xingchen building. Their attention was also drawn to the Rolls-Royce. A Rolls-Royce Phantom worth millions, with a license plate of 5 zeros. "It seems like a big shot has come to the financial district," Enya said. As the owner of a boss training class, she was very familiar with luxury cars. Even for billionaires, they would not be willing to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, a Phantom costs over 10 million, equivalent to a tenth of their net worth. If the Phantom symbolizes the owner's wealth, then a license plate with 5 zeros symbolizes the owner's status. People who own such a rare consecutive number plate are not just wealthy. "It seems like my boyfriend's license plate is also a consecutive number like this," Lin Yanran said, "but my boyfriend's is 5 ones. Are you sure?" Enya looked at Lin Yanran in shock. She didn't know much about Lu Chen, only that he was a billionaire according to Lin Yanran. But she didn't ask specifically about Lu Chen's net worth. Xiaomu. Lin Yanran didn't respond to Enya. At this moment, she was looking at the street opposite with a face full of surprise. She saw the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom open, and Lu Chen, dressed casually, got out of the car. "Wait, could that handsome guy be your boyfriend?" Enya also saw Lu Chen, and she was even more shocked. "What is your boyfriend's identity? Didn't you say his net worth is only 1 billion? Enya asked in succession. I said, his net worth exceeds 1 billion. Seeing Lu Chen entering the restaurant, Lin Yanran withdrew her gaze and said, but I don't know exactly how much Xiaomu has. I only know that Baiyun Farm and Fulai Supermarket are his businesses. Baiyun Farm, Fulai Supermarket. And Ye's mouth twitched. These combined are worth hundreds of billions. Your boyfriend actually has a net worth of hundreds of billions. No wonder you can't control your boyfriend. With a billionaire entrepreneur, you can't even if you want to. And Ye's mood was quite complicated. She had once dated a boyfriend whose net worth was only over $1 billion, and he had many other women outside. Due to her cleanliness, she couldn't stand a partner who was unfaithful, so she threatened him to choose between her and the other women. The result was that he chose the other woman without hesitation, reasoning that although she was beautiful, she was too traditional and lacked any fun. Being with her was like being a monk. It was after that incident that she understood a truth: a successful man in his career would not give up a forest for a tree. Her ex-boyfriend was like that, and Lu Chen must be even more so. After all, Lu Chen's net worth was 100 times that of her ex-boyfriend, so what kind of woman couldn't Lu Chen find? Lin Yanran's choice to not bother with Lu Chen was the wise choice of a smart woman. Yanran, why don't we also go to the restaurant across the street for a meal? And you can introduce me to your boyfriend. Coming back to her senses, Anya said with anticipation. It's not that she had any thoughts about Lu Chen. She simply wanted to make friends with Lu Chen, this young billionaire. This will be of great help to her career. Forget it, Lin Yanran said. Xiaomu should be busy with work. Let's not disturb him. Yeah, maybe next time, Anya thought. Lu Chen must be here to meet business partners since he drove such a nice car to the restaurant. He probably doesn't have time to get to know her now. Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. In the private room of the restaurant, Lu Chen and Zhou Ting politely shook hands. Lu Chen looked a bit surprised. Before coming, she had thought about Zhou Ting's appearance, but she didn't expect Zhou Ting to be so beautiful. His eyes lingered on Zhou Ting. Wearing a fishtail skirt, she had a graceful figure, mature and noble temperament. Her fox-like eyes were charming, her skin delicate and fair, her rosy lips were tantalizing. Among the women Lu Chen knew, Lin Yanran also had a charming temperament. But Lin Yanran's charm had a hint of coldness, while Zhou Ting's was pure charm. As Zhou Ting moved, her plump peach-shaped buttocks exuded an extremely seductive charm. Lu Chen subconsciously checked Zhou Ting's personal panel. Name, Zhou Ting. Age, 28. Height, 172. Weight, 56 kilograms. Comprehensive appearance score, 95. Driver, 0. Favorability, 0. The comprehensive appearance score was as high as 95 points. Zhou Ting had become the woman with the highest comprehensive appearance score that Lu Chen knew. Miss Zhou, just say what you want. Lu Chen sat down on the dining chair. Meanwhile, waiters started serving dishes one after another. Western restaurants focus on quality over quantity. Lu Chen picked up a piece of foie gras and swallowed it in one bite. Not rude but not elegant either. On the other hand, Zhou Ting was very elegant in her every move. She cut the foie gras, which was less than half the size of a palm, into several pieces with her knife and fork, then chewed it carefully. I invited Mr. Lu to dinner just to get to know him. Zhou Ting smiled at Lu Chen and said, I just want to be friends with Mr. Lu. Would you like to be friends? Miss Zhou, are you sure you want to be friends with me? Did your father agree? Lu Chen said meaningfully, or is it that Miss Zhou says she wants to be friends with me, but actually wants to get some information from me? Mr. Lu is joking. Zhou Ting put down her knife and fork, picked up a napkin, and elegantly wiped her plump and full red lips. Competition among peers is inevitable at any time. If you were Mr. Lu, you would do the same as my father, Zhou Ting said slowly. Competition leads to progress in enterprises, which is beneficial for both you and my father. Healthy competition does indeed benefit business progress, but what about unhealthy competition? Lu Chen said expressionlessly, for example, cutting off water supply to Baiyun breeding farm through Wangyun Lake, informing major supermarkets, and refusing to purchase meat from Mulan slaughterhouse. Zhou Ting did not respond immediately to Lu Chen's words. I know what you want to find out. Seeing Zhou Ting's silence, Lu Chen continued, feeding feed is my industry. As Lu Chen's words fell, Zhou Ting's pupils contracted. Since we've met today, I'll be direct, Lu Chen said coldly. Beast Far Group has only one outcome, bankruptcy. As for Tianla, Lu Chen smiled at Zhou Ting, I hope it can last a month. Mr. Lu, that's quite a bold statement, Zhou Ting frowned. It is what it is, Lu Chen said contemptuously as he ate, his eyes full of disdain. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Zhou Ting couldn't help but feel angry. Mr. Lu, maybe we can talk things out. Zhou Ting tried to calm down and said, Mr. Lu's Fulai supermarket occupies 30% of the supermarket market share in the mountain city. Although the share is not small, it is not considered large either. If General Lu is willing to cooperate, we can join forces to acquire 40% market share of Baida and Wanjiana. By then, General Lu, you will have 30%, and I only need 10%. After confirming Lu Chen's identity as a thriving feed boss, Zhou Ting no longer had the idea of continuing to target Lu Chen. Although what Lu Chen said made her very angry, she had to admit that what Lu Chen said was true. Once Zhao Zhuangfeed announced the cessation of cooperation with Shou Yuan Group, even if Shou Yuan Group did not go bankrupt, its market value would definitely be affected. And if Shou Yuan Group had problems, her supermarket would lose its poultry source. In addition, she had already notified the supermarket to launch a 1-month meat promotion. Under double difficulties, her supermarket could not survive for a month. 30%? Lu Chen stood up, leaning on the table, and said, "Sorry, I want it all." Okay. Zhou Ting took a deep breath and said, "If we cooperate, I will help General Lu seize 40% market share of Baida and Wanjiana." In order to save Shou Yuan and Tianla, she could only admit to losing this time. "Miss Shou, I think you may have misunderstood." Lu Chen smiled and said, "When I say all, it includes Tianla's 20% market share." General Lu. Zhou Ting clapped the table, stood up angrily, and looked at Lu Chen, her face ugly. "General Lu, it's better not to go too far in your words and actions. I'm full." Lu Chen did not respond to Zhou Ting, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and left the private room. First floor of the restaurant. Anya and Lin Yanran eventually chose to dine at the same restaurant as Lu Chen. However, the two did not go upstairs. "Yanran, look, your boyfriend is coming down." Anya kept her eyes on the stairs leading to the second floor, and when she saw Lu Chen coming down, she quickly reminded Lin Yanran. "Got it." Lin Yanran glanced helplessly at Anya, then got up and walked towards Lu Chen. Seeing this, Anya picked up her bag and followed Lin Yanran. "Yanran, sister." Lu Chen looked at Lin Yanran walking towards him unexpectedly, looking surprised. "What are you doing here?" "I'm having dinner with my friend here." Lin Yanran adjusted her hair by her ear. "So this is your high-achieving friend." Lu Chen looked at Anya and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Lu Chen, Yanran's boyfriend." At the same time, he also checked Anya's personal panel. Name, Anya. Age, 26. Height, 168. Weight, 50 kilograms. Comprehensive appearance score, 95. Driver, 0. Favorability, 10. What's going on today? Another girl with a comprehensive appearance score of 95. Lu Chen carefully observed Anya. Wearing a traditional Chinese dress, she had an elegant temperament and a unique charm of a traditional woman. With light makeup on her face, a pair of gem-like eyes, clear and bright, her cherry lips were not as glamorous as Zhou Ting's, but rather very tender. "I'm Anya." Anya smiled back. Looking at Lu Chen up close, Anya found Lu Chen unbelievably young. Nearly 6 feet tall, with a handsome and gentle appearance, he had a very friendly demeanor, especially his eyes, bright and spirited. If she didn't know that Lu Chen was worth billions, she would have thought he was a university student. "You guys go ahead and eat." Lu Chen glanced at the untouched food on the table and said, "I'll go to the Star Tower across the street." "Xiaomu, do you want to visit Anya's company?" Lin Yanran said, "Her training company is in the Star Tower." "Really? I'll go visit later." "Okay." Lin Yanran smiled and nodded. Then Lu Chen left the restaurant, and before leaving, he also helped them pay the bill. "Yanran, your boyfriend is so young." Anya and Lin Yanran returned to their seats. Anya looked curious and asked, "How old is he?" "Xiaomu just graduated from college less than a year ago, so he should be around 23. So young, yet worth billions. It seems that his background is the most terrifying." Anya couldn't help but look out the window and saw Lu Chen just crossing the street, talking on the phone while walking into the Xingchen building. "It should be." Lin Yanran withdrew her gaze from the window, her eyes somewhat absent-minded. The more extraordinary Lu Chen's background was, the smaller the possibility of her becoming Lu Chen's wife. Wealthy people pay attention to matching backgrounds, and she knew this. It was impossible to say that she didn't have the idea of marrying Lu Chen. A woman who truly loves someone will definitely want to marry that person. Just as Lin Yanran was lost in thought, Anya's phone suddenly rang. "What?" After answering the phone, Anya suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong?" "Yanran, guess who called me?" "Who?" Lin Yanran asked curiously. "Manager Su from Xingchen building." Anya breathed quickly. "Manager Su told me that my company's rent is now waived, and I can rent for as long as I want." "That's great." Lin Yanran looked shocked. "Could it be that he's interested in you?" "Yanran, are you really unaware or pretending to be unaware?" Anya took a deep breath. "It's your boyfriend. Your boyfriend is the owner of Xingchen building. He's the one who had manager Su waive my rent." "Xiaomu?" Lin Yanran's gaze turned to the towering Xingchen building across the street, her mouth slightly agape. This building belongs to Xiaomu? Yes, yes, yes. Anya nodded repeatedly, excitedly. Your boyfriend's assets are far more than 100 billion. He definitely has many industries you don't know about. On the second floor of the restaurant, Zhou Ting stood by the window, looking at her phone with a gloomy expression. On the phone was a statement just released by Zhuang Feed. Starting today, our company will no longer cooperate with Mountain City Beast Far Group. Lu Chun. Zhou Ting looked away from her phone and gazed at the Xingchen building across the street. For a moment, a great sense of defeat rose in her heart. Buzz, the phone vibrated. Zhou Wen called. After hastily finishing their meal, Lin Yanran and Anya returned to the Xingchen building as soon as possible. As soon as the two entered the building, they saw Lu Chen in the lobby talking to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the person in charge of Xingchen building, Su Chang. Manager Su, do as I said. Lu Chen stood up from the sofa. Okay, Mr. Lu. Su Chang glanced at Lin Yanran and the others not far away, smiled, and said, then I won't disturb Mr. Lu. After Su Chang left, Anya quickly walked up to Lu Chen, grateful, no need to be polite. Lu Chen smiled, you let Yanran teach for free at your place, so it's only right for me to waive your rent. Yanran, congratulations on finding such a good boyfriend in Mr. Lu. Anya naturally understood the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. The reason she had her rent waived was entirely because of Lin Yanran's face. While she envied Lin Yanran, she also had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Xiaomu, why don't you visit Anya's company? Lin Yanran held Lu Chen's arm, feeling extremely sweet inside. Okay. Lu Chen nodded and walked towards the elevator with the two. 28th floor of the building. As the elevator opened, Lu Chen and the others walked out. Lu Chen's gaze was drawn to the sign on the wall. There were two names on the sign, ILTS Training Limited Company and Manhwa Calligraphy Training Institution. Calligraphy Training Institution. Lu Chen suddenly became interested. Since becoming a master calligrapher, he hadn't written a single word. Does Mr. Lu know calligraphy? Anya asked. Manhwa Calligraphy is one of the top calligraphy training institutions in Longwa. It is said that the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, Du Wenshu, founded Manhwa Calligraphy Training Institution. I'll give it a try. Lu Chen replied with a smile. How about Mr. Lu goes next door to take a look, Anya suggested with a smile. They are having a calligraphy competition next door today. Forget it, it would be a bit too much to go there. Ding. As Lu Chen finished speaking, the elevator opened. An old man and a young man walked out of the elevator. Young man, since you were so confident in your abilities, why not give it a try? The old man smiled as he looked at Lu Chen. What Lu Chen said was heard by him and the young man. Du Lao, Anya exclaimed. Does the young lady know me? Du Wenshu looked at Anya. I have seen you at the calligraphy club activities in Huaying. Anya looked at Du Wenshu with great respect. During her university days, she had joined the calligraphy club and had seen Du Wenshu's works with her own eyes. It was no exaggeration to say that Du Wenshu's calligraphy works could be considered as works of art. She later searched for Du Wenshu's information online and found out that he was actually the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, a rare master calligrapher in Longwa. One of his works had even been sold for nearly 500,000. Some professionals even analyzed that once Du Wenshu passed away, the value of his works would at least increase tenfold. So you are the young lady from Huaying, Du Wenshu said kindly. Good, those who can enter Huaying are all outstanding individuals. Grandpa, it's time to award the participants, the young man spoke. The young man was Du Wenshu's grandson, and also the owner of the Manhwa Calligraphy Training Institution, Du Guangliang. Young man, care to join us? Du Wenshu looked at Lu Chen. I'd like to see your work as well. Is there any benefit? Lu Chen joked, glancing at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and he still had to go to the slaughterhouse later to fight monsters for rewards. As Lu Chen finished speaking, Du Wenshu was stunned. Du Guangliang beside him frowned. This calligraphy competition is jointly organized by our company and the Calligraphy Association. If you can win first place in the competition, in addition to the 50,000 cash reward provided by our company, you will also receive a membership quota from the Calligraphy Association. Alright, I'll give it a try. Lu Chen wasn't particularly interested in the 50,000 and the membership quota. However, he was curious to try the master-level calligraphy rewarded by the system. Upon hearing this, Du Guangliang ignored Lu Chen and walked towards the company with Du Wenshu. In his eyes, Lu Chen was just a clown seeking attention. Manhwa Calligraphy Training Institution classroom. Dozens of people gathered in the spacious classroom. These people were all students here, and had been studying for over 3 years. As Du Wenshu entered the classroom, the crowd instantly became excited. Welcome, Du Lao. I've been studying at Manhwa for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen Du Lao in person. To have the respected figure of Du Lao in the calligraphy circle judge our works, it is a great honor for us. Xiaomu, do you really know calligraphy? Lin Yanran followed behind Lu Chen, with a somewhat helpless expression. In her mind, the scene of Lu Chen signing the lease contract a year ago appeared. At that time, she had seen the words Lu Chen wrote, not to say they were ugly, but they definitely didn't look like they were written by someone who knew calligraphy. Yanran, are you doubting me? Lu Chen put his arm around Lin Yanran's waist and whispered in her ear, if I win first place, tonight. Stop it. Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, Lin Yanran quickly covered his mouth. Her face turned red. Seeing Anya's strange look behind her, Lin Yanran couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lu Chen. She was afraid that if she didn't cover Lu Chen's mouth, he might say something inappropriate. When Lin Yanran let go, Lu Chen patted her on the buttocks. Seeing this, Anya, who was following them, blushed and quickly changed the subject. Mr. Lu, how long have you been studying calligraphy? I haven't studied. Lu Chen turned to look at Anya. Do you need to study calligraphy? Anya could see it. Although Lu Chen is a good person, he likes to brag. And Lu Chen is definitely a calligraphy novice. Grandpa, the students' works are all here. On the classroom podium, Du Guangliang handed a stack of calligraphy works to Du Wenshu. The works all wrote the 4 characters Heaven rewards diligence uniformly, along with the names of the students. No rush for now. Du Wenshu did not rush to judge the students' works. Instead, he looked at Lu Chen and said, prepare a brush and rice paper for this young man. Grandpa, he is not a student of our institution. Du Guangliang frowned. Why waste time on an amateur? Since he's here, it won't take much time to look at one more work. Du Wenshu smiled. He wanted Lu Chen to participate in the competition just because he thought Lu Chen's words just now were too arrogant, and he wanted to point out the shortcomings of Lu Chen's work in this way, so that Lu Chen would not be so arrogant. I understand. Du Guangliang, although unhappy, still arranged the rice paper and brush on the table. Young man, it's your turn. Du Wenshu personally helped Lu Chen grind the ink, always maintaining a friendly smile on his face. Seeing this, Lu Chen walked straight to the table and picked up the brush. At the moment Lu Chen picked up the brush, Du Wenshu's eyes lit up. This young man has some skills. As the master calligrapher, Du Wenshu's calligraphy attainments are very high. Just from Lu Chen's action of picking up the brush, he could tell that Lu Chen was definitely not an amateur. But having standard actions only indicated that Lu Chen had some calligraphy training experience, not that he could definitely produce good works. Just as Du Wenshu was thinking this, he saw Lu Chen start. Lu Chen dipped the brush in ink and began writing on the rice paper. And at the moment Lu Chen put the brush to the paper, Du Wenshu's pupils contracted. Wow! Some of the onlookers even exclaimed. Du Wenshu quickly glared at the crowd to prevent them from disturbing Lu Chen. Seeing this, everyone closed their mouths, but their eyes were full of astonishment. Done! In less than a minute, Lu Chen put down the brush. Looking at his work with satisfaction, Lu Chen had written the words awesome on the rice paper. Although the meaning of the words was vulgar, the characters were not vulgar at all. Lu Chen wrote in cursive script. The style was simple, perhaps not as aesthetically pleasing as other styles, but it excelled in being unrestrained. Amazing, truly amazing. Du Wenshu leaned on the table, carefully examining Lu Chen's work. Although he was also a master calligrapher, his expertise was not in cursive script. However, this did not diminish the impact of Lu Chen's work on him. The lines are smooth and natural, the curves are elegant, the brushstrokes are vigorous and continuous. Good, very good characters. Du Wenshu's excited face turned red. This work can be called a masterpiece. What? As Du Wenshu's words fell, the crowd instantly boiled over. A masterpiece, does that mean this person, like old Du, is also a master calligrapher? Are you kidding me? Does Longhua have such a young calligraphy master? I just think this person is awesome. I didn't expect him to be so awesome. I'm amazed, is this person a monster? Anya, Xiaomu is a calligraphy master? Listening to the exclamations of the crowd, Lin Yanran was also shocked. She didn't understand calligraphy, but she knew what a calligraphy master represented. In Longhua, as long as any skill can reach the master level, then in the corresponding circle, they are considered top figures. She usually scrolls through her phone, sometimes coming across music masters, painting masters, go masters. Without exception, the masters she came across were much older. And how old is Lu Chen? In his early 20s, his attainments in calligraphy have already reached the master level. This made her feel very dreamlike. If old Du says so, then it should be true. Anya's gaze shifted away from Lu Chen's work, feeling equally incredulous. She had a certain foundation in calligraphy. Therefore, compared to Lin Yanran, the shock in her heart was even stronger. Her eyes looked towards Lu Chen, only to see Lu Chen facing Du Wenshu's praise, appeared very calm. His eyes were confident from start to finish. This man. Anya looked and her heart began to beat faster. She thought Lu Chen was bragging, but Lu Chen was not bragging at all, he was truly amazing. Worth billions. Mysterious background. Calligraphy master. Anya's eyes gradually became trance-like. Lu Chen was the most outstanding person she had ever seen, no one else like him. Anya's favorability plus 30. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen subconsciously looked at Anya. The two locked eyes, Anya quickly looked away, her cheeks blushing. Young man, how should I address you? Du Wenshu's gaze towards Lu Chen was extremely enthusiastic. He had lived for so long, seen many young people with calligraphy talent, but none could compare to Lu Chen. He couldn't even imagine, given more time, how far Lu Chen's calligraphy achievements would reach. Calligraphy Grandmaster? Du Wenshu's breathing became rapid. Once Lu Chen could become a calligraphy grandmaster, he would be a historical figure in the calligraphy world. Lu Chen. Du Wenshu still had a good impression of Lu Chen. At least he didn't rely on his age to comment on his work, it was fair and just. Lu Chen, are you interested in joining the Calligraphy Association? Du Wenshu's eyes were extremely serious. Your calligraphy attainments are completely not inferior to mine. As long as you are willing, I can recommend you to become a senior member of the association. In the Dragon Country's various art-related associations, there are 3 levels: president, vice president, and members. Among the members, there are junior, intermediate, and senior levels. Not interested. Lu Chen smiled. You said my calligraphy level is not inferior to yours. Do you think I would be interested in the status of a senior member? Lu Chen was telling the truth. With his calligraphy level, he indeed wouldn't be interested in a member status. You should know that the master-level calligraphy rewarded by the system includes various fonts. That is to say, whether it's cursive, regular script, running script, or seal script, Lu Chen is a master in all of them. What? You don't fancy the senior member status? Do you want to be the vice president? Du Guangliang couldn't help but speak up. Guangliang, mind your manners. Du Wenshu glared at Du Guangliang, frowned. My authority can only recommend you to become a senior member at most. If you want to become the vice president, you must be personally assessed by the president. Grandpa, why are you explaining so much to him? Du Guangliang said, even if his calligraphy attainments really reach the master level, but his works are not famous at all, he simply doesn't have the qualifications to be the vice president. And the characters he writes, I think they're just average. Du Guangliang looked at the desk and said, although cursive script is one of the 5 major mainstream script styles, not everyone appreciates it because the strokes are too messy. Guangliang, I'll say it again, mind your manners. Du Wenshu's voice lowered a bit. Truly good works cannot be measured by money, whether it's cursive script or other fonts. They are all a reflection of our country's cultural art. You can't look at it with colored glasses. No wonder you're his grandson. Lu Chen looked at Du Guangliang. Cultural art also has a characteristic, that is inheritance. Good cultural art can be remembered by people, passed down from generation to generation, but if you die, you'll be forgotten in a few generations. Ha ha ha. As Lu Chen's words fell, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your boyfriend is amazing. Anya said to Lin Yanran, he scolds people without using dirty words. Is this person crazy? Why is he targeting Xiaomu? Lin Yanran frowned. What else could it be? Jealousy. Anya said, this person is Du Lao's grandson, but Du Lao praised your boyfriend so much, he must feel uncomfortable. He's just too petty. It's funny, right? Du Guangliang glared at the crowd. What, not even allowed to smile? A middle-aged man in the crowd spoke up, a grown man with such a small mind. We can laugh if we want, none of your business. Du Lao, your grandson is not good, too petty, obviously can't achieve great things. You guys. Angered by everyone's criticism, Du Guangliang was furious. Enough, stop embarrassing me like this. Du Wenshu said expressionlessly, they are right, with such a narrow mind, you are destined to not achieve great things. When we return, hand over the company to your sister, and reflect on yourself for a while. I understand. Du Guangliang clenched his fists, his face looking very unpleasant. But he was no longer defiant in his heart. In front of Du Wenshu, he could only endure. Lu Chen, leave me your contact information. Du Wenshu looked at Lu Chen. After I contact the president, see what he says, then I will give you an answer. Du Lao, I am actually not interested in joining the Calligraphy Association. Lu Chen smiled, I am a businessman, making money is my hobby compared to calligraphy. Don't waste your talent. Hearing Lu Chen say that making money is his hobby, Du Wenshu said seriously, money, earning enough is sufficient, but calligraphy is different. With your talent, you have a high chance of becoming a calligraphy master in the future, which means you could rival Wang Shiji, Yen Jinqing, and others. You think highly of me. Lu Chen said helplessly, although there is only a step difference between a master and a grandmaster, historically, very few have been able to take that step. Although Lu Chen said so, becoming a calligraphy grandmaster was not difficult for him. After all, he had a system to rely on. Who knows, with his luck, he might break through to the grandmaster level one day. You are still young, there is hope after all, Du Wenshu said with expectation. Du Lao, let me give you a pair of characters. Lu Chen picked up the brush again and wrote on a new piece of paper. This is running script. Du Wenshu stared fixedly at the brush in Lu Chen's hand. As the brush moved across the paper, incredibly fluent characters appeared. Master level running script. Du Wenshu's breathing became rapid, looking at Lu Chen as if he was a monster. However, the next moment, Lu Chen changed the style. Regular script. Du Wenshu's pupils contracted, swallowing hard. Several minutes later, the whole classroom fell silent. Lu Chen put down the brush, looking satisfied at his work. On the paper, he had written ancient poems in different styles, including but not limited to Sonti, Lishu, Shujinti, Xuanshu, Yenti, Lioti, Jiaoti, and Udi. Du Lao, please don't look down on it. Lu Chen smiled at Du Wenshu. Thump! Upon hearing this, Du Wenshu knelt directly in front of Lu Chen. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Grandpa! Du Wenliang's face instantly turned extremely ugly, wanting to help Du Wenshu up immediately. Don't touch me! Du Wenshu pushed away Du Wenliang's hand, his old face turning red with excitement. Teacher Lu is truly deserving of being a calligraphy master. Please accept me as your disciple, Teacher Lu. Du Wenshu looked up at Lu Chen. In his eyes, Lu Chen was like a deity. This time, Lu Chen used more than a dozen styles, each one could be considered master level. And Lu Chen, so young, had such terrifying accomplishments in calligraphy. This was not something that could be achieved through practice alone, but rather a talent, an incredibly amazing talent in calligraphy. Given time, Lu Chen would definitely become a calligraphy grandmaster, leaving a lasting legacy. If he could become Lu Chen's disciple, then when future generations talked about Lu Chen, they would also mention him to some extent. Du Wenshu was excited just thinking about it. Du Lao, you are too polite. Looking at Du Wenshu kneeling in front of him, Lu Chen said helplessly, I am just a young kid, how can I be your teacher? The adept is the teacher. Master Lu's calligraphy skills are unmatched in the entire Dragon Kingdom. You can easily become the teacher of anyone in the calligraphy circle. Du Wenshu's eyes were extremely serious. In his view, even the president of the Calligraphy Association was nothing compared to Lu Chen. Grandfather. Du Wenliang's mood was very complicated. His own grandfather kneeling to a younger man than himself made it hard for him to accept. He looked at Lu Chen's work on the table. He felt a burning sensation on his face. He had just mocked Lu Chen's cursive writing, saying not everyone could appreciate it, but then Lu Chen followed up with writing a classical poem in over a dozen different fonts, each of master level. The slap in the face came too quickly, leaving him dumbfounded. Master Lu, please start a training class. The people in the classroom came to their senses and looked at Lu Chen with fiery eyes. If Master Lu starts a class, no matter the cost, I will enroll. If we could receive guidance from Master Lu, our calligraphy skills would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Yanran was stunned by the scene before her. She knew Lu Chen was outstanding, but she never imagined he was this exceptional. Just participating in a calligraphy competition made a calligraphy master kneel down to become his teacher, with dozens of people begging for classes. Yanran, your man is too outstanding. Anya's eyes were filled with ripples. To be honest, she was attracted to Lu Chen. If Lu Chen wasn't Lin Yanran's boyfriend, she would definitely pursue him actively. Yes. Lin Yanran came to her senses and said, I'm starting to doubt if this is a dream. How could such an outstanding man like Xiaomu be interested in me? Hurry up and have a child with your boyfriend. Anya said, such an outstanding man is destined to be eyed by a group of women wherever he goes. If you want to keep your boyfriend from being taken by other women, you have to have a child quickly to solidify your position. Anya, can you help me? Lin Yanran said with a worried expression. Hearing Anya's words, her heart became anxious. Anya? Help me with what? Anya looked at Lin Yanran with confusion. Help me. Nothing. Lin Yanran stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence. She had been about to suggest that Anya become Lu Chen's woman, and then she and Anya would form a camp to compete against other women. How could I have such thoughts? Lin Yanran blushed. She found it unbelievable that she had such absurd thoughts. Although Anya was puzzled by Lin Yanran stopping mid-sentence, she didn't ask further. However, her intuition told her that whatever Lin Yanran wanted help with was not a trivial matter. Mr. "Du, please get up first." Lu Chen helped Du Wenshu up and said, "Forget about becoming my disciple. I currently have no such plans, and my personality wouldn't suit being a teacher. Master Lu, please reconsider?" Du Wenshu persisted, "As long as Master Lu agrees to take me as a disciple, I'm willing to give you half of the shares of my Weni Art Limited Company." Grandfather. As Du Wenshu's words fell, Du Wenliang couldn't sit still anymore. "How can you give company shares to an outsider?" "Shut up." Du Wenshu glared at Du Wenliang. "The company is mine, and I can give shares to whomever I want." "Yes, the company is yours." Du Wenliang's face turned ugly, "But I'm your grandson. With your abilities, the company will go bankrupt sooner or later if handed over to you." Du Wenshu said expressionlessly. "Mr. Du, forget about the shares." Lu Chen refused. "I really have no intention of taking on disciples." After saying this, Lu Chen checked the time and saw that it was almost 3 in the afternoon. "It's getting late, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave." "Master Lu, you haven't given me your contact information yet." Seeing Lu Chen about to leave, Du Wenshu hurriedly spoke up. "Sister Yanran, give Mr. Du my phone number. Also, Missin, I'll visit your company next time I have the chance." Lu Chen said to Lin Yanran and Anya. "Mr. Lu, go ahead and attend to your matters first." Anya smiled and said, "Whenever Mr. Lu has time, he can come to my company for tea anytime." Lu Chen nodded and then left. Du Wenshu sighed when Lu Chen left. He felt very disappointed for not being able to become Lu Chen's apprentice. "Du Lao, this is a call from Xiaomu." Lin Yanran wrote down Lu Chen's phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to Du Wenshu. "Thank you, little girl." Du Wenshu took the note as if it were a treasure. Then he thought of something and quickly put away Lu Chen's work on the table. "Du Lao, can I buy this piece of calligraphy from Master Lu?" A middle-aged man in the crowd spoke up. "Du Lao, you can name your price." "Go away." Du Wenshu carefully put away Lu Chen's work and said, "This was a gift from Master Lu to me, and I won't sell it for any amount of money. Du Lao, please consider it. I can offer 5 million. Du Wenshu ignored the middle-aged man's offer. 10 million. Seeing Du Wenshu's silence, the middle-aged man continued to raise the price. "Not even for 10 million, I won't sell it for any amount." Du Wenshu was not stupid. Lu Chen could potentially become a master of calligraphy. Once Lu Chen became a master of calligraphy, the value of this work would skyrocket. Moreover, the true value of calligraphy works is hard to be reflected in the present time, only through the years. The true value of the work will be shown in the future. Du Wenshu intended to pass down this piece of work as a family heirloom. "Yanran, I suddenly found a business opportunity." Anya swallowed and said, "You let your boyfriend write a few pieces whenever he has time, we can sell them, this is more profitable than me starting a company." "Forget it." Lin Yanran said, "When there's too much of something, it loses its value." "True." Anya nodded. She naturally understood this principle. It's just that when someone offered 10 million to buy Lu Chen's calligraphy, she was too excited and momentarily overlooked it. It should be noted that the value of one of Lu Chen's calligraphy pieces directly exceeded the earnings of her company for several years. It's not an exaggeration to say that Lu Chen is a money-making machine in human form. After leaving the Star Pavilion, Lu Chen immediately informed Baiyun breeding farm manager, Xia Yong, to send a batch of rabbits to the slaughterhouse. Then he drove to the slaughterhouse. Upon arriving at the slaughterhouse, he wasted no time and went straight to the slaughter line. "Kill 1 rabbit, earn money plus 500. Kill 1 rabbit, earn money plus 666. Accumulate killing 10 rabbits, get 1000 G of Hutian Jade. Accumulate killing 100 rabbits, get a 20 times Love Fund consumption rebate card. Accumulate killing 1000 rabbits, get 51% shares of golden grain feed. Reached the limit of killing rabbits, completed the achievement How Can You Kill Rabbits, and obtained advanced driving skills. Rewards have been distributed. Hutian Jade has been delivered to the host's manor warehouse. Golden grain feed related information and documents have been respectively delivered to the host's mobile phone and manor warehouse. Advanced driving skills are being integrated." The system prompt sounded, and a large amount of information flooded into Lu Chen's mind. After digesting this information, Lu Chen's driving skills improved rapidly. Drifting, high-altitude driving, burning tires were all child's play to him. Moreover, the driving skills rewarded by the system were not limited to just cars, but all driving tools, including but not limited to racing cars, ships, motorcycles, and airplanes. Then there was 1000 G of Hutian Jade, the top-grade sheep fat jade in Hutian Jade, with a selling price of over 10,000 yuan per gram. The value of 1000 G of Hutian Jade exceeded tens of millions. But what excited him the most was the 51% share of golden grain feed. According to the system information, Golden Grain Feed, also known as Golden Grain Feed Group, along with Strong Feed, are known as the twin stars of feed in the Southwest, with both companies' market value exceeding 50 billion. Throughout the Southwest region, whether individuals or companies engaged in agriculture and breeding, they all use Strong Feed and Golden Grain Feed. Originally, Lu Chen was worried that after stopping the cooperation with Zhuozhuang Feed and Shouyuan Group would seek to cooperate with Jinkexi Feed. Now he is not worried. After all, he holds absolute control over both groups. Taking off his work clothes, Lu Chen left the slaughter area satisfied. As he walked, he transferred money to Lin Xiaoxiao, Xian Ning, Lin Yanran, and Li Mengqi. He also used the 20x Love Fund cashback card. Not long after the transfers were made, the four of them successively received the transfers. Love Fund 3000000. Personal Wealth plus 3 million. Love Fund 1000000. Successful use of 20x Love Fund cashback card. Personal Wealth plus 20 million. Hongyun Pavilion. Located in the center of the Mountain City Commercial District. Its appearance is like a retro pavilion. In the luxurious private room, Zhou Ting is waiting for something. Before long, Zhou Wen entered the private room with a middle-aged man with a big belly. The middle-aged man is named Zheng Kanda, the major shareholder of Jinkexi Feed, owning 49% of the shares of Jinkexi Feed, which he founded. President Zhang, I am Zhou Ting from Ledian Group, nice to meet you. Seeing Zheng Kanda enter the private room, Zhou Ting hurriedly stood up to greet him. This must be President Zhou. Zheng Kanda smiled and said, I have heard that President Zhou has a daughter who is not only beautiful but also exceptionally capable. Today, seeing her in person, she is indeed as outstanding as rumored. President Zhang is too kind. Ting Ting is still young and has a long way to go. Zhou Wen also smiled. Although he is a billionaire entrepreneur, he is very cautious in front of Zheng Kanda. The reason is naturally because he needs something from Zheng Kanda. Now that Zhuozhuang Feed has stopped cooperating with his Shouyuan Group, if he cannot find a new feed company to cooperate with in time, the market value of Shouyuan Group will evaporate once the stock market opens tomorrow. President Zhang, you flatter me, Zhou Ting smiled, compared to entrepreneurs like you, I am nothing. Ha ha. Zheng Kanda laughed a few times at the words. Then he sat at the main table. Seeing this, Zhou Ting said to the waiter outside the door, you can serve the dishes now. President Zhou, I already know about the crisis facing your Shouyuan Group now. Zheng Kanda slowly said, I won't inquire too much about the grievances between Zhuozhuang Feed and you. I represent my Jinkexi Feed and can cooperate with you, but I have one request. President Zhang, please go ahead. Zhou Wen poured a glass of wine for Zheng Kanda and listened attentively to what he had to say. Rather than calling it a request, it's more like a happy event. Zheng Kanda raised his glass and clinked it with Zhou Wen, and they both drank it all in one go. I have a son, President Zhou, you should know him, right? Yes, I have met young Master Zhang. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Both of them were old foxes, how could he not know what Zheng Kanda wanted to say? My son is about the same age as Ting Ting, and I thought, why not match the two young people? President Zhang, this seems a bit inappropriate. Zhou Wen looked at Zhou Ting for the first time. Seeing Zhou Ting drinking alone without saying a word, he felt uncomfortable. With just one daughter like Zhou Ting, he naturally did not want to treat her marriage as a tool for profit. What, does Ting Ting already have a boyfriend? Zheng Kanda said calmly. President Zhang, I don't have a boyfriend. Zhou Ting put down her glass and smiled. Thank you for taking an interest in me. Speaking of which, I have met your son a few times, and I quite like him. Haha, really? Zheng Kanda laughed. Everyone says my son looks like me, what do you think? Yes, very much so. Zhou Ting raised her glass and took a sip, picturing a chubby man in her mind. Since you have a good impression of my son, I will have him come to Mountain City tomorrow, and you can try to get to know each other. Mr. Zhang, when it comes to relationships, it's better to let things happen naturally, Zhou Ting said, and given the current situation, I'm not in the mood for romance. You can rest assured about that, Zheng Kanda said sharply. I will immediately make a call to announce the cooperation between my group and your father's group. Besides, your father buys feed from me, and I can offer him the lowest discount. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. Zhou Ting stood up and said, Mr. Zhang, I'll toast to you. Not so fast, let me make a call first. Zheng Kanda's fat face was full of smiles. He wanted Zhou Ting to be with his son not for his son's marital happiness, but for the benefit of Xiong Yuan Group and Tianla Group. Zhou Wen only had Zhou Ting as a daughter, and in the future, Xiong Yuan Group would inevitably fall into Zhou Ting's hands. As long as Zhou Ting could marry his son, he had various ways to make Xiong Yuan Group and Tianla Group become part of his young family. Thinking of this, Zheng Kanda couldn't wait to take out his phone and called the person in charge of Jinka Group. Wu Bing. The call connected. Before Zhang Kongda could speak, a loud voice came from the other end. Mr. Zhang, I was just about to call you. What's the matter? Zhang Kongda asked. Well, Mr. Zhang, the other shareholders of the company have sold all their shares to Mr. Lu. Now Mr. Lu owns 51% of the company's shares, becoming the absolute controlling shareholder of the company. I have sent the share transfer form to your WeChat. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Kongda roared. I'm just on a business trip, and you tell me our family has been stolen? Mr. Zhang, I can't stop the other shareholders from selling their shares. Tell me, which Mr. Lu bought the shares? Zhang Kongda's face looked even worse than if he had eaten shit. Initially, when he and a few friends founded Jinka Feed, his share was the highest at 55%, while the others combined only had 45%. When Jinka Feed went public, his and the others' shares decreased, he decreased by 6%, and the others by 3% each, and the number of shareholders increased to over a dozen. As the company's market value increased, he had wanted to buy shares from others, but was always rejected. But now, Wu Bing told him that all the shares of those over a dozen people had been sold to the same person. How could he accept this? I only know that Mr. Lu's full name is Lu Chen. Lu Chun. Zhang Kongda frowned, trying to recall if he knew this person. Just then, Wu Bing's voice came again. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu called me, I'll hang up first. Damn, you dare. Beep beep beep. Damn it. Watching the hung-up phone, Zhang Kongda was almost exploding with anger. Mr. Zhou, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. As Zhang Kongda's voice fell, he hurriedly left. He had to go back to the company to investigate. After Zhang Kongda left, Zhou Wen slumped into the chair. Zhang Kongda's phone was on speaker the whole time, and both he and Zhou Ting heard what Wu Bing said. Who the hell is he? Zhou Wen closed his eyes, looking bitter. He recalled his first meeting with Lu Chen. At that time, Zhou Wen thought Lu Chen was just a playboy, rich but not a threat to him. But later, Lu Chen showed a strength that made him fearful. Baiyun Breeding Farm. Fulai Supermarket. Thriving Feed. The current Jinka Feed. With so many industries combined, the market value had exceeded $1 trillion. $1 trillion. Zhou Wen had worked hard for half his life, and Xiong Yuan Group's market value was only in the billions. But that wasn't what scared Zhou Wen the most. What scared him the most was Lu Chen's age. In his 20s, he had $1 trillion net worth, which proved how terrifying Lu Chen's background was. Zhou Wen opened his eyes, sighed, and looked much older. At this point, he could only resign himself to fate. Looking at the sighing Zhou Wen, Zhou Ting's eyes were absent-minded, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, her mood was not much better than Zhou Wen's. Since she founded Tianla, she has encountered difficulties, but she has ultimately resolved them one by one. In just a few years, she has developed Tianla into a listed group with a market value of nearly 5 billion. Although Zhou Wen helped behind the scenes, she relied more on herself. With outstanding looks and exceptional business acumen, she once became a prominent figure in the business circle of the mountain city. As a result, she had a constant stream of suitors, all of whom were famous entrepreneurs worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. However, she did not show any interest in these high-quality men in the eyes of ordinary women because she felt that these men were not worthy of her. Perhaps she had been too smooth sailing all along. When her Tianla supermarket began to compete with Lu Chen's Fulekeo supermarket, she did not even consider Lu Chen a threat. She even wanted to take this opportunity to swallow the market share of Baida and Wanja. Until today, she had always believed that she would be the ultimate winner. But now, she understood what absolute strength meant. Faced with Lu Chen, who was worth hundreds of billions, none of her tactics could stand up to him. With just a few phone calls, Lu Chen could bring her and the industries under Zhou Wen to the brink of bankruptcy. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen went to pick up Lin Yanran. The two had dinner outside and then leisurely returned to the old neighborhood. Yanran, I'll go take a shower first, Lu Chen said as he walked towards the bathroom with his change of clothes. Okay, Lin Yanran nodded, her face blushing. After Lu Chen entered the bathroom, Lin Yanran sat on the sofa and took out her phone to search, how can I increase the chances of getting pregnant? Following Inya's reminder, Lin Yanran felt that she must quickly conceive Lu Chen's child. Only in this way could she solidify her position in Lu Chen's heart. Soon, the search results came out, and Lin Yanran carefully browsed through them. When she clicked on one of the web pages, her cheeks instantly flushed, and her legs involuntarily clenched. The web page title read, "The following actions can increase the chances of successful conception." This was too exaggerated. Looking at the content on her phone, Lin Yanran's eyes widened, her breathing becoming rapid. But she endured her shyness and continued reading. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Chen came out of the bathroom. "Yenran, what's wrong?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled, as he dried his hair with a towel, looking at Lin Yenran on the sofa. Lin Yenran was completely absorbed in her phone, her face flushed with embarrassment. "And nothing." Lin Yenran quickly turned off her phone, then lowered her head and hurried past Lu Chen. "I'm going to take a shower." "What's going on? Could Yenran be watching something inappropriate?" Half an hour later, Lin Yenran came out of the shower. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately put down his phone and looked at Lin Yenran. Lin Yenran was wearing a purple suspender nightgown, her graceful figure exuding a charming allure under the nightgown. "Shamu, I'm ready." Lin Yenran walked up to Lu Chen, looking very shy. Her plump legs were tightly pressed together, without a gap in between. "Yenran, you're so beautiful." Lu Chen stood up from the sofa, his hands embracing Lin Yenran's slender waist. At the same time, a faint scent of milk wafted over, and Lu Chen showed a look of enjoyment. An hour later, Lu Chen and Lin Yenran moved from the living room to the bedroom. "Shamu," Lin Yenran's hands gripped the wardrobe handle, her pretty face full of spring. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. For some reason, Lin Yenran was particularly bold today, which doubled his enjoyment of the battle. Another half an hour passed. Lin Yenran lay exhausted on the bed, gradually falling asleep in Lu Chen's arms. Her snow-white skin was covered with various battle scars. The next day, several news articles related to Shoyuan Group appeared online. The Shoyuan Group's stock fell, evaporating a market value of 20 billion. Who did the Shoyuan Group offend? The thriving feed company that has been cooperating for nearly 10 years unexpectedly announced the termination of cooperation with the Shoyuan Group. Shoyuan and Tianla, the two major listed groups, moved out of Xingchen building today, and the reasons behind it are unknown. In the office of the Mulan slaughterhouse, Li Jiangang poured tea for Zhou Wen and Zhou Tingting with a smile, saying, "You two are here too early." Although Manager Lu comes here every day, he mostly comes in the afternoon. Li Jiangang had just arrived at the slaughterhouse not long ago when Zhou Wen and his daughter arrived. He was not surprised by their arrival. He had read the news online. While others may not know what happened, he was very clear. The main reason for the Shoyuan Group's market value evaporation was that Zhou Wen offended Lu Chen. This once again shocked him with Lu Chen's formidable strength. In just a few days, the Shoyuan Group's market value evaporated by 20 billion. "It's okay, we can wait." Zhou Wen picked up the teacup and took a sip, smiling at Li Jiangang. However, his smile seemed bitter to Li Jiangang. As he looked at Zhou Wen, Li Jiangang even saw many white hairs on Zhou Wen's head. This made him feel emotional. A few days ago, Zhou Wen was full of energy, not a single white hair on his head, exuding a powerful aura in his every move. But now, Zhou Wen looked much older. The reason why Zhou Wen and his daughter came to the slaughterhouse was to apologize to Lu Chen in person and ask for his forgiveness. Before this, Zhou Tingting had called Lu Chen, but he hung up directly. "You two can rest here for now," Li Jiangang said as he left the office. After leaving the office, he immediately called Lu Chen. At noon, Li Jiangang brought 2 boxed lunches into the office. Looking at Zhou Wen and his daughter sitting on the sofa with heavy hearts, Li Jiangang placed the boxed lunches on the coffee table and said, "You two, have your meal first. Manager Lu will be here soon." "Thank you, Manager Li, for personally preparing our meal." Zhou Wen did not mind the boxed lunch. At this critical moment, he dared not offend anyone around Lu Chen. When did Manager Zhou become so polite? The office door was pushed open, and Lu Chen, dressed casually, walked in. Manager Lu. Seeing Lu Chen, Zhou Wen and Zhou Tingting quickly stood up from the sofa. "Manager Li, you can go busy yourself first," Lu Chen said to Li Jiangang. "Okay, Manager Lu." Li Jiangang left the office tactfully and closed the door. "Manager Lu, please forgive us for coming uninvited." After Li Jiangang left, Zhou Wen hurriedly said, "Manager Lu, I apologize to you for what happened these past few days. Please, stop." Lu Chen sat on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea. "Manager Zhou, there's no need for an apology." Lu Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip, smiling at Zhou Tingting. "Yesterday, I already gave Miss Zhou a chance, but unfortunately, Miss Zhou didn't take it seriously. Manager Lu, I was wrong yesterday." Zhou Tingting opened the file bag on the sofa and took out a document. "These are all the shares of Tianla Supermarket under my company. Now I am giving them to Manager Lu as a compensation. Consider it my apology to Manager Lu." "Miss Zhou, do you think Tianla Supermarket still has value now?" Lu Chen did not accept the contract. With the current situation of the Shoyuan Group's evaporating market value, the company's situation is not optimistic. Tianla Supermarket will also be greatly affected. After all, Tianla Supermarket's meat supply chain is from the various breeding farms under the Shoyuan Group. At this time, Zhou Tingting offering Tianla supermarket as compensation to Lu Chen, although it causes her a loss, is actually a way to save herself. Otherwise, if Tianla supermarket continues to be in her hands, she simply does not have the extra funds to sustain the losses. Over time, Tianla supermarket will eventually close down. I wonder what manager Lu wants. Zhou Ting looked at Lu Chen and said, since Miss Zhou asked, I won't beat around the bush. Lu Chen stood up and said, as far as I know, the two of you, father and daughter, own 80% of Shouyuan Group's shares. I don't want too much, just give me 51%. Mr. Lu, your appetite is too big, Zhou Ting frowned. If Lu Chen were to receive 51% of the shares, then Shouyuan Group would no longer be surnamed Zhou, but Lu. Zhou Wen on the side heard this, his face looking very unpleasant, but he did not speak. You can refuse, Lu Chen said calmly. We agree, Zhou Ting took a deep breath and said, 51% of the shares, we can sign the contract today. Miss Zhou is a smart person, Lu Chen said meaningfully. If I were smart, I wouldn't be in the situation I am now, Zhou Ting said self-deprecatingly. It's not your fault, blame your father, Lu Chen looked at the silent Zhou Wen and said, right, Lao Deng? Mr. Lu is right, it's all my fault for not recognizing the situation, Zhou Wen said, looking at Lu Chen with a pleasing expression. Seeing this, Lu Chen did not continue to trouble Zhou Wen. The conflict between him and Zhou Wen was purely business competition, and now that he had obtained 51% of Shouyuan's shares, he was already the winner of this competition. You should have your meal first, Lu Chen said. I will have someone print the contract. With that, Lu Chen left the office, preparing to go to the slaughter area to kill monsters and get rewards. After Lu Chen left, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief and said, Ting Ting, let's give Mr. Lu my 51% of the shares later. Even though we have lost control of the company, this is the best outcome for us, and Mr. Lu becoming the company's boss may also be an opportunity for you, Zhou Wen said. I know, Zhou Ting sat on the sofa, picked up a box of food, and started eating. Mr. Lu, people have already been sent to clean up the area near Wanyun Lake, do you want to go and take a look? Lu Chen had just left the office when Li Jiangang approached him. Yes, Lu Chen nodded, then walked towards the back of the slaughterhouse with Li Jiangang. When Lu Chen arrived at Wanyun Lake, he saw workers operating machines to cut grass and the land being turned over. In the soil, there were a large number of earthworms wriggling back and forth. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Manager Li, do me a favor and collect the earthworms from the soil. Mr. Lu, are you planning to go fishing? Li Jiangang asked curiously. Sort of, Lu Chen replied, then eagerly went into the soil to catch earthworms. Half an hour later, Lu Chen returned with a bottle full of earthworms, with Li Jiangang following behind covered in mud. Manager Li, you should go wash up first, Lu Chen said with a smile. Li Jiangang worked hard to impress him by catching the earthworms. Most of the earthworms in the bottle were caught by Li Jiangang. It's okay, Li Jiangang wiped the mud off his nose with his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Lu, are these earthworms enough? If not, I can continue to help you catch more. It's enough, Lu Chen said, looking at the bottle full of earthworms, more than 1,000 in total. Buzz, his phone vibrated. Lu Chen took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Li Mingqi. After answering the call, he heard Li Mingqi's pleasant voice, Mr. Lu, I have already printed the contract, and Mr. Zhou has signed it. We are waiting for you. I'll be right there. Lu Chen hung up the phone and looked around. When he saw a bonfire where workers were burning wild grass not far away, Lu Chen took the opportunity while Li Jiangang was washing off the mud to throw the jar full of earthworms into the fire. Bang! The jar exploded, and the earthworms inside were all consumed by the flames. Kill one earthworm, get money plus 80. Kill one earthworm, get money plus 100. Accumulate killing 10 earthworms, get money plus 5 million. Accumulate killing 100 earthworms, get 20 Millennium Arhat Pines. Accumulate killing 1,000 earthworms, get a golden dragon fountain statue. Killing earthworms has reached the limit, completing the achievement Earthworm Death Diary and obtaining the title of Master Traditional Chinese Medicine. Rewards have been distributed, and relevant information has been sent to the host's phone. Millennium Araucaria trees have been planted in the host's manor. Golden dragon fountain statues have been placed in the host's manor. Master-level medical skills are being integrated. As the system prompts sounded, a large amount of information flooded into Lu Chen's mind. By successfully integrating this information, Lu Chen became a master traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Lu Chen felt his pulse, and in just a moment, he knew his physical condition inside out. His qi and blood were vigorous, his energy was abundant, and his body functions were at their peak. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen walked towards the office area of the slaughterhouse while taking out his phone to check the relevant reward information. Among them, the Millennium Araucaria tree, worth millions for a single tree, and 20 trees amounted to 2 billion. But that wasn't the most extravagant. The most extravagant was the Golden Dragon Fountain statue. According to the system information, the Golden Dragon Fountain statue, made of pure gold and weighing a ton, the gold used alone was worth nearly 5 billion, plus the various gemstones on the Golden Dragon. The entire Golden Dragon Fountain statue was worth nearly 10 billion. In other words, just one Golden Dragon Fountain statue was about 3 times more expensive than the Bright Moon Manor. After all, the Bright Moon Manor was only sold for over 3 billion. Lu Chen's mind stirred, and he checked his personal information. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 23 years old. Monster slaying level, level 1. Monster slaying value, 8,000/10,000. Daily monster slaying quantity, 1,000. Achievements completed, 8. Love fund, 999. 9 billion. Personal wealth, 93,363,179. Almost there. The monster slaying value has reached 8,000, just 2,000 more to level up. Lu Chen looked forward to it. Mr. Lu, can we talk privately? In the office, after signing the contract, Zhou Ting suddenly spoke up. Chi-Chi, you go out first, Lu Chen said to Li Mingqi beside him. Okay. Li Mingqi nodded and then left the office. Dad, you wait for me in the car, Zhou Ting said to Zhou Wen. Okay. Zhou Wen nodded and then also left the office. Soon, only Lu Chen and Zhou Ting were left in the office. Mr. Lu, I have an idea that I'd like to discuss with you, Zhou Ting said. I know what you want to say. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, looking at Zhou Ting. You want me to hide my identity as the shareholder of Beastafar Group, so that its stock continues to decline, right? Yes. She didn't find it strange that Lu Chen guessed her purpose. In her view, Lu Chen, with a net worth of hundreds of billions at such a young age, must have outstanding abilities besides an extraordinary background. What's in it for me? Lu Chen asked calmly. This time, becoming the largest shareholder of Beastafar Group seemed like a huge loss for Zhou Ting, but it was actually an opportunity. With Beastafar Group's stock falling now, Zhou Ting could take advantage of this opportunity to buy the 20% stake held by other shareholders at a low price. Once successfully acquired, Zhou Ting's stake would reach 49%, although she only had dividend rights and no say in the company. But once the news of Lu Chen becoming the owner of Beastafar Group was known to the public, coupled with the announcement of the cooperation between Thriving Feed and Golden Grain Feed with Beastafar Group, the stock of Beastafar Group would quickly rise, and its market value would recover, even surpassing the original value. By then, Zhou Ting's 49% stake would be more valuable than the combined 80% stake of her and Zhou Wen. However, all this was on the condition that Lu Chen agreed and was willing to cooperate with her. Mr. Lu, by doing this, the 51% stake in your hands will also appreciate, Zhou Ting said somewhat helplessly. That's true, but why should I buy the 20% stake for you at a lower price instead of buying it myself? Lu Chen said, carefully scrutinizing Zhou Ting as he spoke. Only saw Zhou Ting wearing a stepmother skirt, with delicate and fair skin, a pair of fox-like eyes full of charm. If there was one thing that attracted Lu Chen the most about Zhou Ting, it would be her slender waist and plump peach-shaped buttocks. Wrapped in the stepmother skirt, her slender waist and round, perky peach-shaped buttocks formed a perfect waist-hip curve. Faced with Lu Chen's unabashed gaze, a blush rose on Zhou Ting's face. Mr. Lu, help me out. Zhou Ting leaned towards Lu Chen, her voice charming. As Zhou Ting approached, Lu Chen caught a faint scent of roses. This made Lu Chen's lips slightly curl up. How could he not understand Zhou Ting's intentions? Miss Shou, helping you is not impossible, but I need to see your sincerity, Lu Chen said, pushing Zhou Ting down on the sofa. Lu Chen's sudden move left Zhou Ting stunned. However, the next moment, Lu Chen's hands gripped Zhou Ting's plump thighs. Mr. Lu. Zhou Ting tightened her legs, her voice trembling. Not today, I'm not comfortable. I know, Lu Chen said calmly. Mr. Lu knows? Zhou Ting was dumbfounded at his words. Your complexion is slightly dull and dry. You have some water retention, you're on your period, right? Lu Chen had recently obtained a master's degree in Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking, with observation being about looking at the complexion. With just one glance at Zhou Ting, Lu Chen could tell she was on her period today. Mr. Lu is also skilled in medicine? Zhou Ting said in shock. However, Lu Chen did not respond to her, but instead placed his hands on her abdomen. Even through her skirt, Lu Chen could feel the softness and delicacy. As time passed, Zhou Ting's face quickly turned red, and her eyes gradually became more blurred. Zhou Ting's favorability plus 20. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen looked at Zhou Ting with a strange look. Could this girl have some special preferences? How did he take advantage of her and still increase her favorability? So Lu Chen's actions became bolder, covering her plump peach-shaped buttocks with both hands. Just as Lu Chen was about to take the next step, Zhou Ting hurriedly stood up from the sofa, her face flushed. Mr. Lu, my dad is waiting for me in the car, I'll leave first. What? Are you planning to play hard to get with me? Lu Chen said calmly. Mr. Lu, I really can't today. Zhou Ting was almost in tears. She didn't expect Lu Chen to be so perverse, knowing she was on her period but still not letting her go. Then you can leave. Lu Chen said slowly, I was planning to cooperate with you, but now it seems like you don't need my cooperation. Mr. Lu, how about I help you in other ways? Zhou Ting bit her lip. She could see that if Lu Chen didn't do something to her today, he wouldn't let it go. It would have been better to do this earlier. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, smiling at Zhou Ting. Come. 1 hour later, Zhou Ting and Lu Chen walked out of the office. Zhou Ting's face was flushed, while Lu Chen looked satisfied. Mr. Lu, I'll leave first. Zhou Ting's voice was hoarse. Only she knew what she had experienced in that hour. Miss Zhou, add me on WeChat. Lu Chen took out his phone. Maybe someday, I'll invite you to my house. Okay. Zhou Ting naturally understood the meaning behind Lu Chen's words, but she still added him on WeChat. Since things had progressed to this point with Lu Chen, she didn't mind having a deeper connection with him. Of course, she wasn't naive. The reason she was willing to let Lu Chen take advantage of her was not just to get his cooperation in acquiring that 20% stake. What she wanted was Lu Chen himself. As long as she could become Lu Chen's woman, she might receive his help in her career. Lu Chen naturally knew what Zhou Ting was thinking. After all, women were not stupid, especially a smart and beautiful woman like Zhou Ting. If Zhou Ting was willing to have a relationship with him, she must have ulterior motives. But he didn't mind, because he felt the same way about Zhou Ting. His trillion-dollar love fund was still waiting for him to cash in. He believed that as long as he kept spending money on Zhou Ting's affection for him would eventually reach 100. By then, his love fund would also be cashed out, and Zhou Ting would be his. More importantly, Zhou Ting had a strong business acumen, and using the love fund on her would yield multiple returns. For example, with the same 1 million, if given to Lin Xiaoxiao, she would save it, and although he would also receive 1 million as a result, the total would only be 2 million. But if 1 million was given to Zhou Ting, she would invest it, and that 1 million could very likely turn into 10 million. Adding the 1 million he cashed out, it would be a total of 11 million. The difference between the two was clear at a glance. Manager Lu, is there anything else you need me to do? Just as Zhou Ting left, Li Mingqi came to Lu Chen. His gaze swept over Li Mingqi. Dressed in professional attire with black stockings, she couldn't help but exude elegance. The present Li Mingqi had lost some of her youthful innocence in her eyes and gained a bit of maturity. She perfectly interpreted the difference between a girl and a woman. Well, I happen to have a few billion projects to discuss with you. Lu Chen embraced Li Mingqi's slender waist and led her into the office. As the office door closed, a battle ensued. Li Mingqi's affection plus 20. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chen drove into Mountain City University. Today was Friday, a day off for Mountain City University. As the Rolls-Royce drove through the campus, the passing students' gazes were all drawn to the Rolls-Royce. Wow, is that a Phantom? That license plate is awesome. Could it be that some big shot is visiting our school? If I could drive a Phantom in my life, even if it means living in a mansion and marrying a model, I'd be willing. No wonder rich people like to buy luxury cars. Lu Chen sighed. Only sitting in the car could one understand his current mood. As the envious and shocked gazes of the passing students continued, a sense of satisfaction uncontrollably rose in his heart. Trying to calm down, Lu Chen drove to the female dormitory. At the same time, downstairs at the female dormitory, a red Ferrari was parked. A handsome young man in luxurious attire was holding a bouquet of flowers and making a phone call. Yuan, I really like you, please come down. What, you need money for gas too? Yuan, you disappoint me. Asking you to lend me money for gas was a test. Do you think I, Zhang Feng, would lack that 1,000 yuan? Beep. Zhang Feng's words were cut off directly. Upstairs in the dormitory building, Yang Yu looked at Zhang Feng downstairs with a black line on her face and said, Xiaoning, tell me, is this guy crazy? Stingy as he is, he actually has the nerve to say it was a test for me. I seriously doubt that the driver's license he showed me at the time was fake, and this Ferrari is not his at all. This car should be his. Xiaoning walked to the window and looked down at Zhang Feng, saying, I heard from others that Zhang Feng's father is a famous entrepreneur in Mountain City and their family is very wealthy. It's fake. Yang Yu said indignantly, look at the flowers in his hand, are those flowers? Clearly, they are just roadside weeds. Have you ever seen a wealthy person asking a woman for money for gas, and giving flowers like that? The more Yang Yu thought about it, the angrier she became. Xiaoning also saw the roadside weeds in Jiang Feng's hand, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xiaoning, aren't you going home? Just then, Lin Xiaoxiao entered the dormitory. Lin Xiaoxiao had a big smile on her face, looking very happy. Xiaoxiao, is there something good happening at your home? You seem so happy. Yang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Nothing, it's just that Brother Mu is coming to pick me up. Xiaoxiao, who is this Brother Mu you keep mentioning? Yang Yu asked curiously, he must be very handsome if you talk about him all the time, right? Yes, Brother Mu is super handsome. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Really? I'd like to meet him then. Yang Yu had a silly expression on her face. I won't say anymore, Brother Mu called me, he should have arrived by now. Lin Xiaoxiao's phone suddenly rang. She quickly answered the call and hurried out of the dormitory. Xiaoning, let's go see how handsome Xiaoxiao's Brother Mu is. Yang Yu grabbed Xiaoning and chased after Lin Xiaoxiao. Yeah, you really came down. Zhang Feng was about to leave when he saw three graceful figures coming out of the dormitory. This caught his attention. Are we familiar? Yang Yu directly ignored Zhang Feng. She didn't have a good impression of him. Yeah, is it just $1,000? Do you have to be like this? Zhang Feng handed the grass in his hand to Yang Yu. Are the flowers I carefully prepared for you not worth more than $1,000? Zhang Feng, have some shame. Yang Yu was amused by Jiang Feng's behavior. You think $1,000 is not much, then you should give it back to me, and do you think I'm blind? You call the roadside common grass flowers that I carefully prepared? Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiaoning couldn't help but laugh. Damn, I've been fooled. Zhang Feng threw the grass in his hand and said angrily, the florist told me this is an imported dogtail flower, a rare variety, and I bought it for 10,000. Yang Yu, Xiaoning, Lin Xiaoxiao. I don't want you to pay me back. Please don't bother me anymore. Zhang Feng's thick skin made an impression on Yang Yu. She felt tired and didn't want to argue with Zhang Feng anymore. Yeah, have you thought it through? Zhang Feng pointed to the Ferrari behind him. This car is worth over 5 million. If I leave today, you'll never get to ride such a good car in your life. Please, just leave, Yang Yu replied. Humph, women, playing games with me, Zhang Feng coldly snorted. But you've won, you've successfully caught my attention, I will make you my woman. Ugh, Yang Yu and the others turned around and started vomiting. Xiaoxiao, just as Lin Xiaoxiao and the others were disgusted by Jiang Feng's domineering speech, Lu Chen arrived at the female dormitory building. Brother Mu, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly turned around at the sound of the voice, and when she saw Lu Chen coming out of the Rolls-Royce, she ran towards him. That's Xiaoxiao's Brother Mu? Yang Yu's gaze was drawn to Lu Chen. The sunlight shining on Lu Chen made him look like a character from a comic book. With a handsome face, an affable smile, and a unique charm that couldn't be described in words, Yang Yu's heart started beating faster as she looked at him. Xiaoning, I think I'm in love. Yang Yu turned to Xiaoning. Where's Xiaoning? Yang Yu was stunned to see an empty space next to her. But soon, she saw Xiaoning walking towards Lu Chen. You sneaky Xiaoning, you're even faster than me. Coming to her senses, Yang Yu also hurried towards Lu Chen. Yeah, where are you going? Zhang Feng watched Yang Yu's back. None of your business. Yang Yu turned back and gave Zhang Feng a disdainful look. Damn, my thunder was stolen. Zhang Feng looked at Lu Chen and the Rolls-Royce next to him, frowning. Brother Lu Chen, you're here to pick up Xiaoxiao? Xiaoning shyly looked at Lu Chen. Yes, Lu Chen nodded, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiaoning. Lin Xiaoxiao was wearing a sleeveless top with a ruffled edge, paired with straight jeans, her dark hair tied up in a high ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Her petite body and slender arms made people want to protect her. Xiaoning was wearing a black skirt, her long and fair legs straight and shapely, filling the skirt with fullness. The delicate face is wearing trendy makeup, looking very fashionable. Xiaoning, could you wait for me? Yang Yu came to Xiaoning's side, her bright big eyes staring straight at Lu Chen. Hello, Brother Mu, I'm Yang Yu, Xiaoning's little roommate. Yang Yu greeted Lu Chen proactively. Hello, Lu Chen smiled back. At the same time, he was also sizing up Yang Yu. Like Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiaoning, Yang Yu was also a youthful beauty. However, Yang Yu's beauty looked very healthy. Her slightly wheat-colored skin was delicate and smooth, her features were exquisite, and there was a hint of heroism between her brows. Her long and slender legs were full of strength. Lu Chen checked Yang Yu's personal profile. Name, Yang Yu. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 90. Driver, 0. Favorability, 10. Lu Chen, do you have time today? Xia Ning spoke up, you gave me such an expensive bag last time, and I haven't had a chance to thank you properly. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? No need. Before Lu Chen could respond, Lin Xiaoxiao preempted, when we get home, I'll cook for Brother Mu. Lin Xiaoxiao had to be on guard against Xia Ning, her plastic sister. They shared a bunk bed, and several times when she got up at night to use the bathroom, she heard Xia Ning sleep-talking and calling out Lu Chen's name. At that time, she felt like strangling Xia Ning. She treated Xia Ning as a close friend, but Xia Ning wanted to steal her man. Oh, Xiaoxiao, don't be so petty, Xia Ning smiled. I'm just inviting Brother Lu Chen to dinner, you can come too. What about me? Yang Yu blinked her big eyes, looking expectantly at Xia Ning. Yeah, I can come too. Hee, then I won't be polite. Yang Yu said as she stole a few more glances at Lu Chen. Seeing Yang Yu's expression, Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ning both frowned. What about me? Can I come too? Another voice sounded, and Wang Feng was walking towards them. We don't seem to know each other, right? Xia Ning said speechlessly. We'll get to know each other soon enough, Zhang Feng smiled. I'm Zhang Feng, nice to meet you all. However, after Zhang Feng spoke, no one paid him any attention. Hey, give me some face, okay? Zhang Feng said, I, Zhang Feng, am a well-known figure in the city. Being friends with me won't let you down. I've already lost $1,000, Yang Yu said expressionlessly. Alright, are you bringing that up again? Zhang Feng looked at Yang Yu, it's just $1,000, I'll pay you back. Zhang Feng pretended to pat himself as if looking for something. Oh, where's my wallet? Oh, I forgot my wallet. Zhang Feng looked at Lu Chen, bro, lend me 1,000, I'll pay you back later. Sure. Lu Chen smiled, opened the car door, took out a stack of banknotes from the car, and handed it to Zhang Feng. Enough? Brother Mu, don't lend him money, he won't pay it back, Yang Yu reminded. It's okay. Lu Chen didn't care whether Zhang Feng would pay back the money or not, he just found Zhang Feng interesting. After all, rich people like to show off in front of beautiful women, and he was the first stingy person he had ever seen. He didn't think Zhang Feng really had no money. That's enough. Zhang Feng took the banknotes, his eyes shining. Brother, rest assured, I, Zhang Feng, am definitely not someone who borrows money and doesn't pay back. Zhang Feng said, licking his thumb with his tongue, then counted out 10 bills from the bundle. Here, $1,000 back to you, don't tarnish my reputation in public in the future. Do you even have a reputation? Yang Yu took the banknotes and gave Zhang Feng a disdainful look. Zhang Feng's smug look made her extremely angry. Brother Mu is still better. Handsome and generous. Yang Yu turned her head to look at Lu Chen, and coincidentally, Lu Chen was also looking at her. The two looked at each other, and Yang Yu quickly blushed and lowered her head. Yang Yu's favorability +10. Brother, what does your family do? Why haven't I seen you before? Zhang Feng ignored Yang Yu and, after pocketing the remaining money, began to investigate Lu Chen's background. Is it not normal for you to have not seen me? Lu Chen pondered, the city is so big, you can't have met everyone, right? I may not have met everyone in the city, but I have met everyone in the second-generation circle of the city. Zhang Feng pointed at Lu Chen's Rolls-Royce. This car of yours is not something an ordinary second generation can afford. Yours is not bad either. Lu Chen glanced at the nearby Ferrari 458. From Zhang Feng's words and the cars they drove, Lu Chen could easily guess that Zhang Feng was the son of a big boss in the city. How about this, aren't you all going to have dinner together tonight? I happen to know the owner of Hongyun Pavilion, so why don't I treat you all there? But didn't you forget your wallet? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. How could he not know what Zhang Feng was up to, just trying to figure out his background? Ahem. Zhang Feng coughed awkwardly at the words. Brother, how about we have a race? Zhang Feng came up with an idea and said, it's about 20 kilometers from here to Hongyun Pavilion. Let's see who gets there first. The first one there will be responsible for ordering, and the one who arrives later will be responsible for paying the bill. What do you think? Lu Chen shook his head at the words. What, are you afraid of losing? Zhang Feng said, your Rolls-Royce is more than half the price of my Ferrari, and I'm not afraid. What do you have to be afraid of? It's just too boring to pay the bill. Lu Chen said, the loser will acknowledge the other as the big brother. If you think it's okay, I'll compete with you. Okay, it's a deal. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, and his mouth slightly curved upwards. He didn't think he would lose, even though his Ferrari was cheaper than Lu Chen's Phantom. But don't forget, his Ferrari is a sports car, while the Phantom is a sedan, and the two are not comparable in speed. As for Lu Chen reneging on the bill if he lost, he was even less worried. In their circle, integrity was more important than anything else. Losing face could still be remedied, but losing integrity would mean losing friends in the circle. Ladies, who wants to ride in my car? After deciding to race, Zhang Feng returned to his car and parked it in a straight line with the Phantom. However, Yang Yu and the other two did not respond to Zhang Feng and all leaned towards Lu Chen. It was obvious that they wanted to ride in Lu Chen's car. Zhang Feng, seeing this, was not angry. Compared to the beauties, he was more interested in Lu Chen. Inviting Lu Chen to Honyun Pavilion was not only to find out about Lu Chen's background but also to make friends with him. He wouldn't be so foolish as to mock Lu Chen on their first meeting. He may be a rich second generation, but that didn't mean he was brainless. Does anyone here get car sick? Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat and asked Lin Xiaoxiao and the others in the back seat. I don't get car sick. Lin Xiaoxiao replied first. I don't either. Xia Ning and Yang Yu said at the same time. That's good. Lu Chen started the car at the words and, pressing the window button, said to Zhang Feng in the Ferrari, let's begin. Brother, don't accuse me of bullying you, I'll give you a 1-minute head start. Zhang Feng placed his hands on the steering wheel, looking confident. Lu Chen smiled at the words, didn't say anything, lightly stepped on the gas, and the Phantom slowly drove towards the school gate. Brother, are we going too slow? Yang Yu looked at the slow-moving Phantom, feeling helpless. Will we lose like this? Boom! Yang Yu's words had just fallen when a wild roar suddenly came from behind. Zhang Feng was driving the Ferrari and zoomed past the Phantom. It seems his car has been modified. Lu Chen calmly stared ahead. After integrating advanced driving techniques, not only did his driving skills improve but he also gained a deep understanding of the car's performance. Just by listening to the sound, he could tell what engine Zhang Feng's Ferrari was using and what modifications had been made in terms of power. Brother Mu, shall we hurry up? Lin Xiaoxiao spoke up, otherwise, if we lose, you'll have to acknowledge the other as your big brother. No rush, we have to follow traffic rules. Within the school area, the speed limit is 30 km per hour, Lu Chen said as he took out his phone and opened the map. The map showed that the road from Mountain City University to Honyun Pavilion was congested. This was why Lu Chen remained calm. It was Friday, the day students got out of school, and it was past 3 in the afternoon, during the peak hours. When he used to deliver takeout, it would get really congested around this time. Even if Zhang Feng's Ferrari was fast, how could it be fast in the face of congested urban roads? Damn, driving so fast to reincarnate. Zhang Feng drove the Ferrari through the campus, leaving a trail of curses behind. At the exit of Mountain City University, a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase was talking to a security guard. Suddenly, a roar of a beast was heard. The middle-aged man turned to look, and in that instant, a gust of wind blew, causing his wig to fall to the ground. Yes, the middle-aged man was wearing a wig. Principal, are you okay? The security guard quickly picked up the wig from the ground and handed it to the middle-aged man, who was none other than the principal of Mountain City University, Shi Dong. Find out who's driving. Shi Dong took the wig, his face darkening. Principal, if I'm not mistaken, it's Zhang Feng from the Finance 1 class. Zhang Feng. Shi Dong frowned at the name. Then, he left without saying a word. Panlong Overpass. Zhang Feng drove the Ferrari, looking frustrated at the congested road. Miscalculated, forgot that this is the time when traffic jams occur. Zhang Feng looked back, confirmed that Lu Chen hadn't caught up, and breathed a sigh of relief. But it's okay, that guy shouldn't be able to catch up with me. Brother Mu, what should we do? It's so congested. At the entrance of the overpass, the Rolls-Royce also faced congestion. Seeing this scene, Yang Yu and the others became anxious. Stay calm, Lu Chen said with a smile, hold on tight, I'm about to perform. Lu Chen's voice fell. He pressed the brake with his left foot, shifted to D gear, and slammed the gas pedal to the floor with his right foot, causing the tires to spin rapidly against the ground, emitting a piercing sound. The commotion naturally caught the attention of other drivers. Immediately, the surrounding drivers moved their vehicles, keeping a distance from the Phantom. Brother Lu Chen, is the car going to explode? Xia Ning and Lin Xiaoxiao hugged each other tightly, both trembling. Lu Chen didn't respond to Xia Ning, his attention highly focused. Now, when the other cars made way, Lu Chen quickly released the brake with his left foot and stepped on the gas pedal with his right foot. Roar! The engine roared. The Phantom burned rubber and rushed onto the overpass. With his advanced driving skills, Lu Chen maneuvered through the congested road sections. How much longer will this be congested? The Ferrari was moving slowly on the overpass, making Zhang Feng increasingly impatient. He took out his phone to check the navigation. The estimated congestion duration was another half an hour. Forget it, let it be congested. Anyway, I've already won. Zhang Feng looked back again, only to see a sea of vehicles behind him. The Phantom was much longer than a normal sedan, making it extremely difficult to overtake on such congested roads. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Zhang Feng's face. He put on his sunglasses, turned on the car stereo, and played a catchy tune. With the upbeat music playing, Jiang Feng became extremely excited, moving his body along with the music. Dai Xia Hu Jiang Feng sang along with the music. Ding ding! As the music reached its climax, a series of piercing honks suddenly sounded. Jiang Feng subconsciously turned his head to look. And in the instant he turned his head, his whole body froze in place. A phantom was seen weaving through the traffic, squeezing out a path in the crowded road. No way! Jiang Feng swallowed hard. Brother Mu, I can't take it anymore. In the car, Yang Yu and the three of them held each other tightly. With every sharp turn made by Lu Chen, the three of them swayed back and forth in the car like a tumbler. Hold on. Lu Chen's expression was very serious. Overtaking on such a congested road segment, a slight oversight could cause a chain reaction of accidents. Bang! A loud noise. Two cars suddenly collided 100 meters ahead. The already congested road was completely blocked. Thank goodness. Jiang Feng finally came to his senses. Looking at the accident scene less than 10 meters away from him, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that guy to have such amazing driving skills. Even though he was skilled, with the road completely blocked now, he wouldn't be able to pass through. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng opened the car door. He was about to get out of the car and greet Lu Chen. And just as he opened the car door, he saw the phantom brushing past him without any intention of slowing down. Stop, there's an accident ahead. Jiang Feng shouted at the phantom. However, the phantom still did not slow down. Ah! In the car, Yang Yu and the others screamed. Yang Yu pointed ahead, her voice trembling. Brother Mu, stop the car, there's an accident ahead. Lu Chen stared ahead with a deadpan expression. Two cars were blocking the road horizontally, leaving only a little over a meter on the right side. However, the phantom was 2 meters wide and couldn't pass through that little over a meter gap. Got it! Lu Chen figured it out, his heart rate starting to accelerate. Then, Lu Chen tightly gripped the steering wheel with both hands, pressed the electronic handbrake, and sharply turned the wheel. Instantly, the phantom's tires rubbed against the ground rapidly. In the back seat, Yang Yu and the others were squeezed into a corner. A sense of weightlessness came over them, and they felt dizzy. Squeak, 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 the tires rubbed against the ground frantically. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the phantom drifted sideways, with half of the car body leaning against the guardrail of the overpass, and in a tilted manner, it rushed through the gap of just over a meter. Silence. Everyone was amazed by Lu Chen's almost acrobatic maneuver. By the time everyone came to their senses, the phantom had disappeared. Wow! Jiang Feng's sunglasses fell to the ground in shock, and he was left dumbfounded. The music was still playing in the car. Jiang Feng felt his blood boiling, uncontrollably admiring Lu Chen. The Panlong overpass, as the most complex overpass in Jiangcheng, looked like overlapping rings from above. At this moment, an amazing scene was unfolding on the overpass. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom was shuttling through the congested traffic like a ghost. Soon, the Phantom drove off the overpass and onto the main road. At the entrance of the Hongyun Pavilion, a Phantom parked precisely in a roadside parking space. The valuable Phantom, along with its consecutive number plate, instantly attracted the attention of passers-by. Just as people were discussing who the important person in the car might be, the rear door of the Phantom opened, and 3 disheveled figures walked out, squatting on the roadside and retching. "Are you guys okay?" Lu Chen hurriedly got out of the car, looking concerned at Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, only to receive 3 resentful glances. Let me go buy you some water." Lu Chen smiled awkwardly, and just as he was about to go to the convenience store across the street to buy water for Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, a middle-aged man in a suit came over with 4 bottles of mineral water. "Sir, I have water here." The middle-aged man handed out the mineral water to Lu Chen and the others. "Thank you." Lu Chen took the mineral water and thanked him. "Sir, why don't you come inside the store and have a seat?" The middle-aged man, who was the manager of the Hongyun Pavilion, Zheng Tao, smiled at Lu Chen. "Sure." Lu Chen nodded. They originally came to Hongyun Pavilion for a meal. "Sir, you and the 3 ladies can rest first. If you need anything, you can call me anytime, or call the waiter in the restaurant." Hongyun Pavilion rest area. Zheng Tao told Lu Chen, then went busy. Lu Chen's gaze swept around. Inside Hongyun Pavilion, the decoration was magnificent, just like a palace. So luxurious. Yang Yu took a sip of water, feeling much more comfortable. It was her first time in such a high-end restaurant, and the decoration of Hongyun Pavilion directly shocked her. "You guys sit for a while, I'll go to the restroom." Lu Chen suddenly felt a bit urgent, so he got up and walked towards the restroom. Not long after Lu Chen left, Xia Ning took a sip of water and also got up, saying, "I'll also go to the restroom." Lin Xiaoxiao and Yang Yu didn't think much about it. Brother Lu Chen. After Lu Chen came out of the restroom, a pleasant voice suddenly came from behind. Turning around, he saw Xia Ning coming out of the ladies' room. Xia Ning, you also went to the restroom. Lu Chen turned around, smiling at Xia Ning. Xia Ning tidied her hair by her ear, shyly walked up to Lu Chen and said, Brother Lu Chen, thank you for giving me so much pocket money. Seeing Xia Ning's shy look, Lu Chen couldn't help but know her thoughts. So Lu Chen hugged Xia Ning and whispered in her ear, how do you plan to thank me? Brother Lu Chen, I can do anything you ask. Feeling the warm breath in her ear, Xia Ning's body instantly softened in Lu Chen's arms. Anything? After confirming that there was no one around, Lu Chen took Xia Ning into the men's restroom. A single restroom. Lu Chen held Xia Ning, sitting on the toilet. Brother Lu Chen. Xia Ning's face and neck were dyed with a blush, her breathing became rapid. From Lu Chen's point of view, he could see a glimpse of a wrapped roundness. Although the size was not astonishing, the shape was perfect. It's been almost half an hour. Why haven't Brother Mu and Xia Ning come back? In the rest area, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the time, looking puzzled. Should we go check? Yang Yu spoke. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and was about to go to the restroom with Yang Yu. Just then, Lu Chen and Xia Ning appeared in their sight and walked towards the rest area. Brother Lu Chen. Xia Ning followed Lu Chen, her eyes full of resentment. Next time, today's time is not enough. They got to know each other's body structure in the restroom. But due to lack of time, they didn't go too deep. This made both of them feel very uncomfortable. Brother Mu, why did you and Xia Ning take so long in the restroom? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Chen and Xia Ning, feeling that something was off. This place is too big, Xia Ning and I spent a long time looking for the restroom. Lu Chen casually gave a reason. I see. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't think much more. She trusted Lu Chen very much and believed that he wouldn't lie to her. However, Yang Yu kept looking back and forth between Xia Ning and Lu Chen with a strange look. She didn't believe that the two of them were just looking for the restroom. Big brother, where are you? Just then, an excited voice rang out. Zhang Feng hurriedly walked into the lobby, looking around for something. When he saw Lu Chen and the others in the rest area, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up and he quickly walked towards them. Big brother, I admire you. Zhang Feng came to Lu Chen, full of admiration. I admit defeat, from now on, you are my big brother. By the way, I don't know your name, big brother. Lu Chen. Okay, Brother Mu. Zhang Feng smiled. Brother Mu, teach me how to drift. Let's talk about it when we have time. Lu Chen said, it's getting late, let's eat first. Big brother, rest assured, leave the rest to me. Zhang Feng said and made a phone call. Not long after, Zhang Tao respectfully came to Zhang Feng. Young master, you're here. Zhang Feng nodded and said, Manager Zhang, today I am treating my big brother and his friends to dinner. Please have someone prepare the VIP room. No. One for us. Young master, VIP room no. One might not be available, Zhang Tao replied. It has already been reserved by a lady. What? My sister is also here. Zhang Feng's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He looked awkwardly at Lu Chen and said, Brother Mu, shall we go eat somewhere else? What's wrong? Are you afraid of your sister? Lu Chen said thoughtfully. From Zhang Tao's way of addressing Zhang Feng, he had already confirmed Zhang Feng's identity. In the entire city, there were only a few entrepreneurs surnamed Jiang, and only one surnamed Jiang who was the owner of the Hongyun Pavilion. That person was the richest man in the city, Jiang Xiong, the owner of the Hongyun Group. The Hongyun Group is a company with a market value of over 500 billion, mainly engaged in real estate, catering, and other industries. He didn't expect that Zhang Feng was actually the son of the richest man in the city. Brother Mu, you don't understand, Zhang Feng shivered. My sister has always controlled me since I was young. I already have a psychological shadow because of her. The reason I am so poor is because of my sister. Since we're here, let's just eat here. Lu Chen looked at Zhang Tao and said, just arrange an empty room for us. Lu Chen was not interested in Zhang Feng's sister. Right now, he just wanted to fill his stomach and then go back to fight with Lin Xiaoxiao. The two of them had already agreed on a battle day a week ago. 6th floor of the Hongyun Pavilion. Zhang Tao led Lu Chen and the others into room No. 10. It's so spacious. Upon entering the room, Yang Yu and the other two women were all shocked. The room was over 100 square meters in size, and the decoration was not as luxurious as the hall, but rather antique and elegant. Exquisite screens, redwood dining table, jade carvings, everything in the room showcased its style. This is nothing. Zhang Feng introduced. The Hongyun Pavilion has a total of 20 rooms. The higher the ranking, the more money spent on decoration. One room alone cost over 100 million just for decoration. And one room is on the 7th floor of the Hongyun Pavilion. The entire 7th floor only has that one room. And not just anyone can enter the know. One room, only entrepreneurs worth over 100 billion are qualified to reserve it, and not necessarily guaranteed. Yeah, are you regretting it now? Xia Ning whispered to Yang Yu, I told you, Zhang Feng's family is very wealthy. I'm not regretting it. Yang Yu said indifferently, even if he's rich, what's the use? He's not willing to spend it on me. That's true. Xia Ning nodded in agreement. At the same time, she thought of Lu Chen. Lu Chen would give her 1 million spending money a day. In this world, there probably wasn't a man as generous as Lu Chen. Xia Ning, tell me the truth, do you have a thing with Brother Mu? Yang Yu whispered to Xia Ning, you must have done something in the restroom just now, your lipstick is gone. No, I didn't. Xia Ning was surprised in her heart and hurriedly explained, I washed off the lipstick in the restroom. Is that so? Yang Yu looked at Xia Ning with a strange look. She naturally didn't believe what Xia Ning said. But what made her curious was, what made Xia Ning willing to be the third party between Lu Chen and Lin Xiaoxiao. You guys go ahead in order, I'll go out to take a call. Lu Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Zhou Ting. So Lu Chen picked up his phone and walked out of the room. On the corridor outside the room, Lu Chen answered the call. Zhou Ting's mature and charming voice came from the other end. General Lu, something has happened. I just received news that Huang Jin from Baida and Sun Hong from Wanjia have sold their combined 20% stake in Shouyuan Group to Jiang Qingyue of Hongyun Group. Furthermore, from the recent actions of the Hongyun Group, it seems that Jiang Qingyue is planning to enter the breeding industry. That's quite a coincidence. Lu Chen frowned upon hearing this. Jiang Qingyue, without a doubt, was Zhang Feng's sister. Mr. Lu, what are your plans next? Zhou Ting's voice continued, if Hongyun Group enters the breeding industry, it will inevitably compete with your Baiyun breeding farm. I plan to have a meal first. Lu Chen said calmly, I will send you an address later, let's meet and talk tomorrow at noon. After saying that, Lu Chen hung up the phone. Click clack click clack, the sound of high heels touching the ground. Lu Chen subconsciously turned his head to look. Lu Chen. A surprised and complex voice sounded. A graceful figure stood at the staircase leading to the top floor. She was wearing a custom-made cheongsam, with a cold and mysterious temperament. When Lu Chen saw the figure clearly, his eyes instantly turned cold. Su Yao, what's wrong? Another voice sounded, and a woman in a plain long dress, with an otherworldly temperament, walked out from the corner and stood next to Su Yao. The woman glanced at Lu Chen and said slowly, is he your friend? Su's friend, then I should get to know him. A steady and magnetic voice came, and a handsome young man followed closely. The young man exuded an aristocratic air in his every move. When the young man saw Lu Chen, he subconsciously furrowed his brows. Let's go. Su Yao shifted her gaze away from Lu Chen and was about to go to the top floor. Su, since he is your friend, why not invite him along? The young man walked towards Lu Chen and said, let me introduce myself, I am not interested. Before the young man could finish his sentence, Lu Chen turned and left directly. The young man's face darkened instantly. Su, your friend is really rude. The young man glared at Lu Chen's back. Didn't his family teach him that interrupting others is impolite? As the young man's words fell, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, a smug smile appeared on the young man's face. However, before he could continue speaking, Lu Chen took a quick step towards him. Overestimating yourself. The young man's mouth curved into a cold smile, and in the next moment, he clenched his right fist and struck towards Lu Chen. Nangong Yun, stop. Seeing this scene, Su Yao's face changed drastically as she tried to stop Nangong Yun. However, Nangong Yun ignored Su Yao's words. Bang! Just as Nangong Yun's fist was about to hit Lu Chen dodged the attack, grabbed Nangong Yun's arm, and threw him heavily to the ground with a shoulder throw. The whole process was smooth and fluid. Cough cough. Nangong Yun lay on the ground, coughing violently. He felt like his body was falling apart, the pain unbearable. Do you know who I am? Nangong Yun lay on the ground, his expression fierce. You have 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize to me, or you will bear the consequences. Facing Nangong Yun's threat, Lu Chen's eyes remained calm. He looked down at Nangong Yun and said, you can try. With that, Lu Chen turned and left directly. Perhaps Nangong Yun had a strong background, but as someone with a system, he had no fear at all. Su Yao, your friend is quite impressive. Jiang Qingyue recovered from her shock and said, Nangong Yun is a black belt in Taekwondo, yet he was taken down by your friend with just one move. Is your friend in the bodyguard industry? He's just an ordinary person. Su Yao took a deep breath and said, help me persuade Nangong Yun later, to not go looking for trouble. I'll try, but he may not listen. Jiang Qingyue said meaningfully. Qingyue, you don't need to persuade me. Private room no. 1. Nan Gongyan stood by the window, his face dark. No matter what, I will not let that guy off. I'm not trying to persuade you. Jiang Qingyue held a glass of red wine and took a sip elegantly. As a member of the Nangong family, if you seek revenge on an ordinary person for a trivial matter, it will make you seem narrow-minded. I don't think Su Yao would want to cooperate with someone narrow-minded. Nan Gongyun frowned at the words. His gaze fell on Su Yao, who was sitting quietly on the Grand Tutor's chair. He opened his mouth as if to speak but hesitated. Alright, for your sake, I'll let that guy off the hook. Nan Gongyun took a deep breath. Okay, let's put this matter behind us. Jiang Qingyue's expression turned serious. Let's talk business. Currently, the two largest breeding enterprises in Mountain City are Baiyun Breeding Farm and Shouyuan Group. However, Shouyuan Group has recently encountered some issues, causing its market value to plummet by nearly 2 billion. I propose that instead of establishing a new breeding company, we should seize this opportunity to acquire Shouyuan Group. If it's just about acquiring a company, you wouldn't have called us here, Nan Gongyan spoke up. From what I know, the reason for Shouyuan Group's market value decline is that two major feed companies in the southwest region have announced the termination of their cooperation with them. That's right, Jiang Qingyue continued, we want to jointly build a gourmet city, and for that, quality ingredients are crucial. Therefore, we must have our own breeding enterprise to ensure a stable supply of ingredients. But based on my investigation in the past few days, I discovered something shocking. Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath. Zhuozhuang and Jinka, the largest shareholders of the two major feed groups, have been replaced. And now, the largest shareholder of these two feed groups is the owner of Baiyun Breeding Farm. Oh, is that so? Nan Gongyan's face showed surprise. Baiyun Breeding Farm is just a non-listed company. Where did the owner get so much cash to acquire shares of Zhuozhuang and Jinka? To become the largest shareholder of these two feed groups, one must own at least 51% of the shares. Given the current market value of these two groups, it means the other party spent over 50 billion in cash for the acquisition. Even I couldn't come up with over 50 billion in cash in a short time. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's a coincidence. Jiang Qingyue looked at Su Yao. The owner of Baiyun Breeding Farm is also named Lu Chen. It can't be him, Su Yao said calmly. It's probably just a coincidence. Su Yao knew Lu Chen very well. In her opinion, Lu Chen was a very intelligent person. During the 5 years she spent with him, Lu Chen always found solutions to any difficulty she encountered in life or work. However, as smart as Lu Chen was, he couldn't possibly have 50 billion in cash. Moreover, Lu Chen's parents were ordinary farmers. In any case, our top priority now is to acquire Shouyuan Group and negotiate cooperation with Zhuozhuang and Jinka. Only by solving the meat supply issue can the Gourmet City project officially commence, Jiang Qingyue continued. That's simple, Nan Gongyan smiled. Qingyue, you're in charge of acquiring Shouyuan Group, and I'll handle the negotiations with Zhuozhuang and Jinka. I believe with my connections, they will agree. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen and his companions walked out of Hongyun Pavilion. Brother Mu, how about going to the bar later? Zhang Feng smiled at Lu Chen. Young master, Miss is looking for you. Just then, Zhang Tao walked up to Zhang Feng. How did my sister know I'm here? Zhang Feng's face darkened. Manager Zhang, you didn't tell my sister, did you? Young master, it's not my fault, Zhang Tao said helplessly. Miss just checked the cash register and found your credit account, so she asked if you were dining here. I had to tell her the truth. Credit account? Lu Chen frowned and looked at Wang Feng. You invited us for a meal and didn't pay? Brother Mu, you can't say that, Wang Feng said seriously. This is my family's restaurant, so it's normal for me not to pay. You just don't have the money. Lu Chen gave Wang Feng a disdainful look. He could tell that Wang Feng wasn't pretending to be stingy, he simply didn't have much money on him. This made him feel a bit sympathetic towards Wang Feng. As the son of the richest man, he was unexpectedly in such a tight spot. Brother Mu, every time you bring this up, I feel like crying. Wang Feng gritted his teeth and said, it's all my sister's fault. She's the one who made my parents restrict my pocket money and said it was for my own good, so I wouldn't become a playboy. Young master, Miss also asked me to pass on a message to you, Zhang Tao said cautiously. She said if you don't show up in front of her within 3 minutes, your monthly pocket money will be reduced to 1,000. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier, Wang Feng said, glaring at Zhang Tao before running madly into the store. Sis, your dear little brother is here. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen and Lin Xiaoxiao were speechless. Let's go, Lu Chen said, preparing to leave. Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen turned around, a pleasant voice came from behind. Yao Yao's sister, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, staring straight at the graceful figure walking out of the store. So beautiful, Xia Ning and Yang Yu were shocked. As beauties themselves, they were all amazed by Su Yao's beauty the moment they saw her. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here? Suyao looked at Lin Xiaoxiao in confusion, then realized something and furrowed her brows subconsciously. I came with Brother Mu, Lin Xiaoxiao said somewhat at a loss. Xiaoxiao has grown up, Suyao said meaningfully, then walked in front of Lu Chen and said, can we talk? There's nothing to talk about, Lu Chen said coldly, staring at Suyao. He was never a generous person. From the moment Suyao chose to leave, he could never forgive her. I know you hate me, Suyao took a deep breath and said, I never thought of making you forgive me. In those 5 years, you did indeed do a lot for me, and that's something I can't deny. Lu Chen said nothing. Yang Yu and Xia Ning were watching the two with curiosity. Only Lin Xiaoxiao felt anxious. She was afraid that Lu Chen and Suyao would reconcile, which would make it impossible for her and Lu Chen. But as a simple-minded person, she couldn't bear to see Lu Chen and Suyao break up. Although she had only known Suyao and Lu Chen for a year, she had witnessed firsthand how much they loved each other. So even if Lu Chen and Suyao broke up, she would never believe that they had completely forgotten each other. Take this, Suyao took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Lu Chen. I've deposited a sum of money in it, enough to ensure you a worry-free life. Truly a father and daughter, you're just as disgusting as that guy. Lu Chen didn't take the bank card. He gave Suyao a cold look and walked away without looking back. Brother Mu, wait for me, Lin Xiaoxiao hurried to catch up with Lu Chen. Yang Yu and Xia Ning came to their senses and followed suit. Watching Lu Chen's back, Suyao tightened her grip on the bank card, her pretty face somewhat pale. Sigh. In the end, Suyao sighed helplessly and turned back into the store. Inside the store's resting area, Jiang Feng was being questioned by Jiang Qingyue. Tell me, how did you meet the other person? Sis, are you talking about Brother Mu? Jiang Feng stood honestly in front of Jiang Qingyue, looking eager to please. Brother Mu? Jiang Qingyue frowned. Have you become so close to the other person? It's not that we're very close, it's just that I lost to him in a competition. Jiang Feng recounted what happened today to Jiang Qingyue. After listening to Jiang Feng, Jiang Qingyue fell silent, her expression becoming serious. Are you sure that car belongs to him? It's definitely Brother Mu's, Jiang Feng said. If that car isn't Brother Mu's, would he dare to drift in it? What car? Just then, Suyao arrived at the resting area. Suyao, you're here at the right time. Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath and said, I heard from Xiaofeng that your friend has a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a license plate of 5 consecutive zeros. In other words, your friend is very likely the boss behind the current flourishing in Jinka 2 major groups. Impossible. Suyao frowned and said, I know more about his family and his financial situation than anyone else. He couldn't possibly have that much money. It's not that Suyao didn't want to believe. It's just that she couldn't believe it. The reason she went from an ordinary person to the temporary chairman of a trillion-dollar group was because of her biological father. As for Lu Chen's parents, she had met them, they were very simple ordinary people. As for Lu Chen, she had been with him for 5 years, how could she not know how much money he had? If Lu Chen really had so much money, he wouldn't be able to hide it from her. May I ask, what is your relationship with Mu Go? Jiang Feng asked curiously. I was with him for 5 years, Suyao did not hide her relationship with Lu Chen. What? Doesn't that mean he's not your friend, but your boyfriend? Jiang Qingyue looked at Suyao in shock. She had only known Suyao for a few days, but in these few days of contact, she was impressed by Suyao. Suyao was no less beautiful or capable than her, even stronger in some aspects. Coupled with Suyao's identity as the temporary chairman of the Longtan Group, it could be said that Suyao had become the hottest topic in the circle. Major financial groups, aristocratic families, and second-generation family members were all eyeing Suyao, wanting to win her heart. And Nangdong Yun was one of these second-generation members. But what she never expected was that Suyao actually had a boyfriend now. If this got out, the entire business circle would probably be shaken. To be precise, he's an ex-boyfriend, Suyao said. We've already broken up. The Phantom drove on the road. The car was silent. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Chen hesitantly. Xia Ning and Yang Yu didn't know what to say. What's wrong with you guys? Why is everyone so serious? Lu Chen broke the awkward atmosphere. Mugij, who was that fairy sister just now? She's so beautiful, Yang Yu asked curiously. She still felt envious when she thought of Suyao's appearance. Suyao was too beautiful, even if she was a beauty with a comprehensive score of 90. But when she saw Suyao, she felt a bit inferior. Suyao, whether in appearance, figure, or temperament, was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Fairy? Lu Chen smiled and did not respond to Yang Yu. He knew Suyao was indeed very beautiful, that's why he remained calm when he saw beauties like Lin Yanran. Because for those 5 years, he saw Suyao's unbelievably beautiful face every day. He didn't check Suyao's personal panel, but he was sure that Suyao's comprehensive beauty score must have reached a perfect score of 100. However, no matter how beautiful Suyao was, there was no possibility between him and Suyao. Just like Suyao's father, Sunantian said. He and Suyao were not people of the same world. But who was more outstanding, who would regret it in the future, didn't need to be said. Suyao was indeed very lucky to have a billionaire father. But no matter how lucky she was, she couldn't compare to him, as he directly owned the system. So what if it was a trillion-dollar group? He had only had the system for a week, and his personal assets had already reached nearly 100 billion. Not to mention, as long as he spent on beauties, he could cash out the love fund. $1 trillion in cash was not comparable to $1 trillion in market value. Alright, I'll drop you off here. Lu Chen parked the car on the side of a shopping mall road. Xiaoning, you and Yuan can take a taxi back later. Okay, Xia Ning said without any unhappiness. In the restroom of Hongyun Pavilion, Lu Chen had already made an appointment with her to meet in a few days. As for today, Xia Ning glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao sitting in the front passenger seat. Since Lin Xiaoxiao had known Lu Chen earlier than her, she, as a third party, could only wait in line. Mugij, let's exchange WeChat. Yang Yu smiled. I'm very happy to meet Mugij today. As Yang Yu's voice fell, she saw Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ning looking at her with strange eyes. Is it not allowed? Yang Yu pretended to be innocent. Of course, it's allowed. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly as he took out his phone and added Yang Yu on WeChat. Regardless of whether he had any thoughts about Yang Yu, he naturally preferred more beautiful women when it came to realizing his love fund. Yeah, what do you mean? After Lu Chen drove away in the Phantom, Xia Ning frowned and said, could it be that you have feelings for brother Lu Chen? Xia Ning suddenly began to understand Lin Xiaoxiao a bit. Perhaps when she added Lu Chen on WeChat, Lin Xiaoxiao's feelings should have been similar to hers now. Xiaoning, don't overthink it. Yang Yu smiled and said, I added brother Mu on WeChat just to be friends with him, nothing more. Do you think I would believe that? Xia Ning gave Yang Yu a look. As women, how could she not know what Yang Yu was up to? Well, I admit I have feelings for brother Mu, Yang Yu said, but why are you angry? Could it be that you also have feelings for brother Mu? Xia Ning was speechless at the words. Could it be that you and brother Mu really have something? Yang Yu pondered, does Xiao know? Buzz as Yang Yu's words fell, her phone suddenly vibrated. She opened her phone and glanced at it, seeing a WeChat message from Lu Chen. And the moment she clicked into WeChat, she was stunned. She saw that Lu Chen had transferred 1 million to her, with a message, meet up red packet. In an instant, Yang Yu recalled Xia Ning's question from a few days ago. What does it mean if a man transfers 1 million pocket money to a woman every day? At that time, she thought Xia Ning was crazy to ask such an impossible and idiotic question. But now, she realized that she was the crazy one. It seems you've received it too. Xia Ning held her phone, seeing that Lu Chen had also transferred 1 million to her. Xiaoning, this. Yang Yu swallowed and said, am I dreaming? This is real, Xia Ning said. Brother Lu Chen has been transferring money to me for several days in a row. My bank account balance is almost 10 million now. No wonder you're willing to be the third party, Yang Yu said instinctively. You talk as if you wouldn't do the same. Xia Ning gave Yang Yu a look and said, although it's unfair to Xiao, I have no choice. Brother Lu Chen has given me too much. I can just be brother Lu Chen's lover without the title. Do you still want the title? Yang Yu trembled as she accepted the payment and said, 1 million a day, forget being a lover, I'd be a slave. In my opinion, if brother Mu can give us this much money, he can give it to other women too. Instead of being wary of each other, we might as well join forces to secure our position in brother Mu's heart. Good idea. Xia Ning's eyes lit up. That's what she was thinking too. Love Fund, 5000000. Personal wealth plus 5 million. The system prompt sounded, and Lu Chen once again cashed out 5 million from the Love Fund. He not only transferred 1 million to Xia Ning and Yang Shui, but also to Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Yanran, and Li Mengqi. Wait, almost forgot. Lu Chen opened WeChat and transferred 1 million to Zhou Ting as well, and sent a message. Daytime hard work fee. Shortly after the transfer, Zhou Ting replied to his message. Zhou Ting? Zhou Ting, what do you take me for? Angry, this girl, why is she angry? Lu Chen was somewhat speechless, and typed again, I originally wanted to give you something, but I didn't know what you liked, so I'll let you buy it yourself. After the message was sent, Zhou Ting finally accepted the transfer. Zhou Ting, then thank you, General Lu. Love Fund 1000000. Personal wealth plus 1 million. Brother Mu, aren't you getting off the car? Lin Xiaoxiao stood outside the car, looking puzzled at Lu Chen playing with his phone inside. Coming. Lu Chen turned off his phone, opened the car door, and got out. Xiaoxiao, you go home and wait for me, I'll go out to buy something. Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded at the words and then walked towards home. Lu Chen went straight to the pharmacy outside the old residential area and bought a large amount of cockroach poison. He planned to wait for the respawn of monsters and then go downstairs to kill cockroaches with the poison. Mugage, why did you buy so much cockroach poison? Lu Chen's home. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the large bag of cockroach poison carried by Lu Chen. Her face changed drastically. Mugage, please don't do anything reckless. Don't talk nonsense, I won't do anything reckless. Lu Chen glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, you go take a shower first, I will check carefully later. Check what? Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks instantly turned red. What do you think? Lu Chen looked Lin Xiaoxiao up and down unscrupulously. We agreed. I know, Mugage, please stop. Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted Lu Chen, blushing. But what if my sister comes back later? Right, I almost forgot to tell you. Lu Chen said, your sister won't come back today, she went to a friend's house. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that when they were eating at Hongyun Pavilion, Ling Yanran sent him a message saying that she would accompany Anya to organize training materials tonight and wouldn't come back to sleep. Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder at the words, but she obediently went to take a shower. Lu Chen sat on the sofa and started searching for information related to the Hongyun group. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened. Lu Chen heard the sound and subconsciously looked towards the bathroom. As the mist spread, Lin Xiaoxiao, wrapped in a towel, slowly walked out. Her petite body, fair skin, Lin Xiaoxiao looked very inexperienced all over. But it was this sense of inexperience that made Lu Chen want to cherish her. So Lu Chen got up from the sofa and walked towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Mugage. Seeing Lu Chen walking towards her, Lin Xiaoxiao tightly held her chest with both hands. Her pink toes were tightly clenched together. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's movements, Lu Chen's breathing became a bit rapid. Xiaoxiao. Lu Chen hugged Lin Xiaoxiao. Due to the height difference, Lin Xiaoxiao only reached his chest. Mugage, I'm scared. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head, her clear eyes full of shyness and nervousness. It will be fine soon. Lu Chen exerted a little force with his hands, and Lin Xiaoxiao was lifted by him. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao, like a frightened little animal, quickly buried her face in Lu Chen's chest. 1 hour later. Mugage, you are a big liar. In the bedroom. Lin Xiaoxiao curled up in the blanket, tears on her face. You said it would be fine soon. Lin Xiaoxiao felt wronged and was about to cry. It is fine, it's only been an hour. Lu Chen said seriously. Whoa, big liar. Lin Xiaoxiao burst into tears directly. She felt like her body was falling apart. Xiaoxiao, don't cry. Lu Chen was a bit helpless. He really didn't know how to handle this situation. Being too strong was also wrong, right? I'm sleepy. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, tears shimmering in her eyes like gems, looking both cute and pitiful. Then go to sleep. Lu Chen hugged Lin Xiaoxiao and started to coax her to sleep. Perhaps she was really tired. Just a few minutes later, Lin Xiaoxiao fell asleep in Lu Chen's arms. Seeing this, Lu Chen gently put Lin Xiaoxiao down. At that moment, a bright plum blossom on the bedsheet caught Lu Chen's attention. This made him absent-minded. At midnight, Lu Chen carried the cockroach poison downstairs. In old residential areas like this, with buildings of ancient age, both facilities and hygiene conditions cannot be compared to those of new developments. And in the summer, cockroaches and rats are everywhere in the sewers of the old residential areas. Ugh, it stinks. Lu Chen came to the sewer, and a foul smell hit him, almost making him faint. He took out a tissue from his pocket to cover his nose, feeling a bit better. Then, he poured the cockroach poison from the bag into the sewer. After doing all this, he did not go home. Instead of focusing on the old neighborhood, cockroach poison was poured into every sewer. About half an hour later, the system prompts continued to sound. Early in the morning, Lu Chen got up early. He first glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping soundly, and then checked the system prompts. Killed 1 cockroach, received money plus 80. Killed 1 cockroach, received money plus 66. Accumulated killing of 10 cockroaches, received money plus 100 million. Accumulated killing of 100 cockroaches, received 50 pieces of Northern Song official kiln celadone. Accumulated killing of 1,000 cockroaches, received the Gloria gold mine in Bear Country. Killing cockroaches reached the limit, completed the achievement Hatred of Cockroaches, and received an advanced gourmet recipe. Rewards have been distributed, relevant information and files have been respectively distributed to the host's mobile phone and the manor warehouse. Northern Song official kiln celadone has been distributed to the host's manor. The advanced gourmet recipe has been distributed to the host's mobile phone. The system prompts continued to sound, and Lu Chen's mood suddenly became excited. He quickly took out his phone to check the relevant information. Hiss at a glance, Lu Chen took a deep breath. The system is simply extravagant and ruthless. Not to mention 1 billion in cash, which can only be considered ordinary in this reward. Among them, the 50 pieces of Northern Song official kiln celadon are genuine antiques, with an average value of around 50 million each, totaling around 25 billion. The official kiln celadon of the Northern Song period is the most valuable among all dynasties' porcelain. Next is the Gloria gold mine. Located in the Gloria region of Bear Country, it is a large gold mine with a reserve of about 200 tons, valued at around 1 trillion. 1 trillion, this is not market value, but the cash that the gold mine can be realized. And gold, as a strategic resource, can be easily liquidated. Moreover, the more turbulent the international situation, the higher the value of strategic resources such as gold and oil. Finally, the advanced gourmet recipe, which records the famous dishes of various cuisines. According to the system information, as long as the recipe is followed, even someone with a little culinary skill can cook up gourmet dishes. It can be seen how terrifying the value of the advanced gourmet recipe is. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Chen can completely enter the food industry and become a food tycoon with the advanced gourmet recipe. If operated properly, the value of the advanced gourmet recipe may even exceed that of the Gloria gold mine. After all, the entire Dragon Kingdom's catering market share reaches tens of trillions. The reason why the Hong Yun Group's market value can reach over 500 billion is because it occupies nearly half of the catering market share in the southwest region. It seems that I have underestimated the power of the system. Lu Chen tried to calm down. At this rate, he is afraid that it won't be long before he can reach the top of the world's richest position. Dragon Soaring Group. A cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Since Sunanshan looks down on him, he has no need to show mercy. He really wants to see what expression Sunanshan and his daughter will have when the Dragon Soaring Group goes bankrupt. With his mind back, Lu Chen checked his personal panel. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 23 years old. Monster Fighting Level, Level 1. Monster Fighting Value, 9,000/10,000. Daily Monster Fighting Quantity, 1,000. Achievements completed, 9. Love Fund, 999. 9 billion. Personal Wealth, 199,963,179. Personal wealth is close to breaking through 2 billion. Lu Chen felt much calmer. After all, the total value of all his assets has exceeded 200 billion. What excites him is that the monster fighting value has reached 9,000. This means that he can level up his monster fighting level tomorrow. In addition, he has completed 9 achievements. When he completes 100 achievements, he will receive a super invincible mysterious grand prize from the system. Just hearing this name, you know the reward is extraordinary. Brother Mu. When Lu Chen was checking his personal information, Lin Xiaoxiao woke up. Xiaoxiao, you're awake. Lu Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and asked, do you want to eat something? I'm not very hungry, just some porridge will do, Lin Xiaoxiao said as she tried to sit up, but a wave of pain shot through her body. This reminded her of what Lu Chen had done to her last night. Instantly, her cheeks flushed red, and her gaze towards Lu Chen was full of resentment. Brother Mu is too bad. Not gentle at all. I'll go downstairs to buy breakfast, Lu Chen awkwardly smiled, then got out of bed. Although he really wanted to have another battle with Lin Xiaoxiao, looking at her current state, he was afraid she couldn't handle it. There was no way. Lin Xiaoxiao was petite and inexperienced, her combat power was too weak. Xiaoxiao, rest at home by yourself, Lu Chen said to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sipping porridge at the dining table, I have something to attend to. Okay, Brother Mu, you go ahead, Lin Xiaoxiao said, I'll watch TV after I finish eating. Alright, Lu Chen nodded, then got up and left. After leaving the old residential area, Lu Chen called Zhou Ting and arranged to meet at the Moonlight Manor. When Lu Chen arrived at the gate of the manor, he suddenly received a call from the property manager, Zhao Lin. The call connected, and Zhao Lin's respectful voice came from the other end. Master Lu, hello, I hope I'm not disturbing you? Manager Zhao, what's the matter? Lu Chen asked. Master Lu, it's like this, Miss Jiang from Manor 9 heard that you moved into Manor 10 and wants to visit you today. Are you available? Miss Jiang? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. I happen to be at the manor, you can tell her I welcome her visit. Alright, I'll inform Miss Jiang right away. Interesting. Lu Chen hung up the phone, a meaningful smile on his face. He didn't need to guess to know who Miss Jiang in Zhao Lin's mouth was. Manor 9. It was several kilometers away from Manor 10 where Lu Chen was. In the garden behind the manor, Zhang Qingyue was watering the flowers. Suddenly, her phone rang. After answering the call, Zhang Qingyue spoke briefly and then hung up. At that moment, Zhang Feng, dressed in sportswear, jogged past Zhang Qingyue. Xiaofeng, go change your clothes, Zhang Qingyue called out to Zhang Feng. Sis, why do I need to change clothes? Zhang Feng asked in confusion. The owner of Manor 10 is at home, we're going to visit them. I'm not going, Zhang Feng said, I have nothing in common with them, I'll just stand there foolishly if I go. In Zhang Feng's view, those who could afford the Moonlight Manor were wealthy entrepreneurs. These people were of a certain age, and he couldn't relate to them at all. If he accidentally said something wrong and offended them, Zhang Qingyue might blame him. You don't have to go, but you won't have any pocket money next month, Zhang Qingyue said, putting down the watering can, smiling at Zhang Feng. Sis, you can't do this. Zhang Feng's face turned ugly. Do you know what they say about me in the circle? They say I, the son of a wealthy man, live worse than a beggar. It's their business how they talk, just ignore them, Zhang Qingyue said. Besides, beggars can't afford manors or Ferraris. Compared to them, I'm originally a beggar, Zhang Feng muttered. Others casually spend tens of thousands or even millions at a bar, while I have to borrow money just to refuel. If you keep complaining, you won't have any pocket money in the future. Zhang Qingyue remained unmoved by what Zhang Feng said. She restrained Zhang Feng because she didn't want him to take advantage of the family's wealth and do as he pleased. With Zhang Feng's show-off personality and the identity of the son of a wealthy man, he might cause a lot of trouble. I'll go, is that not enough? Zhang Feng said helplessly. Not having pocket money from Zhang Qingyue was more painful than being killed. Oh God, please give my sister a man. Let her cause trouble for her man, not me. Zhang Feng prayed in his heart. He now wishes more than ever for Zhang Qingyue to get married quickly, so that Zhang Qingyue won't have time to bother him anymore. It looks like he'll have to hire some staff. The Phantom stopped at the entrance of the manor, and Lu Chen didn't rush to go in. Currently, the manor has not hired a private butler or maid yet. If he were to go in, when the guests arrive later, there would be no one to show them the way. Thinking of this, he called Zhao Lin and asked him to hire some staff for him. Besides security guards, he requested female staff such as a private butler, maid, gardener, etc. Hey, isn't that Brother Mu's car? Zhang Feng drove a Mercedes-Benz business car towards Manor No. 10. When he saw the Phantom parked at the gate, Zhang Feng exclaimed in surprise, Sis, what's the name of the owner of Manor No. 10? I only know that his surname is Lu. Zhang Qingyue gazed at the distant Phantom, lost in thought. People who can afford the Bright Moon Manor are worth at least 5 billion or more, and such people value their privacy greatly. The manor staff also knows this, so they won't reveal the owner's information. Zhang Qingyue only learned from Zhao Lin that the owner of Manor No. 10 is surnamed Lu. It seems to be correct, Zhang Feng said. The owner of Manor No. 10 should be Brother Mu's father. People are really envious of each other, Zhang Feng said with a gloomy expression, both living in the manor. Brother Mu is only a little older than me, but he drives a Phantom worth millions, while I only have a monthly allowance of 10,000. Zhang Qingyue did not respond to Zhang Feng's words. She was thinking about Lu Chen's true identity. She believed Su Yao wouldn't lie to her. If what Su Yao said was true, Lu Chen was Su Yao's ex-boyfriend of 5 years. So, if Su Yao's words were true, Lu Chen was just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person drive a Phantom? And how could he appear in front of a manor worth billions? Or is he a bodyguard? Yes, it must be like that. Zhang Qingyue thought of Lu Chen's skills. Generally, entrepreneurs worth hundreds of billions would hire bodyguards, and some bodyguards would also be responsible for driving their employers. Sis, we're here. While Zhang Qingyue was lost in thought, Zhang Feng had already driven the car to the entrance of the manor. Coming back to her senses, Zhang Qingyue opened the car door and got out. It's really her. Lu Chen naturally saw Zhang Qingyue, so he also got out of the car. The two looked at each other, and Lu Chen spoke first. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Yeah, Zhang Qingyue smiled in response to Lu Chen, but her gaze went to the back seat of the Phantom. When she saw that there was no one in the back seat of the Phantom, she subconsciously frowned. Brother Mu, this is too coincidental, Zhang Feng spoke. It turns out we're neighbors. But Brother Mu, why doesn't your house have security guards? Zhang Feng looked at the empty security booth next to the gate, looking puzzled. I just bought this house a few days ago, so I haven't hired any staff yet. I see. Zhang Feng nodded at his words. Wait a minute. Brother Mu, what did you say? Zhang Feng's pupils dilated. You bought this manor? Is there a problem? No, Brother Mu, this manor is worth over 3 billion. Does your family give you that much pocket money? Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He thought this manor was bought by Lu Chen's father. Who knew it was actually bought by Lu Chen? Over 3 billion, this made him, who only had a monthly allowance of 10,000, not even dare to think about it. I used my own money, Lu Chen replied. Your own money? Zhang Feng's mouth fell open, staring in disbelief at Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, you're the boss of Zhuozhuang and Jinka, right? Zhang Qingyue looked at Lu Chen with a complex expression. At this moment, if she couldn't guess Lu Chen's identity again, then she would be truly foolish. Miss Jiang must have investigated my identity, right? Lu Chen smiled and replied, Mr. Lu is joking. Jiang Qingyue's expression became more serious. Although Lu Chen didn't directly answer her, he indirectly admitted his identity as the boss of Zhuozhuang and Jinka. At that moment, a BMW business car slowly approached. Mr. Lu, sorry to keep you waiting. The door of the BMW opened, and the graceful figure of Zhou Ting stepped out of the car. Lu Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to Zhou Ting's peach-shaped buttocks. As Zhou Ting moved, her full peach-shaped buttocks outlined a perfect curve in the air. This is Mr. Jiang. Zhou Ting looked at Jiang Qingyue. A hint of surprise and doubt flashed in her eyes as she glanced at Lu Chen. Miss Jiang is my neighbor. She is here to visit me today. I see. Zhou Ting reached out to Jiang Qingyue. Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. Ms. Zhou is too polite. Jiang Qingyue and Zhou Ting briefly shook hands and smiled. I have heard of Ms. Zhou's reputation long ago. To build a conglomerate worth tens of billions in just a few years through her own efforts, Ms. Zhou's ability is worth learning from. Mr. Jiang is joking. Zhou Ting smiled back. Compared to Mr. Jiang, my abilities are nothing. Let's go inside. Lu Chen pressed the remote key switch, and the tightly closed gate opened automatically. Then the group drove their vehicles into the estate. Sis, what does Brother Mu do after all? Inside the Mercedes-Benz business car, Zhang Feng asked curiously, why do I feel like he is even richer than father? He is the owner of two conglomerates worth 500 billion. Jiang Qingyue replied, but he still has a long way to go compared to father. We need to establish a good relationship with him later, as there is a project that the group needs to cooperate with him on. After Jiang Qingyue's words fell, Zhang Feng did not respond to her. Zhang Feng's gaze was fixed on a dazzling golden statue. Sis, look at that. Zhang Feng's voice trembled. Could that fountain be made of pure gold? Hearing this, Jiang Qingyue followed Zhang Feng's gaze. At a glance, she was stunned. In the center of a circular open space, a golden dragon fountain statue shone brightly in the sunlight. The golden dragon was majestic and lifelike, as if it were about to come alive. As the car approached, Jiang Qingyue saw sparkling gemstones on the golden dragon. Each gemstone, whether in shape or color, was perfect. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyue's breathing became rapid. She was a lover of gemstones, and in her spare time, she often visited major auction houses to collect precious gemstones. Compared to the precious gemstones she had acquired worth millions or even tens of millions, the gemstones on the golden dragon seemed dim and lackluster. The car stopped in the open space. Lu Chen and the others got out of the car one after another. Mr. Lu, this statue. Zhou Ting also looked at the golden dragon statue in shock, her delicate mouth involuntarily gaping. This was made for me. Lu Chen introduced to them. To create this statue, 1 ton of gold was used, along with embellishments of gemstones. This golden dragon statue is worth 10 billion. As Lu Chen's words fell, Zhou Ting gasped for breath. 10 billion? Look, is this speaking human language? Zhou Ting finally witnessed Lu Chen's terrifying wealth. Just a decoration in the estate worth 10 billion, it was evident how astonishing Lu Chen's wealth was. Thinking of this, Zhou Ting's gaze towards Lu Chen became extremely fiery. The entrepreneurs she had encountered over the years were not at the same level as Lu Chen. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Jiang Qingyue exclaimed, her face turning ugly. Sis, help me take a picture quickly. Zhang Feng had somehow gotten into the fountain pool, tightly hugging the dragon's claw. Mr. Lu, sorry for the embarrassment. Jiang Qingyue first apologized to Lu Chen, then said in a stern tone, come out immediately, don't make me angry. Miss Jiang, it's just taking a picture, no need to be angry. Lu Chen took out his phone. Xiaofeng, let me take a picture for you. Thank you, Brother Mu. Zhang Feng completely ignored Jiang Qingyue's murderous gaze, and kept posing in front of Lu Chen. Brother Mu, let's exchange WeChat, and you can send me the photos. After taking the photos, Zhang Feng couldn't wait to walk up to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, and then exchanged WeChat with Zhang Feng. Jiang Qingyue had a black face the whole time. Zhang Feng's ignorance of the world embarrassed her. Mr. Lu, are these Pinus bungiana trees native to the estate? They seem to be quite old. At that moment, Zhou Ting's attention was drawn to the Pinus bungiana trees planted on both sides of the open space. They shouldn't be native to the estate. My family doesn't have them. Zhang Feng glanced at the Pinus bungiana trees, not paying much attention. He wasn't interested in plants. Indeed, they are not native to the estate, Lu Chen replied. I spent a lot of money to purchase these millennium-old Pinus bungiana trees from all over the country. What? Millennium-old Pinus bungiana trees? Zhou Ting was touching the trunk of the Pinus bungiana tree when Lu Chen's words startled her. So these Pinus bungiana trees must be very expensive, right? Not too bad, each one costs over 10 million. As Lu Chen's words fell, the air became incredibly silent. Beside Lu Chen, Jiang Qingyue's mouth twitched. Even though she had seen the world, Lu Chen's Versailles-like statement caught her off guard. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's voice rang in her ear. 1, 2, 3. What are you doing? Jiang Qingyue glared at Jiang Feng. I'm counting how many there are in total. Jiang Feng's eyes were extremely focused. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qingyue began to regret bringing Jiang Feng with her. It was too embarrassing. Wow, 20 trees. Jiang Feng exclaimed, so, Brother Mu, you spend over 2 billion just on these Pinus bungiana trees. More or less, Lu Chen replied with a smile. In reality, whether it was the golden dragon statue or the Pinus bungiana trees, they were all drops from monsters for him, without spending a penny. Brother Mu, how can you be so rich? Jiang Feng envied him so much that his eyes turned green. His most valuable possession was a Ferrari worth just over 5 million. However, a single tree in Lu Chen's estate was more expensive than his Ferrari, making him, the son of the richest man in the mountain city, feel the disparity of the world for the first time. Click, click, click. Jiang Feng sighed as he took photos of the Pinus bungiana trees. Even after taking photos of the trees, he was not satisfied. He asked Lu Chen to take several group photos with him and the trees. Throughout, he ignored Jiang Qingyue's unpleasant expression. Sis, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Inside the living room, Jiang Feng sat on the sofa browsing the photos Lu Chen had sent him. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Qingyue's black face, so he said, Sis, if you're not feeling well, you can go home. I'll stay here to visit Brother Mu. Heh, Jiang Qingyue sneered and ignored Jiang Feng. Have some water. Lu Chen placed several porcelain cups on the coffee table and poured water into them. This is blue and white porcelain. Jiang Qingyue's gaze was drawn to the porcelain cups on the coffee table. Several cups looked the same, obviously a set. What shocked her was that these cups were very similar to the Northern Song blue and white porcelain she had seen at an auction. It seems Miss Jiang also has knowledge of antiques. Lu Chen smiled. These cups are indeed blue and white porcelain. Mr. Lu is really extravagant. Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath. Such precious antiques, Mr. Lu actually uses them as water cups. In our era, they are antiques, but in the Northern Song dynasty, they were just water cups, Lu Chen replied, and I bought many of them. Instead of letting them gather dust in the warehouse, it's better to make full use of them. Mr. Lu, as far as I know, Northern Song blue and white porcelain is very rare. There are hardly any on the market. How many do you mean by many? Just a few dozen. Lu Chen took a sip of water. A few dozen. Jiang Qingyue's pupils contracted at the words, her eyes full of disbelief. She had heard from senior collectors that there were only a few hundred pieces of Northern Song blue and white porcelain unearthed in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Most of them are in museums, with only a few circulating in the market, eventually ending up in the hands of major collectors or entrepreneurs. Lu Chen was able to buy dozens of them, which was no longer a matter of financial resources, but of connections. Only with terrifying connections could Lu Chen buy so many blue and white porcelain pieces. Her gaze swept across the spacious living room. Soon, Jiang Qingyue discovered the figures of blue and white porcelain pieces. The vases at the door, flower pots, and even the bowls and dishes on the dining table were all blue and white porcelain. She roughly counted and found that there were more than 20 blue and white porcelain pieces in the living room alone. This not only shocked her but also made her wary of Lu Chen's background. Click! The sound of a camera shutter rang out. Jiang Qingyue stiffly turned her head. Hey, I'm taking a picture. Jiang Feng was taking a photo with a porcelain cup, but when he noticed Jiang Qingyue's gaze, he quickly put down the cup and smiled foolishly at her. Calm down. Jiang Qingyue resisted the urge to scold Jiang Feng and smiled as she looked at Lu Chen, saying, Mr. Lu, I have a cooperation proposal to discuss with you. Go ahead, Lu Chen said calmly. I am planning to open a breeding company recently, and regarding feed, I hope to cooperate with Zhaozhuang and Jinkita, Jiang Qingyue said without mentioning that she had already acquired 20% of Shouyuan Group. After all, Zhou Ting was still present. Miss Jiang, do you think I should cooperate with you? Lu Chen said slowly, Miss Jiang, you must have investigated the industries under my name, right? Mr. Lu, I know you have a Baiyun breeding farm under your name, but the Baiyun breeding farm has not been listed, so I believe you are not concerned about this industry, Jiang Qingyue said. I can represent Hongyun Group to acquire your Baiyun breeding farm so that you can focus on Zhaozhuang and Jinkita, and I can also sign a contract with you. Within the next 10 years, my group will purchase the feed needed for the breeding farms under my group from your company. Jiang Qingyue laid out her thoughts one by one. Miss Jiang, first of all, I am not short of money, and and I will not sell any of the industries under my name. Secondly, if you enter the breeding industry, we will be competitors." Lu Chen smiled. "Miss Jiang, do you think I should provide feed to the breeding farms of my competitors?" "Mr. Lu, Su is your ex-girlfriend, right?" Zhang Qingyue did not answer Lu Chen's question but said, "I am not only representing myself and discussing cooperation with you, but also representing Su and Nangong Yun from Blue Sky Entertainment. Mr. Lu, I am not afraid to tell you that the reason my group is entering the breeding industry is because my group has reached a cooperation agreement with Longton Group and Blue Sky Entertainment. We will jointly develop a project in the Mountain City. This project is crucial for the Mountain City, has been approved by the higher-ups, and will also receive policy incentives from them. By saying this, Mr. Lu, you should understand, right?" Zhang Qingyue picked up a glass of water and took a sip, showing a confident smile on her face. She believed that as long as Lu Chen was not foolish, he would agree to cooperate with her. "I understand," Lu Chen nodded. Then, to Zhang Qingyue's shocked gaze, he suddenly picked her up and carried her on his shoulder, walking towards the living room. This sudden scene left Zhang Qingyue dumbfounded. "Mr. Lu, what are you doing?" Zhang Qingyue, being carried on Lu Chen's shoulder, felt both angry and embarrassed. Seeing you off, Lu Chen carried Zhang Qingyue all the way to the Mercedes-Benz business car. He opened the door, threw Zhang Qingyue in, and closed the door. Zhang Feng followed closely, not getting angry at this scene but instead admiring Lu Chen. "Boss, you are my idol. Mr. Lu, even if you don't intend to cooperate with me, you don't have to be so rude to me." Zhang Qingyue sat in the car, looking angrily at Lu Chen outside. "You threatened me, and you still want me to be polite to you. Are you too naive, or do you think I have no temper?" Zhang Qingyue's words just now were clearly meant to threaten him with Longtung Group, Blue Sky Entertainment, and the higher-ups. And what he hates the most is being threatened. "If Mr. Lu feels that my honesty is a threat to you, then I apologize to you," Zhang Qingyue said. "But what I want to say is, Mr. Lu, you can definitely cooperate with us for a win-win situation, so why do you have to make enemies for yourself? Sorry, even if I don't cooperate with you, I will definitely be the one who wins in the end. As for enemies, you are not worthy," Lu Chen said, closing the car door and walking away without looking back. Inside the car, Zhang Qingyue gritted her teeth as she watched Lu Chen's back. "This guy is too arrogant. Forget it, I don't need to completely turn against him." Zhang Qingyue's face returned to calm. She only needs to acquire the Beast Far Group, and it is up to Nangong Yun to talk about cooperation with Zhuang and Jinkizi. As for how Lu Chen and Nangong Yun will negotiate, and what consequences there will be after Lu Chen rejects Nangong Yun, it's none of her business. She has already warned Lu Chen. Although the Hongyun Group she represents is the highest valued listed company in Mountain City, compared to the Longting Group and the forces behind Nangong Yun, the Hongyun Group is not worth mentioning at all. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Lu Chen walked past Zhang Feng and saw that he had no intention of leaving. So he spoke. "What, do you want to vent for your sister?" "Brother Mu, well done." Zhang Feng gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. "My sister's temper can't be indulged." "Lu Chen, is she really your sister?" Lu Chen twitched his mouth. "Although I don't want to admit it, she is indeed my real sister," Zhang Feng said with a bitter face. "If I could, I would like to exchange her for another sister." Lu Chen didn't say anything in response to this, but patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. From Zhang Feng's tone, he could feel Zhang Feng's bitterness and how much pressure he had been under from Zhang Qingyue. "Stick with me in the future, I won't treat you unfairly." "Really?" Zhang Feng's eyes lit up at the words. "Brother Mu, my sister is 26 years old, 168 centimeters tall, born on December 28th. Stop. Seeing Zhang Feng starting to reveal Zhang Qingyue's privacy, Lu Chen hurriedly interrupted him. "I'm not interested in this information about your sister. If you really want to tell me something, just keep an eye on your sister and see what she does next." "Brother Mu, I can't do that," Zhang Feng said seriously. "If you want to pursue my sister, I can help you, but if you want me to betray my sister, you have to pay." "Okay, your sister is lucky to have a brother like you." Lu Chen was completely amused by Zhang Feng. He took out his phone and transferred 1 million to Zhang Feng, saying, "Report to me anytime." Zhang Feng did not immediately respond to Lu Chen's words. He first looked at the transfer, and when he saw the string of numbers, he was like a chicken blood, immediately saluting Lu Chen. "Received." The Mercedes-Benz business car drove out of the manor. Inside the car, Zhang Qingyue's face was gloomy and unhappy. Zhang Feng hummed a tune, feeling extremely happy. "Shut up." Zhang Qingyue was feeling frustrated and had no place to vent, and Zhang Feng's actions directly angered her. "If you make another sound, don't expect any pocket money in the future." Zhang Feng closed his mouth for a few seconds after hearing this. But a few seconds later, he started humming a tune again. After hugging Lu Chen's thigh, he only looked down on 10,000 pocket money a month. I see you've grown wings. Seeing that Zhang Feng was no longer afraid of her, Zhang Qingyue frowned. Believe me or not, I'll take back your car. He. Seeing that Zhang Qingyue was going to take back his car, Zhang Feng immediately shut up and chuckled twice. Although Jiang Gongzi now looks down on that little pocket money, he still values the car worth millions. Take me to the beauty salon later, I haven't rested well these days, and my skin has gotten worse. Zhang Qingyue didn't really intend to take back Zhang Feng's car. This is how she and Zhang Feng interact. Zhang Feng has always liked to act stupid since he was young. She has to be a little strict with him. Do you hear me? What are you doing? Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't respond, Zhang Qingyue turned to look at him. Just saw Zhang Feng driving while playing with her phone. This made her face immediately darken. It's the most basic rule not to play with your phone while driving. Do I need to teach you that? I wasn't playing. I was just checking the time. Zhang Feng quickly put down her phone. Inside the manor, as Lu Chen just sat down in the living room, he received a message from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, brother Mu, my sister is going to the beauty salon to take care of her skin later. This kid. Looking at the message from Zhang Feng, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. But he still typed back, well done, thumbs up. Mr. Lu, why did you refuse to cooperate with Zhang Qingyue? Zhou Ting looked at Lu Chen and said, although I don't know what project Zhang Qingyue is talking about, since Longting Group and Blue Sky Entertainment are involved, it is enough to show that the project she mentioned is extraordinary. If you cooperate with them, you will benefit from it. The reason for not cooperating with them is simple. There are people among them whom I have offended and people I don't want to see. Lu Chen put down his phone and said calmly. He had just had a conflict with Nangongyun yesterday, and neither he nor Nangongyun were magnanimous people. Moreover, Nangongyun clearly had intentions towards Su Yao. If he joined the cooperation, Nangongyun would definitely target him everywhere. Of course, the most important point was that he had a system and didn't need to cooperate with anyone. So, Mr. Lu, what are you going to do next? Zhou Ting's expression became serious. You refuse to cooperate, and the other party may have a series of actions next. Not only will I not cooperate with them, but I will also cause them trouble. Lu Chen's eyes were cold. The three of them will not make a penny from the project. Could it be that Mr. Lu knows what project Zhang Qingyue is talking about? Zhou Ting looked at Lu Chen in shock. I'm not very sure either. Lu Chen took out his phone, opened a web page, and said, about a week ago, the news reported that Longting Group had completed the construction of a large shopping mall in Baiyun district. I've seen this news. Zhou Ting said, but isn't this normal? The most important industry under Longting Group is real estate. It is indeed normal for the shopping mall to be completed, but what's strange is that from the start of construction until now, a full 2 years, there is no sign of it being sold, which means that this shopping mall is likely for Longting Group's own use. Is it not strange to build a large shopping mall for self-use? Lu Chen said, and Hongyun Group's main business is catering, Blue Sky Entertainment's main business is entertainment. When combined, what do you think of? A specialty food city. Zhou Ting's eyes lit up. Baiyun district is the most economically underdeveloped area in the mountain city. If a specialty food city is built in Baiyun district, it will boost local employment, increase local tax revenue, and the authorities will naturally provide preferential policies. Miss Zhou is very insightful. Lu Chen said, but this is just our speculation. We will only know what the specific project they are cooperating on when they announce it. If it is really a specialty food city, Mr. Lu, what are your plans? Zhou Ting continued to ask. If the project they are cooperating on is indeed a specialty food city, then I can only say that they are digging their own grave. Lu Chen's eyes were icy. The most important thing in a food city is, of course, the food. And with his collection of high-end recipes, he could easily block the path of the food city. Zhou Ting's favorability plus 30. What the hell? The system prompt suddenly sounded. Lu Chen subconsciously looked at Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting was staring blankly at him, her pretty face blushing. Are you fantasizing about me? Lu Chen spoke up. How did you know? Zhou Ting said subconsciously. No, I'm not. Coming to her senses, Zhou Ting realized she had misspoken, and her face, already red, was almost smoking. I didn't expect that Miss Zhou, who was almost 30, would still be so shy. Lu Chen picked up a glass of water and took a sip, his gaze lingering on Zhou Ting. Only saw Zhou Ting wearing a V-neck top, showcasing her slender swan neck and delicate collarbones. She wore a high-waisted long skirt on the lower body, her plump peach-shaped buttocks wrapped in the long skirt, both seductive and ethereal, with a pair of plump and delicate white legs, without any excess fat. Who says mature women can't be shy? Zhou Ting gave Lu Chen a white look. This glance, full of charm, perfectly interpreted the charm of mature women. Does Mr. Lu like young or mature women? Zhou Ting moved closer to Lu Chen, her foxy eyes full of charm staring at Lu Chen. Do you want to know? Lu Chen put his hand on Zhou Ting's thigh. Zhou Ting's body trembled instantly. Seeing this, Lu Chen moved his hand up, embraced Zhou Ting, and whispered in her ear, I like it when you take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ting's face instantly blushed. The blush spread to her neck. How could she not understand what Lu Chen was implying to her? Mr. Lu, my aunt hasn't left yet. Zhou Ting thought of something and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Why are you swallowing your saliva? Lu Chen laughed. Are you thinking about yesterday? No, I'm not. Zhou Ting hurriedly covered her delicate mouth, trying to break free from Lu Chen's embrace. I really can't do anything with you. Lu Chen stood up and said, come on. An hour later, Lu Chen and Zhou Ting appeared at the entrance of the manor. Zhou Ting quickly got into the car, started the vehicle, stepped on the gas pedal, and left as if fleeing. Am I that scary? Lu Chen's mouth twitched, then he also drove away. Coughing. On the Mingyue Mountain Road, the BMW was driving at a constant speed. Inside the car, Zhou Ting's cheeks were crimson and she kept coughing. Just then, the phone rang. Zhou Ting quickly stopped the car on the side of the road and answered the phone. Hello, Dad. Zhou Ting's voice was very hoarse. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Wen remained silent for a few seconds. Ting Ting, didn't you go to see Mr. Lu? Why is your voice hoarse again? Zhou Ting opened her mouth, not knowing how to explain. Thinking of what Lu Chen had done to her, her beautiful legs couldn't help but go weak. After leaving the manor, Lu Chen drove back to the old neighborhood. As soon as he entered, he heard sobbing. Xiao Xiao, why are you crying? Lu Chen looked at Lin Xiao Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa crying, with concern. Subconsciously, he thought Lin Xiao Xiao was crying because of him. So pitiful. Lin Xiao Xiao pointed to the TV. Lu Chen looked at the TV, only to see a Korean drama playing, where the girlfriend turned out to be the biological sister. Girls are so magical, they can even cry watching a melodramatic drama. Xiao Xiao, have you eaten? Lu Chen changed the subject. I have. Lin Xiao Xiao wiped away her tears and said, Brother Mu, are you done with your work? Yes. Lu Chen walked over and sat next to Lin Xiao Xiao. He then noticed that Lin Xiao Xiao was wearing his t-shirt. From the wide neckline, a pair of delicate collarbones could be faintly seen. However, Lin Xiao Xiao was unaware that she was exposed, as her attention was focused on the TV. Seeing this, Lu Chen directly picked up Lin Xiao Xiao and let her sit on his lap. Brother Mu, what are you doing? Lu Chen's actions startled Lin Xiao Xiao. Her big eyes were full of confusion as she looked at Lu Chen. Their eyes met. From Lin Xiao Xiao's eyes, Lu Chen saw the clarity and innocence that only a college student possessed. This made him feel a sense of guilt. However, soon the guilt turned into excitement. After a fierce battle, Lin Xiao Xiao hugged Lu Chen and cried. Seeing this, Lu Chen laughed. Xiao Xiao, it's been over an hour, and you're still moved by the melodrama. Hiss. As Lu Chen's words fell, he suddenly took a sharp breath, only to see Lin Xiao Xiao biting his arm. She raised her head and looked at him angrily. It's because of you that I cried. He. Lu Chen could only laugh foolishly to ease the embarrassment. Lin Xiao Xiao was too much to handle. Buzz. Just then, the phone on the coffee table rang. I took the phone and saw that it was a call from Tang Ming, the head of the Zhuozhuan group. I answered the call, and Tang Ming's respectful voice came from the other end. Mr. Lu, hope I'm not disturbing you? Get to the point, Lu Chen replied. Well, Mr. Lu, the person in charge of Blue Sky Entertainment just contacted me. Their boss, Nan Gongyun, wants to invite you to dinner at Hanyun Pavilion today. I'm busy, Lu Chen knew without guessing the purpose of Nan Gongyun's invitation. It was undoubtedly to discuss cooperation on their project with Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, please consider it, Tang Ming said after a moment of silence. Blue Sky Entertainment is one of the leading entertainment companies in the country, with considerable strength. Moreover, our group's products are endorsed by artists under Blue Sky Entertainment. You remind me of that, Lu Chen said. By the end of today, terminate the contract with the artists under Blue Sky Entertainment. From now on, our company's products will not be endorsed by Blue Sky Entertainment's artists. Lu Chen hung up the phone after speaking. Shortly after Lu Chen hung up, Wu Bing, the head of the Jinkue group, also called. The conversation was similar to the one with Tang Ming. Longting Hotel, located in the center of the commercial district, is a 5-star hotel under the Longtung Group. In a suite at the hotel, Nan Gongyun answered a call, his face instantly turning ugly. Daring to refuse my invitation. Very well, if you don't accept the toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Then your company can forget about operating. Nan Gongyun opened his contacts and made a call. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Chen arrived at Xingqian building. Not long after, Lin Yanran walked out of the building. Xiaomu, you don't have to pick me up next time. I can take a taxi back by myself, Lin Yanran said as she sat in the passenger seat. Yanran, we're not strangers, Lu Chen said. Let me take you to buy a car tomorrow. Okay, Lin Yanran nodded, not refusing. She knew that refusing Lu Chen would only make him angry. Yanran, how's your studying been going recently? Lu Chen started the car and chatted with Lin Yanran. It's been okay, Lin Yanran said. Anya has taught me a lot of things. Then I'll hand over the Baiyun breeding farm to you in a while, Lu Chen said with a smile. Lin Yanran and Lin Xiaoxiao were the two women closest to him now. Lin Xiaoxiao was still in school, so he could only entrust the management of his industries to Lin Yanran. The reason for choosing Lin Yanran was, of course, to better monetize the love fund. It was no surprise that his monster hunting level would be upgraded tomorrow. The daily spending limit on the love fund would also increase. He couldn't keep transferring money to each woman. It was the least cost-effective and least secure method. Giving $1 million a day could be considered pocket money. But what about 10 million or 100 million? Even the world's richest man wouldn't give a woman 100 million in pocket money every day. By transferring the Baiyun breeding farm to Lin Yanran's name, he could use the love fund to cover the farm's daily expenses. This way, the love fund would have a continuous monetization channel, the farm's expenses would be reduced, and the company would be profitable. It was a win-win situation. And a 100 intimacy level could be considered as loyalty. As long as a woman's intimacy level with him reached 100, she would never betray him. It was equivalent to the industry still belonging to him. Ah, is this not good? Lin Yanran said hesitantly. I'm afraid I'm not capable. Lin Yanran knew the value of the Baiyun breeding farm, which was worth billions. She could manage the forest and slaughterhouse with effort. But managing a multi-billion-dollar Baiyun breeding farm was something she had no confidence in. Yanran, you have to believe in yourself, Lu Chen said. Being a boss is not as complicated as you think. Leave the professional matters to the professionals. Okay, Lin Yanran took a deep breath. I'll do my best. Funya Mansion, located in the center of the mountain city, was a very special residential area. Those who can live here are all big shots. Inside the community, there are rows of slightly old townhouses. At the entrance of Villa No. 1, a Mercedes-Benz business car slowly came to a stop. As the car door opened, Zhang Qingyue stepped out of the car. Just wait here for me, don't wander around, okay? Zhang Qingyue said to the person inside the car. Don't worry, sis, I know what this place is, I won't wander around. Zhang Feng said seriously from the driver's seat. Okay. Zhang Qingyue nodded and then entered the villa. As soon as Zhang Qingyue left, Zhang Feng immediately sent a message to Lu Chen. Brother Mu, my sister is now at Maple Leaf Manor. Qingyue, you're here. As soon as Zhang Qingyue entered the villa, a graceful figure came up to greet her. Although the figure was dressed in loose casual clothes, it couldn't hide her stunning figure. And Qin. Looking at the woman in front of her, Zhang Qingyue showed great respect in her eyes. The woman's name was Qin Iren, and her status was very noble. Su Yao is waiting for you. Qin Iren said with a smile. This time, the food court project you are cooperating on has attracted a lot of attention from above. It is our honor to be recognized by the higher-ups. Zhang Qingyue said as she walked towards the living room, but there is still one final step before the project officially starts. You mean Zhuozhuang and Jinka, right? Qin Iren asked slowly. Yes. Zhang Qingyue nodded. Today I met with the bosses of these two feed groups and discussed cooperation, but they refused. Oh, really? Qin Iren looked surprised. Cooperating with these two companies would be beneficial. They seem to have no reason to refuse, right? I don't know what they are thinking. The two of them had already walked into the living room while talking. And on the sofa in the living room, Su Yao was working on her computer. Qingyue, what's the matter that you have to tell me in person? Su Yao closed the computer and asked as she stood up. Not long ago, she received a call from Zhang Qingyue, saying that there was something important to discuss in person. This made her very puzzled. Su Yao, what is Lu Chen's identity? Zhang Qingyue took a deep breath and recounted what happened at the manor today. After listening to Zhang Qingyue, Su Yao stood still in place. When she came back to her senses, Su Yao frowned and said, That's impossible, he is just an ordinary person. Su Yao, you've been deceived. Zhang Qingyue said with a serious expression, Lu Chen is definitely not an ordinary person. He must have hidden his identity during the years you were together. Su Yao's frown deepened instantly at the words, recalling the 5 years she spent with Lu Chen. She couldn't believe that Lu Chen had hidden his identity. If Lu Chen was really that wealthy, he would have shown some flaws in 5 years. But the result was that Lu Chen's daily life, social interactions, and family background had nothing to do with wealth. Su Yao, Lu Chen has rejected the cooperation invitation I sent out. Perhaps only if you personally invite him will he agree. Jiang Qingyue continued. In her opinion, after being together with Jiang Qingyue for 5 years, there must still be feelings between them even if they broke up. You overestimate me. Su Yao took a deep breath and said, do you know why he rejected your cooperation invitation? Although she didn't know how Lu Chen became the boss of Zhuozhuang and Jinka, the current fact was so. Even if she found it unbelievable, she had to believe it. It's not because I want to enter the breeding industry, he's worried that I will become his competitor, right? The main reason he refused is because of me. Su Yao said with a complicated look, he wants to retaliate against me. What's going on? Jiang Qingyue was stunned at the words. Qingyue, tell Nangong Yun to announce the project tomorrow. Su Yao did not respond to Jiang Qingyue, her eyes sharp. If he doesn't cooperate with us, there will always be others willing to cooperate with us, it's just a matter of who can't sit still in the end. I understand. Jiang Qingyue nodded. For the Gourmet City project, when do you expect to officially launch it? Qin Yiren sat on the sofa, smiling at Su Yao and Jiang Qingyue. At the latest, by next week, Su Yao replied. And Qin, you can rest assured that this project will definitely increase the employment rate and tax revenue of Baiyun District. I naturally believe in your abilities, Qin Yiren said as she raised her teacup to her lips, her gaze deep. Seeing Qin Yiren's expression, both Su Yao and Jiang Qingyue felt a sense of tension in their hearts. 12 midnight. Lu Chen went downstairs with a flamethrower. Due to Lin Yanran's return, Lu Chen could only sleep alone. After all, neither of the two sisters knew about each other's relationship with Lu Chen. Behind the old residential area was a dense patch of grass. Not far from the grass patch was an old street lamp. Although the light from the street lamp was not bright, it appeared particularly glaring in the darkness, and a large number of moths were attracted to the light, circling around the street lamp. Lu Chen arrived under the street lamp. He directly turned on the flamethrower and burned the moths to death. Killed one moth, received money plus 100. Killed one moth, received money plus 120. Accumulated killing of 10 moths, received Windy Caravan. Accumulated killing of 100 moths, received Love Fund Consumption Rebate Card X1. Accumulated killing of 1,000 moths, received Baiyun Street. Reached the limit of moth killings, completed the achievement Moths Rushing into Fire, and obtained the position of Deputy Director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau. Monster value reached 10,000, monster level increased to level 2, daily monster killing quantity increased to 2,000, and the value of items obtained from monster killing increased. Daily consumption limit for individual opposite sex using Love Fund increased to 10 million. Rewards have been distributed, relevant documents and information have been respectively distributed to the host's manor warehouse and mobile phone. The system prompts sounded one after another. Lu Chen was overjoyed. He finally leveled up. Lu Chen quickly took out his phone to check the reward information. After reading the information, Lu Chen couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The value of the rewards this time could be said to be very high. Among them, the Windy Caravan was worth nearly 2 billion. Unlike a 4S store, the caravan also sold cars, but the cars sold in the caravan were not limited to a single brand. Inside the Windy Caravan, there were all luxury brand cars on the market, from Bugatti Veyron to Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, everything was available. Next was the Love Fund Consumption Rebate Card, the purpose of which was evident from its name. Now, Lu Chen's daily spending limit on an individual of the opposite sex using the Love Fund had been raised to 10 million. If he used the Love Fund Consumption Rebate Card, he could get a rebate of 10 billion. As for Baiyun Street, it was a street in Baiyun District. Yes, just a street. A street that was 1,600 meters long in total and worth over 80 billion. Moreover, Baiyun Street was only separated from the new mall built by the Dragon Soaring Group by a road. This is getting interesting. A slight smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. If the project that Su Yao and the others cooperated on was indeed the Gourmet City, he wouldn't mind creating a food street. But the reward that pleased Lu Chen the most was the position of Deputy Director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau. You see, the entire entertainment industry in Longwei is under the jurisdiction of the Entertainment Administration, and the Entertainment Administration has branches in various regions. Among them, the Southwest Entertainment Bureau is responsible for managing entertainment companies, artists, etc. In the southwestern region. If Lu Chen remembered correctly, the headquarters of Nangong Yun's Blue Sky Entertainment was in Shudu, and Shudu belongs to the southwestern region. With his mind back, Lu Chen checked his personal information. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 23 years old. Monster level, level 2. Monster value, 0/50,000. Daily monster killing quantity, 1000/2000. Achievements completed, 10. Love fund, 999. 9 billion. Personal wealth, 205,163,179. Not bad, he could continue monster hunting today. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and the level of monster hunting increased, doubling the number of monsters he could hunt daily. This means he can also get more rewards every day. Early in the morning, Lu Chen was awakened by a phone call. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Tang Ming, the head of Zhuozhuang Group. When the call connected, Tang Ming's anxious voice came from the other end. General Lu, something has happened. Early this morning, personnel from the Agricultural Association came to the company and conducted an investigation. They found expired feed in the company's warehouse and demanded that we suspend operations for rectification. How did expired feed end up in the warehouse? Lu Chen sat up in bed, frowning. General Lu, that batch of feed was unsold from last quarter. I was planning to have it disposed of in the next few days, but the people from the Agricultural Association suddenly showed up. Tang Ming said helplessly. I see. You do as they say for now, and I will figure something out on my end, Lu Chen said before hanging up the phone. However, not long after Lu Chen hung up, Wu Bing, the head of Dinko, also called. Jinko had encountered the same problem as Zhuozhuang. Good, they've finally taken action. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. He didn't need to guess to know that Nangong Yun was behind this. Since that's the case, let's suspend operations together, Lu Chen said as he opened his contacts and called the head of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau. In the conference room of Hong Yun Group, Su Yao, Jiang Qingyue, and Nangong Yun were in a discussion. Nangong Yun, I heard that you sent people from the Agricultural Association to Zhuozhuang and Jinko. Su Yao stared at Nangong Yun, her eyebrows furrowed. She was well aware of Nangong Yun's background, especially that Nangong Yun's uncle was the vice chairman of the Southwest Agricultural Association. Indeed, Su General is well informed. This is all his own doing. Nangong Yun smiled. I kindly invited him to discuss cooperation, but he didn't give me any face at all. Since he didn't even give me a chance to meet, I naturally won't be polite to him. Su Yao, although unhappy with Nangong Yun's actions, didn't say much. At the moment, suspending operations at Zhuozhuang and Jinko could serve as a warning to Lu Chen. Let Lu Chen know the consequences of refusing to cooperate with them. Let's not discuss this matter for now. Su Yao continued, Xingyue and I have decided to announce the Gourmet City project today. As for the issue of meat supply, we will cooperate with Xining Group. Didn't Xingyue say she was entering the breeding industry? Nangong Yun frowned. Although Xining Group is the largest breeding company in our country, because of their huge scale, if they cooperate with us, they may have ulterior motives. Dong. Just as Nangong Yun finished speaking, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A handsome young man with medium-length hair walked in. Nangong Yun, tell me, what do you mean by ulterior motives? The young man smiled and walked towards them. My Xining Group is a legitimate company. This time, I agreed to cooperate with you purely out of respect for General Su. The young man's name was Zhu Kong, the general manager of Xining Group. General Su, long time no see, you look even more beautiful. Zhu Kong stopped in front of Su Yao and shook hands with her politely. Manager Zhu, you flatter me. Su Yao shook hands with Zhu Kong politely. I was originally planning to acquire Su Yuan Group to enter the breeding industry, but last night, my subordinates informed me that 51% of Su Yuan Group's shares are also in Lu Chen's hands, so I had to give up the acquisition of Su Yuan Group. The Gourmet City project is about to open, and at this time, it's too late for me to start a new breeding company. Jiang Qingyue spoke up. It's Lu Chen again. Nangong Yun frowned. Why is he everywhere? Rest assured, everyone. Zhu Kong spoke up. My Xining Group will take care of all the ingredients needed for your Gourmet City. Then I'll trouble Manager Zhu. Su Yao nodded. With Xining Group joining, the Gourmet City project will be foolproof. It's worth noting that Xining Group is also a trillion-dollar conglomerate. It involves multiple industries such as aquaculture, feed, agricultural products, etc. It is my honor to be able to help Mr. Su. Zhu Kong smiled, looking very gentlemanly. Seeing this scene, Nangong Yun frowned. How could he not know Zhu Kang's intentions? Nothing more than like him, all for the sake of winning Su Yaofeng's heart. The main reason why the two of them are like this is for their own interests. Longting Group, as a trillion-dollar group, the news of Chairman Su Nanshan's cancer is well known throughout the internet. And as Su Yaofeng, the only descendant of Su Nantian, the Longting Group will inevitably fall into Su Yaofeng's hands in the future. It is precisely because of this that these people will try their best to get close to Su Yaofeng, wanting to win Su Yaofeng's heart in order to bring the Longting group into their pockets. Nangong Yun, remember to inform the artists of your company. After the announcement of the opening of the Food City project, let them help promote it on the internet. In addition, the Food City is expected to open next week, so you have to make sure that the artists of your company personally visit the Food City. Don't worry, I have already talked to them. Nangong Yun said, as soon as the Food City opens, I guarantee that it will become popular on the internet in the shortest time. Buzz as Nangong Yun's voice fell, the phone suddenly rang. I'll take the call, Nangong Yun said as he walked to the French window and answered the phone. The phone was answered, and an anxious voice came from the other end. Young master, something has happened. The Entertainment Bureau suddenly visited the company, conducted an investigation on the company and all its artists, and found many problems such as yin-yang contracts, tax issues, etc. At present, the leaders of the Entertainment Bureau have ordered the company to suspend operations for rectification, and the artists must pay the taxes within the specified time. What? Nangong Yun's face turned ugly at the news. How could the Entertainment Bureau suddenly visit? I don't know either. Damn it. Nangong Yun angrily hung up the phone, his face looking very unpleasant. What's wrong? Seeing Nangong Yun's expression, Su Yaofeng had a bad feeling. The Entertainment Bureau suddenly visited my company, found problems, and ordered my company to suspend operations for rectification. How could the Entertainment Bureau come to your company at this critical moment? Didn't you receive any prior notice? Su Yaofeng frowned. No. Nangong Yun took a deep breath. Someone must be targeting me. Oh, who has the audacity to target you, young master Nangong? Shu Kong asked curiously. Could it be Lu Chen? Jiang Qingyue suddenly spoke up. After all, Lu Chen's company was just ordered to suspend operations and rectify by the Agricultural Association. Now Nangong Yun's company is also ordered to suspend operations and rectify by the Entertainment Bureau. Isn't this too coincidental? After Jiang Qingyue's words fell, the entire meeting room fell into silence. Impossible. Nangong Yun's face darkened. Just a couple of feed group bosses, they don't have that much ability. Su Yaofeng heard this but did not speak. But at this moment, her heart was extremely unsettled. Just as Jiang Qingyue said, this was too much of a coincidence. The image of Lu Chen appeared in her mind, and she felt so unfamiliar with Lu Chen for the first time. You should go back to Shudu first. Su Yaofeng took a deep breath. Make sure your company returns to normal before the opening of the Food City. Give me a day. Nangong Yun said, then hurriedly left. It was noon. Several official and self-media accounts in Mountain City published the same content. After 2 years of effort, the Food City jointly created by Longting, Hongyun, and Lantian, 3 major groups, will officially open this month, adding another famous internet celebrity check-in spot to Mountain City. I guessed it right. Under the old residential area. Lu Chen had just started the Phantom and was about to go to the manor when he received a message from Zhou Ting, and the message was exactly the news released by the official Mountain City. Food City, ha! Lu Chen's mouth curled up. Since you are seeking your own death, then don't blame me. Lu Chen put down his phone, stepped on the gas, and left the old residential area. He received a call from Zhao Lin, the estate property manager, not long ago, telling him that the estate staff he helped recruit would arrive at the estate at noon today, and he would conduct another interview at that time. At the estate gate, Zhao Lin was waiting with several applicants for Lu Chen. A few minutes later, a phantom appeared in everyone's sight. Young Master Lu is here, Zhao Lin reminded. Several applicants perked up at the words. Manager Zhao, we didn't keep you waiting long, did we? Lu Chen stopped the car and looked over the applicants. There were 5 applicants in total, 3 women and 2 men. Needless to say, the men were definitely applying for security positions. The 2 men were around 30 years old, with very robust physiques and sharp eyes. Obviously, they were either ex-soldiers or martial arts practitioners. As for the 3 women, they were all very attractive. What surprised Lu Chen was that 2 of them looked very similar, obviously a pair of twins. Young Master Lu, it's our pleasure to wait for you, Zhao Lin said respectfully. Young Master Lu, these are the candidates selected by our property from among many applicants. You can interview them again. Let's go inside first. Lu Chen opened the estate gate with the remote key and then drove into the estate. Seeing this, Zhao Lin drove in with the 5 applicants. The car stopped in front of the residence. When Zhao Lin and the others got out of the car, the sight of the golden dragon statue stunned them. Please introduce yourselves first. Lu Chen got out of the car and smiled at them. He expected their reactions. After all, anyone would be shocked to see a golden dragon statue. After the applicants regained their composure, they began introducing themselves. The 2 men were named Wang Long and Li Hu. The twin sisters were named Zhao Ling and Zhao Meng. As for the mature-looking woman, she was called Shinwan. Lu Chen accessed the communication system to check the personal profiles of the three women. Name, Shinwan. Age, 36. Height, 168. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 96. Driver, 1. Favorability, 0. Name, Zhao Ling. Age, 23. Height, 170. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 90. Driver, 0. Favorability, 0. Name, Zhao Meng. Age, 23. Height, 171. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 90. Driver, 0. Favorability, 0. Not bad, all have appearance scores above 80. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The main reason he asked Zhao Lin to find female staff was to realize the love fund. Since you have passed the property interview, I won't continue interviewing you, Lu Chen smiled. When can you start working officially? Young Master Li Hu, and I can start anytime, Wang Long spoke first. My sister and I can start anytime too, Zhao Meng added. Young Master Lu, I may need to start tomorrow. Shinwan's voice was very gentle, combined with her charming appearance, she was simply a heartthrob. Lu Chen nodded and handed the gate key to Wang Long. You can have the key. As for where you will live, I will have manager Zhao take you there later. Then there's the issue of salary. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. I don't know how much to pay you. How about you tell me how much you want? Lu Chen really didn't know how much to pay them. After all, the salary for security guards and housekeepers that he knew of couldn't be compared to those at the estate. Although they were the same profession, there was a world of difference in terms of salary. The applicants looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Afraid of giving too much to Lu Chen, but if it's too little, it's a loss. Master Lu, here I have a salary list of other estate staff. Zhao Lin took out his phone, opened a spreadsheet, and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took a look. The average salary given by other estates to security guards and maids is around 50,000 a month, while the average salary for a private butler is around 100,000 a month. As for positions like gardeners, their salaries are also within the range of 100,000. Lu Chen nodded and returned the phone to Zhao Lin. He then said, Wang Long, Li Hu, you are applying for the position of security guards, and I will pay each of you 100,000 a month. Zhao Ling, Zhao Meng, you are applying for the position of maids, and I will also pay each of you 100,000 a month. As for Shinwan, you are applying for the position of a private butler, and I will pay you 200,000 a month. If you find it acceptable, I will have manager Zhao help print the contracts now. Yes, of course. Hearing this, everyone was excited. The salary Lu Chen offered was double that of other estate staff, so they had no reason to refuse. Manager Zhao, please. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Lin. No trouble at all, Master Lu, please wait a moment for me, Zhao Lin said as he drove away. Although Zhao Lin was shocked by Lu Chen offering double the salary to the staff, he was not surprised. After all, wealthy people like Lu Chen wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. You can familiarize yourselves around here for now, Lu Chen told them before heading into the living room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lu Chen took out his phone and transferred 10 million to Lin Yanran's bank card, using the Love Fund card for 100-fold cashback. Love Fund, 10 million. Successful use of Love Fund card for 100-fold cashback. Personal wealth plus 1 billion. With 1 billion credited, Lu Chen's mood could only be described in one word, awesome. 10 minutes later, Zhao Lin returned with the printed contracts. Shinwan and the others glanced at them and signed their names. Master Lu, do you need to continue recruiting staff? Zhao Lin asked Lu Chen. No need, Lu Chen replied. For now, it's just them. As for the estate's hygiene and other issues, Manager Zhao, please contact the relevant companies to send people regularly for cleaning. Lu Chen lived in an estate, not a villa. It was larger than some parks, and if he relied on maids to clean, they would be exhausted. That's why he didn't plan to hire many people from the start. After all, with too many people in the estate, he wouldn't feel comfortable living there. As for Wang Long and Li Hu's residence, it was on the side of the estate entrance, where a security guard house was specially built. Alright, Zhao Lin nodded without further questions. Lu Chen checked the time and saw that it was already 2 in the afternoon. He then left the estate and headed towards the slaughterhouse. Today, he still had 1,000 monsters to defeat. Young master, take care. At the security booth, Wang Long and Li Hu stood straight, and when they saw the phantom leaving, they quickly straightened up. Dragon Soaring Mall. A Toyota Alphard parked on the side of the mall road. The door opened, and Qin Yiren, Su Yao, and Wang Qingyue successively got out of the car. Aunt Qingyue and I have decided that the food court will open next Tuesday, which is the day after tomorrow, Su Yao said. Shi Niren nodded, but her gaze was on the opposite side of the road, where Bayun Street was located. Aunt Chin, I heard that Bayun Street is now very desolate, with the shops on the street all closed. Suyao followed Shi Niren's gaze and instantly understood what she was thinking. Behind Bayun Street is the largest urban village in the mountain city, where the people there are engaged in low-level work. When Bayun Street was being developed, my goal was to provide employment opportunities for those people in the urban village through Bayun Street. Unfortunately, the local wages in the mountain city are too low, and the families there have heavy burdens. They can't sustain their living expenses just by working in the shops. Long term, they had to go out to work, and the shops inside Bayun Street also closed down one by one. Shi Niren withdrew her gaze, looking helpless. Aunt Chin, don't worry, when the food court opens, it will definitely bring a lot of tourists to Bayun District. By then, the lives of those people in the urban villages will definitely improve. Su Yao said seriously. Su Yao, I'll tell you something you don't want to hear. Shi Niren looked at Su Yao and said, do you think the internet celebrity economy can last long? The original intention of building a distinctive food court, whether it's me or the higher-ups, is very supportive. But relying solely on celebrity endorsements is far from enough. If the food court doesn't have anything impressive to offer after a long time, tourists will feel deceived and won't come back. By then, the food court you're building will face the same fate as Bayun Street. Aunt Chin, if you think like this, then you really don't trust us. Su Yao said, our distinctive food court is not only promoted by the artists under Blue Sky Entertainment. When the food court opens, in addition to the major food brands under Hong Yun Group, there will also be dozens of star-rated restaurants and famous cuisine shops. And food is what keeps tourists coming back. Have you considered whether tourists can afford the prices of star-rated cuisine? Shi Niren frowned, and which city in the country doesn't have star-rated restaurants? Why would tourists come all the way to your food court to spend money? When the food court opens, Shining Group will provide us with ingredients at a low price, and I will also make sure the group offers discounts on restaurant rent. In addition to the promised one-year tax exemption policy, with these measures, various costs will be reduced, and the prices of the food offered by the restaurants will naturally decrease. At the same time, the artists from Blue Sky Entertainment will help promote the food court across the internet. Combined with the unique landmark buildings we will build inside the food court, all these factors will be enough to attract tourists. Su Yao's words were full of confidence. She believed that the distinctive food court project would definitely succeed. Xingyue, do you think the same way? Shi Niren looked at Zhang Xingyue. Aunt Chin, our mountain city is already a well-known tourist city online. Tourists may not necessarily come to the mountain city for the food court, but the food court can give them one more reason to visit the mountain city. Zhang Xingyue said slowly. Similarly, she was full of confidence in the food court project. Perhaps. Shi Niren smiled and didn't say much more. Just then, her phone rang. After answering the call, Shi Niren's expression suddenly became surprised. Even after hanging up the phone, Shi Niren still couldn't recover. Aunt Chin, what's wrong? Zhang Xingyue asked with concern. Interesting. Coming back to her senses, Shi Niren smiled. Someone actually bought Bayun Street for 8 billion. What? Zhang Xingyue looked shocked. 8 billion? Is Bayun Street worth that much? Bayun Street is 1,600 meters long. With the land and various shops on the street, it's worth around 100 billion. Shi Niren replied. But Aunt Chin, all the shops on Bayun Street have closed down. What does the buyer want to do with Bayun Street? They can't just wait for property prices to appreciate, right? The property prices in the mountain city are tightly controlled. Even if they rise, it won't be by much. Shi Niren said, so the buyer's purpose in buying Bayun Street is definitely not to wait for property prices to appreciate, but to do something else. By the way, you should know the buyer. Shi Niren said meaningfully. We know the buyer? Su Yao and Zhang Xingyue looked at each other, both looking puzzled. The buyer's name is Lu Chen. Impossible. As Shi Niren's words fell, Su Yao's face instantly changed. Her breathing became rapid. Aunt Chin, are you mistaken? Zhang Xingyue looked incredulous and said, as far as we know, Lu Chen had just spent over 50 billion to acquire 51% of the shares of Zhuozhuang and Jinko Group not long ago. Now he has spent another 80 billion to buy Bayun Street. This means that in just 1 month, he has spent over 130 billion in cash. That's a lot of cash. Even for a trillion-dollar group, it's very difficult to mobilize over 100 billion in cash in a short period of time. Zhang Xingyue's chest kept rising and falling. Her family's Hong Yun Group is a listed company with a market value of over 500 billion. However, the cash on Hong Yun Group's books is only around 50 billion. And it's not just Hong Yun Group, any listed company has cash on hand of at most around 10% of its market value. After all, No company would be foolish enough to keep money in the bank. They try to invest it as much as possible to get the maximum return. I can't be wrong, Shiniren said with deep eyes. 130 billion in cash. Ordinary listed companies indeed cannot come up with it in a short time, but there is a type of company that can. Energy. Suyao took a deep breath. If it's a company in the energy industry, then they will have a very ample amount of cash on hand. Exactly, Shiniren nodded with a smile, especially oil, minerals, and other energy sources. So, Aunt Qin, are you suggesting that Lu Chen's family owns mines? Jiang Qingyue swallowed and said, but even if his family owns mines, 80 billion is not a small amount. Why did he spend so much money to buy Baiyun Street, which is about to go bankrupt? I'll have to meet him and talk to him to find out. Shiniren smiled. I hope he can bring me a surprise. Suyao frowned at the words. She more or less guessed Lu Chen's intentions. Looking across the street at Baiyun Street, Suyao subconsciously clenched her hands. Mulan slaughterhouse. Lu Chen transformed into a butcher, slaughtering one sheep after another. It is worth mentioning that the Mulan slaughterhouse now has 10 additional slaughter lines. The number of employees has also increased from less than 100 to nearly 300. And the rear Wangyun Lake has also been cleared out, divided into different areas, feeding lobsters, crabs, and other seafood. Kill one sheep, get money plus 100,000. Kill one sheep, get money plus 88,888. Accumulate killing 10 sheep, get 10 times Love Fund Consumption Cashback Card x5. Accumulate killing 100 sheep, get a 70-year usage period for Qingfeng Mountain. Accumulate killing 1,000 sheep, get the Wanjian Ingyue real estate. Kill sheep to the limit, complete the achievement Sheep's Pride, and get 2 master-level skill upgrade cards. Rewards have been distributed, relevant documents and information have been sent to the host's manor and phone. The system prompts one after another. Lu Chen took off his work clothes and left the slaughter line satisfied. At the same time, he was also checking the reward information. It has to be said that after the monster level has been upgraded, the value of rewards obtained from killing monsters has indeed increased significantly. Just the basic money reward alone is about 100 times higher than before, not to mention the 10-fold Love Fund Consumption Cashback Card. With the current daily love quota, 5 cashback cards will increase his personal wealth by 5 billion. Then there is Qingfeng Mountain, adjacent to Baiyun Mountain, with only Wangyun Lake separating the two mountains. With a 70-year usage period for Qingfeng Mountain, he can expand the scale of the Baiyun breeding farm. Next is the Wanjian Ingyue real estate. According to the system information, Wanjian Ingyue is a new real estate project near Huajiang, featuring riverview houses with a single riverview house selling for over 10 million. The entire Wanjian Ingyue real estate consists of 4 residential buildings, each with 45 floors, totaling nearly 400 riverview houses, with a total value of over 100 billion. But what he is most satisfied with are the 2 master-level skill upgrade cards. With these 2 upgrade cards, he can upgrade his existing skills to master level. Although skills do not have a valuation, their value is priceless and cannot be compared with money. Lu Chen thought for a moment, first upgrading his advanced combat skills to master level. Successful use of master level skill upgrade card. Congratulations to the host for mastering master level combat skills. Master level combat skills fusion in progress. Boom! Lu Chen felt a shock in his head, as a large amount of information began to flood into his mind. After integrating this information, his combat skills successfully upgraded to master level. If the advanced combat skills combined with the physique of a martial king could allow him to take on 10 opponents, then master level combat skills combined with the physique of a martial king could allow him to take on 100 opponents. Of course, this is assuming the opponents are not armed. If the opponents are wielding iron rods, knives, or the like, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. With 1 master level upgrade card remaining, Lu Chen did not use it temporarily. The skills he currently mastered include master level combat skills, swimming, traditional Chinese medicine, calligraphy, and advanced driving. Advanced driving is already sufficient for him, and upgrading to master level would not be of much help. As Lu Chen walked out of the slaughter area, Li Mingqi greeted him. Her eyes scanned Li Mingqi, who was still wearing an office lady uniform with black stockings, exuding an aura between innocence and maturity. With her ample bosom, a button on her shirt was loose, revealing a hint of lace-wrapped fullness that Lu Chen could vaguely see. Chi-Chi, are you living alone now? Lu Chen asked as he walked towards the parking area. Yes, I rented a place by myself, Li Mingqi replied with a smile, following behind Lu Chen. After becoming Lu Chen's woman, he would give her $1 million pocket money every day, making her life better. Not only could she support her parents with the money, but she also achieved financial freedom. Let me give you a house, Lu Chen said, stopping in front of Li Mingqi with a smile. Mr. Lu, there's no need, Li Mingqi hurriedly waved her hand. The money you've given me is already enough, you don't need to give me anything else. Li Mingqi dared not ask for too much, fearing that Lu Chen would think she was too greedy. This is what you deserve, Lu Chen said, embracing Li Mingqi's slender waist and whispering in her ear, just accept what I give you, or I will be unhappy, understand? I understand. Feeling the warm breath in her ear, Li Mingqi's slender legs wrapped in black stockings involuntarily tightened. Her cheeks were burning. Let's sit in the car for a while, Lu Chen said, embracing Li Mingqi as they got into the car. The battle ended. Lu Chen checked the time and saw that it was already 6 in the afternoon. At this time, the slaughterhouse was about to close. Mr. Lu, do you want me to drive you back? Li Mingqi asked, tidying up her clothes. Her black hair looked very messy, but she had a satisfied expression on her face. No need, Lu Chen said. I'll drive your car, you take this car to get washed. Okay, Li Mingqi blushed and nodded shyly. By the way, I might be busy tomorrow. You go to the Wangjiang Yingyue property to choose a house by yourself, and tell the person in charge there that you are my woman, Lu Chen said as he drove his Audi out of the slaughterhouse. Li Mingqi watched Lu Chen's departure in a daze, feeling extremely sweet inside. The words "you are my woman" from Lu Chen almost made her cry with excitement. Li Mingqi's favorability plus 20. Driving back to the old neighborhood, Lu Chen immediately checked Li Mingqi's favorability towards him. Name, Li Mingqi. Age, 24. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 90. Driver, 1. Favorability, 100. Finally, another girl's favorability reached full value. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Although the girl's favorability towards him reached 100, he would not gain any substantial benefits, but it did give him some peace of mind. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. Although he was willing to spend money on the girl, it did not mean she wouldn't have other thoughts. As long as the girl's affection for him reaches 100, she will never betray him. He can help the girl start a company through the love fund. In this way, the profits of the love fund will be maximized. Lu Chen took out his phone and started transferring money to the girls. When the girls received millions of dollars, they were all shocked. Xianing, brother Lu Chen, this is too much. Yan Yu, brother Mu, did you accidentally add an extra zero? Zhou Ting? Li Mingqi, President Lu, I can't use so much money. Lin Xiaoxiao, brother Mu, why did you deposit so much money this time? Doubt. Lin Xiaoxiao and Li Mingqi were fine. Their affection for him had reached 100, so they accepted the transfer for any reason he gave. As for the other three, Lu Chen spent a lot of effort to make them accept the money. Love Fund, 50 million. 10 times Love Fund consumption rebate card used successfully times 5. Personal wealth plus 500 million. Shanchang University Playground. Xianing and Yang Yu were walking, both looking puzzled. Yeah, what does brother Lu Chen mean? Xianing asked, he transferred so much money to us, but why didn't he ask us to do anything? Xianing was very anxious. The more money Lu Chen transferred, the more uneasy she felt. She now wished to have a relationship with Lu Chen. Only by becoming Lu Chen's woman could she accept his transfers without fear. Otherwise, she always felt uncertain and feared something unexpected might happen. I don't know either. Yang Yu also felt uneasy. When she accepted Lu Chen's transfer for the first time, she was prepared to have an intimate relationship with him. But Lu Chen did not contact her, making her unable to figure out his intentions. In her opinion, Lu Chen must have some thoughts about her since he transferred so much money to her. As long as Lu Chen spoke up, she would even take a leave to meet him. But Lu Chen never mentioned it, just transferred money to her every day without fail. This made her think more. No, I can't wait any longer. Xianing took a deep breath. Within a week, I must win over brother Lu Chen, or I won't feel at ease spending this money. How about you on Friday and me on Saturday? Yang Yu blushed. Okay. Xianing nodded, her eyes determined. The next day, Lu Chen woke up in Gentle Town. Lin Yanran was clinging to him like an octopus. The snow-white skin was covered with traces of last night's battle. Xiao Mu. Lin Yanran murmured, her long eyelashes trembling as she slowly opened her eyes. Yanran sister, I feel a bit hot, can you help me cool down? Lu Chen smiled at Lin Yanran. In the early morning, when the sun was at its strongest. Lin Yanran first looked down, then shyly nodded. When Lin Yanran sat up, her slender waist and plump buttocks formed a perfect curve. Lu Chen held Lin Yanran's hands, feeling soft and smooth. After some care, Lin Yanran's hands were no longer as rough as before. After a fierce battle, Lin Yanran lay weakly in Lu Chen's arms. She was exhausted, but more than tired, she felt happy and satisfied. Yanran's sister, I bought an estate, will you move in with me? Lu Chen spoke. Xiaomu, will you be angry if I don't go? Lin Yanran asked cautiously. Is it because of Xiao Xiao? Lu Chen could tell what Lin Yanran was thinking at a glance. Yes. Lin Yanran nodded. Xiao Xiao doesn't know about the relationship between you and me. I want to tell her in a while, and then I'll come to accompany you, okay? Okay. Lu Chen smiled. I respect your decision. Xiaomu, thank you. Seeing that Lu Chen was not angry, Lin Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaoxiao was her younger sister, and she knew her best. She could tell that Lin Xiaoxiao liked Lu Chen. Therefore, she was worried that if Lin Xiaoxiao found out about her relationship with Lu Chen, Lin Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to accept it. What she didn't know was that Lin Xiaoxiao also had a relationship with Lu Chen. Yanran, since you're not moving to my place, I happen to have a property near Huajiang. When you're free, go there to choose a house. Okay. Lin Yanran did not refuse this time. She didn't have a masochistic tendency. If she could live in a better house, she didn't have to stay in the old neighborhood to experience life. After breakfast, Lu Chen contacted the staff of the Win car dealership and drove a Bentley Continental GT worth over 3 million to serve as Lin Yanran's daily car. When Lin Yanran left, Lu Chen took an electric mosquito swatter and started looking for flies to kill near the old neighborhood. The reason he didn't rush to move out of the old neighborhood these days was that the manor had not yet hired staff, and also because the old neighborhood had abundant monster hunting resources, such as rats and flies. By noon, after a morning of effort, Lu Chen finally killed 1,000 flies. Killing one fly, earning money plus 66,666. Killing one fly, earning money plus 99,999. Accumulate killing 10 flies, get a 50% discount coupon. Accumulate killing 100 flies, get basic cooking skills. Accumulate killing 1,000 flies, get an anti-epidemic prescription. Reach the limit of killing flies, complete the achievement enemy of flies, and get a crocodile oil field. Rewards have been distributed, relevant documents and information have been sent to the host manor warehouse and phone. Basic cooking skills are being integrated. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen's mind was flooded with a lot of cooking-related information. In just a moment, Lu Chen integrated this information. As for cooking skills, he could use a master-level upgrade card. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Next, he was going to build a food street. If he could upgrade his cooking skills to master level, it might be helpful. So Lu Chen directly used the master level upgrade card. Successful use of master level skill upgrade card. Basic cooking upgraded to master level cooking. Master level cooking is being integrated. With the successful integration of skills, Lu Chen instantly transformed from a cooking novice to a master chef. Currently, in the entire Dragon Country, the number of recognized master chefs was few. These people were mostly over 50 years old. He would be the youngest master chef in the Dragon Country. Lu Chen continued to check the reward information. Among them, the 50% discount coupon could allow him to get a 50% discount on any purchase not exceeding 100 billion, with the discounted portion subsidized by the system. The anti-epidemic prescription was a traditional Chinese medicine prescription that could effectively treat poultry infected with epidemic viruses. This prescription was quite valuable. Lu Chen's expression became serious. Recently, he had heard news of a sudden outbreak of swine fever abroad, leading to a large number of pig deaths and causing breeders to lose everything. Just a swine fever outbreak had caused losses of up to hundreds of billions in those foreign countries. This showed how valuable the anti-epidemic prescription was. Lastly, there was the crocodile oil field. According to the system information, the crocodile oil field was located in the Camel Country, with a total oil reserve of nearly 3 billion barrels and an annual output of over 50 million tons. The value of this oil field exceeded 500 billion. Yes, after the Gregoria gold mine, Lu Chen once again obtained an industry related to energy. Oil and gold were both strategic energy sources, and oil could be easily monetized. In other words, as long as Lu Chen was willing, he could completely cash out the crocodile oil field and the Gregoria gold mine, thereby exchanging for 600 billion in cash. What was the concept of 600 billion in cash? In the entire Dragon Country, apart from those trillion-level energy groups, no company could come up with 600 billion in cash in a short period. Not even the Longting Group where Su Yao was located could do it. The monster level is only level 2, but the things dropped are so valuable. If he continues to level up, what else will he drop? Lu Chen's eyes were extremely hot. Intuition told him that as the monster level continued to increase, he was very likely to obtain things beyond his cognition. Back to the old neighborhood. Lu Chen took out his phone to check WeChat messages. Zhou Ting sent him several links. Clicking on one, all were news related to the food city. More than 100 celebrities jointly recommend the Shancheng Longting Food City. The large mall built by Longting Group for 2 years turned out to be a food city. Major 5-star restaurants have settled in Longtung Food City. Longtung Food City, the first choice for tourism in Shancheng. The news was quite sensational. Lu Chen casually read a few news articles and lost interest. In the internet age, traffic can indeed make a place popular, but the premise is that the place must have something worth showing off. The food city created by Su Yao and the others, in his opinion, was just a hotspot in the internet economy, getting popular quickly but also cooling down quickly. And what he needed to do was to make the food city cool down even faster. Just as Lu Chen was preparing to go to Baiyun Street, a stranger called. After answering the phone, Lu Chen's expression became serious. Baiyun Street. On the deserted street, there was a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle parked. In the back seat of the car, Qin Yiren crossed her arms, closed her eyes, waiting for something. Before long, an Audi slowly approached. "President, we have arrived." In the driver's seat, a middle-aged man with a resolute face spoke. Qin Yiren opened her eyes and got out of the car to walk towards the Audi. Inside the Audi, after seeing Qin Yiren, Lu Chen also got out of the car. "President Lu is younger than I thought." Qin Yiren spoke first. "I should be the one to say that." A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He was surprised not only by Qin Yiren's appearance but also by her identity. The unfamiliar call he received in the old neighborhood was from Qin Yiren, and Qin Yiren's identity was the president of the Shancheng Financial Association. As for the Financial Association, it was responsible for managing local businesses and investment attraction. In his opinion, for Qin Yiren to hold this position, she should be at least in her 40s or 50s, but Qin Yiren was very young, and Qin Yiren's looks were not inferior to all the women he had met, including Su Yao. He subconsciously checked Qin Yiren's personal panel. Name, Qin Yiren. Age, 32. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Comprehensive appearance score, 100. Driver, 0. Favorability, 0. The comprehensive appearance score actually reached the maximum value. No wonder. Lu Chen carefully observed Qin Yiren. She was dressed very simply, in a light-colored short-sleeved shirt, paired with straight suit pants, and had a very friendly temperament. Just standing still, she could make the whole world pale in comparison. In addition, there was an indescribable feeling about Qin Yiren. This feeling elevated her beauty to a level that could not be described in words. "President Lu, do you mind taking a walk with me?" Qin Yiren smiled at Lu Chen, her deep eyes making it hard to know what she was thinking. "President Qin, let's get straight to the point." Although Qin Yiren was very beautiful, Lu Chen was not in the mood for a walk with her. He had a lot to do today. "I can see that President Lu is a straightforward person." Rejected by Lu Chen, Qin Yiren was not angry. As the president of the Financial Association, her mind could not be so narrow. "In that case, I won't take up too much of your time, President Lu." Qin Yiren looked at Lu Chen and said, "I want to know, President Lu, why did you spend a lot of money to buy Baiyun Street?" "President Qin, I am a businessman. Besides profit, what else do you think a businessman can do?" Lu Chen's gaze swept over Baiyun Street and slowly said, "I plan to turn this place into a food street." "Food street?" Qin Yiren frowned at the words. "Do you think people will come if we turn this place into a food street? And you should know that just across the street, Longting Food City will officially open tomorrow." "A food city? A food street? You young people, don't you have anything else in your minds?" Qin Yiren looked at Lu Chen with great disappointment. She thought Lu Chen would bring her a surprise, but it turned out to be nothing more than this. "President Qin, you can doubt your judgment, but please don't doubt my abilities." Lu Chen naturally knew the current situation of Baiyun Street, but with his high-end food recipes, turning Baiyun Street into a food street was the most suitable choice. He believed that with high-end food, he could retain customers. As for no one coming, there will be people tomorrow. Su Yao and the others are advertising all over the internet, so there will definitely be many people coming to Baiyun District out of curiosity tomorrow. By then, they can just attract customers directly. Forgive me for being blunt, if your purpose in buying this place is to create a food street, then you are destined to lose everything. Qin Yiren stared at Lu Chen and said, "Think about it carefully. I invited you to meet to apply for some preferential policies for you from above, but the premise is that your project must satisfy me. I have already figured it out. The food street is my project," Lu Chen said calmly. As for the preferential policies mentioned by Qin Yiren, he could take it or leave it. After all, building a food street wouldn't cost much. Even the biggest cost, Baiyun Street, was obtained from defeating monsters. "It seems like you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River." Qin Yiren shook her head helplessly and said, "In that case, I wish you good luck." Qin Yiren laughed. She even started to regret meeting Lu Chen. She originally thought that Lu Chen spent a lot of money to buy Baiyun Street for some good project. but Lu Chen's mention of a food street directly shattered her expectations. In her opinion, whether it was Su Yao and the others' food city or Lu Chen's food street, it would only be short-lived. But compared to Lu Chen's food street, Su Yao and the others' food city would last a little longer. Not long after Qin Yiren left, Li Mingqi arrived at Baiyun Street in her Phantom. General Lu, the company has been registered. Li Mingqi handed a document to Lu Chen. Last night, Lu Chen had contacted Li Mingqi and asked her to register a catering company in her name today. Lu Chen took the document and glanced at it. The catering company registered by Li Mingqi was named Dream Food Limited Company. The name is good, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The reason he had Li Mingqi register the company was to make her the boss of the various restaurants on the food street. This way, he could develop the food street through the Love Fund. If there were price wars with the food city in the future, he could offset them through the Love Fund. Chi-Chi, contact the decoration company later and have them do some simple renovations on the existing restaurants on this street today. I will send you the specifics on WeChat later. In addition, remember to recruit chefs and staff. General Lu, any requirements for the chefs? Li Mingqi asked. Just need to be skilled in cooking, Lu Chen replied. With high-end food recipes, even those with a little cooking skill could prepare high-end cuisine. So he didn't need to spend a lot to hire top chefs. I understand, Li Mingqi felt puzzled but didn't ask further. In her opinion, Lu Chen must have his reasons for doing so. After arranging everything, Lu Chen strolled around Baiyun Street. He counted a total of 60 restaurants on Baiyun Street, ranging from large restaurants to small eateries. The total number of shops on Baiyun Street reached 800. After touring Baiyun Street, Lu Chen drove away. As he drove out of Baiyun Street and onto the highway, he happened to see Su Yao, Zhang Qingyue, and Nan Gongyun. The three of them were on the Longting Mall Square, talking to the owners of various star-rated restaurants. At the sight of this scene, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. The good show was about to begin. In the crowd, Su Yao, who was in the middle of a conversation, suddenly stopped and looked towards the Phantom on the road. It's Lu Chen's car. Following Su Yao's gaze, Zhang Qingyue also saw the Phantom. In the entire mountain city, there may be more than one Phantom, but only Lu Chen's Phantom, with a license plate of 5 zeros. Upon hearing this, Su Yao subconsciously clenched her hands. Everyone, we will rely on you tomorrow. Coming back to her senses, Su Yao said to the crowd, the food prices in each restaurant must be low enough. Only in this way can the food city retain customers. Su General, rest assured, with the various discounts you promised, the cost of food in my store will be reduced by more than half. For the same dish, I might sell it for 100 in other cities, but here, it will be less than 50. A middle-aged man with a big belly spoke up. Boss do, 50 is still too much. Su Yao stared at the middle-aged man and said, you must find a way to lower the prices even more. Su General, reducing it by half is already a lot. Du Rong smiled. After all, the chefs and staff in my store need to be paid. Boss do, in the catering industry, I have some understanding. For a 5-star restaurant, the biggest cost is the ingredients. But regarding ingredients, Xining Group has promised to provide them to you at a low price, plus rent reductions and 1 year of tax exemption. For a dish that you sell for 100 in your store, the cost can be reduced to around 15 yuan. Zhang Qingyue spoke up. My suggestion is, Boss do, you should earn less. Around 20% profit is enough. Manager Jiang, 20% is too little. How about 50%? Du Rong said with a pained expression. Boss do, if you think 20% is too little, you can still withdraw now. Nan Gongyun frowned. Food City doesn't beg for your presence. Young Yun, don't be angry, 20 it is. Du Rong awkwardly smiled. He naturally couldn't withdraw. Now the whole network is discussing the Food City. Compared to making money through restaurants, his main goal is to take this opportunity to increase the restaurant's popularity. After leaving Baiyun Street, Lu Chen drove to the agricultural market. He bought a large number of locusts from the vendors. Although locusts are pests, they are also high-protein food. However, Lu Chen didn't buy the locusts to eat, but to use them to defeat monsters and get rewards. He still had 1,000 unused monster kills today. Taking the locusts to the manor, Lu Chen lit a fire in the open space behind the manor and threw the bag of locusts into it. Crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by a burnt fragrance. The bag along with the locusts was completely engulfed by the flames. Killed 1 locust, received money plus 100,000. Killed 1 locust, received money plus 100,000. Accumulated killing of 10 locusts, received money plus 5 billion. Accumulated killing of 100 locusts, received a complete collection of black materials of Blue Sky Entertainment artists. Accumulated killing of 1,000 locusts, received 1,000 tickets to Star Cinema. Reached the limit of killing locusts, completed the achievement Autumn Locusts, and received master level painting. Rewards have been distributed. Relevant documents and information have been sent to the host's manor warehouse and phone respectively. Master-level painting fusion in progress. The system prompt sounded. A large amount of information related to painting rushed into Lu Chen's mind. When he digested this information, Lu Chen was in a state of shock. This was the first master-level skill he had obtained. Although master-level and grandmaster-level were only one level apart, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Chen's current painting ability is unmatched in the world. Looking back at the history of Blue Star, only legendary painters like the late Wu Daozi and Tang Bowu possessed master-level painting skills. Withdrawing his thoughts, Lu Chen took out his phone to check the reward information. Let's not mention the 5 billion in cash. Cash rewards are the most frequent rewards, without exception. What caught his interest was the complete collection of scandals of Blue Star Entertainment artists and 1,000 stargazing cinemas. When Lu Chen clicked on the complete collection of scandals of Blue Star Entertainment artists, he fell silent. In his phone, he listed scandals of up to 50 artists from Blue Star Entertainment in a document format. These artists included both men and women. There were superstars who had been popular for over a decade, billion-dollar queens of the film industry, flowery fresh meats with over 100 million fans across the internet, as well as flowery newcomers who rose to fame as soon as they debuted. As for their scandals, they were unbearable to look at. It was guaranteed to shake one's worldview after seeing them. TSK, TSK, TSK. It was indeed the entertainment industry, truly chaotic. Lu Chen exited the document. He could only describe these artists in one sentence. That is, they appeared bright and beautiful on the outside, but their hearts were extremely filthy. This just got interesting. A meaningful smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Without exaggeration, once this document in his hands was leaked, Blue Star Entertainment under Nangongyun would not only face bankruptcy, but its market value would definitely evaporate by more than half. As for the final stargazing cinema, according to the system data, stargazing cinemas were spread all over the country, with an average valuation of around 80 million for each cinema. 1,000 cinemas would be around 80 billion. Blue Star's entertainment industry was very developed, and the quality of the movies produced in recent years had also greatly improved. Lu Chen often saw news online about certain movies breaking through the 5 billion or 10 billion mark in box office sales. To achieve good box office results for a movie, besides the movie's quality itself, the movie's screening schedule was also crucial. And what influenced the movie's screening schedule was the cinemas. With 1,000 stargazing cinemas in his possession, Lu Chen was equivalent to holding the throats of many companies in the entertainment industry. If any company offended him, he could directly refuse to screen the company's movies, causing them to incur heavy losses. System, view personal information. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 23 years old. Monster fighting level, level 2. Monster fighting value, 3,000/50,000. Daily monster fighting quantity, 2,000/2000. Achievements completed, 13. Love fund, 999. 9 billion. Personal wealth, 6,971,283,179. Personal wealth was almost reaching 7 billion. Lu Chen sighed. It had been less than half a month since he obtained the system, yet his wealth had reached an astonishing level. But compared to his personal wealth, his assets were the most terrifying. With various industries combined, his assets were close to surpassing $1 trillion. The next day, major short video platforms were flooded with news about Dragon Soaring Gourmet City. Shocking! Mountain City Dragon Soaring Gourmet City opens, unexpectedly attracting over 100 celebrities to support the event. Superstar Song Hwa declares that he will personally cook a dish for fans at Dragon Soaring Gourmet City today. Billion-dollar queen, Su Rongron, elegantly attends Dragon Soaring Gourmet City. According to the official report of Baiyun District in Mountain City, the daily foot traffic at Dragon Soaring Gourmet City has reached 100,000 people, and it is still increasing. It is reported that the activity of going to Dragon Soaring Gourmet City on the Fighting Music Hot List has been viewed by over 100 million people. Dragon Soaring Gourmet City. Su Yao, Nangong Yun, and Zhang Qingyue stood in the top-floor restaurant, gazing down at the mall below. The mall was bustling with people, and as far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with figures. It seems that we have already achieved initial success with the Gourmet City project, Nangong Yun said with a smile, holding a glass of champagne in his hand. This is thanks to you. Su Yao breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for your artists helping with the promotion, the Gourmet City wouldn't have become so popular across the internet in such a short time. MS. Su, you're too kind. I am also a partner in the Gourmet City project, so naturally, I have to contribute, Nangong Yun said. This is just the beginning. Most of the people here today are locals from Mountain City. In a few days, there will be a large number of tourists from other places coming here. Suya nodded, looking at Zhang Qingyue and asked, Qingyue, what's the situation on Baiyun Street? Yesterday, Lu Chen had people renovate the restaurants on Baiyun Street overnight. Now those restaurants are officially open, but there aren't many customers, Zhang Qingyue replied. She had been keeping an eye on the situation on Baiyun Street. He's too hasty, Suyo said calmly. He didn't even understand the advantages of the food city and just wanted to create a food street to compete for our customers. It can only be said that he's too naive. More than naive, he's simply ignorant, Zhang Qingyue said. Do you know where those restaurant chefs on Baiyun Street were hired from? 5-star hotels? Suya guessed. If he had hired chefs from 5-star hotels, I wouldn't say he's ignorant. Zhang Qingyue's mouth twitched. He hired chefs from the urban villages. Is that so? Suya frowned. That shouldn't be the case. He doesn't seem like such a foolish person. Absolutely true, Zhang Qingyue said. I've had people watching Baiyun Street, and those chefs in the restaurants were indeed hired from the urban villages. Baiyun Street. All the restaurants had changed their names, unified as Dream Eats. According to the food they sold, they were named Dream Eats Hot Pot Restaurant, Dream Eats Sichuan Cuisine, etc. In the restaurant at the center of the street, Lu Chen sat at the table, tasting the twice-cooked pork brought by the chef. Sitting on either side of Lu Chen were Li Mingqi and Zhou Ting, who were also tasting the food. Not bad, Lu Chen tasted it and nodded in satisfaction. This twice-cooked pork was cooked by the chef according to a high-end gourmet recipe. Its deliciousness completely met the standards of high-end cuisine. So delicious, compared to Lu Chen, Zhou Ting and Li Mingqi had a bigger reaction. Mr. Lu, where did you hire this chef? Zhou Ting asked in shock, looking at the chef standing beside them. He was a middle-aged man who looked very honest. As a native of the mountain city, Zhou Ting had eaten the famous Sichuan dish twice-cooked pork many times. But what impressed her the most was the authentic Sichuan-style twice-cooked pork she had once eaten at a century-old Sichuan restaurant in the capital. The taste was rich and not greasy. Mr. Zhou, I hired the chef from the urban village, Li Mingqi replied. At that time, Lu Chen asked her to hire some chefs with culinary skills. In order to save time, she went to the urban village behind Baiyun Street for recruitment. In her opinion, people in the urban village, whose family conditions were not very good, cooked at home, so naturally, they would have some culinary skills. Urban village? Zhou Ting was first surprised, then solemnly admired. It turns out that there are masters among the common people. I never thought that in such a place as the urban village, there would be such a talented Sichuan chef. Beauty, I'm just a janitor. The middle-aged man awkwardly scratched his head. What? A janitor? Zhou Ting stared in amazement at the middle-aged man. The twice-cooked pork I made was based on the recipe Mr. Lu gave me, the middle-aged man continued. How is that possible? Zhou Ting looked at the delicious twice-cooked pork on the table, finding it hard to believe that such an authentic Sichuan-style dish was made by a janitor. I'm telling the truth, the middle-aged man's eyes were equally shocked. When the twice-cooked pork was ready, he tasted it. At that time, he was shocked. He was very clear about his culinary skills. He could cook ordinary home-cooked dishes, but he couldn't make authentic Sichuan-style twice-cooked pork. But miraculously, following the recipe process given by Lu Chen, the twice-cooked pork he made was incredibly delicious. He swore that he had never eaten such delicious twice-cooked pork in his life. If he hadn't stir-fried another plate of twice-cooked pork according to his own ideas later, he would even suspect that he was the reincarnation of a food god. Mr. Lu, what's going on? Zhou Ting's voice was trembling as she spoke. She felt that this matter was somewhat fantastical. The reason is very simple. The recipe details the method for making twice-cooked pork. As long as you follow the steps above, you can make authentic Sichuan-style twice-cooked pork. This doesn't seem scientific, does it? Zhou Ting said, if you can replicate corresponding delicacies according to the recipe, then our country's chefs would have been out of work long ago. It also depends on the recipe, Lu Chen said meaningfully. My recipe is different, passed down from ancestors. Each dish on it has been deconstructed and recorded by master chefs. As long as you know a bit of cooking, just follow the steps on the recipe, and you can make delicious food. It's like taking an exam. If the answers are given to you, can't you score a perfect 100? Zhou Ting didn't know how to respond to this, but she always felt that something was off. Seeing this, Lu Chen changed the subject. Shichi, let's get everyone moving. Okay, Manager Lu. Li Mingqi stood up and left the restaurant. On the square of Longting Food City, with the increasing crowd, all the major restaurants were fully packed. Even long queues formed outside the restaurants. Damn, it's too crowded. If I knew there would be so many people, I wouldn't have come. Stop complaining. It's normal to have many people. Given this situation, there will only be more people here in the future. I'm so hungry. I heard that all the 5-star restaurants here are offering a 30% discount. When it's my turn, I must eat more. I've never eaten at a 5-star restaurant before. I'd rather take a photo with my idol than eat. As people chatted, the scent of food wafted from the roadside. Across the road, several middle-aged women in chef's uniforms were pushing snack stalls slowly. The food on the stalls emitted a tempting aroma, attracting the crowd queuing on the square. It smells so good. What are those aunties selling? Looks delicious. Forget it, I'll go buy some snacks to fill my stomach first. The weather in September was already hot. People waiting in line felt tired and hot. Faced with the aroma from the snack stalls, some started walking towards the other side of the road. Auntie, what are you selling in this pot? A stylish young man walked up to a stall. Buddha jumps over the wall. The auntie smiled, young man, today our Bayun food street is opening, offering a limited free taste of Buddha jumps over the wall. Would you like to try it? As she spoke, she opened the pot, and a strong fragrance entered the young man's nostrils, making him swallow involuntarily. Auntie, Buddha jumps over the wall is not cheap. Are you sure it's free? I guarantee it's free. As she spoke, the auntie handed the young man a spoon. Seeing this, the young man no longer hesitated and started eating. He took a sip of the soup first. When the delicious soup touched his tongue, his pupils contracted, and he was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, his eyes lit up, and he began to eat heartily. Similar scenes were playing out at every stall. 100 meters away from the snack stalls, a Mercedes-Benz business van was parked. Chiniran was tasting Buddha jumps over the wall brought back by the driver from the snack stalls. It's authentic Buddha jumps over the wall. Chiniran elegantly wiped her lips with a tissue, her gaze fixed ahead. Because of Buddha jumps over the wall, more and more people were heading towards Bayun Street. However, compared to the crowd at the food city, the number of people was significantly fewer. President, do you think Manager Lu's food street can survive? The driver asked from the driver's seat. It's very difficult, Chiniran said. In addition to the numerous 5-star delicacies, the food city has the advantage of price and celebrity effect. He wants to snatch the popularity of the food city with just food, which is simply impossible. On Bayun Street, with more people arriving, the street no longer seemed so deserted. Among all the shops, the Dream Sichuan restaurant had the most customers. The reason for this was that most of the customers were locals from the mountain city. Diet habits naturally tend towards Sichuan cuisine. Wow, this is too cheap! Exclamations rang out. People looked at the menu handed to them by the waiter, and were dumbfounded. It was written on it, boiled cabbage in hot water, 5 yuan. Sliced boiled meat in hot water, 3 yuan. Sour cabbage fish, 3 yuan. Twice cooked pork, 3 yuan. Isn't boiled cabbage in hot water a famous dish at state banquets? It's only selling for 5 yuan, could it be fake boiled cabbage? 3 yuan for sliced boiled meat? When I eat at a restaurant, they charge me 2 yuan just for plain rice. It's too cheap. I seriously doubt the food at this restaurant is any good. People discussed one after another, all shocked by the prices of the dishes. In a corner of the restaurant, Zhou Ting smiled and said, Manager Lu, the prices you said have scared the customers. Lu Chen just smiled at the words and did not respond. Despite setting low prices, he actually didn't lose much. First of all the ingredients in the restaurant were provided by his Bayun breeding farm and Fulai supermarket, so the prices of the ingredients were as low as they could be. And since he owned the entire Bayun Street, the restaurant's rent was waived. The biggest cost was the wages of the chefs and waiters. But because the chefs and waiters were recruited from the urban village, their wages were not high. As for the loss-making part, it was covered by the Love Fund, and he would even receive cash from using the Love Fund. In fact, he was making money. That's why he wanted Li Mingqi to be the restaurant manager. Anyway, just because the dishes are so cheap, even if they're not delicious, it's my problem. Exactly, each dish costs less than 10 yuan, besides here, where else can you find a restaurant this cheap? People came to their senses and began ordering. Boss, I'll have a serving of sour cabbage fish and sliced boiled meat. Boss, I want a serving of dongpa pork elbow and boiled cabbage in hot water. A few minutes later, when the dishes were brought to the table, everyone was stunned once again. A cute-looking girl was even more dumbfounded as she looked at the 2 large plates on the table that were bigger than her wash basin. She had ordered shredded pork with garlic sauce and spicy chicken. She had thought that with such cheap prices, the portions wouldn't be much. But the plates were filled with shredded meat and chicken pieces, which left her bewildered. At that moment, a tempting aroma wafted over. The girl's appetite was instantly aroused. It smells so good. The girl picked up a piece of chicken and tasted it. As the chicken entered her mouth, her delicate face turned red from the spiciness. But she didn't stop. Instead, she chewed faster. With each piece of chicken she ate, her mouth never stopped. Ignoring her ladylike image, she ate heartily. The same scene was playing out at other tables as well. Half an hour later, everyone sat back in their chairs with satisfied expressions. They couldn't finish, they simply couldn't finish. Looking at the leftover dishes on the table, because the portions were too large, almost no table had finished their food. Could you please pack this for me? A sweet voice rang out. The girl from earlier shyly looked at the waiter. She didn't want to waste the delicious spicy chicken and shredded pork with garlic sauce. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They all asked the waiter to help pack the leftovers. Private room on the top floor of the food court. Jiang Qingyue answered a phone call, her expression suddenly becoming serious. Qingyue, what's wrong? Su Yao asked. I received a message from my people in Baiyun Street that thousands of people have arrived at Baiyun Street, and the number is still increasing. That's impossible. Nan Gongyan frowned. Baiyun Street hasn't been promoted, it's a street that's almost bankrupt, how could people go there? As soon as Nan Gongyan finished speaking, there was suddenly a commotion outside the private room. What's wrong with the 5-star restaurant? Can't people speak the truth anymore? The food in your restaurant is not as delicious as the food in those restaurants on Baiyun Street, and they are even cheaper than yours. In the stylish restaurant, a young man with blonde hair is being driven away by a waiter. What's going on? Su Yao and the other two walked out of the private room. Manager Su, this kid is here to cause trouble. The restaurant owner, Du Rong, quickly walked up to Su Yao. Su Yao, upon hearing this, ignored Du Rong and looked at the young man, asking, what did you just say about the restaurants on Baiyun Street? The food in those restaurants is better and cheaper, the young man replied. Manager Su, don't believe him, he's just talking nonsense, Du Rong said with a dark expression. My restaurant, Baiwei Zhai, has been a decades-old establishment and has been rated as a Michelin 5-star restaurant by a professional gourmet organization. The chefs in the restaurant are also highly paid professionals. How is it possible that the food in the restaurants on the street is better than what we offer here? Furthermore, my restaurant offers a 70% discount on the same dishes. There's no way the restaurants on the street can be cheaper than us. I'm not asking you, Su Yao said expressionlessly to Du Rong, then continued to ask the young man, you've dined on Baiyun Street, so why come here to eat? And what you said about delicious and cheap food is just your personal opinion. Miss, if you don't believe me, you can go to Baiyun Street and see for yourself, the young man said. There are restaurants of various cuisines on Baiyun Street, just like this restaurant selling boiled cabbage and Buddha jumps over the wall. And boiled cabbage is only 5 yuan, Buddha jumps over the wall is only 10 yuan. If you're lucky, you might even get Buddha jumps over the wall for free. Nonsense, 5 yuan for boiled cabbage, 10 yuan for Buddha jumps over the wall, are you dreaming? Du Rong said with an ugly face. The cost of these two dishes is definitely more than that. How much do you sell boiled cabbage and Buddha jumps over the wall for in your restaurant? Su Yao asked with a frown. Manager Su, the normal price for boiled cabbage is 680 yuan, and Buddha jumps over the wall is 1,980 yuan. With a 70% discount, the current selling prices for these two dishes in my restaurant are 204 and 594 yuan, respectively. This price can definitely be considered cheap, Du Rong said, glaring at the young man. 5 yuan for boiled cabbage and 10 yuan for Buddha jumps over the wall, only a fool would believe that. Believe it or not, the young man said indifferently, then turned and left. I told you this kid was here to cause trouble, Du Rong said more convinced of his thoughts as the young man left. What he said is true. Outside the restaurant, several young women passed by, each carrying plastic bags containing takeout boxes. The food sold in the restaurants on Baiyun Street is really delicious and cheap. You all should go and try it. Have you eaten there too? Su Yao asked with a serious expression. Yes, we even got takeout. Do you mind letting me taste the food you got? Su Yao asked as she looked at the plastic bags the women were carrying. If you don't mind, of course you can, after all, these things are not expensive. Thank you. Su Yao thanked the women and then had the waiter lay out the takeout food on the table. As the boxes were opened, a tempting aroma filled the air. Manager Su, maybe we should just forget about it. Nan Gongyan frowned at the leftovers. Su Yao ignored Nan Gongyan and started eating the Buddha jumps over the wall from one of the takeout boxes. As she tasted the food, Su Yao was stunned. She then proceeded to taste the food from the other boxes. After tasting all the food, Su Yao fell into silence. What's wrong? Jiang Qingyue asked. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. You should try it, Su Yao shook her head, feeling very conflicted. She was not a professional food critic and couldn't give a professional evaluation of the food in the boxes. But having eaten at Baiwei Zhai, the food in the boxes was almost on par with what they offered, despite the vast difference in prices. Zhang Qingyue, upon hearing this, picked up the chopsticks and tasted the food. The moment the food entered her mouth, Zhang Qingyue visibly paused for a moment. Coming back to her senses, Zhang Qingyue exclaimed in shock, "What's going on?" The chefs in his restaurant were clearly hired from the village and the city, so why is the food they make comparable to that of a Michelin star chef? Quick, go to the kitchen and call Chef Dong over, Du Rong said with an unpleasant expression. I refuse to believe that these leftovers can compare to the delicacies in my restaurant. Su Yao and Zhang Qingyue, upon hearing this, remained silent. They also wanted to hear the professional's evaluation of these dishes. Before long, a middle-aged man in chef's attire arrived in front of Du Rong. The middle-aged man was named Dong Peng, the head chef of Baiweizhai, and also a senior chef. Old Du, what's going on? Dong Peng asked with a serious expression. Taste the food in these lunchboxes and give an evaluation. Are these leftovers packed by customers? Dong Peng glanced at the lunchboxes. The food in the lunchboxes was all popular dishes from Baiweizhai. No, Dong Peng bent down, closely examining the food in the lunchboxes, and said, although the flavors and cooking methods are authentic, the knife skills are average. Dong Peng picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and tasted it. As the food entered his mouth, Dong Peng furrowed his brows unconsciously. Seeing this, Du Rong's eyes lit up. How is it? Does it taste bad? The taste is good, Dong Peng replied. The person who made these dishes should be a senior chef like me, but what puzzles me is how a senior chef's knife skills could be so poor. Dong Peng put down his chopsticks and said, what's even more strange is that the taste of these foods has not been affected by the knife skills and still meets the standards of high-quality cuisine. How is this possible? Du Rong's pupils contracted, and he sat down exhaustedly on the dining chair behind him. It wasn't that he couldn't accept that the taste of these foods was similar to that of his restaurant. What he couldn't accept was that for the same dishes with the same taste, the prices of these foods were more than 10 times cheaper than those in his restaurant. Let's go to Baiyun Street. I'm going. 10 yuan Buddha jumps over the wall, 5 yuan boiled cabbage. No matter what, I have to go taste it. The onlookers became restless. Word spread quickly. The news that the restaurants on Baiyun Street could produce food comparable to 5-star restaurants, with the highest price not exceeding 10 yuan, spread throughout the entire food city. A large number of customers who were queuing up began to head towards Baiyun Street. Su Yao, this is not a sustainable way to go, Zhang Qingyue said with a serious expression as she watched the decreasing flow of customers. If we don't find a way to retain customers, all our efforts will be in vain, and we will have unwittingly helped Lu Chen. Boss Du, how much room do you have to lower the prices of the food in your restaurant? Su Yao took a deep breath. In the current situation, only by lowering the prices of the major restaurants in the food city to match those on Baiyun Street could they retain customers. Manager Su, that's not possible. Du Rong naturally understood Su Yao's meaning, but it was simply impossible for him to lower the prices of the food in his restaurant to 5 or 10 yuan. Not to mention that the ingredients provided by Xining Group were low cost, not free. Longting Group reduced the rent, not waived it entirely. The wages of the chefs and staff in his restaurant alone were a huge expense. The more he sold at 5 or 10 yuan, the more he would lose. What's more, Baiweizhai had branches all over the country. If this store in the food city lowered its prices too much, it would also affect the stores in other cities. What is Lu Chen up to? Zhang Qingyue's face turned ugly. Is he not afraid of losing everything by doing this? If he was afraid of losing money, he wouldn't have set the prices of the food in the restaurant so low, Su Yao said, clenching her hands. In any case, we can't give up. Boss Du, I can exempt all the rent for your shop, and at the same time, I will contact Zyfarm Group to give you some more discounts. You must lower the food prices a bit more. In addition, Nangong Yun, you need to get your artists to interact with the customers. Many customers come to the food court to see celebrities. Only by having your artists interact with them can we keep them here. I understand. Nangong Yun nodded. I will organize them to interact with the customers now. Is this really effective? When Nangong Yun left, Zhang Qingyue's expression became serious. Although celebrity interactions can keep customers, it cannot stop them from dining at Baiyun Street. That's enough for now. We can only rely on popularity. Su Yao said, the more people dine at Baiyun Street, the greater his losses. In the long run, he will naturally not be able to hold on. By then, I don't believe he won't raise the food prices. Moreover, Baiyun Street only has restaurants, which cannot retain customers. On the other hand, our food court has shopping malls, cinemas, and other facilities, which can also be profitable through these facilities. I understand. Zhang Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Then I will also take action and give customers free snack packs. Inside Bayun Street, all the major restaurants are fully packed. Almost everyone is walking out of the restaurants with satisfied smiles. Manager Lu, although the low-price strategy can indeed attract many people, this is not a sustainable solution. On the street, Lu Chen, Zhou Ting, and Li Mingqi walk side by side. Seeing the continuous flow of customers at the major restaurants, Zhou Ting frowned. The more people come to dine, the greater your losses, and these people will return to the food court after dining. In the end, you won't gain anything. Miss Shou, you should have a longer-term perspective. Lu Chen stopped and smiled at Zhou Ting. Although I am currently losing money, as long as I persist until the food court closes, then customers will only have my place to choose, right? Manager Lu, are you joking? Zhou Ting's mouth twitched. Given the current popularity of the food court, it is impossible to make it close down. In this world, nothing is absolute. Lu Chen said calmly, the biggest advantage of the food court compared to my place is the traffic brought by the many artists under Lantian Entertainment. But once these artists get into trouble, the food court's biggest advantage will be gone, and then the food court will naturally close down. Manager Lu, you are underestimating Lantian Entertainment. Zhou Ting said solemnly, in recent years, Lantian Entertainment has had artists exposed to scandals, but they have all been handled by Lantian Entertainment's public relations. And those artists are not stupid. Regardless of whether they all have scandals, even if they do, they will definitely not let the outside world know. That's a coincidence. Lu Chen smiled, I happen to have their scandals. As Lu Chen's words fell, Zhou Ting's delicate mouth opened wide, staring at Lu Chen in astonishment. Chairman, over at the food court, General Yun is arranging for his artists to interact with the customers. Inside the Mercedes-Benz business car on the side of the road, the driver reported the situation at the food court to Qin Yiren. The celebrity effect works, but those celebrities cannot be at the food court every day. Qin Yiren said slowly, what's the situation at Bayun Street? Manager Lu hasn't made a move yet. The driver said, perhaps Manager Lu's plan is to attract the food court's customers through a price war, but unfortunately, although customers come to Bayun Street to dine, they return to the food court after eating, with almost no stay in between. Still too young. Qin Yiren shook her head, he may have money, but his mind is not very bright. The food court needs popularity. With high popularity, the food court's brand will be valuable, and Longting Group will be able to build food courts across the country. Ultimately, Longting Group will still make money from real estate. As for the Hongyun Group, they want to use this opportunity to expand the popularity of their snack brands. As for Nangong Yun, Qin Yiren paused for a moment and said, this person wants to have both wealth and beauty, but Su Yao and the Longting Group are not fools. It just happens that they can make use of his Blue Sky Entertainment. President Yi, who do you think will be the ultimate winner? There is more than one winner, but the loser will be that foolish boy. When he spent 8 billion to buy Bayun Street, he had already lost. Food City Square. Nearly 10,000 people gathered together, forming long queues. And in front of the line, many artists under Blue Sky Entertainment were signing autographs for fans. The entire Food City had become a star-signing event. Wow, Song Tianwang is so handsome. Look, it's my brother Wu Yuan at home. Brother Wu Yuan, I love you, I want to have your baby monkey. Rong Rong Goddess is mine, no one is allowed to compete with me. The screams were continuous. Even in the scorching weather, it couldn't stop people from chasing after stars. On one side of the square, Su Yao and the other two looked at the enthusiastic crowd, all showing satisfied smiles. It's really useful to have artists. Jiang Qingyue sighed. It's not just having artists, it's having famous artists, Nangongyan said. In order to boost the popularity of the food city, I have called all the popular artists from my company. President Yun, when you have time, let's discuss cooperation. Jiang Qingyue said, recently, my company has launched a new snack brand and we would like your artist Wu Yuan to endorse it for us. That's easy. Nangongyan said, I'll let Wu Yuan know later. Is your company's Songhua available recently, President Yun? Su Yao asked, my group has a new property in the Magic City and we want him to be the spokesperson. President Su, even if he's not available, I will make sure he makes time. Nangong Yun said with a smile. President Yun is too polite. Su Yao pondered for a moment and asked, by the way, President Yun, many of your company's artists paid taxes a few days ago, but Songhua wasn't among them, right? President Su, you can rest assured that Songhua was not on the tax payment list. Songhua has almost no negative information since his debut. That's good. Su Yao nodded, feeling relieved. These days, companies have to be cautious when hiring spokespersons, as any issues with the spokesperson can affect the company's image and brand to a certain extent. President Su, my Blue Sky Entertainment still has some strength. Nangongwen said meaningfully, over the years, How many of my company's artists have had problems? Even if some artists have negative news, my company has ways to suppress it. Buzz as Nan Gongyun's voice fell, the phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, Nan Gongyun's face visibly turned ugly at a rapid pace. At the same time, the noisy square became even more chaotic. Oh my god, look at the news. Song Hwa is on drugs, is it true? Are you kidding me? How could my brother Wu Yuan be involved in underage drug use? No, this can't be true, the video must be fake, Rong Rong Goddess can't be a prostitute. Listening to the discussions coming from the square, Su Yao and Zhang Qingyue looked at each other, their faces pale. Just then, Nan Gongyun hung up the phone, his expression fierce. Who is it, who is trying to mess with me? President Yoon, what's going on? Su Yao quickly took out her phone to check the relevant news. When she saw the content reposted by major media outlets, her mindset completely collapsed. 50 artists under Blue Sky Entertainment were exposed with negative news. And these 50 artists were all at the square at that moment. President Su, believe me, I will handle these matters. Nan Gongyun said urgently, I will contact the public relations team now and have them suppress this negative news. It's useless. Zhang Qingyue suddenly spoke up. The Entertainment Bureau has already issued a statement. All your company's artists have been banned. Impossible. These scandals have just been exposed, and it's not yet clear whether they are true or not. How can the Entertainment Bureau issue a statement to ban them? Nan Gongyun snatched Zhang Qingyue's phone. When he saw the content posted by the Entertainment Bureau's account on the phone, he took a step back, looking extremely desperate. Wu Yuan, you beast. I liked you for so many years, even broke up with my boyfriend for you, and you turned out to be this kind of person. Bah, what King Son, what artist with both virtue and talent, turned out to be a drug addict? Sob, the goddess I like, she used to be a prostitute. No wonder I always felt familiar with Su Rongrong, maybe I was her client. The curses kept coming. Before the celebrities like Song Hwa could react, they were overwhelmed by the crowd. Fortunately, Hat Uncle managed to control the situation in time, preventing casualties. In the end, Song Hwa and 50 other celebrities were all taken away by Hat Uncle. The people in the square gradually dispersed. Su Yao, all of this seems too coincidental. Zhang Qingyue's eyes were unfocused. Why weren't these scandals of these artists exposed before, but suddenly came out today? Also, isn't the statement from the Entertainment Bureau too quick? The police haven't even investigated yet, and they have already banned Song Hwa and other artists. Could it be that they have confirmed the authenticity of the revelations? Are you suggesting it's related to Lu Chen? Su Yao shook her head. I don't know either. The current him is completely different from the one in my memory. Or as you said, he has been lying to me all along, and the current him is the real him. Isn't this Miss Jiang? A playful voice sounded. Zhang Qingyue turned around to see Lu Chen slowly approaching. Behind Lu Chen were Zhou Ting and Li Mingqi. It's you! Nan Gongyun's eyes turned ice-cold the moment he saw Lu Chen. He still remembered what happened at the Hongyun Pavilion. And he also knew that Lu Chen was the boss of Jinka and Zhuozhuang Feed. Mr. Lu, we meet again. Zhang Qingyue hesitated for a moment before greeting Lu Chen. Yes, we meet again. Someone is still as annoying as ever. Lu Chen looked at Nan Gongyun. He. Nan Gongyun sneered. I think your feed company needs to shut down for rectification. Faced with Nan Gongyun's threat, Lu Chen remained silent. Instead, he walked towards Nan Gongyun. What, you want to fight? Nan Gongyun looked disdainful. You can try. Snap. As Nan Gongyun spoke, something resembling an identification card fell out of Lu Chen's pocket. Instantly, the attention of Zhang Qingyue and the others was drawn to the object on the ground. When they saw what it was, their pupils contracted, filled with disbelief. Zhang Qingyue even swallowed and said, Mr. Lu, you dropped something. I know, I dropped it on purpose. Lu Chen patted Nan Gongyun's shoulder, expressionless. Mr. Nan Gong, the owner of Blue Sky Entertainment, right? Could you please pick up the thing for me? Nan Gongyun didn't speak, but his gaze was fixed on the object on the ground. And the object on the ground was the deputy director's identification card of Lu Chen's Southwest Entertainment Bureau. A blatant threat. Nan Gongyun clenched his fists, his breathing becoming rapid. At this point, if he still didn't know who was targeting him, then he would be a fool. Calm down. Nan Gongyun tried to calm himself, then bent down to pick up the identification card and handed it to Lu Chen. Director Lu, please take care of your things. I still prefer your rebellious attitude just now. After Lu Chen's words, he left directly. Zhou Ting and Li Mingqi hurried to follow. Bang! When Lu Chen disappeared from sight, Nan Gongyun angrily smashed his phone on the ground, trembling with anger. Humiliation. He had never felt so aggrieved before in his life. But he had to pick up Lu Chen's identification card. Now that 50 artists from Blue Sky Entertainment have been banned, the company's stock price is bound to be affected. If at this time, Lu Chen were to conduct a thorough investigation of his company through his position as deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau, then Blue Sky Entertainment would not only face a crisis of closure, with many executives going in, but he would also be affected. After all, if the artists are so dirty, where did the clean capital behind the artists go? Suya, you and Lu Chen really shouldn't have broken up. Jiang Qingyue regained her senses, looking shocked. He's just in his early 20s and has become the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau. If you say he has no background, I don't think anyone would believe it. If you hadn't broken up with him, then the two of you could work together, and I don't think there's any project you couldn't complete. Jiang Qingyue became more and more excited as she spoke. She had seen the world, but Lu Chen still managed to shock her time and time again. It was no exaggeration to say that among the people she had met, Lu Chen was the most intimidating presence. With a terrifying cash flow and a mysterious background. Just these 2 points made her not dare to offend Lu Chen. It's too late to say anything now. Suya's gaze remained fixed on the direction Lu Chen had left. Compared to Jiang Qingyue, she was the most shocked. After all, Jiang Qingyue didn't know what Lu Chen was like before. But she did. Because of this, the change in Lu Chen's identity not only shocked her, but also made her feel regretful. But she knew that regret was useless. Lu Chen would never forgive her, and she couldn't go to him for reconciliation. They could only be enemies. With this in mind, Suyao's eyes gradually became firm. President Su, should we continue with the Gourmet City project? Nan Gongyun said expressionlessly, if you're afraid of that guy, our cooperation ends here. If you want to continue with this project, I will use all my connections to support you. Why should I be afraid? Suya took a deep breath. Just the identity of a deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau is not enough to scare me. The Gourmet City project is the first project I took over as temporary chairman of the group. I need to prove myself with this project, so I must not lose. In that case, let's have a good time playing with each other. Nan Gongyun's eyes were cold. I didn't expect things to develop like this. In the Mercedes-Benz business car on the side of the road, Qin Yiren frowned. The exposure of black materials on 50 artists under Blue Sky Entertainment was something she hadn't anticipated. It seems that this Mr. Lu is quite ruthless. Qin Yiren's mood was very complicated. Madam, do you know Mr. Lu's background? The driver asked curiously. His background is fake, Qin Yiren said. I had someone investigate his background, but the information I got was that his parents were just ordinary farmers, which is clearly fabricated. Could Mr. Lu be the descendant of those leaders above? The driver asked cautiously. Probably not. Qin Yiren fell silent for a moment. The big shots in the cabinet wouldn't let their descendants be as flamboyant as him. After leaving the Gourmet City, Lu Chen and Zhou Ting went to a nearby coffee shop. Li Mingqi returned to Baiyun Street. Miss Zhou, how long are you going to look at me like that? Lu Chen sipped his coffee, looking at Zhou Ting across from him with a speechless expression. Zhou Ting had her chin in her hands, staring at him like a little fangirl. Mr. Lu, you're so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man in this world? Zhou Ting blushed, her heart pounding. When Lu Chen mentioned having dirt on many artists under Blue Sky Entertainment, she thought he was joking. But a few minutes later, news of the black materials on as many as 50 artists under Blue Sky Entertainment broke online. This made her scalp tingle. Lu Chen's methods were too terrifying. She couldn't even imagine how Lu Chen had obtained this dirt. But that wasn't the most unbelievable part for her. What amazed her the most was that Lu Chen, so young, had already become the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau. Looking across the entire Dragon Country, among positions of the same level, there was no one younger than Lu Chen. From this, it can be seen how powerful Lu Chen's background is. Thinking back to when she opposed Lu Chen, she felt a chill down her spine. With her limited strength, Lu Chen could easily ruin her. Miss Zhou, I didn't expect your words to be so sweet. Lu Chen's gaze swept over Zhou Ting. She was wearing a black camisole on top and high-waisted jeans on the bottom. Her black hair was piled up behind her head, her fox-like eyes shimmered with a hint of ripples, her alluring red lips were full and sexy, and she looked like a ripe peach. Mr. Lu, my words may be sweet, but you know that. Zhou Ting stood up and walked to Lu Chen's side to sit down. Zhou Ting's favorability plus 20. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but understand Zhou Ting's intentions. So he reached out and embraced Zhou Ting's slender waist, smiling. Miss Zhou, has your aunt left? She left the day before yesterday. Zhou Ting's cheeks were burning, and her long swan-like neck was covered in a blush. How about coming to my estate? Lu Chen said as he stood up, holding Zhou Ting as they left the coffee shop. And Zhou Ting did not resist. In the estate bedroom, the soft big bed was filled with traces of battle. The plum blossoms became a milestone in the battle. Zhou Ting's favorability plus 30. After the battle, Zhou Ting fell asleep from exhaustion. Lu Chen then checked Zhou Ting's favorability towards him. Name, Zhou Ting. Age, 28. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 95. Driver, 1. Favorability, 100. Another girl had reached maximum favorability towards him. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then checked the time on his phone. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and he hadn't used up his 2,000 monster kills for the day. It was too late to go to the slaughterhouse now. Just as he was about to get up after dressing, Xia Yong, the person in charge of the Baiyun breeding farm, suddenly called him. To avoid disturbing Zhou Ting's sleep, Lu Chen walked out of the bedroom before answering the call. As soon as the call connected, Xia Yong's anxious voice came through. Mr. Lu, something has happened. The pigs in the pig farm are likely infected with swine fever. Swine fever, how coincidental, Lu Chen said instinctively. A few days ago, the pigs in the pig farm were listless. At that time, the workers didn't think much of it. But today, nearly 100 pigs died inexplicably, and not just in our pig farm, but in pig farms all over the country. It is said to be swine fever imported from abroad. I see. Lu Chen replied, I have something to attend to now, I'll contact you later. Lu Chen hung up the phone. This was actually a good opportunity. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Swine fever was terrifying, but he happened to have a system reward for an anti-fever medicine. With this, he could take advantage of the situation, buy diseased pigs at a low price, and then cure them with the anti-fever medicine. Young master, the things have been bought. In the backyard of the estate, Xinwan handed 2 sealed boxes to Lu Chen. Okay, you can go. Lu Chen smiled at Xinwan. As for the contents of the boxes, they were snails and bees that he had asked Xinwan to buy at the farmer's market. Compared to killing some large livestock, buying small insects for killing would be faster. Young master, just call me if you need anything. Xinwan did not ask Lu Chen about the purpose of buying bees and snails. As a qualified private steward, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. After Xinwan left, Lu Chen made a fire in the open space and then threw the 2 boxes into it. The flames burned brightly. Lu Chen's ears were constantly filled with system prompts. Killed 1 snail, gain money plus 66,666. Accumulate killing 10 snails, get money plus 10 billion. Accumulate killing 100 snails, get hope large-scale real estate. Accumulate killing 1,000 snails, get love fund amount plus 100 billion. Kill snails to reach the limit, complete the achievement crawler, and get 51% stake in Shinnon Pharmaceutical Group. Kill 1 bee, get money plus 88,888. Accumulate killing 10 bees, get Lion Country Royal Custom 4 Seasons clothing times 400 sets. Accumulate killing 100 bees, get real-time personal wealth doubling card. Accumulate killing 1,000 bees, get master level skill upgrade card times 5. Kill bees to reach the limit, complete the achievement honey harvesting expert, and get 51% stake in Phoenix Motors. Rewards have been distributed. Relevant documents and information have been respectively distributed to the host's manor warehouse and mobile phone. Lion Country Royal Custom 4 Seasons clothing has been distributed to the host's manor dressing room. Lu Chen took out his phone to check the reward information. The money reward goes without saying. What made him laugh and cry was that his personal love fund amount unexpectedly increased by 10 billion. You should know that his love fund amount of 1 trillion was only cashed out for about 1 billion. Now with an additional 100 billion, he didn't know when he could cash out all of it. But this wasn't a bad thing either. After all, no one would complain about having too much money. And as the monster killing level increased, the daily spending limit on individual opposite sex could also be raised. In addition to the love fund, killing snails also yielded the Hope large-scale real estate. This is a residential area with as many as 10 residential buildings. Each building has 35 floors with 6 units per floor. 10 buildings can accommodate a total of 2,100 households. However, compared to the previously rewarded Wangjiang Yingyue real estate, the total value of the Hope community is much lower, around 3 billion. After all, the quality of the 2 properties is different. One is a luxury Riverview property near Huajiang, the other is a common residential property in Baiyun district. Then there is the 51% stake in Shinnon Pharmaceutical Group. According to the system information, Shinnon Pharmaceutical Group is a company specializing in traditional Chinese medicine products, located in Shudu, with a market value of 500 billion. The 51% stake in Lu Chen's hands is worth over 250 billion. Most importantly, by owning 51% of Shinnon Pharmaceutical Group, he will have absolute control over the group. This reward came just in time. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. Now that pigs all over the country are infected with swine fever, although he has a prescription for anti-fever traditional Chinese medicine, the process of mass-producing the medicine is very complicated. The subsequent publicity of the anti-fever medicine will also attract attention from various forces. However, if he produces the anti-fever medicine through Shinnon Pharmaceutical Group, he can not only avoid many troubles but also promote that the anti-fever medicine is researched by the group. Focus back. Lu Chen began to check the rewards obtained by killing bees. Among them, there are a total of 400 sets of Lion Country Royal Custom Clothing, with 100 sets for each season. Lion Country, as a country that continues the royal nobility, has a professional design team to tailor clothing for the Lion Country Queen and other nobles. The customized clothing has no brand but can outshine any luxury brand. Lu Chen's 400 sets of clothing come from the top design team in Lion Country, which previously only served the Lion Country Queen. Next is the real-time personal wealth doubling card. It can double Lu Chen's personal wealth. When he obtained the doubling card, it was automatically used. The term real-time here refers to the time when he obtained the doubling card. Lu Chen brought up the prompt for using the doubling card. Real-time personal wealth doubling card has been automatically used. Real-time personal wealth, 805-188-3179. Personal wealth after doubling, 1610-376-6358. After doubling, his personal wealth directly reached over 16 billion. Personal wealth and assets are not worth mentioning. As for the 5 master-level skill upgrade cards, there is no need to say more. Currently, Lu Chen has no other skills to upgrade besides advanced driving. So Lu Chen used a master-level upgrade card to directly upgrade advanced driving to master-level driving. Successful use of master-level skill upgrade card, advanced driving successfully upgraded to master-level driving. Master-level driving fusion in progress. A large amount of driving-related information surged into his mind. After integrating this information, Lu Chen became an all-around master driver. The reason why he is all-around is that master-level driving skills include all modes of transportation, including but not limited to airplanes, ships, aircraft carriers, and fighter jets. Finally, there is a 51% stake in Phoenix Motors. According to the system data, Phoenix Motors is also a group with a market value of 5 trillion. In other words, within one day, Lu Chen acquired 2 groups with a total market value of trillions. He couldn't help but marvel. Looking at the trillion-dollar groups in Manhwa, almost all of them were built by several generations of hard work. And all he needs to do is to fight monsters every day, and his industries are constantly expanding. As of now, the total value of all his industries has exceeded trillions, and it won't be long before it reaches 2 trillion. Hongyun Pavilion. Su Yao, Nangong Yun, and Zhang Qingyue are discussing ways to deal with Lu Chen. I have contacted the Food Association and reported those restaurants in Baiyun Street for disrupting the market, Nangong Yun said with a solemn expression. In addition, I have invited the leading figures of various cuisines from the Gourmet Association, and they will arrive at the Gourmet City tomorrow. I believe their presence can bring a huge wave of popularity to the Gourmet City. Reporting may not be effective, Su Yao interjected. Although the restaurants in Baiyun Street have low prices, Lu Chen can claim that he is subsidizing losses. In this way, the Food Association may not have much to say. Subsidizing losses is acceptable, but the reason why the food prices in his restaurants are so low, besides subsidizing losses, is the closed-loop industrial chain, Nangong Yun said coldly. From feed to farms, slaughterhouses, supermarkets, and restaurants, all are under his control. To put it nicely, he has completed the industrial chain loop, but to put it bluntly, he is suspected of monopolizing. The anti-monopoly regulations were recently issued, and what he is doing is undoubtedly a dead end. After Nangong Yun's words fell, Su Yao fell silent for a moment and said, if he is really suspected of monopolizing, the relevant departments will punish him. What we need to do now is to stabilize the popularity of the Gourmet City. The leading figures of various cuisines you invited cannot stay in the Gourmet City all the time. We still lack something to retain customers. We lack gimmicks, Zhang Qingyue said. The Gourmet City is not a scenic spot, there is no natural beauty for everyone to enjoy. But as long as there are enough gimmicks to attract major internet celebrities to visit the Gourmet City and check in, then through the promotion by internet celebrities, the Gourmet City can become a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. In this way, the popularity of the Gourmet City can be maintained. And this gimmick can be anything, even if it has nothing to do with food, as long as it can bring traffic. I have an idea. Su Yao's eyes lit up at the words. There is a person who may bring the gimmick you mentioned. Who? Jiang Qingyue asked curiously. The girl known as the genius of traditional Chinese painting. Su Yao's mouth slightly upturned. Her confidence returned at this moment. If it's her, she can indeed bring enough gimmicks. Jiang Qingyue said, after all, her paintings are known throughout the internet. The next day, Lu Chen woke up in a suffocating feeling. Opening his eyes, he saw a snowy white expanse. Husband, you're awake. Zhou Ting released Lu Chen and gazed at him charmingly. What do you want me to call you? Lu Chen didn't react for a while. Honey, Zhou Ting said pitifully, can't I call you honey? This girl. Lu Chen couldn't not know Zhou Ting's intentions, but he didn't mind. Zhou Ting calling him like this was just to leave something different in his heart. Of course, Lu Chen hugged Zhou Ting and glanced at her full, round buttocks, but you have to perform well. Still more? Zhou Ting's face turned pale at the words. She had just experienced intimacy with Lu Chen yesterday and fought with him for over an hour. In the middle of the night, Lu Chen called her up for another battle. After several consecutive battles, her legs were still weak. Is it not allowed? Lu Chen smiled. With the physique of a king of soldiers, his combat ability was extraordinarily strong. It's allowed. Zhou Ting gritted her teeth and slowly stood up. In order to please Lu Chen, she was ready to go all out. She could just stay in bed all day if necessary. An hour later, Lu Chen walked out of the room satisfied. On the soft big bed, Zhou Ting's pretty face was crimson, and her snow-white skin was covered with numerous battle marks. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly returned. Honey, why are you back again? Zhou Ting's voice trembled, her body instinctively shrinking. She thought Lu Chen wanted to fight with her again. Am I that scary? Lu Chen's mouth twitched, then he said, I'll have Wan Ant bring you a few contracts to sign your name later. Okay. Zhou Ting shyly nodded, without asking about the contracts. I'll go busy myself first. Lu Chen turned and left the bedroom. Half an hour later, Zhou Ting finished breakfast and walked in the manor. Xinwan found her with a few contracts. Miss Zhou, these are what young master asked me to give you. Xinwan handed the contracts to Zhou Ting. Okay, thank you, Wan Ant. Zhou Ting took the contracts and checked them. When she saw the contents of the contracts, she was stunned. The contract in her hand was the equity transfer contract for Zhaozhuang and Jinkexi feed. After Zhou Ting's favorability towards Lu Chen reached its peak, Lu Chen decided to transfer Zhaozhuang and Jinkexi to Zhou Ting's name. This was to better realize the love fund and avoid some troubles. After leaving the manor, Lu Chen drove to Baiyun Street. When he had just arrived at Baiyun Street, the person in charge of the food association suddenly found him. In the private room of the Shui Meng Sichuan restaurant, a middle-aged man stared at Lu Chen and said, after our investigation, the prices of the food in your restaurant are far below the market price, which raises suspicion of disrupting the market. We are now imposing a fine on you and ordering you to adjust the food prices within 3 working days. The middle-aged man was named Tang Hui, the head of the Southwest Food Association. You've got it wrong. Lu Chen poured himself a cup of tea, his face calm. The reason why the food prices in my restaurant are so low is because I'm losing money to promote activities. How is losing money illegal? Which law states that? Indeed, there is no law stating that losing money is illegal. Tang Hui frowned slightly. But what you are doing constitutes unfair competition, and unfair competition is illegal. First of all, deceiving and misleading consumers, seizing the trading opportunities of other operators in an unfair manner, and violating the principle of good faith, that is considered unfair competition. Secondly, losing money is not illegal, and it is also stated on the menu that the food prices are subsidized for the activity. A plate of twice-cooked pork, originally priced at 28, I subsidize 25 myself, and sell it for 3, is there a problem? If there is a problem with what I'm doing, then what about those online sellers who subsidize users? Is their behavior also problematic? No problem. Tang Hui took a deep breath, but we have also received reports that you are suspected of monopolizing the market. What do you have to say about this? Tang Hui gestured to the staff behind him. Seeing this, the staff laid out documents in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen picked up the documents and glanced at them. They recorded the equity structure information of industries such as Zhaozhuang and Jinkexi. When Lu Chen saw the time at the bottom of the document, he smiled. It seems like you guys are not very professional. Lu Chen chuckled. These documents, you prepared them yesterday, right? You just need to answer whether these documents are true or not, Tang Hui said expressionlessly. Lu Chen's attitude made him very unhappy. I'll say it again, you guys are not professional at all. Lu Chen took a sip of tea, his eyes cold. I suggest you go back and investigate again before coming to me for trouble. Watch your attitude. Tang Hui stood up from his chair, his face angry. We didn't come here to listen to your preaching. Faced with the angry Tang Hui, Lu Chen remained calm, still drinking his tea. Just as Tang Hui was about to lose his temper, he suddenly received a phone call. What? After answering the phone, Tang Hui's face changed drastically. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Tang Hui looked at Lu Chen with a complicated expression. Sorry, Manager Lu, it was our mistake. I won't see you off. Lu Chen didn't even look up at Tang Hui. Seeing this, Tang Hui's expression was extremely ugly, but he still left with his people. Just as Tang Hui left, a graceful figure entered the private room. Manager Lu is indeed generous. The figure was none other than Qi Niren, the president of the Finance Association. A company worth billions, given away so casually. Qi Niren sat across from Lu Chen, smiling at him. President Qin is well informed. Lu Chen was not surprised that Qi Niren knew about him transferring his industries to Zhou Teng. After all, the other party's identity was there. As for what happened today, he found it quite coincidental himself. Fortunately, he transferred his industries to Zhou Teng, which saved him a lot of trouble. More importantly, by transferring the industries to Zhou Ting and the others, it was as if the industries still belonged to him, and the industrial closed loop still existed, and the relevant departments couldn't do anything to him. After all, Zhuangzhuang and Jinka were under Zhou Ting's name, Baiyun Breeding Farm and Mulan Slaughterhouse were under Ling Yanran's name, and Shimeng was under Li Mingqi's name. You couldn't say he controlled the three of them, right? Young talents like Manager Lu naturally deserve more attention from me. Qi Niren picked up the teacup on the table and poured herself a cup of tea, her movements exceptionally elegant. Seeing this, Lu Chen remained silent. He knew Qi Niren must have something to discuss with him. As expected, Qi Niren raised the teacup to her lips and took a sip, her deep peach blossom eyes fixed on Lu Chen. Manager Lu, I have a project that I want to collaborate with you on. President Qin, are you joking? Lu Chen said calmly, we don't seem to be very familiar with each other, right? We may not be familiar, but that doesn't affect our cooperation, Qi Niren said, and this project of mine will only benefit you. Oh, tell me more. Lu Chen became somewhat interested. Transform Baiyun Street into a factory area, Qi Niren said. Lu Chen. I didn't expect President Qin to be quite humorous. Lu Chen was amused by Qi Niren's project. Only someone crazy would agree to turn Baiyun Street into a factory area. I'm serious, Qi Niren said seriously, as long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I can help you apply for various preferential policies from the higher-ups, and at the same time, all your local businesses in Shancheng will enjoy at least 3 years of tax exemption. I refuse. Lu Chen didn't even need to consider it. Apart from the fact that his main purpose in turning Baiyun Street into a food street was to ruin the food city, even if it wasn't to target the food city, he wouldn't cooperate with Qi Niren. He had no interest in the preferential policies offered by the higher-ups. As for 3 years of tax exemption, it left him speechless. How much tax could a Baiyun Street generate in a year? Besides, does he lack that bit of money? You might as well consider it for a few more days before giving me an answer. It was within Qi Niren's expectations that Lu Chen would refuse, but she was not in a hurry. President Qin, you don't want me to compete with the food city, right? Lu Chen frowned. Why, did Su Yao and the others send you? They haven't contacted me, and even if they did, I wouldn't favor them, Qi Niren said. The decision to change Baiyun District to an industrial area was made from above, and there are many reasons for it. Not wanting you to compete with the food city is one aspect, but the main reason is that the higher-ups want to improve the employment issues of urban village residents by building industrial areas. Why not the food city? Lu Chen looked at Qi Niren and said, the food city can also be converted into an industrial area. Qi Niren did not respond immediately to Lu Chen's words. I understand. Although Qi Niren did not answer, Lu Chen also guessed the reason. It was simply because the higher-ups felt that the food city was more valuable than his food street. Su Yao and the others understand traffic better than you, Qi Niren said. They know how to create buzz, how to attract people to the food city. Although this method may not last long, compared to your food street, the food city does attract more visitors. As Qi Niren's words fell silent, the private room became extremely quiet. Lu Chen did not find Qi Niren's words offensive. On the contrary, Qi Niren reminded him, he should indeed do something to create buzz for the food street. Relying solely on cheap food, the food street was destined not to last long. Moreover, the prices of the major restaurants in Baiyun Street could not always be so low. Even if he had a love fund to support it, keeping prices low for a long time would raise suspicions. After all, businessmen are not philanthropists, and no businessman would continue to do business at a loss. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels approached. Li Mingqi, dressed in a uniform, entered the private room. General Lu, the food city has made a new move. Li Mingqi glanced at Qin Yiren first, then said, they have invited the leading figures of the 8 major cuisines of the Food Association to demonstrate their culinary skills in the Food City Square. In addition, they have also invited the so-called genius girl of Chinese painting, Shangguan Liuli, to paint in the Food City, attracting a large number of visitors to watch. They are asking for trouble. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, go, and have people prepare cooking tools and painting tools at the street entrance. They have the leading figures of the 8 major cuisines. We have an all-around master chef. They have a genius girl of Chinese painting. We have a master painter. I want them to know what a real all-around crushing is. Okay, I'll go prepare right away. Li Mingqi nodded and left the private room. General Lu, are you joking? Qin Yiren frowned. Since when do we have an all-around master chef and a master painter in our country? Even if you want to create buzz, you can't make up things. Qin Yiren looked at Lu Chen with even more disappointment. In her opinion, Lu Chen was provoked by her words just now. So, in order to create buzz, he was preparing false publicity. It's understandable why she would think that way. Throughout the history of Manhwa, there were only a few people who could be called master painters, such as Wu Daozi and Tang Bohu. As for modern times, no one has reached the level of a master painter. I never joke. Lu Chen stood up from his seat, smiling at Qin Yiren, but I want to thank you. Thanks to your reminder, I know what to do next. What do you mean? Qin Yiren looked puzzled. Wasn't the goal to solve the urban village issue? Compared to building industrial areas, I have a better idea. I just don't know if President Qin would be interested. Tell me about it, Qin Yiren said. If your idea is good, I will convey it to the higher-ups for you. Demolition, Lu Chen said slowly. The existence of urban villages is not just a problem of difficult employment for residents, but also to some extent affects the appearance of Baiyun district and even the entire mountain city. Even if we transform Baiyun Street into a factory area, how many job opportunities can be created? How much money can residents earn by working in the factory? On the contrary, through compensation for demolition and relocation, we can greatly improve the lives of urban village residents and make them willing to move out of the urban village. Demolition is indeed a solution, but do you know how many households are in the urban village? The cost of demolishing the entire urban village is astronomical, and after demolition, the question remains of what to do with the land in the urban village. If investment cannot be attracted continuously, the abandoned urban village will also affect the appearance of Baiyun district and even the entire mountain city. Qin Yiren's expression was very serious. She had mentioned the demolition that Lu Chen talked about before, but it was ultimately denied. The reason was that the economy of Baiyun district was too weak, and the population loss was too severe. With no company willing to take on the project, there is no need for investment. I can take on the demolition project, Lu Chen said. I plan to build a large-scale amusement park comparable to Disneyland after the demolition of the urban village. What? Qin Yiren exclaimed, shocked by what Lu Chen said. Do you know how much money it takes to build a Disneyland amusement park? Of course, I do, Lu Chen said calmly. There is a Disneyland amusement park in the Magic City, with construction costs around 400 billion. But President Qin, don't forget, I spent 800 billion just buying Baiyun Street. Lu Chen's idea of building a large amusement park was not impulsive. Firstly, the urban village is behind Baiyun Street. Once the large amusement park is built, Baiyun Street will be at the center of the park. The property prices in Baiyun Street will rise due to the amusement park, and the food street will no longer lack popularity. More importantly, he can use the love fund to build the amusement park. He has already planned to establish a construction company in the name of Lin Xiaoxiao and use the love fund to cover the costs of building the amusement park. This way, he has another channel to continuously monetize the love fund. Let me calm down, Qin Yiren said, taking a sip of tea from her cup. Her gaze towards Lu Chen was extremely complex. It had to be said that Lu Chen's methods were quite straightforward, but surprisingly effective. Once Lu Chen really builds a large amusement park in the urban village, the employment generated by the park alone will significantly boost the economy of Baiyun district. Once the large amusement park is completed, the mountain city will have an additional attraction. A large amusement park comparable to Disneyland will attract countless visitors. President Qin, take your time to calm down, Lu Chen walked past Qin Yiren. Before that, I have to prove one thing, that your vision is really lacking. Baiyun Street may not have heat, but I am the greatest heat. With that, Lu Chen left the private room before Qin Yiren could react. He was going to show the 8 great cuisines master and the genius girl of Chinese painting what a knockout blow was. In the food court plaza, there were crowds of people. In the center of the plaza, there were 8 cooking stations, each with a chef operating it. Among the 8 chefs, the youngest was in his 40s, and the oldest was almost 70. These 8 were not ordinary chefs. They were the vice presidents of the Gourmet Association and were recognized as masters in the 8 great cuisines, renowned figures in the culinary world. Boom! The flames roared. Each of the 8 was cooking delicious dishes. Their culinary skills were superb, and the food they made onlookers salivate, as if they were enjoying a visual feast. Behind the cooking stations, a huge LED screen displayed the cooking process of the 8 chefs. The entire plaza was boiling with excitement in an instant. So handsome, truly worthy of being culinary masters. These are not just dishes, they are works of art. So fragrant, I have never smelled such delicious food in my life. Is this the leader of the 8 major culinary styles? It's terrifying. The culinary skills of these 8 people are probably unmatched in the entire Dragon Kingdom. On one side of the square, Su Yao and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled. It seems our plan was successful, said Nan Gongyun with a smile. With the addition of the 8 senior members of the Gourmet Association, the popularity of the Gourmet City on the entire internet will be even more explosive. It's already exploding, Zhang Qingyue said, her face blushing as she scrolled through her phone. Now, topics related to the Gourmet City have topped the rankings on major short video platforms across the internet. But compared to the popularity brought by the seniors, the popularity of Shangguan Liuli is even more terrifying. Zhang Qingyue put away her phone and looked towards the other side of the square. There, a corridor stretching hundreds of meters was packed with people, and the noisy voices never ceased. Liuli, I love you. Liuli's sister is amazing. Heaven did not give birth to me, Shangguan Liuli, the painting is eternal like a long night. Listening to the crazy voices of Shangguan Liuli's fans, Zhang Qingyue sighed. She truly is a genius teenage artist with over 1 billion fans on the internet. Her influence is too strong. Liuli is the youngest painting master in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Her influence is not only reflected in her fan base, Su Yao smiled. It's no exaggeration to say that in the art world, Liuli is a national treasure. A dreamy figure appeared in Su Yao's mind. Even she would pale in comparison to the other person. When she first saw Shangguan Liuli, she was stunned. She couldn't help but exclaim, how could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? The people of the Shangguan family are extraordinary, Nan Dongyun said. Shangguan Liuli has a brother named Shangguan Wudi, who is the most formidable one. Nan Gongyun thought of something and shivered uncontrollably. Buzz just then, his phone rang. The caller was Tang Hui, the head of the Food Association. After answering the call, Nan Gongyun spoke briefly and hung up. That guy acts pretty fast, Nan Gongyun frowned. He actually sold his industries to a few women around him. Are you sure he sold them and didn't give them away? Zhang Qingyue asked. His industries are worth billions, and ordinary female entrepreneurs wouldn't have enough funds to purchase them. And from what I know, those women around him, except for Zhou Ting from Tianla Group who has some funds, the other women are just ordinary people with outstanding looks. After Zhang Qingyue's words, Su Yao subconsciously frowned. If he really gave them away, then I can only say he's quite foolish, Nan Gongyun said. Once those women betray him, he won't be able to reclaim the industries he gave away. Perhaps he never intended to reclaim them. Su Yao took a deep breath. The most urgent task now is to pay attention to his next move, to prevent him from stealing the limelight again. Su, you can rest assured about that, Nan Gongyun said. On Baiyun Street, all the businesses are restaurants. Although the food prices in those restaurants are low and can attract some people, they can only attract them temporarily and cannot retain customers. After dining, customers will still come back to us. Su, there's movement on Baiyun Street. A staff member hurried over to report to Su Yao. The staff on Baiyun Street have set up kitchen counters and drawing tables at the entrance, saying that they have invited all-around culinary masters and painting masters. Nonsense, Nan Gongyun said disdainfully. I've never heard of all-around culinary masters and painting masters in the Dragon Kingdom. They're just making things up for publicity. Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Su Yao asked with a furrowed brow. Su, I heard all of this with my own ears, the staff member replied. It seems that he is aware of our invitation to the 8 major culinary leaders in Shangguan Liuli, and has realized the crisis. Zhang Qingyue shook her head and said, but he is obviously impulsive. Although fabricating a master chef and painting master can create hype for his food street, the consequence is that his food street project will completely fail because of this decision. This is exactly what we want. Nan Gongyun's eyes were cold. Since he wants to court death, we might as well help him along. Nan Gongyun looked at the staff and said, go spread this news, let everyone go and see what this so-called master chef and painting master look like. Yes, General Yun, the staff replied and quickly walked towards the square crowd. Soon, the square was buzzing, and people began walking towards Baiyun Street. Seeing this scene, Su Yao and Zhang Qingyue did not stop them. If Lu Chen wanted to fabricate stories for hype, then he would have to bear the consequences. And after the food street completely closed down, it would only benefit the food city. What's going on? Why is everyone leaving? In the center of the square, an elderly man with gray hair frowned. What master chef? I have lived for almost 70 years and have never heard of a master chef in our country. The old man's name was Zhang Xiangwen, a master-level chef specializing in Shandong cuisine. Zhang Lao, shall we go and take a look too? A middle-aged man with a big belly named Li Jianye, a master-level Sichuan cuisine chef, suggested. Let's go. Zhang Xiangwen put down his ladle and, along with Li Jianye and other culinary masters, angrily followed the crowd. They wanted to see who was deceiving others. In a passage on the side of the square, as the crowd gradually decreased, a scene in the passage was revealed. In the center of the passage, there was a painting table, where a woman in a horse-faced skirt, with an ethereal temperament, was immersed in painting. Surrounding the woman were completed works, mostly landscapes. Under the sun's rays, the mountains and rivers in the paintings exuded a vibrant vitality. Lioli, I heard that Baiyun Street across the street has invited a painting master. Do you want to go and see? A fan said to Shang Lioli, who was painting. However, Shang Lioli was still immersed in her own world. A few minutes later, Shang Lioli stopped her movements and looked satisfactorily at her work. Not bad. Shang Lioli showed a faint smile on her face, instantly brightening up the whole world in the eyes of the crowd. What did you just say? Shang Lioli looked at the fan who had just spoken. I said Baiyun Street across the street has invited a painting master. Do you want to go and see? The fan was a young man. Seeing Shang Lioli talking to him, the young man blushed, almost getting too excited. A painting master? Shang Lioli furrowed her brows slightly and shook her head. There is currently no painting master in our country. Miss Lioli, it wouldn't hurt to go and see. Nangong Yun and two others walked over slowly. Nangong Yun looked at Shang Lioli and said, to prevent some fraudsters from tarnishing the reputation of the art world. At the entrance of Baiyun Street, Li Mingqi arranged the kitchen counter and painting table as requested by Lu Chen. At the same time, a large number of people were walking from the opposite side of the street. Before long, the entrance of the street was crowded, and some even took out their phones to start live streaming. General Lu, this joke of yours seems to have gone too far. Shi Niren and Lu Chen walked over slowly. Seeing the dense crowd, Shi Niren's expression turned serious. The hype is there now, but if people find out that you are deceiving them, your food street project will also fail completely. Who is in charge here? Just as Shi Niren finished speaking, an angry voice suddenly came from the crowd. Zhang Xiangwen, along with Li Jianye and a few others, walked out of the crowd angrily. Do you have something to discuss with me? Li Mingqi stepped forward and asked. Are you the person in charge here? Zhang Xiangwen's gaze fell on Li Mingqi, frowning. I heard that you have invited the all-around master chef here. Where is he? Let him come out so we can see. Exactly, let him come out. Li Jianye said angrily, I want to see who dares to call himself an all-around master chef. This will be interesting. The person in charge of Baiyun Street is really foolish. With the 8 major cuisines masters here, they still dare to claim to have an all-around master chef to deceive people. Exactly, look at these masters, none of them are under 50 years old, and at most they can be called masters in a certain cuisine. Goodness, Baiyun Street directly claims to have an all-around master chef, clearly deceiving people. What's even more ridiculous is not the all-around master chef, but the painting master. Throughout the history of Manhwa, the only ones who can be called painting masters are people like Wu Daozi and Tang Bohu. If a painting master appeared in modern times, they would have been famous all over the internet long ago. The discussions continued. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. Li Mingqi didn't know how to respond to Zhang Xiangwen and the others. She had no idea where the all-around master chef was. She just did whatever Lu Chen asked her to do, without thinking too much. Just as Li Mingqi was at a loss, Lu Chen walked over and said, You are looking for me, right? Young man, what do you mean? Zhang Xiangwen said with an unpleasant expression. Aren't you looking to meet the all-around master chef? That's me, Lu Chen said with a smile. As Lu Chen's words fell, the whole street fell silent. Everyone was looking at him as if he were an idiot. Ha ha. Zhang Xiangwen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Interesting, really interesting. Nowadays, even a little brat who hasn't grown all his hair dares to call himself an all-around master chef. Brat, judging by your age, you are about the same age as my grandson. Do you know how to cook? It's no wonder Zhang Xiangwen looked down on Lu Chen. Lu Chen was just too young. At the age of 20, not to mention being an all-around master chef, some people didn't even know how to cook. Moreover, judging by Lu Chen's attire, he was obviously well off, someone who could easily afford to eat out and wouldn't bother cooking. Online bloggers have taught me. First, heat the oil in the pan, then put the food in. Lu Chen. Qin Yiren said with a dark face, don't joke with your seniors. President Qin, you are here too. Zhang Xianguan looked at Qin Yiren, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Zhang Lao, young people are inexperienced, please forgive him, Qin Yiren intervened. As for the all-around master chef and the painting master, it was just a casual chat among the staff of Baiyun Street, not real. President Qin, your excuse is a bit too fake. Nangong Yun and others walked out of the crowd. Nangong Yun pointed to the kitchen counter and drawing table, the tools for cooking and painting are ready. How could it not be real? Qin Yiren didn't say anything more upon hearing this, just gave Nangong Yun a meaningful look. Nangong Yun suddenly realized something and looked a bit flustered. You are quite bold. Shangguan Liuli looked at Nangong Yun and said, even my brother has to be polite when he sees Aunt Qin, but you dare to challenge her. Nangong Yun opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. President Qin shouldn't be so petty, right? Nangong Yun said cautiously. I don't know about that. Shangguan Liuli walked towards Li Mingqi. I heard that you have invited a painting master here. Can I meet him? Ha! Li Mingqi looked blankly at Shangguan Liuli. Seeing this, Shangguan Liuli frowned, then looked at Lu Chen and asked, can I meet him? You have already met him, Lu Chen said, looking at Shangguan Liuli. Dressed in a plain horse-faced skirt, with her black hair simply tied behind her head, her skin like jade, her features like a painting, her whole demeanor was ethereal. If this were a Xianxia novel, she would be a perfect fairy. He communicated with the system to check the personal information of Shangguan Liuli. Name, Shangguan Liuli. Age, 20. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Comprehensive looks rating, 100 plus. Driver, 0. Favorability, 0. What does a comprehensive looks rating of 100 plus mean? Lu Chen was a little stunned. He had always thought that the highest comprehensive looks rating was only 100 points. Just then, the system feedback appeared in his mind. According to the system feedback, a comprehensive looks rating of 100 plus means that the opposite sex's comprehensive looks rating exceeds 100. Are you saying that you are a master of painting? Shangguan Liuli looked at Lu Chen with a strange look. Don't I look like one? Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen walked towards the kitchen counter. He naturally knew that no one would believe what he said, and what he had to do was to shatter all doubts with practical actions. Nonsense, Qin Yiren looked at Lu Chen expressionlessly and then turned and left. She had tried her best to help Lu Chen, but he did not appreciate it, and she had no choice. Lu Chen's actions seemed extremely foolish to her. Lu Chen's self-proclaimed title as a master of all culinary arts and a master of painting would undoubtedly make him the laughingstock of many people online for a long time. Let's all disperse. Nangong Yun said to the onlookers, this person is just a clown. Let's just watch the show, but don't take it seriously. As Nangong Yun's words fell, the crowd erupted again. That's right, this guy is just a clown seeking attention. A master of painting, does he even qualify? This guy can brag without blushing. I have to admire him for that. President Yun, maybe we shouldn't kick him when he's down. Zhang Qingyue spoke up. Manager Jiang, haven't you heard of a saying? Nangong Yun said slowly, being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself. This guy is our enemy, so we have to be ruthless in dealing with him. President Su, do you agree with me? Su Yao did not respond to Nangong Yun. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Chen, looking very complicated. Let's go. Su Yao's gaze became calm, and she turned to leave. Boom! Just then, Lu Chen lit the stove and put on his chef's uniform. His whole demeanor became fierce. This guy really won't stop until he's in the coffin. Nangong Yun said disdainfully. Young man, that's enough. Zhang Xiangwen said, it's not that we want to cause trouble for you, but from ancient times to the present in our country, there has never been an all-around master of culinary arts. Even the culinary masters like Yi and Taiha Gong in ancient times only reached the peak in a certain culinary field and were called culinary masters. Although a master is not as good as a master, the two words all around are even harder to achieve. Our country has a vast territory. In addition to the 8 major culinary styles, there are many branches of cuisine. My understanding of an all-around master of culinary arts is someone who has mastered all culinary styles, can cook all styles of cuisine, and the dishes made can reach the level of a master. Such a person cannot be called a human anymore, but a god, a food god. Zhang Shangwen's expression was extremely serious. What he said was not an exaggeration. A person's energy is limited, and it is absolutely impossible to master all culinary styles. Clang! Just as Zhang Xiangwen finished speaking, the sound of a knife hitting the cutting board suddenly came from his ear. Lu Chen was seen controlling the pot with his left hand and blind cutting a cucumber with a knife in his right hand. The speed was so fast that the knife produced an illusion at one point. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiangwen was directly stunned. "What amazing knife skills," Li Jianye said in amazement. "Although I can also blind cut ingredients, I can't multitask like him. He's making sliced cucumber in garlic sauce." Zhang Xiangwen's breathing became a bit rapid. Sliced cucumber in garlic sauce is a classic Shandong dish that requires very strict knife skills from the chef. The qualified suoi cucumber, when lifted from a section, can present a feeling of broken but still connected. Zhang Xiangwen is a master of Shandong cuisine, and he has been making this dish of suoi cucumber for decades. Lu Chen paid no attention to the crowd. His focus was highly concentrated at the moment. In just a few seconds, he had cut the cucumber well. Then, he began to process other ingredients one after another. In order to speed up, he even picked up a kitchen knife with his left hand. So the crowd saw the next scene. In front of the kitchen counter, the shadows of the knives were heavy, and the ingredients were flying. Lu Chen, like a peerless swordsman, waved the kitchen knife in his hand. Gulu! Zhang Xiangwen swallowed his saliva. He was really surprised. Li Jianye and others were even more stunned, standing still. "Who can tell me, is this a special effect? Why do I feel like I see the shadow of the knife? The damn person is right in front of you, and you say this is a special effect? I take back what I just said, this handsome guy is not a clown, we are the clowns. What amazing knife skills, I even suspect this guy has some other profession." Another profession, like killing people? The street was boiling. Absolute strength is enough to crush all doubts. Cut, it's just a little knife skills. Nan Gongyan's face was dark. He claims to be an all-around master chef, and the most important thing for a master chef is not just knife skills, but also the ability to make delicious food. With such amazing knife skills, how bad can his cooking skills be? Exactly, I have high hopes for him. With his knife skills, I think he can't be compared to the top chefs of various cuisines. The crowd was not led astray by Nan Gongyun. They were all focused on watching Lu Chen's amazing knife skills. It felt like watching a martial arts movie, a visual feast. I didn't expect him to be so good. Zhang Qingyue's eyes sparkled with a strange light. If Lu Chen wasn't her competitor, she would almost want to become Lu Chen's little fangirl. On the road outside the street, Qin Yiren did not leave, but sat in the car watching the live broadcast. The live content was about Lu Chen. Half an hour later, Lu Chen finally finished processing all the ingredients. Then, he picked up the fermented dough and walked to the nearby drawing table. "Zhang Lao, what is he going to do with the dough?" Li Jianye asked in confusion. "What else can you do with the dough besides rolling it out?" Zhang Xiangwen gave Li Jianye a look. Right. Li Jianye looked embarrassed. "I was so engrossed in watching him cut the vegetables that I didn't react for a moment." "Isn't this drawing table for painting?" Shangwan Liuli frowned among the crowd. Rolling out dough on the drawing table was something she couldn't accept. Bang! Lu Chen didn't respond to Shangwan Liuli. He slammed the dough onto the drawing table, then picked up a 1-meter-long rolling pin and started rolling out the dough. The dough became thinner and thinner, until the bowl-sized dough was rolled out into a sheet about 10 meters long and 1 meter wide. "Zhang Lao, is he a monster?" Li Jianye's face was shocked. How did he manage to roll out the dough so thin like paper without it tearing? Strength, skillful strength. Zhang Xiangwen took a deep breath. His use of skillful strength has reached a very terrifying level. While Zhang Xiangwen was speaking, Lu Chen had already started cooking. Soon, a fragrance wafted out of the pot. Instantly, everyone was amazed. Boom! The flames were burning fiercely. Lu Chen held the pot in his left hand and the ladle in his right hand. The pot and ladle seemed to merge into one in his hands, completing various difficult operations continuously. The onlookers, watching, couldn't help but open their mouths in awe. With each delicious dish coming out of the pot, there were constant sounds of people swallowing saliva in the crowd. "No, it's too fragrant, I can't stand it. Handsome guy, give it to me, I want to eat. Damn, why do I feel like the food he makes is glowing? Will it explode if I eat it? Unbelievable, simply unbelievable." Zhang Shangwen's voice trembled. Mapo tofu, chopped pepper fish head, 8 treasure red sturgeon rice, honey-glazed barbecue. He actually made the representative dishes of each cuisine. "Zhang Lao, do you think this young man might really be a master chef with all-around culinary skills?" Li Jianye's eyes were a bit trance-like. From his position, he could clearly see each dish. Just by looking at the appearance of the dishes, one could tell how delicious they were. If the taste of these dishes can all reach the master level, then it's not an exaggeration to say he is an all-around master chef. Zhang Shangwen's emotions became excited. He quickly walked towards Lu Chen and said, "Young man, can I taste these dishes?" "Wait." Lu Chen looked at Zhang Xiangwen expressionlessly, then he opened a multi-compartment stew pot. Inside the stew pot were colorful soup broths, which he had prepared by simmering various ingredients. The moment the stew pot was opened, a rich fragrance spread out in all directions, and everyone showed an expression of enjoyment. "Young man, can I have a sip of the soup?" Zhang Xiangwen looked pitifully at Lu Chen. Even he was tempted by the aroma coming from the stew pot. "This soup is not for drinking." Lu Chen carried the stew pot and walked towards the drawing table. Under Zhang Xiangwen's puzzled gaze, Lu Chen picked up a new brush on the drawing table, dipped it in the soup from the stew pot, and began painting on the paper. Yes, he was going to paint an edible painting. He's painting. When Lu Chen started painting, the crowd erupted. "Damn, is this guy crazy? Painting on the face, he's really imaginative. This will be a flavorful painting. I wonder, can those soup broths be used as pigments? You're really bold." Shangguan Lioli walked slowly towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's way of painting, even for her, was a first. "Although your culinary skills look good, painting is not the same as cooking." Shangguan Lioli paused halfway through her words, suddenly froze in place, her gaze fixed on the paper. "This is impossible." Lu Chen ignored Shangguan Lioli. At this moment, he was immersed in his own world. The brush in his hand danced on the paper, and the colorful ink transformed into a colorful starry sky as if by magic. Under the starry sky, mountains stood tall, rivers flowed, every flower, grass, and tree were given a soul. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb Lu Chen. At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their minds. They were about to witness a miracle. Among the crowd, Su Yao's mood was extremely complicated. In her eyes, there was only Lu Chen's confident figure. At this moment, the sense of regret in her heart grew stronger and stronger. On the side of the road, Qiniren sat in the car in silence. After a moment, she hurriedly got out of the car and walked towards the crowd, her steps somewhat disordered. She was wrong. Lu Chen was not pretending, but had absolute strength. Qiniren was able to become the president of the Financial Association in her early 30s. Besides her own outstanding abilities, her background also played a significant role. In Manhwa, apart from the cabinet, those who truly controlled vast wealth were not the trillion-dollar conglomerates, but the aristocratic families. The information of the aristocratic families was not well known to the public, but almost every trillion-dollar conglomerate had the shadow of an aristocratic family behind it. The Qin family where Qiniren belonged was one of the top 10 families in Manhwa. It was not an exaggeration to say that Qiniren stood at the top of the pyramid from birth. She had seen the other side of this world and had interacted with the pride of the major families. And she herself was one of the pride of heaven. People liked them, although they appeared humble and polite, very cultured, deep down they were very proud. They never thought they were inferior to anyone. But at this moment, Qiniren felt inferior to Lu Chen. Half an hour later, Lu Chen stopped his movements. Looking at his work, Lu Chen felt that something was missing. Right, a name. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. A good work, how can it be without a name? So Lu Chen picked up a brush and wrote the words "Starry Mountain and Water Picture" in the corner of the paper. As Lu Chen put down his brush, a graceful figure pushed him aside and greedily admired his work. "How about it? Can my painting be considered a masterpiece?" Lu Chen smiled and looked at Shangguan Lioli. "I can't give an evaluation." Shangguan Lioli's gaze stayed on the painting from beginning to end. She was a painting fanatic. Since her first birthday when she received a genuine painting by Tang Boho, she had formed a bond with painting for her whole life. Perhaps she was the reincarnation of a painting saint, or perhaps she was gifted. She had shown extraordinary talent in painting since she was young. While her peers were still drawing small cats and dogs, at the age of only 3, she could already independently complete a landscape painting. After her family discovered her talent in painting, they hired several painting masters to teach her. Whether it was oil painting, sketching, watercolor painting, or traditional Chinese painting, she learned them all in a very short time. At the age of 5, she joined the art association and became a junior member. At 7, she became a mid-level member. At 10, she became a senior member. At 15, she became the youngest national painting master in Manhwa's history. Her name resounded throughout the art world after that. In the following 5 years, her painting skills continued to improve. Although she had not yet reached the level of a grandmaster, her achievements in traditional Chinese painting were unmatched in the world. During these 5 years, she gained over 100 million fans and was hailed by netizens as a genius girl in traditional Chinese painting. She was even elected as the president of the Art Association. But now, Lu Chen's appearance made her realize that there were always people better than oneself, and there were always greater talents out there. "You are better than me." Shangguan Lioli turned to look at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with an Eastern beauty, as if flames were burning within them. Shangguan Lioli's favorability +50. As Shangguan Lioli's words fell, the quiet street suddenly erupted. Damn, I'm getting goosebumps, this person is too amazing. A painting grandmaster, our country has actually produced a painting grandmaster. This person is destined to be as famous as Wu Daozi, Tang Bowu, and other painting grandmasters throughout history. In my opinion, his future achievements may be even more terrifying than those of Wu Daozi and the others. After all, he is so young. Why do I feel that Lioli and this person have some inexplicable chemistry? Two children born of painting geniuses, they will surely be extraordinary. Am I the only one who thinks his handwriting is also very beautiful? You are not alone. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Lu Chen's painting of the starry mountain and water completely impressed everyone. Among the crowd, Nan Gongyun's face was extremely gloomy. We have completely lost. Su Yao looked bitter. In her heart, Lu Chen was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Sigh. Seeing Su Yao's expression, Jiang Qingyue sighed. She didn't know how to comfort Su Yao. If she were Su Yao, she would regret it. At the same time, she couldn't understand what was wrong with Su Yao to break up with such an outstanding man like Lu Chen. No, we haven't lost yet. Nan Gongyun took a deep breath and said, our country does not have a painting grandmaster, so no one can prove that his painting level has reached the level of a grandmaster. Make way. Just as Nan Gongyun finished speaking, the crowd suddenly parted. Several uncles in hats walked out from the crowd, followed by several figures, with a middle-aged man in an administrative short-sleeved shirt at the forefront. What's going on? Why is Uncle Hat here? Wait, that person seems to be the director of the Mountain City Museum. Master Lu, I am Chowie, the director of the Mountain City Museum. It is an honor to meet you. The middle-aged man walked up to Lu Chen with a smile. Director Chow, do you have any business with me? Lu Chen looked at Chowie in confusion, not knowing the purpose of his visit. It's like this, Master Lu. Chowie said, I want to collect your painting of the starry mountain and water in the museum, so I came to discuss it with you. Lu Chen frowned at the words. Chowie wanted to collect his works in the museum, and he did not object. This would only benefit him without any harm. But what puzzled him was how Chowie could have such an idea. It should be noted that museums are places for collecting cultural relics, while his paintings only have artistic value and do not yet have cultural value. Director Chow, isn't it inappropriate to do this? Nan Gongyun walked out of the crowd and said, how can a modern person's painting be collected in a museum? Does Director Chow think that the value of this painting can compare to the cultural relics in the museum? Nan Gongyun naturally would not let Lu Chen's painting enter the museum, because that would be the greatest recognition of Lu Chen's painting. It would be equivalent to the official confirmation that Lu Chen is a master painter. The value of this painting can indeed be compared to cultural relics, a powerful voice sounded. Qin Yiren appeared in the crowd at some point. Seeing Qin Yiren, Lu Chen suddenly understood something. It was Qin Yiren who contacted Chowie. The level of this painting is unmatched by any other painting in our country at the moment. This, the president of the Art Association, Shangguan Lioli, can confirm. Qin Yiren looked at Shangguan Lioli. Indeed, Shangguan Lioli said slowly, I am a master of traditional Chinese painting myself, but the level of this painting has far exceeded my knowledge. The biggest difference between this painting and cultural relics is time. 100 years later, this painting may become a great treasure. Not only that, Chowie spoke, the biggest difference between this painting and other paintings is that this is an edible painting. Chao Yi's eyes were full of shock. After Qin Yiren contacted him, he immediately found Lu Chen's live broadcast room. He watched the entire process of Lu Chen painting. He was both shocked and admiring of Lu Chen's use of his face as paper and soup as ink. The reason he wanted to collect this painting in the museum was not only because of Qin Yiren, but more because this painting needed the protection of the museum. A master's edible painting, looking at the world past and present, there is only this one. The value of this painting is enormous. It is not an exaggeration to call it a treasure. But because of the special nature of this painting, if it is not protected, then this painting is destined not to last long. Once this painting is damaged, it will be a huge loss for the entire art world. Chao Yi's expression was very serious. He looked at the 10-meter-long starry sky landscape on the painting table. To avoid any accidents, he specifically brought in professionals and contacted the police for assistance. I have nothing to say, Nan Gongyun felt unwilling in his heart. But he couldn't say much more. He didn't dare to completely offend either Qin Yiren or Shangguan Lioli. That would not benefit him in any way. Master Lu, what do you think? Chowie asked Lu Chen. He needed the owner's permission to take away the starry sky landscape. The painting can be given to you, but you have to wait a few minutes. Lu Chen picked up a small flamethrower on the kitchen counter and said, this painting is currently only half finished. What? As Lu Chen's words fell, the onlookers were shocked again. Isn't this painting already finished? The starry sky landscape, stars, mountains, and rivers are all there. How can it be half finished? A painting that is still half finished can receive such high praise from my wife Lioli. What would the finished product be like? Go to hell, Lioli's wife is mine. This painting is half finished? Shangguan Lioli frowned, even she couldn't see what was incomplete. Don't you think this painting is missing something? Lu Chen did not give an answer. He wanted to see if Shangguan Lioli could find what was missing. Shangguan Lioli heard this and stared at the painting on the table, where the colors collided. Above the painting, the colorful starry sky shimmered with brilliant starlight under the sunlight. Below the starry sky, cranes danced, and mountains stood tall. The flowing rivers continued endlessly. The whole painting was filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Wait! Shangguan Lioli suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, "The stars are there, but there is no night sky." Lu Chen nodded. As Shangguan Lioli pointed out, although there were stars in the painting, the white paper background did not show the night sky. So, are you planning to create the night sky with the flamethrower in your hand? Shangguan Lioli frowned again. Are you sure you won't burn the paper? Lu Chen just smiled at her words and did not respond. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen opened the flamethrower and used the flames to bake the paper. Under the heat of the flames, the top of the paper began to show a black charred look, resembling the night sky. With the night sky complementing the colorful stars, the sense of mystery became even stronger, and the artistic conception of the whole painting changed. Incredible, absolutely incredible, Chowie couldn't help but exclaim, "Master Lu, you are not just a painter, you are a magician." As the director of the Mountain City Museum, Chowie usually dealt with artifacts from various dynasties. Influenced by historical artifacts for years, his aesthetic level had greatly improved. However, Lu Chen's painting brought him a huge visual impact. This further strengthened his determination to include Lu Chen's starry sky landscape painting in the museum. Shangguan Lioli's chest kept rising and falling. She now completely understood the gap between herself and Lu Chen. The difference between a master and a grandmaster seemed close at first glance, but in reality, it was worlds apart. Her gaze shifted from the painting to Lu Chen. Watching Lu Chen's focused expression, Shangguan Lioli seemed a bit entranced. For an art enthusiast, a man who was almost the same age as her but whose painting skills were enough to surpass hers was fatally attractive to her. Shangguan Lioli's favorability +20. Zhang Lao, is it not appropriate for us to do this? While everyone's attention was focused on Lu Chen, Zhang Xiangwen and Li Jianye quietly slipped to the kitchen counter, tasting the delicious food prepared by Lu Chen. If you think it's not good, then don't eat it, Zhang Xiangwen scolded Li Jianye and then picked up a plate of sliced cucumbers. Hiss! When the sliced cucumber was picked up, Zhang Xiangwen couldn't help but gasp. The entire cucumber was sliced as thin as a cicada's wings, but miraculously, the slices were still connected without breaking. Zhang Xiangwen carefully broke off a piece and tasted it. As the cucumber entered his mouth, Zhang Xiangwen's hand holding the chopsticks trembled, and a tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. Zhang Lao, are you exaggerating? Li Jianye twitched his mouth. Although these dishes are indeed at the master level, you don't need to cry over them. You don't understand. Zhang Xiangwen wiped away his tears and looked at Lu Chen not far away. I am excited because our country is about to produce a food god. Li Jianye and the others' expressions became serious upon hearing this. They naturally understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiangwen's words. They had tasted the dishes Lu Chen made, and each dish reached the master level. This meant that Lu Chen was truly an all-around master chef. In the culinary world, an all-around master chef was called a food god. What a pity, Zhang Xiangwen suddenly said, it would be great if we could taste that painting. Zhang Lao, you shouldn't say that. Li Jianye and the others' faces changed drastically. That painting is going to be collected in the museum. If you go eat it, not only will the museum come after you, but those in the art world will also criticize you. I was just saying, Zhang Xiangwen said, don't you guys want to taste it? Li Jianye and the others fell silent upon hearing this. They indeed wanted to taste it. Damn, you guys are sneaking food, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. All eyes turned to Zhang Xiangwen and his companions in an instant. Under the gaze of so many people, Zhang Xiangwen and his companions all blushed. We weren't stealing, we were just tasting, Zhang Xiangwen said solemnly. After our tasting, we concluded that Lu Chen has indeed reached the level of a master chef. I don't believe it, unless I taste it too. A young man walked out from the crowd, quick to grab food from the plate and stuff it into his mouth. Eating and speaking at the same time, he said, delicious, now I believe. Damn shameless. Seeing this, others rushed forward, scrambling for the food on the table. Ha, I got a piece of barbecue pork. A muscular man held up a piece of barbecue pork and laughed heartily. But just as he laughed, a huge mouth flashed by and his barbecue pork disappeared instantly. The smile on the muscular man's face froze. Before he could react, a creepy bespectacled man grabbed his hand and sucked the remaining juice from it. Ah, delicious. The creepy bespectacled man showed a look of enjoyment. You pervert, go to hell. The muscular man kicked the creepy bespectacled man away, his face darkening. Then, he looked around and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly put his fingers in his mouth. This is too crazy. Jiang Qingyue and the others were pushed into a corner. Watching the chaotic scene, they all looked terrified. When Hat Uncle finally restored order, they saw that all the food on the table had disappeared without a trace, even the plates were licked clean. Humph, a bunch of uncultured people, Nan Gongyan sneered. Enough, Su Yao frowned. Yun, please say less. Su Yao, what do you mean by that? Nan Gongyan said expressionlessly, don't forget, I've always been helping you. I will remember your help, Yun, but we have already lost. There's no need for you to mock the guests. With that, Su Yao left directly. As she said, they had lost. After today, Lu Chen and the food street would surely become popular across the internet. And the food city had become a stepping stone for the food street. All their efforts and promotion had only benefited Lu Chen in the end. Take the painting with you. Lu Chen took off his chef's uniform and said to Chow Yi, thank you for Master Lu's donation. Chow Yi handed his business card to Lu Chen. If Master Lu needs anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Chow Yi, naturally, wouldn't miss the opportunity to befriend a master painter like Lu Chen. Director Chow, you're too polite. Lu Chen took the card and saw only a phone number on it. He naturally wouldn't refuse Chow Yi's proactive gesture. He also thought that after the complete transformation of the food street, he would ask Chow Yi to help organize an art exhibition there to attract more visitors. As for the loss of the Starry Sky landscape painting to the museum, that was not a loss at all. He could paint another Starry Sky landscape anytime he wanted. Be careful, don't touch the painting. Chow Yi directed the museum staff to carry the entire painting table away. Both Chow Yi and the staff remained highly nervous. In the end, escorted by Hat Uncle, Chow Yi and his group left Baiyun Street. Seeing this, Lu Chen also prepared to leave. Master Lu, please wait. Zheng Xiangwen and his companions hurried towards Lu Chen, all looking eager to please. Master Lu, I apologize for what I said earlier. Zheng Xiangwen smiled. Master Lu is truly a culinary god reincarnated. The food you make is so delicious that it leaves a lasting impression, and we can't get enough of it. Stop. Lu Chen interrupted Zheng Xiangwen, just tell me what you want. Zheng Xiangwen said, Master Lu, could you give us some guidance? Yes, Master Lu, please teach us. Li Jianya and the others all looked at Lu Chen with eager eyes. Although they were all master chefs, they each only specialized in a certain cuisine and were not as versatile as Lu Chen. Fine cuisine emphasizes innovation. If they could receive guidance from Lu Chen, they might be able to create new dishes by combining the essence of different cuisines with their own culinary skills. If you want me to guide you, it's not impossible. Work for free at the food street for a month first, Lu Chen said calmly. As top figures in the 8 major culinary styles, if Zhang Xiangwen and the others could stay at the food street for a month, during that time, countless tourists would come to the food street to taste the dishes they made, bringing sustained popularity to the area. As long as we can receive Master Lu's guidance, not to mention a month, even a year would be fine, Li Jianya said with a smile on his face. Then let it be a year, Lu Chen replied. Instantly, the smile disappeared from Li Jianya's face, and Zhang Xiangwen and the others looked at him with murderous eyes. Master Lu, how about just 1 month? Li Jianya swallowed nervously, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had just spoken casually earlier and didn't expect Lu Chen to take it seriously. He was not an ordinary apprentice, and it wouldn't hurt to work for free for a few years to learn the craft. Both he and Zhang Xiangwen were master chefs. Their daily schedules were very busy, not to mention that they each had businesses to run, and they were often contacted by important figures. They could spare a month, but a year would mean offending many people. Chi-Chi, give them my contact number later, Lu Chen instructed Li Mingqi before leaving without making things difficult for them. Thank you, Master Lu. The others watched Lu Chen's back and breathed a sigh of relief. By Weishai restaurant private room. Su Yao sat by the window, lost in thought. A graceful figure entered the room and looked at Su Yao by the window. The figure was none other than Qi Niren. Not long after Su Yao left Baiyun Street, she contacted Qi Niren and arranged to meet her. Aunt Qin, how much do you know about him? Su Yao stood up and asked. Not much. Qi Niren looked at Su Yao with a complex expression and said slowly, but it's not unjust that you lost to him. Yes, it's not unjust, Su Yao said bitterly. With his mysterious background, mastery in painting, and versatile culinary skills, I can't compare to him in any aspect. It's true that I lost to him. Su Yao clenched her hands and said, but I'm not willing to accept it. The food city is the first project I took over, and it's very important to me. You've done your best. Qi Niren sat down by the window, looking at the deserted mall outside. The outcome of this project is already determined. Even if you feel unwilling, you can only accept it. Aunt Chin, there's a document to be released soon, right? Suyao sat down and stared at Qin Yiren intently. Qin Yiren frowned slightly at the question and didn't respond immediately. After a moment, Qin Yiren said meaningfully, since someone has told you, why ask me? I just want to confirm. Suyao's eyes became firm. Aunt Qin, I want to take over the urban village demolition project. It's too late, Qin Yiren said calmly. This project has already been contracted to Lu Chen. What? Suyao's face changed drastically. Why did he take over the urban village demolition project? Don't worry, he doesn't plan to build a factory there. Qin Yiren stood up. It's getting late. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Aunt Qin, wait. Suyao took a deep breath. Can you tell me what he plans to do in the urban village? You'll find out in due time. Qin Yiren's voice came from outside the room. Suyao's expression became serious as she watched her leave. Could it be that he also knows about that document? Beauty, you got on the wrong car. Baiyun Street parking lot. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat of the Phantom, looking at Shangwan Liuli in the passenger seat with a speechless expression. Since he left Baiyun Street, Shangwan Liuli has been following him. She even got on his car without his permission. My name is Shangwan Liuli. Shangwan Liuli stared at Lu Chen, with a very serious expression. I know, the genius beauty in Chinese painting. Lu Chen teased. In front of you, I am nothing but a beautiful girl. Well, quite beautiful. Lu Chen admired Shangwan Liuli with appreciative eyes. Without exaggeration, Shangwan Liuli is the most beautiful woman he has ever met, no doubt about it. I can be your girlfriend. Shangwan Liuli suddenly said. Lu Chen? I'm serious. A blush rose on Shangwan Liuli's face. We can date for a while first, and if it works out, I can be your wife in the future. You're crazy. The Phantom drove out of the parking lot. Shangwan Liuli stood on the parking space like a statue. On her stunning face, that touch of shyness had not completely disappeared. Yes, she was kicked out of the car by Lu Chen. Coming back to her senses, Shangwan Liuli smiled. You can't escape. I will definitely get you. Food City. A young man with medium-length hair walked into Baiwei's High. What's going on with you guys? The young man was none other than Zhu Kong, the general manager of Xining Group. Looking at Su Yao and the other two sitting silently in the private room, Zhu Kong asked in confusion, is there a disagreement? Mr. Zhu, you came at the right time. Su Yao spoke, you've been troubled these days, and you don't need to provide ingredients to Food City anymore. It seems something has happened. Zhu Kong walked to the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and said, because of the food street across the street, right? I saw many people there when I came. Yes. Su Yao nodded, not saying much. Actually, you don't have to do this. Zhu Kong said meaningfully, even if your cooperation project with Food City fails, the food street across the street won't last long either. What do you mean? Nan Gongyun frowned, do you have a way to bring down the opposite side? I'm just an ordinary businessman, not as powerful as you, Mr. Yun, a scion of a family. Even you couldn't bring down the opposite side, so where would I get the strength? But, Zhu Kong suddenly stopped, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Seeing this, Nan Gongyun frowned but didn't get angry. This tea is average. Zhu Kong put down the teacup, showing a disdainful expression on his face. Don't make me curse. Nan Gongyun said with black lines on his face. Alright, I won't keep you in suspense. Zhu Kang's expression became serious. Recently, the African swine fever issue, you should have heard about it, right? I've heard about it. Nan Gongyun said, but what does the African swine fever have to do with bringing down the opposite side? Let me reveal some data to you. Zhu Kong said, the mortality rate of the pigs in my group has reached 50% due to African swine fever. What? Zhang Qingyue exclaimed, why is the mortality rate so high? It seems manager Jiang has realized the seriousness of the situation. Zhu Kong took a deep breath. This year's African swine fever was introduced from abroad, with a transmission rate and mortality rate for pigs far exceeding any previous period of African swine fever. The pig farms under my group, whether in terms of equipment or environment, are top-notch, and are equipped with a professional veterinary team. However, even so, the mortality rate of the pigs under my group still reached half. Therefore, it can be seen that the mortality rate of pigs raised by other pig farms and individual breeders across the country will be even higher. With a large number of pigs dying from disease, the pork supply in the market will fall short, and by tomorrow morning at the latest, pork prices across the country will soar, and the increase will be very exaggerated. However, with the rise in pork prices, the vast majority of ordinary people will not be able to afford pork, let alone dining out at restaurants. I speculate that this swine fever incident will to a certain extent affect our country's catering industry. Zhu, what is your prediction for the highest pork price increase? Jiang Qingyue's expression was extremely serious. Her family's Han Yun group is mainly engaged in the catering industry. If pork prices rise too much, it will have a huge impact on her family's group. I'm not sure, but it won't be less than 30 yuan per kilogram, Zhu Kong replied. 30. Jiang Qingyue's face turned pale. In that case, the customer flow in restaurants across the country is likely to decrease by more than half. In the long run, many restaurants may have to close down. This swine fever came at the right time, Nangongyan said coldly. That guy's food street is subsidized, right? Now that pork prices are rising, let's see if he dares to continue subsidizing. If he continues to subsidize, his daily losses will increase several times. If he doesn't subsidize, no one will dine there. Yun, your words are a bit too much, Jiang Qingyue frowned. The swine fever not only affects major restaurants but also ordinary people. Does it concern me if ordinary people can't afford pork? Nangongyan said expressionlessly. I just want to see the food street close down. Manager Jiang, don't worry. If your group's restaurants need pork, feel free to contact me anytime, and I will offer you the lowest price, Zhu Kong said with a smile. Although most of Xining Group's pigs died, with the significant increase in pork prices, it will not only avoid losses but also boost the company's stock. After all, scarcity drives up prices. Thank you, Zhu. Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath. By the way, Manager Jiang, you are a local in the mountain city. I want to ask you about a company, Zhu Kong said. Baiyun Breeding Limited Company, you should know about it, right? I know, Jiang Qingyue said. Baiyun Breeding Company is one of the largest breeding companies in the mountain city. Its Baiyun Breeding Farm holds almost half of the poultry market share in the city. But why are you suddenly asking about this company? I heard that this company has been massively purchasing sick pigs at low prices recently, so I want to find out what's going on, Zhu Kong frowned. Especially at this critical moment, the company's behavior is too strange. I'm not sure about that, Jiang Qingyue said thoughtfully. After leaving the Baiyun area, Lu Chen headed straight to the slaughterhouse to fight monsters. Kill 1 fish, get money plus 100,000. Accumulate killing 10 fish, get cash plus 1 billion. Accumulate killing 100 fish, get 10 times consumption rebate card. Accumulate killing 1000 fish, get advanced music. Kill fish to the limit, complete the achievement fish killer, and get 51% stake in Fanzhong Entertainment. Kill 1 lobster, get money plus 100,000. Accumulate killing 10 lobsters, get 1000 wild ginseng. Accumulate killing 100 lobsters, get love fund credit limit plus 10 billion. Accumulate killing 1000 lobsters, get love fund opposite sex consumption 10 times increase card. Kill lobsters to the limit, complete the achievement Lobster Monster, and get master level combat skills. Rewards have been distributed. Relevant documents and information have been sent to the host's manor warehouse and phone. 1000-year wild ginseng has been sent to the host's manor warehouse. Advanced music is merging. Master level combat skills are merging. The system prompt sounded, and Lu Chen's mind instantly absorbed a large amount of information. Needless to say, master-level combat skills are the human limit for any skill. It is no exaggeration to say that with master-level combat skills and the King of Soldiers physique, Lu Chen is confident that in a bare-handed situation, there is no one in the world who can match him. What boxing champion, martial arts champion, he teaches the other person how to behave in minutes. As for advanced music, it not only includes music theory knowledge, but also instrument usage knowledge. Lu Chen's mind moved, and he used a master upgrade card. It is worth mentioning that items like upgrade cards do not have physical form. It only needs Lu Chen to communicate with the system to use it. He still has 4 master upgrade cards left, and now he has used 1, leaving 3 more. Successful use of master skill upgrade card. Advanced music successfully upgraded to master level music. Master level music fusion in progress. Another huge amount of information merged into his mind, and after a moment, Lu Chen transformed from a senior musician to a music master. As for other rewards, a total of 1000 wild ginseng roots, each worth around 1 million, totaling over 10 billion. Cash of 10 billion and an increase of 100 billion in the love fund limit go without saying. He has received both of these rewards. It is worth mentioning the tenfold cashback card and the opposite sex consumption tenfold increase card for the love fund. The tenfold cashback card is no longer limited to the love fund. It can be used for any expenditure. Lu Chen can use it when paying for the demolition costs in the payment city, which will greatly increase his personal wealth. Then there is the opposite sex consumption tenfold increase card for the love fund. As the name suggests, after using the increase card, the daily love fund limit for a single opposite sex will be increased tenfold. Currently, the daily limit is 10 million, and with the increased card, he can use 1 billion love fund daily for a single opposite sex. This will accelerate his cashing out of the love fund. Lastly, there is a 51% stake in Fanning Entertainment. According to the system information, Fanning Entertainment is a listed entertainment company with a market value of 500 billion. It is also one of the 3 strongest entertainment companies in Manhwa, the other 2 being Blue Sky Entertainment and Changqing Entertainment. With his mind back, Lu Chen began to look at his personal information. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 23 years old. Monster fighting level, level 2. Monster fighting value, 7,000/50,000. Daily monster fighting quantity, 2,000/2000. Achievements completed, 17. Love fund, 101. 98 billion. Personal wealth, 17,283,766,358. The next day, the news of the rise in pork prices shocked the entire network. Today's national pork prices have been raised, with an average price of 35 yuan per catty. Under the news, there was a lot of cursing. What the hell, pork for 35 yuan per catty? Damn, can't afford pork now. Why is pork prices rising? Everything is going up, except wages. Coordinates in Guangdong province, just bought pork belly for 30 yuan per catty. Coordinates in Hubei province, pork tenderloin for 45 yuan per catty. Coordinates in the mountain city, bought pork tenderloin at Fula supermarket for 8 yuan per catty. What's going on upstairs? Why is the meat in the mountain city so cheap? As someone commented on buying cheap pork at Fula supermarket in the mountain city, more similar comments followed. Coordinates in the mountain city, bought ribs at Fula supermarket for 9 yuan per catty. Coordinates in the mountain city, bought pork belly at Fula supermarket for 6 yuan per catty. Damn, are these people from Fula supermarket's water army? I am in the mountain city, I can testify that what they said is true, the pork at Fula supermarket is really that cheap. By noon, the popularity of Fula supermarket across the network continued to rise. Shocking. National pork prices soar, Fula supermarket pork prices average less than 10 yuan. Why is Fula supermarket pork so cheap? Fula supermarket official website announces that in the near future, pork prices in the store will remain unchanged, and in the next few days, pork prices in other branches nationwide will gradually synchronize with those in the mountain city stores. Netizen comments, please let Fula supermarket open stores nationwide. At the same time, all 18 Fula supermarkets in the mountain city were packed. In the fresh area, the queue to buy meat extended outside the supermarket. At the same time, the speaker on the side was playing, there is sufficient inventory of pork in the store, please line up in an orderly manner, no rushing. A conscience supermarket, with pork prices rising nationwide, the pork here is unexpectedly cheap. It's a good thing I'm from the mountain city. If I were elsewhere, with my meager salary, I'm afraid I couldn't even afford pork. Do you think there might be something wrong with the meat being so cheap? If you think there's a problem, then don't buy it. Exactly, pork from big supermarkets like this is only sold after being inspected by relevant departments, how could there be a problem? You guys don't know, some time ago, the pork here was even cheaper. First it was discounted by 70%, then it was discounted by 90%. Mingyue Mountain Manor. Lu Chen finished his lunch. He was feeding the koi fish in the lake in the courtyard. Young master, Miss Jiang from the neighboring manor is looking for you. A soft voice sounded. Behind Lu Chen, Xinhuan respectfully reported to Lu Chen. Got it, take her to the meeting room and wait for me. Lu Chen was still immersed in feeding the fish. At this critical moment, Zhang Qingyue came to find him, and he didn't need to guess that it was related to the low-priced pork sold at Fula supermarket. He had been on his phone all morning. He had come across various news about Fula supermarket. And Fula supermarket would surely be targeted by fellow capitalists for selling low-priced pork. Manor meeting room. Zhang Qingyue, led by Xinhuan, entered the meeting room. Miss Jiang, what would you like to drink? Xinhuan picked up a cup from the meeting table and asked. Anything is fine. Zhang Qingyue smiled. Okay. Xinhuan nodded, then opened the cabinet in the corner of the meeting room and took out tea leaves to brew tea for Zhang Qingyue. During this time, the two did not communicate. Miss Jiang, please have some tea. Xinhuan poured the brewed tea into the teacup. Thank you. Zhang Qingyue picked up the teacup and took a sip, her gaze scanning Xinhuan. How should I address you, sister? Miss Jiang, just call me Xinhuan. Xinhuan looked pleasantly surprised. As a local in the mountain city and a longtime private housekeeper in upscale residences, she was very familiar with Zhang Qingyue's identity. General manager of Hong Yun Group. Daughter of the richest man in the mountain city. Sister Wan, is your young master from the mountain city? Zhang Qingyue intentionally tried to get closer to Xinhuan. The reason for this was to investigate Lu Chen's background through Xinhuan. The events of these days made her extremely wary of Lu Chen's background. She had tried many ways to investigate Lu Chen's background, but the results she got were that Lu Chen's parents were just ordinary farmers. Naturally, she would not believe such results. "Miss Jiang, I am just a housekeeper," Xinhuan replied. "Sister Wan, isn't your young master lonely living alone in such a large manor? Haven't his family come to visit him?" "Miss Jiang, you really don't need to worry about this." Xinhuan was somewhat amused. She naturally knew that Jiang Qingyue was trying to inquire about Lu Chen's information from her. Not to mention that she didn't know anything about Lu Chen's background. Even if she did, she wouldn't tell Jiang Qingyue. When serving wealthy people as a private housekeeper, the first rule is to keep your mouth shut. "Sister Wan, don't think too much. I was just asking casually." Jiang Qingyue put down the teacup, smiled at Xinhuan, and said, "I felt a special closeness to Sister Wan at first sight. Whenever you have time, you can come to my place for a visit." Just as Jiang Qingyue finished speaking, Lu Chen's voice suddenly came from outside the meeting room. "Miss Jiang, are you here specifically to poach people from me?" Lu Chen walked slowly into the meeting room. Instantly, Jiang Qingyue's smile stiffened, but she quickly calmed down. "Mr. Lu, I was just thinking that Sister Wan and I get along well, and I wanted to get to know her. Besides, in the entire mountain city, who would dare to poach people from you, Mr. Lu?" Jiang Qingyue's words were very polite, even with a hint of flattery. "And Wan, you can go busy yourself first." Lu Chen looked at Xinhuan. "If you need me, just call me anytime." When Xinhuan left, Lu Chen looked at Jiang Qingyue and said, "Miss Jiang, just get to the point. No rush, Mr. Lu, have some tea first." Jiang Qingyue took the teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea for Lu Chen, and handed it to him personally. "It seems that Miss Jiang has a request for me." Lu Chen took the teacup, his gaze scanning Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue was wearing a high-end dress, exuding a cold and elegant aura. With delicate features, fair skin like jade, clear and bright almond-shaped eyes, and a cherry-like pink lips, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat as he checked Jiang Qingyue's personal profile. Name, Jiang Qingyue. Age, 23. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 96. Driver, 0. Favorability, 30. 30 favorability points. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He thought Jiang Qingyue would hate him since he ruined the food court project, in which Jiang Qingyue was also an investor. "I do have something to ask of you, Mr. Lu." Jiang Qingyue didn't dislike Lu Chen. Although she was one of the investors in the food court project, her snack brand gained a lot of exposure during the opening days of the food court, so her losses were not as significant as Su Yao and Nangong Yun's. "Why would Miss Jiang come to me for help?" Lu Chen said meaningfully, "You could easily ask your partners. They can't help me." Jiang Qingyue naturally understood that Lu Chen was referring to Nangong Yun and Su Yao as her partners. However, she didn't seek help from them. Their relationship was merely a business one due to the food court project. Now that the project had failed, they were all busy with their own matters. Besides, Su Yao and Nangong Yun's companies were mainly in real estate and entertainment industries, so they couldn't assist her. "Tell me, what do you want me to help with?" Lu Chen took a sip of tea. "I want to cooperate with Baiyun Breeding Farm." Jiang Qingyue stated her purpose. She had known about the news of Fula Supermarket's low-priced pork early on and was shocked. She learned from Zhu Kang about the terrifying mortality rate of African swine fever in pigs. Even West Farm Group had lost more than half of its pigs, so how could Baiyun Breeding Farm's pork be so cheap? As far as she knew, Fula Supermarket only had Baiyun Breeding Farm as its supplier of poultry meat. "Miss Jiang, I may not be able to help you with this," Lu Chen said. "You should know that Baiyun Breeding Farm has changed ownership." "Mr. Lu." Jiang Qingyue looked at him with a hint of resentment. "Yes, the owner of Baiyun Breeding Farm has changed, but isn't Lin Yanran your woman? Miss Jiang, you should talk to MS. Lin." Lu Chen remained calm. "Regardless of my relationship with MS. Lin, legally, she is the owner of Baiyun Breeding Farm. If you want to cooperate with the farm, you should talk to the owner. At most, I can arrange a meeting with MS. Lin for you, but I can't guarantee her availability." Although Lu Chen didn't dislike Jiang Qingyue, it didn't mean he would help her unconditionally. With the current high demand for pork nationwide, he had no need to cooperate with Jiang Qingyue. "Mr. Lu, consider it a favor from me." Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath. "Also, I'm willing to give you 20% of the shares of Beast Far Group for free." "Miss Jiang, why do you insist on cooperating with Baiyun Breeding Farm?" "As far as I know, Hongyun Group's restaurants have no shortage of suppliers, and you have been cooperating with Xining Group. the largest breeding company in our country. Seeing Jiang Qingyue's willingness to invest heavily, Lu Chen furrowed his brows. After all, Beast Far Group's stock had stabilized, especially since he had Gold Grain and Strong issued a statement about cooperating with Beast Far Group. The market value of Shouyuan Group has also ushered in a wave of increase. Today, the market value of Shouyuan Group has reached nearly 20 billion. The 20% stake in Jiang Qingyue's hands is valued at around 4 billion. If Jiang Qingyue and Baiyun Breeding Farm cooperate to purchase pork at a low price, it would be completely unnecessary. With 4 billion, even if Hongyun Group buys high-priced pork, they can still get through the year. And most importantly, once the news of Jiang Qingyue's cooperation with Baiyun Breeding Farm is known to Shinon Group, they will offend Shinon Group. However you look at it, Jiang Qingyue's choice to cooperate with Baiyun Breeding Farm is not profitable. I want to be friends with President Liu, Jiang Qingyue said as she locked eyes with Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. But in his heart, he looked at Jiang Qingyue with a higher regard. It must be said that Jiang Qingyue is a very intelligent and courageous woman. He could easily guess Jiang Qingyue's true intentions. It was nothing more than thinking that he had a strong background in wanting to cling to his thigh. But if it were someone else, they might not be as bold as Jiang Qingyue. After all, Lu Chen had quite a few enemies, and the forces behind Su Yao and Nangongyun were not to be underestimated. Now, because of the low-priced pork, Shinon Group and other breeding companies will also hold a grudge against him. Miss Jiang, we can be friends, but cooperation is unnecessary, Lu Chen said. Furthermore, I advise Miss Jiang to quickly transfer the restaurants under her name. Hongyun Group will withdraw from the catering industry in the future. What do you mean by that, President Liu? Jiang Qingyue frowned. Miss Jiang, you can go back and think about the meaning behind my words, Lu Chen said as he left the meeting room. He had already reminded Jiang Qingyue, and whether she followed his advice was not important to him and would not cause him any losses. Watching Lu Chen leave, Jiang Qingyue's face turned somewhat pale, as if she had lost her soul. She believed that Lu Chen would not say these things without reason. But it was impossible for Hongyun Group to withdraw from the catering industry. The main business of Hongyun Group was catering, and if they withdrew from the industry, their stocks would plummet, and their market value would evaporate by at least half. And her father would no longer be the richest man in the city. What did he mean? Jiang Qingyue's mind raced, trying to understand the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyue thought of something and sat exhaustedly in the chair behind her. Just as Lu Chen left the meeting room, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Lin Yanran. Answering the call, he heard Lin Yanran's anxious voice on the other end. Xiaomu, the leaders of the Agricultural Association have come to inspect the breeding farm. That's normal, just let them inspect, Lu Chen said, not surprised by the Agricultural Association's visit to Baiyun Breeding Farm. He even thought they were late. After all, Baiyun Breeding Farm had disrupted the National Breeding Company's cake. If no one reported it, he wouldn't believe it. But what if they find out that we are feeding the pigs medicine? Lin Yanran's voice sounded somewhat nervous. Sister Yan, don't worry, Lu Chen said with a wry smile. The medicine is legitimate, so even if it's discovered, it's not a problem. The medicine Lin Yanran mentioned referred to the anti-epidemic medicine. After obtaining shares in Shinon Pharmaceutical Group, he immediately sent the prescription for the anti-epidemic Chinese medicine to the group's leader, allowing them to start producing the medicine. It is worth mentioning that both the high-end gourmet recipes and the anti-epidemic Chinese medicine prescription come with relevant patent certificates and system imprints. Therefore, he was not worried about the formula being leaked. The role of the system imprint is that only the target approved by Lu Chen can produce something with effects. To put it simply, if Shinon Group obtained the prescription for the anti-epidemic medicine and produced it according to the formula, due to the system imprint, the anti-epidemic medicine produced by Shinon Group would not have the effect of treating swine fever. The same goes for high-end gourmet recipes. And because he owns relevant patents, he can also sue the infringing party and obtain certain compensation. After chatting with Lin Yanran for a few words, Lu Chen hung up the phone. Just then, Jiang Qingyue walked out of the meeting room. General Lu. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Chen with a complex expression, her face full of bitterness. It seems you have already figured it out, Lu Chen said calmly. You should be clear that the restaurants under the Hongyun Group are not even competitors of Dream Eater. Lu Chen possesses advanced gourmet recipes, naturally not just for creating a gourmet street. What he wants is to have Li Mingqi's Dream Eater company seize a share of the Longwa catering market through advanced gourmet recipes. And as a company specializing in catering, the Hongyun Group will definitely become a competitor of Dream Eater. If Jiang Qingyue is willing to listen to him and let the Hongyun Group exit the catering industry, then the losses can be minimized. If Jiang Qingyue chooses to be headstrong against Dream Eater, then the one who will ultimately be unlucky is definitely the Hongyun group. After all, the restaurants between the two are incomparable in terms of cost, ingredients, or taste. General Liu, can we talk again? Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath and said, I am very clear about the strength of Dream Eater. The restaurants under my group are indeed not competitors of Dream Eater. But the Longwa catering market is huge. Dream Eater alone cannot swallow it, but it is also easy to cause dissatisfaction from above. After all, what the higher-ups least want to see is a monopoly. How about this? I will let the restaurants under my group become distributors of Dream Eater. The profit part will be shared with Dream Eater. What do you think? Jiang Qingyue finished speaking nervously, looking at Lu Chen. This is the best solution she could come up with. Once the restaurants under the Hongyun group become distributors of Dream Eater, the Hongyun group will not only not have to exit the catering industry, but will also be able to reduce restaurant costs to a certain extent by joining Dream Eater. Miss Jiang is indeed a smart person. Her mind is really quick. Lu Chen had no reason to refuse Jiang Qingyue's proposal. As Jiang Qingyue said, Dream Eater cannot swallow the entire Longwa catering market. The higher-ups also cannot allow Dream Eater to monopolize the entire market share. Establishing a distributor system, allowing other catering companies to join Dream Eater, earn franchise fees and shares, is the most suitable direction for Dream Eater's development. In that case, General Liu has agreed. Jiang Qingyue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding becoming a distributor, Miss Jiang, you can discuss with Dream Eater's General Li. Lu Chen said, I have something else to do, so I'll go first. General Liu, please wait. Jiang Qingyue stopped Lu Chen and said, yesterday, Zhu Kong, the general manager of Xining Group, asked me about Baiyun Breeding Farm, and Zhu Kong is investigating the matter of Baiyun Breeding Farm acquiring sick pigs. Thank you for reminding me, Lu Chen smiled. I will ask General Li to give you some discounts as much as possible. Then thank you, General Liu. Jiang Qingyue smiled, feeling a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Li Mingqi had investigated it before. Before she knew Lu Chen, she was just a university graduate who had been unemployed for a year. But just because she knew Lu Chen, she became the boss of Dream Eater. Thinking about the future of Dream Eater, even she couldn't help but feel envious. Watching Lu Chen's back as he left, Jiang Qing's eyes were lost in thought. He is really generous to women. If I become his woman, will he be so generous to me? The Red Leaf Club is located in the commercial district of Mountain City. In the splendid private room, Zhu Kong and Nangong Yun were enjoying massages. President Yun, I will trouble you this time. Zhu Kong lay on the massage bed, his eyes closed. As long as President Han can get Baiyun Breeding Farm to close down, in the future, if you need anything from me, just ask. You can rest assured about this. Nangong Yun also closed his eyes, his voice lazy. Just now my uncle sent me a message. He has personally taken people to Baiyun Breeding Farm. I believe that in a while, we will be able to see the news of Baiyun Breeding Farm closing down online. That would be the best. Zhu Kong opened his eyes coldly said, the pork market, this big cake, is not something a company that has not yet gone public is qualified to share. Baiyun Mountain. The entire mountain peak is nearly a kilometer high. From the front foot to the mountaintop, it is divided into different breeding areas. The pig breeding area is located at the top of Baiyun Mountain. Leader, look, the pigs here are all healthy. Xia Yong, the head of Baiyun Breeding Farm, said to a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket. The middle-aged man had a serious expression, giving off a sense of authority. The middle-aged man is Nangong Yun's uncle, Han Yi. Han Yi is also the vice president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. Has the test results come out? Han Yi ignored Xie Yong and asked the staff behind him. The samples have been sent to the testing agency, and the results will be out soon, the staff replied. Manager Lin, you said earlier that the reason why the pigs here have not been affected by swine fever is because they have been given anti-fever medicine, right? That's right. Besides Xie Yong, Lin Yanran said calmly, the pigs here will undergo inspection by relevant agencies before being sent to the slaughterhouse. Only after passing the inspection will they be sold in the market. Is that so? But we have received reports that you have been buying sick pigs on a large scale recently, and as far as I know, there is currently no medication in our country that can completely cure this swine fever. I don't know where the anti-fever medicine in your place comes from. I need to contact the Pharmaceutical Association to investigate the company producing the anti-fever medicine. Han Yi stared expressionlessly at Lin Yanran. He simply did not believe in the anti-fever medicine Lin Yanran mentioned. If there really was a medication that could completely cure swine fever, the company producing the medicine would not have been silent all this time. The anti-fever medicine is produced by Shinong Pharmaceutical Group, Lin Yanran replied. President Han can contact the people from the Pharmaceutical Association to investigate Shinong Pharmaceutical Group at any time. Nonsense. Han-yi said in a deep voice, if Shinong Pharmaceutical Group had a medication to treat swine fever, why wouldn't they make the information public? And Shinong Pharmaceutical Group is a company with a market value of over 500 billion. Why would they only provide you with the anti-fever medicine? Lin Yanran fell silent at his words. She didn't know how to respond. Why Shinong Pharmaceutical Group provided anti-fever medicine to Baiyun Breeding Farm, even she was not clear. This was all orchestrated by Lu Chen. As the atmosphere became tense, the staff handed the phone to Han-yi. President, the test results are out, these pigs are fine. Are you sure? Han-yi frowned at the news, took the phone and checked. After seeing the results sent by the testing agency, his face instantly turned ugly. Leader, I told you that the pigs here are very healthy. Xia Yong breathed a sigh of relief. The test results are inaccurate. Han-yi returned the phone to the staff, his eyes cold. In order to better inspect the live pigs here, the business will be suspended for the next week until the inspectors get accurate results. Leader, this doesn't follow the procedure. Xia Yong's face turned pale. The test results are already out. Why do you want us to shut down? If you think the test is inaccurate, why not have the inspectors come here to check in person? At this point, even Xia Yong could see that Han-yi was deliberately targeting them. President Han, if you want us to shut down, fine. But if the final test results show that our pigs are fine, who will compensate us for the losses during this period of shutdown? Lin Yanran angrily stared at Han-yi. Lu Chen had already told her about this result via WeChat, but she still felt extremely angry. Manager Lin, you better pray that these live pigs are fine, otherwise, not to mention compensation, the police will come looking for you. Han-yi's words were full of threats. Lin Yanran's face turned somewhat pale upon hearing this. Facing such a big shot like Han-yi, who had only attended the boss training class for a few days, she was still too young after all. President Han is really good at making threats, a deep voice sounded. Han-yi turned around to see Lu Chen slowly walking towards him. Xiao Mu, General Lu. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Lin Yanran and Xia Yong immediately felt relieved. Lu Chen. Han-yi frowned. He had heard about Lu Chen from Nangong Yun. What made him remember Lu Chen was his identity as the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau. In fact, their ranks were the same. What is Director Lu doing here? Han-yi asked calmly. Of course, to see how President Han threatens people, Lu Chen walked up to Han-yi, his eyes cold. President Han, since there is no problem with the pigs here, where do you get the right to shut down this place? Lu Chen had specifically asked Zhang Qingyue about Han-yi's identity before coming. He knew that Han-yi was Nangong Yun's uncle and also the vice president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. This is a matter for my Agricultural Association. If Director Lu has any objections, he can complain to the higher-ups. Han-yi said expressionlessly, I'm curious, Director Lu, what is your relationship with this place that you had to come here specially? I just happened to pass by, is that not allowed? Ha! Han-yi sneered at the words and did not say much. He had no right to interfere with where Lu Chen went. He only asked to try to get some information from Lu Chen. Let's go, Han-yi said to several staff members of the Agricultural Association. President Han, please tell your nephew for me, he better pray that his company has no problems. Otherwise, if the company goes bankrupt, it's a small matter, but if the police come looking for him, it will be a big problem. Lu Chen's voice suddenly came from behind as Han-yi took a few steps. This made him stop in his tracks. Lu Chen remained calm with no ripples in his eyes. Threatening people was not just something Han-yi could do. Director Lu is welcome to try. Han-yi turned around, staring coldly at Lu Chen. Just don't regret it in the end, Director Lu. The same goes for President Han, Lu Chen replied. The two locked eyes, neither backing down. In the end, Han-yi was the first to look away and left Baiyun Mountain. Shamu, what should we do now? Lin Yanran looked worried. We have recently acquired a large number of sick pigs. If we shut down, we will incur huge losses just on feed and medicine expenses during this period. And judging by the other party's appearance, they probably won't let us resume business in the short term. Sister Yan, it's okay, Lu Chen said coldly, since someone doesn't want us to touch this piece of the pork market cake, then I'll play with them. Yun, thank you for this time. At the entrance of the Hongye Club, Zhu Kong looked gratefully at Nangong Yun. Next time, I will prepare a big gift for you. It's just a small favor, Nangong Yun said. My company has a movie coming out soon, so remember to help me promote it when the time comes. Definitely, Zhu Kong smiled. I wish President Yun's new movie great success at the box office. I also wish President Zhu a great harvest in this swine fever incident, Nangong Yun said with a smile. After Nangong Yun left, Zhu Kong took out his phone to check. Inside the phone was a message sent by Nangong Yun to him. It described the situation at Baiyun Breeding Farm. And this information was sent to Nangong Yun by Han-yi. Shinnon Pharmaceutical Group, Anti-Fever Medicine, Zhu Kong frowned. Thinking about Baiyun Breeding Farm's large-scale acquisition of sick pigs, his expression became serious. After exiting the message, Zhu Kong made a phone call. Have someone go to Shinnon Pharmaceutical Group and find out if they have recently produced an anti-fever medicine. After leaving Baiyun Mountain, Lu Chen went to the slaughterhouse to fight monsters. Killed 1 pigeon, gained money plus 100,000. Accumulated killing of 10 pigeons, obtained a pair of townhouse golden lions. Kill 100 pigeons in total, get a monster hunting lucky card ×1. Kill 1,000 pigeons in total, get 100% stake in Wanyu Game Company. Reach the limit of killing pigeons, complete the achievement Pigeon King, and get a 70-year usage permit for the Kiamu Desert. Kill 1 ostrich, get money plus 99,999. Kill 10 ostriches in total, get cash plus 1 billion. Kill 100 ostriches in total, get a dating base amount plus 10 billion. Kill 1,000 ostriches in total, get Han Yi's black material document. Reach the limit of killing ostriches, complete the achievement run, ostrich, and get the position of president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. Rewards have been distributed. Relevant documents and information have been respectively sent to the host manor and mobile phone. The townhouse golden lion has been delivered to the main gate of the host manor. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen immediately took out his phone to check the reward information. Among them, the townhouse golden lion is made of pure gold. Each golden lion is 1.8 meters high, weighs 1 ton, made entirely of gold, valued at around 500 million, and the golden lion's mouth also contains a top-quality night pearl, worth nearly 100 million. 2 golden lions, with a total value of around 1.2 billion. Wait, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. There are 2 security guards, Wang Long and Li Hu, at the manor gate. If the golden lion suddenly appears out of thin air, what will they do when they see it? Just as Lu Chen had this thought, the system feedback information appeared in his mind. The feedback message indicated that the 2 golden lions would be transported to the manor by the relevant company. That's good. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and continued to check the other rewards. The monster hunting lucky card, as the name suggests, when used, can increase the value of the rewards he receives for the next monster hunting, but the specific increase depends on his luck. Wanyu Game Company is a company with a market value of around 100 billion, with several popular games under its umbrella. As for the 70-year usage permit for the Kiamu Desert, it's impressive. The Kiamu Desert is located in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. With a total area of an astonishing 8,680 square kilometers, it is nearly 2,000 square kilometers larger than the economic capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the Magic City. With such a large area, what could be done with it? Lu Chen pondered. Although the Kiamu Desert is vast, there isn't much that can be done due to the harsh desert environment. How about building a city? A crazy idea popped into Lu Chen's mind. That is to build a city. With him constantly hunting monsters every day, one day, he will be able to obtain something beyond his understanding. If what he obtains is future technology, then he will build a city of science fiction. If what he obtains is a magical grimoire, then he will build a city of magic. If what he obtains is a cultivation technique, then he will build a city of cultivation. Lu Chen felt excited just thinking about it. Of course, all of this is just his imagination for now. What the Kiamu Desert will be used for specifically will have to be seen later. Refocusing his attention, Lu Chen began to check the rewards for killing ostriches. The cash of 1 billion and the dating fund of 10 billion need not be mentioned, as he has received these types of rewards many times before. What surprised him were the Han Yi's black material document and the position of president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. It seems that the system also has a temper. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. He first opened the document to browse through it. There were many things in the document, including photos and videos. The general content was about the evidence of Han Yi's bribery during his tenure as vice president of Southwest Agriculture. In a high-end restaurant near Huajiang, Nangong Yun quickly walked into a private room. Uncle. Looking at Han Yi sitting on the sofa in the private room drinking tea, Nangong Yun immediately smiled. You're here. Han Yi looked up at Nangong Yun and said, come and sit down. Uncle, I need your help this time. Nangong Yun sat opposite Han Yi, looking pleased. Although Baiyun Breeding Farm is under the name of a woman named Lin Yanran, the real owner is that guy Lu Chen. That guy caused my company's market value to evaporate by over 1 trillion, and I can't swallow this anger no matter what. On the second day after Lu Chen exposed the scandals of 50 artists in Blue Sky Entertainment, the company's stock plummeted, with a market value evaporating by hundreds of billions. Until today, Blue Sky Entertainment's market value has evaporated by 1 3 trillion. Do your parents know about this? Han Yi frowned. They must know, but they didn't say anything. My father handed Blue Sky Entertainment to me to test my abilities. Now that the company's market value has suffered losses, he must be very disappointed in me, Nangongyun said with a pale face. Xiaoyun, you shouldn't get involved in this swine fever incident, Han Yi said sternly. It will only make things more difficult for your company. Uncle, I understand what you mean, Nangongyun said. That guy's identity as the deputy director of Southwest Entertainment Bureau can indeed affect my company's operations to a certain extent. But as long as I move the company out of Shudu, he won't be able to reach me. And I have no room to ease the relationship with that guy. Taking advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble for him will also make Shu Kong owe me a favor, which is also a gain for me. You're not wrong to think that way. But I'm afraid the other party's background is not weaker than yours, Han Yi said. He's too young to become the deputy director of Southwest Entertainment Bureau at such a young age. His background can't be simple. Uncle, you should know that there is no one surnamed Lu among the 5 dynasties and 10 families. Nangongyun dismissed Han Yi's words. Lu Chen's background may not be simple, but as long as he is not from the 5 great families or the 10 great families, he will not be afraid at all. There is no one surnamed Lu among the 5 dynasties and 10 families, but what about the cabinet? Han Yi said. There is one surnamed Lu in the cabinet. That's impossible, Nangongyun frowned. The big shots in the cabinet are very strict with their descendants. It's impossible for them to let their descendants show off outside. I would rather believe that guy is a puppet pushed to the forefront by some family. No matter who is behind the other party, try not to provoke him in the future, Han Yi said in a deep voice. Your father has more than one son. If you want to gain his approval and get more resources from the Nangong family, then focus on running your company and achieve the goals your father set for you as soon as possible. As for the Baiyun breeding farm, I won't let it resume operations for at least half a month. Let your friends do what they need to do as soon as possible. As Han Yi finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was an unknown number. Han Yi was stunned for a few seconds but still answered the call. Something happened. Yan Jin was called up by the higher-ups, and his position as the association president was also revoked. When did this happen? Han Yi's grip on the phone tightened involuntarily. The Yan Jin mentioned by the other party was the president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. Just now. In addition, a new president has been arranged by the higher-ups. Remember to establish a good relationship with him. I understand. Send me the new president's number. Okay. Wait. Han Yi thought of something and asked, how should I address the new president? Lu Chun. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Nangongyun looked at Han Yi in confusion. Han Yi's brow furrowed, and his face was slightly pale. Han Yi did not respond to Nangongyun. His gaze was fixed on the phone. Ding! A message notification sounded. Han Yi quickly opened the message, which contained a phone number. It must not be him. Han Yi tried to calm himself down, trembling, and dialed the phone number from the message. With a familiar and mocking voice coming from the phone, Vice President Han is quite well informed. Oh no! The moment he heard this voice, Han Yi's body went weak, and he slumped on the sofa. Uncle, what's happening? Nangongyun frowned. Han Yi's sudden change left him very puzzled. President Lu, do you have time tonight? Han Yi suppressed his fear and said to his phone, I would like to invite you to dinner and apologize to you in person for what happened at Baiyun Mountain. That's not necessary. Vice President Han, take care of yourself. A cold voice came from the phone. Then the call was hung up. The person on the other end was none other than Lu Chen. It's over, it's all over. Looking at the hung-up phone, Han Yi's fear continued to grow. He was not afraid of Lu Chen's identity as the president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. It was the incredible fact that Lu Chen was parachuted in. He had just offended Lu Chen at Baiyun Mountain, and within a few hours, Lu Chen became the president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. This meant that the power behind Lu Chen had reached a terrifying level. The cabinet. He must be a descendant of a big shot in the cabinet. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Han Yi's fearful appearance gave Nangongyun a bad feeling. Xiaoyun, quickly contact your father and let him mediate between you and Lu Chen, otherwise it will be too late. Han Yi suddenly stood up, grabbed Nangongyun's shoulder tightly, and said, the other party is a member of the cabinet, not someone we can provoke. Knock knock knock. Just as Han Yi finished speaking, the sound of knocking on the door suddenly rang out. Han Yi's nerves tightened instantly, his already pale face lost even more color in an instant. Knock knock knock. The knocking continued. Han Yi's expression kept changing, and he finally collapsed on the sofa. Xiaoyun, go and open the door. Nangongyun heard this but did not move. His mind was filled with what Han Yi had just said. It's impossible, that guy couldn't possibly be a member of the cabinet. Bang! The door to the private room was opened with a key. Immediately, several middle-aged men in administrative uniforms entered the room. The leading man wore glasses, had gray hair, and exuded an extremely steady demeanor. Director Sun, what a coincidence. Are you also dining here? Hani stood up from the sofa, forcing a smile. Hani, someone has reported you for suspected corruption and bribery. Now please come with us for investigation, said the middle-aged man named Sun Homing, the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Director Sun, you must be mistaken, Hani said. I have been abiding by the law for all these years. How could I possibly be corrupt and take bribes? Someone must have maliciously reported me. Stop pretending, the informant has provided us with solid evidence, Sun Hongming said coldly. You have betrayed the trust of your superiors and the people, so you must accept the punishment you deserve. Take him away. As Sun Hongming's words fell, two anti-corruption bureau staff quickly approached and restrained Hani. Soon, Hani was taken away. Uncle. Nan Dongyun's face changed drastically, and he quickly took out his phone and made a call. The call was answered. Before Nan Dongyun could speak, a deep voice sounded first. Don't worry about anything, just manage your company honestly. Yes, Nan Dongyun said with a pale face. After leaving the slaughterhouse, Lu Chen drove back to the manor. Before reaching the entrance of the manor, he saw two golden lion statues. In front of the statues, Wang Long and Li Hu were taking pictures excitedly. Oh my goodness! What does the young master's family do? They are so rich. Li Hu touched the golden lion, his eyes filled with shock. An hour ago, he and Wang Long were on guard duty. Suddenly, a large truck and a crane drove towards the manor. They approached to inquire and found out that they were delivering goods. The delivered goods turned out to be two golden lion statues made of pure gold. This once again widened their eyes. I guess the young master's family must have a mine, and it's a gold mine. Wang Long said, the golden dragon fountain inside, along with these two golden lions, are all real gold, weighing at least 3 tons, which is 6,000 catties. Ordinary rich people can't buy so much gold. Makes sense. Li Hu nodded, and I heard from the steward Shin that the 20 Luohan pine trees next to the golden dragon fountain are all over 1,000 years old, each worth millions, as well as the tea sets for the young master to drink tea, the rice bowls for eating, the flower pots for gardening, etc. All are Northern Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain, those are antiques. The young master is back, Wang Long exclaimed. In an instant, the two stood straight in front of the gate and opened the gate first. Don't be nervous. Lu Chen stopped the car, opened the window, smiled at the two and said, if you're tired, take a rest. Thank you for your concern, young master, we are not tired. Both replied at the same time. Their voices were very loud. Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't say much, and drove into the estate. When Lu Chen left, Wang Long sighed. There aren't many wealthy people like the young master who are easy to talk to. Wang Long, did you notice? Li Hu suddenly said, the young master seems to be a martial artist. Yes. Wang Long nodded. I noticed the first time I saw the young master, his eyes are restrained, his breathing is rhythmic, obviously not an ordinary person. On the open space in front of the residence, a petite woman looked around, seeing no one, she entered the golden dragon fountain, took a gem from the tail of the golden dragon, and quickly put it in her pocket. After doing all this, the woman's face was very pale, and her body kept trembling. If I were you, I would never do such a foolish thing. A cold voice came. The woman was startled, and was so scared that she fell into the fountain pool. Fortunately, the fountain pool was not deep, and the woman was not injured, just wet all over. Shen. Steward Shun. The woman hurriedly stood up, looking at Xinhuan who appeared out of nowhere with a frightened look. Take it out. Xinhuan walked up to the woman, reached out her hand, and said, don't harm yourself because of greed. I'm sorry. The woman took out the gem from her pocket and handed it to Xinhuan carefully. What's going on? At that moment, Lu Chen walked slowly from the garage. Young master, you're back. Xinhuan quickly clenched her hand and smiled as she walked towards Lu Chen. This girl is from the gardening company. She accidentally fell into the fountain pool. Steward Shin, I want to hear the truth. Lu Chen stared expressionlessly at Xinhuan's tightly clenched right hand. Seeing this, Xinhuan's face instantly turned pale. It's not Steward Shin's business. The gem was taken from the golden dragon by me. The woman walked out of the fountain pool, nervously looking at Lu Chen. The woman's name is Ling Shuang, an employee of Green Garden Company. Green Garden is a company that property manager Zhao Lin helped Lu Chen contact, responsible for the daily maintenance of the greenery in Lu Chen's estate. Lu Chen looked at Ling Shuang and assessed her. Wearing a green gardening dress, she appeared timid. She was very petite, but her figure was very full. Perhaps out of fear, her two small hands were nervously clasped together, her legs tightly closed without a gap. Due to the wet dress, Lu Chen could even see the outline of Ling Shuang's undergarments. So he checked Ling Shuang's personal information. Name, Ling Shuang. Age, 22. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 93. Driver's license, 0. Favorability, 0. What's your name? Lu Chen asked knowingly. Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang's face was very pale. Why did you take the gem from the golden dragon? Lu Chen stared expressionlessly at Ling Shuang. Although Ling Shuang was a beauty that met his standards for the love fund, it didn't mean he had no bottom line. Ling Shuang's actions were already suspected of theft, and he wouldn't go easy on a thief. I'm sorry. Ling Shuang bit her lip tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Young master, the gem fell by itself. Ling Shuang was just trying to pick it up with good intentions. Shenwan spoke up for Ling Shuang, her eyes showing some reluctance. Shen Butler, I'll say it one last time, I want to hear the truth. Lu Chen coldly stared at Shenwan and said, or are you suggesting that I go check the surveillance? I took the gem off. I want to take it out and sell it for money. Ling Shuang wiped away her tears and said, I know what I did was wrong. You can call the police on me. Put the gem back, then come to the meeting room to see me. Lu Chen ignored Ling Shuang and left directly. I'm sorry, Shen Butler. Ling Shuang couldn't hold back anymore and started crying when Lu Chen left. You don't have to apologize to me. Shenwan handed the gem to Ling Shuang and said, put it back. We are all adults and need to take responsibility for our actions. Shenwan's words fell. She followed Lu Chen. She was prepared to be fired by Lu Chen. Tell me, what's going on? In the meeting room, Lu Chen stood by the French window, gazing at the slender figure in the fountain pool. Indeed, Ling Shuang did take the gem, Shenwan spoke up. That's not what I'm asking. Lu Chen turned around. Why did you help her? He was still quite satisfied with Shenwan. Her abilities were outstanding, managing the estate efficiently. And unlike other women, Shenwan had a unique charm. This was something only mature women possessed. His gaze lingered on Shenwan. She was wearing a plain white collar dress with a white ruffled apron, her hair elegantly styled at the back of her head, revealing a face devoid of makeup but full of charm. Her graceful figure, tall and stunning, with a slender waist and shapely legs, all highlighted her allure. Especially her perky peach-shaped buttocks, were enough to make anyone's blood boil. Sympathy, Shenwan replied. What's your relationship? First meeting, Lu Chen said, looking at Shenwan's serious expression, his mouth twitched. Her father passed away when she was 10, raised by her mother, who was hospitalized a few days ago and urgently needs surgery, Shenwan explained after some thought. So, she wanted to sell the gem to pay for her mother's treatment? Lu Chen frowned. Doesn't she know there are surveillance cameras in the estate? She does. Knowing that, she still. Lu Chen stopped midway through his sentence. Forget it, Lu Chen waved his hand, you can go. Thank you, young master. Shenwan didn't ask why Lu Chen didn't fire her. That would have been a foolish move. Wait, Lu Chen called out to Shenwan. Shenwan's heart skipped a beat. Is he going to fire me? Shenwan felt a bit disappointed. Even if she were fired, she could still find another job. But in terms of salary and environment, Lu Chen's place was the best. If possible, she naturally wanted to stay here with Lu Chen. The gem from the dragon's tail is worthless, let her take the one from the dragon's head to sell, Lu Chen said, leaving Shenwan stunned with her mouth wide open. When she regained her composure, Shenwan couldn't help but laugh. Ha, young master, you're really humorous. Shenwan's favorability plus 50. What the heck? Why did the favorability suddenly increase so much? Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen was a bit stunned. Little did he know that one sentence had completely changed Shenwan's view of him. Previously, Shenwan's attitude towards Lu Chen was that of an employee towards a boss. But with this sentence, Shenwan not only felt Lu Chen's humor but also sensed his kindness. Due to her profession, she had encountered many wealthy people, but those wealthy individuals she had met were always calculating, unwilling to lose even a penny. Let alone someone like Lu Chen, who was willing to give away gems worth millions to a stranger. Humorous? After Shenwan left, Lu Chen returned to the French window. The sky outside was darkening. Ling Shuang was sitting helplessly by the fountain pool, hugging her knees tightly. Lu Chen is not a good person. If he hadn't obtained the system, he wouldn't be so generous. Because he also needs to live. But now that he has the system, the gem on the golden dragon's body is dispensable to him. However, this gem can bring hope to a family. Ling Shuang, knowing that the villa is under surveillance, still took the risk to take the gem from the golden dragon's body, showing that she had made the worst plan. Without causing him any loss and not affecting his interests, he had no reason to make things difficult for a woman in distress. Don't cry. After leaving the meeting room, Shenwan found Ling Shuang for the first time. Seeing Ling Shuang crying by the fountain pool, she comforted, "It's okay now, the young master won't call the police. Housekeeper Shen, thank you." Ling Shuang stood up, holding back her tears. "It's all my fault, I shouldn't have such thoughts. If my mother knew, she would be very angry." "You don't need to thank me, thank our young master," Shen Wan said. "You are also lucky. If it were someone else, they would probably have sent you to the police station long ago." "I know, I will go thank him now." Ling Shuang wiped away her tears and was about to find Lu Chen. "Don't go now, wait until your mother gets better, then come thank the young master." Shen Wan stopped Ling Shuang. "Okay." Ling Shuang trembled, a bitter smile on her face. "My mother will be fine." "How much money does your mother need for treatment?" Shen Wan asked. 1,200,000. Ling Shuang lowered her head. "My family's savings, my earnings from working these 2 years, and the money I borrowed from relatives and friends only add up to 300,000. If there was no other way, I wouldn't have." "I wouldn't." Ling Shuang couldn't continue. Although her family was poor, she had never done anything illegal. She and her mother were living hard. "So, you are still short of 900,000, right?" "Yes." Ling Shuang nodded. "Here's the deal, you have 2 choices." Shinwan said, "The first choice is to take a gem from the dragon statue behind and sell it. The value of these gems is at least 1 million, some even exceeding tens of millions. Our young master said for you to take the gem on the dragon's head, which is the most expensive and can be sold for tens of millions, enough for your mother's surgery, and you don't need to pay any price. As for the second choice," Shinwan handed a bank card to Ling Shuang, "I'll lend you 1 million privately, you can use it for your mother's treatment but you need to pay me back." "2 choices, you." "I choose the second one." Ling Shuang's eyes were firm. "Housekeeper Shen, thank you for lending me the money, I will definitely pay you back, I can write you an IOU. Did you hear clearly about the first choice I mentioned?" Shinwan looked at Ling Shuang with a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't expect Ling Shuang to choose the latter without hesitation between the free tens of millions and the paid million. This made her look at Ling Shuang in a new light and completely trust her. After all, the information she knew about Ling Shuang was also heard from Ling Shuang's colleagues. She was not sure if it was true. "I heard it clearly." Ling Shuang turned her head towards the residential area. "Your young master is a good person. I am very grateful that he is willing to give me a chance to start anew. As for the gem worth tens of millions, I can't accept it no matter what. To be honest, you are quite foolish." Shinwan placed the bank card in Ling Shuang's hand. "The password is 6 zeros, to help your mother recover soon." As Shinwan finished speaking, she turned around to leave. "Housekeeper Shin, I haven't written the IOU yet," Ling Shuang hurriedly said. "Write the IOU when you have time, it's getting late, I need to arrange dinner for our young master." "Thank you." As Shinwan disappeared from sight, Ling Shuang clenched the bank card in her hand, tears welling up in her eyes again. However, this time she was moved and happy. Ling Shuang's favorability plus 50. "President Yun, what's going on? Why is Baiyun Breeding Farm back in business?" Inside a 5-star hotel in the Mountain City Commercial District, Zhu Kong was on the phone with Nangong Yun. In front of him was a laptop. Inside were 2 messages posted on the Southwest Agricultural Association website. The 2 messages were only 4 hours apart. "Notice, starting today, inspections will be conducted on the pigs at Baiyun Breeding Farm. During the inspection period, the farm will temporarily cease operations. Notice, after relevant inspections, all pigs at Baiyun Breeding Farm are in good health. Starting today, the farm will resume operations." Faced with Zhu Kang's inquiry, Nangong Yun on the other end of the phone fell silent and did not answer Zhu Kang's question. "President Yun, is something wrong?" Zhu Kang frowned, a sense of unease rising in his heart. "President Zhu, don't overthink it. The reason Baiyun Breeding Farm resumed operations is that their pigs passed the inspection without any issues." "President Yun, what do you mean by that?" Zhu Kang's expression turned ugly at the words. He naturally knew that there was nothing wrong with the pigs at Baiyun Breeding Farm. If there were any issues, he wouldn't need Nangong Yun's help, he could report directly to the Agricultural Association. Knowing that there was nothing wrong with Baiyun Breeding Farm, he sought Nangong Yun's help to forcibly shut down the farm through Nangong Yun's uncle. "President Zhu, I also want to help you, but since there's nothing wrong with Baiyun Breeding Farm, my uncle can't forcibly shut them down, right? That would be against the regulations. My uncle is an upright person and wouldn't do anything illegal." As Nangong Yun's words fell, it was Zhu Kang's turn to fall silent. Upright? He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. As the largest breeding enterprise in Longwa, his family's Xining Group had industries all over the country. The department he interacted with the most was the Agricultural Association in various regions, and he knew Han Yi very well. Han Yi, an upright person? Zhu Kang knew better. "President Zhu, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." Nangongyan's voice came through, and the call was promptly ended. He didn't tell Zhu Kang that Han Yi had been taken away by the Anti-Corruption Bureau and that Lu Chen had been parachuted in as the new president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. He wanted to use Zhu Kang to thoroughly investigate Lu Chen's background. "There's a problem." Zhu Kang set his phone aside, his expression very serious. He wasn't stupid. Baiyun breeding farm reopening just a few hours after closing indicated that someone with more power than Han Yi had intervened. As the vice president of the Southwest Agricultural Association, the only person with more power than Han Yi in the association was the president. Yan Jin? Zhu Kang pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone and dialed a number. However, the call went through, indicating that the other party had turned off their phone. Seeing President Yan on his phone, Zhu Kang's expression became even more serious. The next day, Lu Chen got up early. Qin Yiren had contacted him last night, and the approval to take over the urban village had been granted. Today, he needed to go to the urban village to understand the situation. In the open space in front of the residence, Lu Chen stretched lazily. His gaze inadvertently glanced at the golden dragon statue, and he was suddenly taken aback. Just then, Xinwan drove the phantom out of the garage. "Aunt Wan, what's going on?" Lu Chen walked to the fountain pool, his gaze scanning the golden dragon. "Why hasn't a single gem been removed from the dragon?" "Young master, Ling Shuang didn't ask for the gems." Xinwan got out of the car and recounted her conversation with Ling Shuang to Lu Chen. After listening to Xinwan, Lu Chen fell silent. However, he now held Ling Shuang and Xinwan in higher regard. Ling Shuang's refusal of the millions worth of gems proved her good character, and the fact that her family was indeed in urgent need of money. Xinwan lending money to Ling Shuang from her own pocket also showed that she was a kind and caring woman. After all, compared to Lu Chen's gift, Xinwan's act of borrowing money to a certain extent upheld Ling Shuang's self-esteem. "Young master, you won't blame me for taking matters into my own hands, will you?" Seeing Lu Chen remain silent, Xinwan's mood instantly became uneasy. The reason she lent money to Ling Shuang was not only for what Lu Chen had in mind, but also because she felt that the golden dragon would look less beautiful without a piece of gemstone. Lu Chen did not answer Xinwan's question, but instead looked at her and said, "Aunt Wan, are you married?" "I have been divorced for many years," Xinwan said calmly. There was no sadness or reluctance in her eyes. No wonder. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the still charming Xinwan, suddenly understanding Cao Cao. "By the way, young master, I suddenly remembered something," Xinwan said with some shock in her eyes. "Just now, Ling Shuang called me and said that her family's house is about to be demolished." "Demolished?" Lu Chen immediately thought of the urban village. "Yes, fate is truly miraculous," Xinwan sighed. "It seems that even the heavens think she is too pitiful, so they let a developer take an interest in her family's house." "Where is her family located?" Lu Chen asked. "It seems to be in the urban village of Baiyun District," Xinwan said. "The economy in Baiyun District has never been good, and the urban village is huge. Ordinary developers have no strength to undertake the demolition project of the urban village. I don't know which real estate company it is this time, to be so willing to spend money." "Fate is indeed quite miraculous," Lu Chen said. "The urban village demolition project is under my contract." "Ah?" Xinwan's delicate mouth opened wide, staring at Lu Chen in astonishment. Seeing this, Lu Chen hugged Xinwan's slender waist and said, "I happen to be going to the urban village, do you want to come with me to take a look?" "I'd better not." Xinwan regained her composure, her cheeks instantly turning red. "Really not going?" Lu Chen's big hand moved down, and a soft touch instantly spread from his palm. "Young master," feeling the unusual touch on her buttocks, Xinwan involuntarily tightened her beautiful legs. "Aunt Wan, your shy look is truly beautiful." Lu Chen withdrew his hand, smiling at Xinwan. "Do you like it, young master?" Xinwan raised her head, locking eyes with Lu Chen. With flushed cheeks and a mature charm emanating from her body, Lu Chen felt a surge of heat. So under Xinwan's panicked gaze, Lu Chen picked her up and headed towards the bedroom. 1 hour later, Lu Chen walked out of the bedroom satisfied. And on the bed in the bedroom, Xinwan covered her body with a blanket, her snow-white skin covered with battle scars. Her already mature temperament, after being nourished, became even more enticing. "Young master is really amazing." Xinwan watched Lu Chen's departing figure, her eyes somewhat dazed. Thinking of the hour of madness, her face was flushed with a blush. Xinwan's favorability plus 30. Urban village. Qin Yiren stood under the sun, her eyebrows furrowed, occasionally glancing at the time. "President, Mr. Lu was here," a middle-aged man reported to Qin Yiren. The middle-aged man's name was Feng Wu, Qin Yiren's driver and bodyguard. Qin Yiren nodded, her eyes somewhat indifferent. At the same time, Lu Chen parked the car at the entrance of the urban village and walked towards the center of the urban village. Not long after he started walking, he saw Qiniren and several unfamiliar figures. President Qin, you're here so early, Lu Chen smiled and greeted Qiniren. Mr. Lu, didn't we agree to meet here at 8 o'clock? Qiniren looked at Lu Chen with some dissatisfaction. Lu Chen was more than 2 hours late, and it was almost 11 o'clock now. In the mountain city in September, nearing noon, one could imagine how hot the weather was. I'm sorry, I had some family matters to attend to, so I came late. Is that so? Qiniren looked at Lu Chen and said, Mr. Lu, you should wipe off the lipstick on your neck. With that, Qiniren walked towards the center of the urban village, leaving Lu Chen embarrassed. Coming to his senses, Lu Chen wiped his neck with a tissue, a bright red mark standing out. It's the color of Shenwan lipstick. In the center of the village in the city, many people gathered here, and the scene was very noisy. Have you heard? We are going to be demolished here. Do we still need to hear about it? The leaders and contractors have all come. I never thought that in my lifetime, I would also become a demolition household. Don't be too happy too soon, our economy here is not good, the compensation for demolition may not be much. I don't ask for much, just compensate me with a house. Shuang Shuang, that's great, it seems that even heaven is helping you. In a corner of the crowd, Ling Shuang stood with a middle-aged woman named Wang Yanhong, who was Ling Shuang's neighbor. After the demolition, you will have money to treat your mother. Ling Shuang nodded, feeling very excited. She paid the surgery fee at the hospital last night. Early this morning, her mother had the surgery and it was very successful. With some rest, she would slowly recover. When she first received the demolition notice, she was incredulous. After all, developers had visited the village in the city before, but they gave up the idea of demolishing it because the village was too large. A few days ago, her mother fell ill and urgently needed money. She thought about selling the house and offered a low price of 50,000. But even so, her house listing had been online for several days without any contacts. However, early this morning, as the news of the impending demolition of the village and the city spread, her phone didn't stop ringing, so she had to turn it off. At the same time, she had made up her mind that no matter how much money she could get from the demolition, she would agree. As for the money from the demolition, she would first give it to Shenwan. They're here, the leaders are here. The already noisy crowd became even more excited. Everyone looked excitedly at Qiniren and others walking towards them. Ling Shuang also looked in the distance at the same time. When she saw Lu Chen, she was stunned. Why was he here? Could it be that he was the one contracted for the demolition project in the village and the city? Ling Shuang stared at Lu Chen in a daze. She didn't doubt Lu Chen's ability to contract the demolition project in the village and the city. After all, Lu Chen was worth tens of billions just as a decoration in the manor. Manager Lu, have you prepared the compensation plan for the demolition? Qiniren chatted with Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen's lateness made her uncomfortable, she still had a good impression of him. Oh, what? Lu Chen looked at Qiniren in confusion. Don't tell me you haven't figured out the compensation plan yet? Qiniren's mouth twitched, feeling that Lu Chen was a bit unreliable. Isn't demolition about giving houses or money? Lu Chen pondered, if it's about houses, I have a new residential complex in Baiyun district, with 10 residential buildings that can accommodate 2,100 households. If it's about money, is it per person or per household? You have a property in Baiyun district? Qiniren was surprised. Are you talking about Hope Community? Lu Chen nodded. Hope Community was the project he revealed after killing the snail, with a total value of around 3 billion. Wait a minute, if I remember correctly, Hope Community is a project of Star Garden Group, right? Star Garden Real Estate, the second largest real estate company in Manhwa, with a market value second only to Longton Group. It should be. Lu Chen was not clear about who the developer of Hope Community was. Anyway, the system rewarded him. Should it be? Qiniren frowned. Could it be that the Hope Community project was not purchased by Manager Lu at Star Garden Group? It should be. Lu Chen smiled. Qiniren. Manager Lu acts quite fast. After coming to her senses, Qiniren didn't think much about it. After all, Lu Chen is someone who is willing to spend 80 billion to buy a street, so it's not surprising to spend tens of billions to buy a property. Moreover, it's a good thing that Lu Chen bought a small community to be used as compensation for the demolition of urban villages. In this way, not only can the residents of the urban villages continue to stay in Baiyun district, but it can also solve the residents' housing problems. President Qin, you haven't answered my question yet, Lu Chen said. Should we give money per person or per household? Let's do it per household, Qiniren said. Since you have already given a house to each family, giving money per household, they won't say anything. How about 1 million per household? Lu Chen thought and said. However, Qiniren just looked straight at Lu Chen without replying. Is it too little? Lu Chen pondered. It seems so. A family has several members. Dividing 1 million among them isn't much. Then how about 3 million? Shi Niren's mouth slightly opened, still not saying anything. 3 million is also not enough? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Then how about 5 million? Mr. Lu, even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. Shi Niren really didn't know what to say. The standard compensation for the demolition of urban villages is around 1.5 million per household. Lu Chen has already given a house, so giving an additional 500,000 in cash per household would be enough. However, Lu Chen didn't settle for 1 million, and even kept increasing the amount, offering 5 million per household. According to the data she received, there are a total of 2080 households in the urban village. If each household receives 5 million, Lu Chen would have to give out over 100 billion in cash. This is not just extravagant, but completely disregarding the value of money. However, what Shi Niren didn't know was that the reason Lu Chen offered such high demolition compensation was because he had a tenfold consumption rebate card that he hadn't used. The tenfold consumption rebate card allows him to receive 10 times the rebate for his expenses. In other words, the more he gives out in demolition compensation after using the card, the more he will receive back from the system. Let's stick with 5 million, Lu Chen said seriously. Demolishing is not just about houses, but also about families. The residents here have lived here for decades, and for them, this is their hometown. If I demolish their hometown, it's only right to give them more money. Shi Niren fell silent again upon hearing this. She first looked at the excited crowd not far away. Hometown? Others can't wait for demolition. Have you considered it? Shi Niren took a deep breath. You are the contractor. As long as the compensation you offer is not lower than the demolition standard, how much you want to give is beyond my control. But I need to tell you, in the case of giving each household a house, you only need to give an additional 500,000 per household, and they won't object. And as for their so-called hometown, they are not that attached to it. After all, no one doesn't want to live a better life. Let's stick with 5 million, Lu Chen said. Isn't the economy of Baiyun district struggling? Once these people receive the demolition compensation, they will definitely spend it, which in turn can indirectly boost the economy of Baiyun district. Buzz as Lu Chen's voice fell, his phone suddenly vibrated. I'll take this call. Lu Chen walked towards an empty area. Shi Niren's mood became complicated upon seeing this. Lu Chen was the most unpredictable person she had ever encountered. She never knew what Lu Chen would do next. President, it's your turn to speak, Feng Wu reminded. Okay, Shi Niren nodded and then walked towards the crowd. Boss, as you expected, Zhu Kong from Xining Group contacted me. What did he say? In an alley in the center of the urban village. Lu Chen was on a call. The person he was talking to was Wei Li, the head of Shinong Pharmaceutical Group. He inquired about the antiviral drug, and after learning that we indeed produce the antiviral drug, he hinted that he wants to purchase the prescription for the antiviral drug. The fish took the bait. Give him the prescription, and the more expensive, the better in terms of price. Okay, I got it. Hung up the phone. Lu Chen's face revealed a meaningful smile. He had long guessed that Zhu Kong would want to get the prescription for the anti-epidemic medicine. In that case, he would play along. First, make money from Zhu Kong through the prescription, and then sue Zhu Kong for infringement in court. After all, the patent for the anti-epidemic medicine was in his hands. He was not afraid of an unsuccessful lawsuit. As for Zhu Kong making money from the anti-epidemic medicine, it was simply impossible. With a systematic imprint, without his permission, even if Zhu Kong produced the anti-epidemic medicine according to the prescription, those medicines would not have the effect of treating swine fever. At the entrance of the food court, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped. With the bodyguard getting out of the car and opening the door, Su Yao helped a middle-aged man with a cane get out of the car. The middle-aged man was none other than Su Yao's father, Su Nantian. Ahem. Su Nantian coughed violently twice, his face looking sickly. Looking around the food court, Su Nantian said, "It's a pity such a good place." "I'm sorry, father," Su Yao blamed herself, "I'm not as capable as others." "It's not your fault." Su Nantian looked at the bustling food street across the road from the deserted food court. With the nationwide rise in pork prices, the cost of pork has increased, making the food in restaurants more expensive. But the food street was different. The food street had Baiyun Breeding Farm providing pork at the original price, and the prices of the food in various shops remained unchanged. With the 8 major culinary masters in charge, there were thousands of tourists visiting the food street every day to dine. "The young man is called Lu Chen, right?" Su Nantian withdrew his gaze. "Yes," Su Yao nodded, feeling very complicated. "Just a pawn." Su Nantian's eyes were cold. "This time you didn't lose to him, but to the forces behind him." "Father, what do you mean by that?" Su Yao asked in confusion. "I don't have much time left, and some people are starting to get restless. Sunantian walked towards the food court with his cane. But you don't have to worry, you just need to manage the company well, and someone will help you get rid of this pawn when the time comes. But the food court project has already failed, Suyao said. Father, didn't you say that if I couldn't prove my ability, the company wouldn't be handed over to me? Silly girl, you are my only child. Besides you, who else can I hand the company over to? Sunantian stopped and said, don't worry, if the food court project failed, it failed. This time I personally negotiated a project for you, a project that will definitely not fail. Now let's welcome the contractor of this demolition project, Lu Chen, to announce the compensation plan. Central Street of the urban village. Qi Niren had been paying attention to Lu Chen. When Lu Chen finished the call and returned, she took the initiative to walk up to him and handed him the microphone. President Qin, it's the same thing you said. Lu Chen did not take the microphone. For him, the demolition project was a surefire way to make money, he just needed to pay. Since the money has been spent, you have to make everyone remember your kindness. Qi Niren whispered, then forcibly handed the microphone to Lu Chen. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and did not refuse. He naturally understood Qi Niren's intention. It was nothing more than wanting him to impress the people in the urban village. Mr. Lu, I'm your fan. I go to the food street every day to eat now. Just then, someone in the crowd spoke loudly. Me too, Mr. Lu, I saw your starry mountain and water painting. It's the most beautiful painting I've ever seen. And Mr. Lu, the food you made, I've never tasted such delicious food. Damn, you actually got to eat the food made by Mr. Lu, awesome. Hee hee, I snatched a piece of barbecue from a big guy. Damn, it was you. In the crowd, a muscular man stared angrily at a young man with blonde hair not far from him. Why is it you? The young man with blonde hair swallowed hard and took a step back. Cough, cough. Lu Chen coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. Thank you for your support for the food street. Let's talk about business. Lu Chen said, for this demolition compensation, each household can receive a 130 square meter house in the Hope community and 5 million in cash. If you agree, we will cooperate with the relevant personnel to sign the demolition agreement later. Of course, if someone is unwilling to leave here, I won't force you. As Lu Chen's voice fell, the central street became extremely quiet. The people on the street were all stunned. After a moment, everyone was completely stirred up. Did I hear it correctly? A house and 5 million in compensation? Wow, I've been poor for 30 years, and now it's finally my turn to get rich. Mr. Lu is generous. From now on, I'm Mr. Lu's die-hard fan. Agree, let's sign now. Who dares to disagree? I'll teach him how to behave in minutes. Faced with such generous demolition compensation, the people in the urban village had no reason to refuse. Even some residents who were not planning to be demolished were now urging to sign quickly. Shuang, this is great, we all become millionaires. In a corner of the crowd, Wang Yanhong was excited. With 5 million, not only can your mother's surgery be taken care of, but the remaining money is enough for you and your daughter to live without worries. Mr. Lu is truly your lucky star. No, Mr. Lu is the lucky star for all of us. Wang Yanhong became more and more excited as she spoke, almost wanting to kneel down and kowtow to Lu Chen. She was just an uneducated ordinary woman. Her husband worked outside all year round. With elderly and young to take care of at home, the money her husband earned was simply not enough to cover the expenses. Women like her thought about daily necessities like food and clothing, not makeup and dressing up. And she had to pray constantly that no one in her family would get sick, otherwise, the already difficult family would completely collapse. Lu Chen's offer of a house and 5 million in demolition compensation not only changed the fate of her family but also changed the fate of everyone in the urban village. Yes, he is indeed my lucky star. Ling Shuang had not taken her eyes off Lu Chen since she saw him. Compared to Wang Yanhong, her gratitude towards Lu Chen was even stronger. Just as Xinhuan said, if it had been someone else last night, they would have definitely sent her to the police station. The gems on Jin Long's body, even those on the dragon's tail, were worth over 1 million. If Lu Chen really reported the theft of items worth over 1 million, her fate could be imagined. Thinking of this, Ling Shuang's eyes became more determined. As long as Lu Chen needed her, she would not hesitate to agree to whatever he asked. President Qin, give me your account number, and I'll transfer the demolition funds to you later. Lu Chen handed the microphone to the street worker. Meanwhile, the people in the urban village were lining up in an orderly manner, waiting to sign the demolition agreement. This is my unit's financial account. Qi Niren handed a piece of paper to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the paper and glanced at it, smiling. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Mr. Lu, it's already noon, let's have lunch together. Xinyiren smiled at Lu Chen. Now that the issue in the urban village had been resolved, her political achievements would also improve, which was a good thing for her. How about another day? Lu Chen thought for a moment and politely declined Xinyiren's invitation. He had a lot to do today. Although he had transferred his business to Lin Yanran and her sisters, he was still the one making decisions behind the scenes. Most importantly, he hadn't finished his daily tasks yet. Mr. Lu, it's just a meal together, it won't take up much of your time. Xinyiren said meaningfully, and I have a project I want to discuss with you, which is related to the above. In that case, let's go to the food street. Food street. Dreamy Sichuan restaurant private room. Lu Chen and Xinyiren sat facing each other. Mr. Lu was only in his early 20s, right? Xinyiren spoke up. 23. Lu Chen smiled. Why is President Qin suddenly interested in my age? What interests me is not just your age. Xinyiren looked at Lu Chen and said, Master painter, versatile culinary master, Lu Zong's talent in painting and culinary arts is unmatched in the entire Dragon Kingdom. President Qin is joking. They are just some unconventional hobbies, Lu Chen said calmly. Let's talk about the projects you mentioned, President Qin. It seems that Mr. Lu is really busy. Xinyiren's expression turned serious. In that case, I won't waste your time, Mr. Lu. The project I mentioned is actually a document from Kyoto, Xinyiren said, watching Lu Chen's expression. But Lu Chen just lifted his teacup and took a sip, his expression still very calm. Does Mr. Lu know about that document? Xinyiren asked thoughtfully. I don't know, Lu Chen replied. He really didn't know what document Xinyiren was talking about. Lu Chen's answer surprised Xinyiren. In her opinion, Lu Chen, being so young, had become the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau and had a terrifying cash flow. His connections were enough to let him know the content of that document immediately. Or did he know but pretended not to know? That document is about the policy on automotive reform, Xinyiren continued. Next, our country will fully support the construction of new energy vehicles, and Shancheng will be a pilot city. During this period, companies in Shancheng engaged in new energy vehicles will receive a lot of preferential policies and support from above. So, President Qin intends to invite me to enter the automotive field? Lu Chen's expression became more serious. Although there are many automotive companies in the Dragon Kingdom, they all produce gasoline vehicles. Currently, no company can produce new energy vehicles. With the release of this document, the automotive market will definitely experience a major earthquake. There will be many companies eager to be the first to seize the opportunity. After all, the new energy vehicle market is huge, and whoever can capture users first will have a greater chance of winning in the subsequent competition. If Mr. Lu is interested, you can naturally join this competition, Xinyiren said. As the president of the Shancheng Financial Association, my main job is to attract investment. Entrepreneurs like Mr. Lu with abundant funds are the ones I am most willing to deal with. You can just say you want me to invest. Lu Chen glanced at Xinyiren and said slowly, but I currently have no plans to enter the new energy vehicle field. You should consider it carefully, Xinyiren said. The document has not been released yet. With the funds you have, you can completely acquire factory areas and companies related to automobiles at this time. After the document is released, with various policies in place, you just need to renovate the factory areas, integrate the companies, launch a new energy vehicle brand, and promote it. You may not make money immediately, but you will definitely capture a share of the new energy vehicle market. The development of new energy vehicles is a trend. But how long will this development take? 1 year or 10 years? Lu Chen smiled. Immature new energy vehicles won't attract many buyers. The biggest advantages of new energy vehicles compared to gasoline vehicles are intelligence and environmental friendliness, which gasoline vehicles cannot match. However, the biggest drawback of new energy vehicles is the battery life issue. As long as the battery life issue of new energy vehicles is not resolved, gasoline vehicles will never be eliminated. Lu Chen is not uninterested in entering the new energy vehicle field, but he doesn't see the necessity at the moment. The new energy vehicle sector in the Dragon Kingdom is just starting out and is still in the trial and error phase. It will take at least a year or more for the new energy vehicle sector to stabilize, and during that time, he could have gained many valuable things through other means. Therefore, he doesn't need to invest in the field of new energy vehicles at this time. Moreover, he already owns a car company with a market value of 5 trillion. He just needs to pass on the message and let Phoenix Motors take the lead in the new energy field. As for not being the first to try something new, that's not a problem. Once he obtains cutting-edge technology related to cars, even if the market share in the new energy vehicle sector in Longwei has been divided, he can still grab a share with the cutting-edge technology. Consumers can distinguish between good and bad products. Mr. Lu, early investment is always good, Chiniren said, otherwise, once the opportunity is missed, it will be too late to regret. President Qin, I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own expertise. I am not familiar with the automotive industry, so I will not venture into the new energy vehicle market, Lu Chen said. As they were talking, a waiter entered the private room with food. Chiniren saw this and didn't say anything more. Food City. By Weishai Restaurant private room. Su Nantian and his daughter were talking to a middle-aged man. Director Qian, I need your help this time, Su Nantian said with a smile. As long as the factory issue is resolved, my Longting Group will be able to deliver a qualified new energy vehicle within 3 days at the latest. Mr. Su, I can help you with the factory, but Longting Group's main business is real estate. Venturing into the new energy vehicle field this time seems a bit too broad, said Qian Yun, director of the Mountain City Enterprise Management Bureau. Director Qian, you can rest assured about this, Su Nantian said calmly, but his eyes were full of confidence. Years ago, after making money in real estate, he started laying out in multiple fields. The new energy vehicle field is just one of them. Mr. Su, your vision is indeed far-sighted, Chen Yun said admiringly. He has dealt with Su Nantian more than once and knows how terrifying his abilities are. After all, Su Nantian started from scratch and created the trillion-dollar Longtum Group. There is no second Su Nantian in the entire Longhua. Director Qian, you are too kind, Su Nantian said. I was just lucky to stumble upon the automotive reform policy. Mr. Su, don't be modest, Chen Yun said meaningfully. It's impossible to know in advance what documents will be released. Ahem. In addition to luck, I also have a few friends I can talk to. Su Nantian coughed violently twice. His sickly face looked very pale. Mr. Su, take care of your health, Chen Yun said. I will help you solve the factory issue as soon as possible. Thank you, Director Qian. President Qin, I'll take my leave now. At the exit of the food street, Lu Chen and Qin Yiren exchanged greetings and prepared to leave by car. At that moment, Su Nantian and his daughter also came out of the food city. The eyes of the few people met, and the air suddenly became extremely quiet. Mr. Su, long time no see. Is your health better recently? Qin Yiren broke the silence. It's President Qin. Su Nantian looked at Qin Yiren and said, my health is the same. Thank you for your concern, President Qin. Mr. Su, take care of your health. Outstanding entrepreneurs like you, Mr. Su, must live a long and healthy life. Then I will borrow President Qin's auspicious words. Ahem. Su Nantian coughed violently again. At that moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Old man, you've done too many bad things and now you're facing retribution. Lu Chen looked coldly at Su Nantian, showing no favor towards him. Lu Chen. Su Yao said angrily, how can you say that about my father? Old man, cherish the last month well. It's best to quickly find a man from the same world as your daughter, otherwise, when you die, it will be too late. Lu Chen ignored Su Yao and continued to speak to Su Nantian. With his master-level knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he could see that Su Nantian's life was coming to an end. At most he could live for another month. Lu Chen, you are going too far. Su Yao's eyes were cold. I am sorry to you. If you want to hate me. It has nothing to do with my father. What are you? Lu Chen sneered. Do you want me to praise your deep father-daughter relationship? Lu Chen. Su Yao's chest heaved, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen. Yao, don't bother with him. Su Nantian said expressionlessly, just using words won't help. The real winner is the one who laughs last. Young man, don't take the power and wealth others give you as your own, you know best who you are. Old man, talk to me when you live to that time. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he drove away directly. He preferred to do something practical rather than stay and exchange meaningless words with Su Nantian. 1 month was enough for him to bankrupt the Longtum Group. President Qin, sorry for the trouble. After Lu Chen left, Su Nantian said to Qin Yiren, Mr. Su, is there a misunderstanding between you and Mr. Lu? Qin Yiren asked meaningfully. Not a misunderstanding, just a young man who doesn't know his place. When he tastes bitterness, he will know pain. Su Nantian said coldly. He never took Lu Chen seriously. With his status and connections, even the younger generation of the 5 families and 10 clans had to be polite when they saw him. Qin Yiren frowned at his words. She didn't know much about Su Nantian, even though she was close to him. She only knew that Su Nantian had close ties with the aristocracy, and even had connections with foreign capital. After leaving the food street, Lu Chen called Shenwan and asked her to buy a large number of tadpoles and ladybugs. When he returned to the manor, Lu Chen transferred the demolition compensation to the account given by Qin Yiren and used a 10-fold consumer rebate card. Successfully used the 10x consumer rebate card. Personal wealth -1040000000. Personal wealth plus 104 billion. The system prompt sounded, and Lu Chen's personal wealth skyrocketed by hundreds of billions. Faced with this huge sum, even though Lu Chen was mentally prepared, he was still stunned for a few seconds when the money arrived. After coming to his senses, he quickly used the monster hunting lucky card and lit a fire, throwing the boxes of tadpoles and ladybugs into it. Monster hunting lucky card used successfully. The rewards for monster hunting today will be increased in value. Killed 1 tadpole, gained money plus 1 million. Accumulated kills of 10 tadpoles, gained Sun Island of Siam. Accumulated kills of 100 tadpoles, gained a love fund of plus 100 trillion. Accumulated kills of 1,000 tadpoles, gained advanced black technology related to new energy vehicles. Reached the limit of tadpole kills, completed the achievement Poor Little Tadpole, gained an intelligent micro-robot. Killed 1 ladybug, gained money plus 999,999. Accumulated kills of 10 ladybugs, gained confidential documents of the Longting Group. Accumulated kills of 100 ladybugs, gained 10,000 Wutong gas stations. Accumulated kills of 1,000 ladybugs, gained the Gal oil field. Reached the limit of ladybug kills, completed the achievement 7-star ladybug, gained the Eye of Space. Rewards have been distributed. Relevant files and data have been sent to the host's manor warehouse and phone. The Eye of Space has recognized its master. The system prompts continued to sound. Before Lu Chen could react, he felt a sharp pain in his left index finger. Looking down, his pupils suddenly contracted. Only seen above his index finger, a metal ring shaped like an eye was floating in the air. A small metal tentacle extended from the ring, piercing his index finger and absorbing his blood. As the ring absorbed the blood, the metal tentacle retracted instantly, and the ring firmly stayed on Lu Chen's left index finger. This incredible scene brought him immense shock directly. Is this a spatial ring or something else? Lu Chen's attention focused on the ring, and suddenly his consciousness appeared in a space the size of a football field. In this space, there was also a metal ball the size of a marble floating. His mind exited the ring space. In front of Lu Chen, the metal ball was also brought out. This is too amazing. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with shock. He found that he could freely enter the ring space with his mind and retrieve items effortlessly. His focus shifted to the metal ball. Instantly, the metal ball emitted a faint blue light, and at the same time, it began to continuously change shape, sometimes turning into a mosquito, sometimes into a fly, and other small insects. Lu Chen quickly took out his phone to check the information about the ring and the metal ball. Soon, he learned the relevant information about the ring named Eye of Space, which had its own space inside where items could be freely retrieved except for living beings. The metal ball was an intelligent micro-robot that could freely change its shape, with the changed shape not exceeding its own volume. In addition, the intelligent micro-robot also had a danger sensing system. When Lu Chen encountered danger, the intelligent micro-robot could release an energy shield to protect him. At the same time, the micro-robot would activate the attack mode, shooting laser beams from its eyes to kill hostile targets. After reading the introduction of the Eye of Space and the intelligent micro-robot, Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp. Undoubtedly, whether it was the Eye of Space or the intelligent micro-robot, they were beyond the current human cognition. Lu Chen had thought of receiving supercognitive rewards one day, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. After calming down, Lu Chen continued to check other rewards. First was the Sun Island, located near the waters of Siam, with an island area of 10 square kilometers, similar in size to many small towns in Longwa. The reason it was called Sun Island was that there were many golden ginkgo trees on the island, and the island itself was very round. From above, it looked like a golden sun. The value of Sun Island reached 13.6 billion. Let's not talk about the Love Fund amount of plus 1 trillion. Due to his use of the Love Fund credit card, he could now spend 100 million daily on a single opposite sex. However, his Love Fund amount kept increasing. But the increase in the Love Fund was also a good thing. When the Korea Desert City construction plan is launched, there will be many places where money is needed. 1 trillion may not be enough. After all, he was planning to build a city larger than Modu. New energy car-related black technology. This reward came at the right time. Lu Chen focused on the introduction of the new energy-related black technology. There were 3 types of black technology, namely energy conversion battery technology, unmanned superintelligent driving technology, and ultra-energy-saving motor control technology. Any of these 3 black technologies was a trump card. Once Lu Chen applied these 3 black technologies to the Phoenix new energy car, it was no exaggeration to say that all companies producing new energy cars in the world and those preparing to enter the new energy car field would face a nightmare. His mind retracted. Lu Chen began to look at the rewards he obtained from killing ladybugs. First was the confidential documents of the Dragon Soaring Group. It recorded the business situation of the Dragon Soaring Group and some secret research that the Dragon Soaring Group was involved in. Interesting. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. If it weren't for this document rewarded by the system, he would never have imagined that the Dragon Soaring Group, a real estate company, was involved in so many areas of research such as new energy, medicine, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and more. And in some areas, Longting Group has made huge breakthroughs. For example, in new energy, Longting Group conducted relevant research as early as 3 years ago. With those research results, even some well-established car companies may not be its opponents if Longting Group were to enter the field of new energy vehicles. Wait! Lu Chen kept sliding the screen. His brows suddenly furrowed. At the end of the document, it was recorded that Longting Group is engaged in genetic research. And there was only one line of introduction about this aspect. The secret of the Arctic genetic sequence. What does this sentence mean? Lu Chen's expression became serious. What secrets are hidden in the Arctic? And what is a genetic sequence? Young master, it's time for a meal. A sweet voice came. Lu Chen's attention was drawn back, only to see Zhao Ling smiling at him. His gaze swept over Zhao Ling. Wearing a black skirt with a white ruffled apron on top, paired with white stockings, her whole demeanor was very agile. The slender legs wrapped in white stockings were smooth and straight, without any excess fat. Moving up, there were fair thighs and a mysterious skirt hem. Lu Chen nodded and walked towards the residence. At the same time, he was also checking the remaining rewards. Among them, Wutong gas stations totaled 10,000 nationwide, with an average valuation of around 10 million each, totaling 100 billion for 10,000 stations. Next was the Gal oil field. Similar to the Kaka Dal oil field that Lu Chen had obtained before, both were located in the Camel country. However, compared to the Kaka Dal oil field, the Gal oil field was larger and more valuable. Its total oil reserves reached nearly 60 billion barrels, with an annual output of 100 million tons, valued at over $1 trillion. The oil field and gas stations seemed to be a good match. Lu Chen put away his phone, pondering something. The next day, Lu Chen woke up in Gentle Township. Beside him, Xinhuan was still asleep. Various marks covered her graceful body. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. He directly picked up the sleeping Xinhuan. Young master. Xinhuan suddenly woke up. Her hands subconsciously wrapped around Lu Chen's neck. In the next moment, Xinhuan's eyebrows furrowed, and she suddenly sat up. Young master. Xinhuan's cheeks were flushed, her eyes somewhat resentful. Sister, should we wake the young master up for breakfast? At the bedroom door, Zhao Ling and Zhao Meng had flushed cheeks. Listening to the sounds coming from the bedroom, Zhao Meng tightened her beautiful legs and said, Housekeeper Shen's voice is so loud. Let's not disturb the young master and Housekeeper Shen. Zhao Ling said, but she had already leaned against the door. The young master is so powerful that even Housekeeper Shen is begging. Let me listen. Zhao Meng also imitated Zhao Ling, pressing her body against the door. An hour later, Zhao Ling and Zhao Meng supported each other down the stairs, both looking exhausted. They had been listening at the door for an hour. Sister, I'll go back to my room to change clothes. Zhao Meng pulled down her skirt, her long and slender legs tightly together. Let's go together, Zhao Ling said with her head down. After breakfast, Lu Chen opened the Douyin hot list to check. Douyin is currently the most popular short video platform. The content on the hot list is also the most popular events in society. Breaking news, our country announces automotive reform, and new energy vehicles are the future trend. Longting Group announces its entry into the field of new energy vehicles and will launch its first new energy vehicle, Phylon, tomorrow. A movie that took 5 years to make, starring many domestic movie stars, produced by Blue Sky Entertainment, Moon Crisis, will officially premiere in major theaters at 10 o'clock this morning. The popularity of Mountain City Food Street remains high, with tourists from all over the country flocking to the food street. Shudu, Xining Pig Farm. Shu Kang, accompanied by several workers, entered a pigsty. Inside the pigsty, there were 3 pigs lying on the verge of death. Boss, these 3 pigs were infected with swine fever this morning. They are perfect for experiments. A worker spoke up. Feed them the medicine, Shu Kang said. Yesterday, he had contacted the person in charge of Shinong Pharmaceutical Group, Wei Li. By offering money, he obtained the prescription for the anti-epidemic traditional Chinese medicine from the other party. After witnessing the traditional Chinese medicine cure several pigs infected with swine fever, his excitement was beyond words. Not only did he immediately establish a pharmaceutical company, but he also spent a large sum of money to purchase multiple pharmaceutical production lines for large-scale production of the anti-epidemic medicine. However, to be cautious, after producing the anti-epidemic medicine, he did not rush to sell it but decided to try it out on the pigs in his own pig farm. Yes. 3 staff members each took a medicine bottle and entered the pigsty, opening the bottles and pouring the liquid medicine into the mouths of the sick pigs. After doing this, Zhu Kong and the staff waited quietly. 10 minutes later, Zhu Kong frowned. This shouldn't be happening. It's been 10 minutes, why do these 3 pigs still look sick? Zhu Kong clearly remembered that at Shinong Pharmaceutical Group, Whaley personally fed the newly produced anti-epidemic medicine to several sick pigs to prove its effectiveness to him. After taking the anti-epidemic medicine, those pigs began to recover after just 5 minutes, and by 10 minutes, they were able to eat normally. Just then, a staff member's voice came, "Boss, the pigs are dead." What? Zhu Kang's face instantly changed color, and he hurried into the pigsty. When he saw the 3 motionless sick pigs, his expression was very grim. What's going on? He had personally witnessed the entire production process of the anti-epidemic medicine at Shinong Pharmaceutical Group and confirmed that the prescription for the anti-epidemic traditional Chinese medicine given to him by Whaley was genuine. So why didn't the anti-epidemic medicine produced according to the prescription work? Just then, his phone rang. He answered the call, and a deep voice came from the other end. "Get back here immediately, you've been deceived." "Dad, what do you mean by that?" Zhu Kong had a bad feeling. "Someone is suing you for infringement." "Who?" Zhu Kang's voice turned cold. "Shinong Pharmaceutical Group? The owner of Shinong Pharmaceutical Group, Lu Chen." "What?" Zhu Kang's face turned pale. "Since when did that guy own Shinong Pharmaceutical Group? You better handle the situation properly. Without my permission, you are not allowed to take any action." Magic City Movie Theater. At the entrance of the star-watching cinema, Nan Gong-yun and several main actors of Moon Crisis were conducting a movie roadshow here. The entire movie theater was crowded because of the arrival of Nan Gong-yun and others. "Thank you very much for your support of the movie. In 10 minutes, Moon Crisis will officially meet everyone." Nan Gong-yun held the microphone, smiling at the crowd. This movie Moon Crisis was crucial to him. Once the box office of Moon Crisis was successful, Blue Sky Entertainment would firmly secure the leading position in Longhua Entertainment Company. Because Moon Crisis was Longhua's first epic science fiction masterpiece, in addition to its luxurious cast, the movie's special effects were on par with Hollywood. Prior to this, Moon Crisis had its premiere and received a lot of praise. Almost all online reviews were praising the movie. The number of people who had pre-booked the movie tickets had reached 1 billion, and Blue Sky Entertainment's market value had quickly rebounded due to the upcoming release of Moon Crisis. "I'm so excited. I watched the trailer of Moon Crisis on Douyin. The special effects, I dare say that in the entire history of Longhua's movies, there is no movie that can compare to it." "How much box office do you think Moon Crisis will eventually earn?" "The box office will be at least 100 billion, after all, this movie has invested nearly 20 billion. 100 billion is too low, I guess 150 billion. The crowd discussed one after another. They were very optimistic about the movie Moon Crisis. Listening to the discussions, Nan Gong-yun and several main actors all smiled. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked up to Nan Gong-yun. "Manager Xiong, you arrived just in time. It's time to let the movie fans in," Nan Gong-yun smiled. "Manager Xiong, you know what you're saying?" Nan Gong-yun's face turned ugly. "Manager Xiong, if I remember correctly, your boss is Wang Song, right?" Nan Gong-yun said expressionlessly. "Manager Xiong, your boss is no longer Mr. Wang," Xiong Wei said cautiously. "A few days ago, my boss changed." "What?" Nan Gong-yun frowned. "Then who is your boss now?" "I'm not sure," Xiong Wei replied. "Damn, who is targeting me?" Nan Gong-yun took out his phone and called the former boss of the cinema, Wang Song. "Mr. Wang, when did you sell your Star Cinema?" Nan Gong-yun's face turned ugly. "Mr. Wang, I saw the news, it's not my business," Wang Song said after a moment of silence. "A few days ago, my 1,000 Star Cinemas were sold in a package deal for 1 billion to a person named Lu Chen." "It's him again." Nan Gong-yun angrily hung up the phone, his eyes cold. "Very well, you won't give me movie screenings? Let's see who will be the one to suffer in the end." At this moment, Nan Gong-yun's anger was fully ignited. Originally, he was still wary of Lu Chen's background, but now, he couldn't care less. The movie Moon Crisis must be successful. Otherwise, the market value of his Blue Sky Entertainment will plummet again, and he will be abandoned by the family. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. By noon, after several hours of fermentation, the entire internet was filled with curses. "Damn, Star Cinema is really disgusting. Why won't Star Cinema screen such a good movie like Moon Crisis? Indeed, the reason why our country has so many garbage movies is because of these black-hearted capitalists. Let's report together to the Entertainment Administration. Star Cinema has violated the recent anti-competitive regulations issued by the Entertainment Administration. At the top floor of the Hongyun Pavilion, Nan Gongyun sat on the sofa, looking at the comments from netizens. When he saw that the internet was full of messages supporting Moon Crisis, a smug smile appeared on his face. "I've told you before, always use your brain," a steady voice came. Not far from Nan Gongyun, a burly young man named Nan Gongyi was calmly watching him. Nan Gongyi is Nan Gongyun's half-brother. Not screening Moon Crisis may seem like a loss to you, but it's actually harming himself. Nangong Night Road, Moon Crisis is a good movie in terms of both plot and special effects. Netizens have sharp eyes and can naturally distinguish the quality of Moon Crisis. Therefore, the other party's refusal to schedule the movie will anger a large number of netizens. We just need to increase public opinion slightly, and the Entertainment Bureau will not be able to withstand the pressure. They will naturally talk to the other party. By then, the Deputy Director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau will not only face the possibility of being dismissed, but his cinemas must also schedule the movie. Big brother, you have fought it through. Nan Gongyun put down his phone, looking at Nan Gongyi with a complex expression. Although the two are brothers, their communication has been minimal since childhood. In Nan Gongyun's heart, he has always regarded Nan Gongyi as a rival because only one of them can become the heir of the Nangong family. What he didn't expect was that this time Nan Gongyi took the initiative to help him. "How are things going with Su Yao?" Nan Gongyi asked. "That woman is just using me," Nan Gongyun frowned. "If it weren't for creating hype for her restaurant, I wouldn't have offended that guy, and my company's market value wouldn't have evaporated by billions, and also caused my uncle to be taken away by the Anti-Corruption Bureau." Nan Gongyun clenched his fists. Thinking of Han Yi's fate, he felt deeply regretful. "Your uncle's actions would have led to his arrest sooner or later." Nan Gongyi turned his back to Nan Gongyun. "As for Su Yao using you, you can only blame yourself for being naive. You are delusional if you think you can get Longteng Group through Su Yao. Su Nantian, that old fox, would never let the company he founded fall into the hands of outsiders. Humph, that old man is on his last legs. What can he do?" Nan Gongyun frowned. His daughter will eventually find a man, and Longteng Group cannot always be under the Su surname. Precisely because his time is running out, Longteng Group has been very active recently, Nan Gongyi said with deep insight. "And the most valuable asset in that old fox's hands is not Longteng Group." Inside the manor, Lu Chen was preparing to go out. Xinhuan came to him and said, "Young master, President Qin from the Financial Association is here." As soon as Xinhuan finished speaking, a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove into the manor. As the door opened, Qin Iren, dressed in a formal dress, got out of the car. "President Qin, what brings you here?" Lu Chen smiled at Qin Iren. "Lu, you are really carefree. How can you still smile at a time like this?" Qin Iren first glanced at the nearby golden dragon fountain. She had a new understanding of Lu Chen's wealth and power. "What do you mean by that, President Qin?" Lu Chen remained calm. "Hasn't the Entertainment Bureau contacted you?" Qin Iren asked Lu Chen. "They have," Lu Chen replied. "Not long ago, the Entertainment Bureau did contact him. Due to the refusal of the Star Cinema to schedule Moon Crisis, many netizens reported to the Entertainment Bureau. After investigating, the Entertainment Bureau immediately called him, first disciplining him and ordering him to schedule Moon Crisis. Otherwise, they would revoke his position as Deputy Director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau and even shut down his 1,000 Star Cinemas for rectification. In response, he immediately had the movie scheduled, all the way until 3 or 4 in the morning. He didn't believe that anyone would stay up all night for a movie. "It seems like you are not taking the Entertainment Bureau's warning seriously," Qin Iren said. Although she had only met Lu Chen a few times, she had some understanding of him and knew that he was someone who only responded to strength. "President Qin, you didn't come here just to chat with me, did you?" Lu Chen's gaze swept over Qin Iren. With a graceful figure, even in slightly loose formal attire, her perfect figure was still evident, especially the mature and noble temperament, which elevated her whole beauty. And the reason for being in a high position all year round, Qin Iren exudes a strong aura of a superior. This aura makes people show respect to her and also generates a desire to conquer her. "What, is it not allowed?" Qin Iren's lips slightly curled up. "Or is it that Mr. Lu doesn't want to see me? If President Qin says so, then I understand." Lu Chen smiled, then reached out and pulled Qin Iren into his arms. This sudden scene left Qin Iren stunned in place. "Let her go." A deep voice sounded. Feng Wu quickly walked up to Lu Chen, coldly staring at him. "Brother, with that look in your eyes, are you planning to eat me?" Lu Chen smiled. I'm not joking with you, Feng Wu said as he was about to attack Lu Chen. Uncle Wu, no. Qi Niren was about to stop Feng Wu from acting, but her delicate red lips were directly sealed. Looking at Lu Chen's face so close, Qi Niren's eyes widened, and her heartbeat started to accelerate. Seeing this, Feng Wu no longer wasted words with Lu Chen and directly launched an attack. Interesting. Lu Chen glanced at Feng Wu from the corner of his eye. He didn't let Qi Niren speak because he wanted to move around. It had been some time since he acquired the physique of a king of soldiers and the master-level combat skills, during which he had not sparred with anyone. Just as Feng Wu's attack was about to hit Lu Chen held Qi Niren to the side, avoiding Feng Wu's attack. At the same time, Lu Chen grabbed Feng Wu's arm joint with his left hand and exerted force. Crack! The sound of bones cracking, Feng Wu's arm dislocated directly. Practitioner! Feng Wu supported his arm, frowning. As Qi Niren's bodyguard, Feng Wu was naturally not an ordinary person. He had been practicing martial arts since he was young, winning the National Martial Arts Championship shortly after coming of age, and then went abroad to live a life of bloodshed. It was no exaggeration to say that Feng Wu's experiences could be the plot of a certain type of urban novel, making him a definite protagonist. Come again. Lu Chen released Qi Niren and beckoned to Feng Wu. Crack! Upon hearing this, Feng Wu reattached his arm with his bare hands. Then, Feng Wu no longer held back his strength and launched another attack on Lu Chen. Seeing this, Qi Niren was about to speak up to stop them. However, the next moment, she widened her eyes. She saw Lu Chen take a step forward and actively meet Feng Wu. In the blink of an eye, the two were already fighting each other. Watching Feng Wu retreat under Lu Chen's attack, Qi Niren was deeply shocked. Who are you exactly? Feng Wu and Lu Chen distanced themselves, looking incredulous. After fighting Lu Chen, he was constantly suppressed, and Lu Chen's every attack was fast, accurate, and fierce. Every second, he felt like he was on the brink of life and death. Just then, a mosquito flew past Feng Wu's eyes. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on Feng Wu's forehead, and goosebumps appeared on his hands. What's going on? Could there be a sniper nearby? Feng Wu quickly scanned the surroundings, his face turning pale. He was all too familiar with this feeling. During those years abroad, he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of enemies several times. Each time he survived, his arms would be covered in goosebumps beyond his control. How do you want me to answer that question? Lu Chen smiled at Feng Wu. Perhaps Feng Wu was very strong, but compared to him, there was still a big gap. With the physique of a king of soldiers and master-level combat skills, no one in the whole world could defeat him in a bare-handed fight. Today, I have truly opened my eyes. Feng Wu said with mixed feelings. Uncle Wu, you go back to the car first. Qi Niren said to Feng Wu. Okay. Feng Wu nodded and then walked towards the Mercedes-Benz. His whole figure seemed somewhat desolate. Mr. Lu really hides his strength well. Qi Niren came back to her senses, feeling equally complicated. She was well aware of Feng Wu's strength. If it weren't for the sake of her father's face, Feng Wu would never have become her bodyguard. Before this, Feng Wu was the bodyguard of a big shot in the cabinet. But even such a powerful Feng Wu was defeated by Lu Chen. And it was a thorough defeat. Even the battle between Feng Wu and Lu Chen made her feel like a child challenging a fierce tiger. And Feng Wu was that child. Thinking about Lu Chen's painting and culinary skills, even Qi Niren, who was well informed, was shocked and speechless. This man, so outstanding. Outstanding to the point of not seeming human. Qi Niren stared straight at Lu Chen, her heart beating fast. Qi Niren's favorability plus 50. President Qin, staring at me like this puts a lot of pressure on me. Lu Chen walked up to Qi Niren and said, or is it that President Qin, you have feelings for me? As he spoke, Lu Chen wrapped his hands around Qi Niren's slender waist. Feeling the strange sensation coming from her waist, Qi Niren trembled, but she did not push Lu Chen away. Instead, she moved closer to Lu Chen. What, only you can kiss me, but I can't have feelings for you? Qi Niren raised her head to meet Lu Chen's gaze, her eyes revealing a hint of passion. The reason she was still unmarried in her 30s, and had never even had a boyfriend, was because her standards were too high. Even men in the same circle as her were not up to her standards. She had even resigned herself to a lifetime of loneliness. But after meeting Lu Chen, she realized to what extent a person, a man, could be outstanding. Faced with such an outstanding man as Lu Chen, she naturally could not easily let him go. Then President Qin, why don't you tell me what you think of me? Lu Chen whispered in Qi Niren's ear, or shall we go to my bedroom and have a good chat? Let's stick to business. Qi Niren quickly stepped back, keeping a certain distance from Lu Chen. Her face was flushed with embarrassment at Lu Chen's words. I came to see you because I have a gift for you. Qi Niren opened her right hand to reveal a silver USB drive. This is? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. You'll see later, President Lu, Xinyiren said. This gift may not be grand, but it's a token of my affection. I'll take the gift. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen took the USB drive and said, President Qin, feel free to visit me whenever you have time. Okay. Xinyiren's face lit up with a brilliant smile. She gave Lu Chen the gift to befriend him. That guy is going too far. On the top floor of the Hongyun Pavilion, Nan Gongyan said with a dark expression, he has scheduled all my movies for late at night. Nan Gongyan stared at his phone intently. It displayed the movie schedules of major theaters, with Moon Crisis all scheduled for 3 or 4 in the morning, and only one show per day. Thinking he's clever, Nan Gongyi said expressionlessly, does he think the Entertainment Bureau will let him off the hook? He's too naive. Big brother, what should we do now? Nan Gongyan asked with a serious expression, has father found out about that guy's background? Is he really a descendant of the cabinet? In the cabinet, there is only one surnamed Lu, and father visited him yesterday. Although the other party did not explicitly say it, the implication was that this Lu Chen has no relation to him. But if he's not related to that person, how did he become the president of the Southwest Agricultural Association and the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau? And what about the terrifying cash flow he possesses? Father is investigating this matter. Nan Gongyi said, but in my opinion, he is likely a pawn. A pawn? Nan Gongyun looked puzzled. The 5 families and 10 clans may seem to maintain harmonious relations, but in reality, for their own interests, they are all secretly plotting against each other. To prevent the opponent from knowing their own calculations, everyone has come up with many methods. Among them, selecting a chess piece to be placed in plain sight is the most commonly used method. Once the chess piece encounters trouble, it can be discarded at any time. Currently, many bosses of groups in our country, and even many employees of various departments, are actually pawns of major forces. And that person named Lu Chen is obviously a pawn of a certain prestigious family, with a deep heritage, possessing a terrifying cash flow, and also having a certain degree of influence in the cabinet. Therefore, only prestigious families can create pawns like Lu Chen. A buzzing sound echoed as Nan Gongye's voice fell. Nan Gongyun's phone suddenly rang. When Nan Gongyun answered the phone, his entire expression changed instantly. Seeing this, Nan Gongyi furrowed his brows. It's over, completely over. Hanging up the phone, Nan Gongyun collapsed on the sofa, his face extremely pale. At the same time, a large number of news related to Blue Sky Entertainment appeared online. Shocking, the general manager of Blue Sky Entertainment actually forced female artists under the company to engage in illegal activities. Several female artists speak out, claiming to have been violated by Nan Gongyun, the owner of Blue Sky Entertainment. Moon Crisis, multiple lead actors' images collapse. Below the news, there were comments filled with indignation from netizens. I can't believe that even in the 21st century, the entertainment industry is still so dark. I have a friend who used to be a trainee at Blue Sky Entertainment. However, not long ago, she was diagnosed with severe depression and ended up jumping off a building to commit suicide. I now seriously suspect that she was violated by the executives of Blue Sky Entertainment. No wonder Star Cinema didn't screen Moon Crisis. I'm afraid the owner of Star Cinema knows some inside information. It's right not to screen movies from that animal company. Lu Chen, it must be him, it must be him. Nan Gongyun's expression turned fierce. I'm going to kill him. Calm down, Nan Gongyi said in a deep voice. The most urgent matter now is how to protect yourself. Brother, save me, you must save me. Nan Gongyun hurriedly knelt in front of Nan Gongyi, his eyes filled with fear. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Nan Gongyun's heart tightened, and he slumped to the ground. The scene of Han Yi being arrested began to flash before his eyes. Bang! The door of the private room was pushed open, and several police officers rushed in and grabbed Nan Gongyun. Nan Gongyun, please come with us. Brother, save me. Nan Gongyun desperately sought help from Nan Gongyi. However, Nan Gongyi closed his eyes. Lu Chun. Nan Gongyi walked to the window, watching Nan Gongyun being taken away by the police car, his eyes cold. Let me accompany you for a good play. A buzzing sound came from his phone. Nan Gongyi looked at the caller and furrowed his brows. An hour later, 3 more figures appeared in the private room. They were Su Yao, Shu Kong, and Zhang Qingyue. Brother Yi, I heard that your brother was arrested. Shu Kong spoke up. Since you already know, why bother asking me? Nan Gongyi said expressionlessly. Su, why did you call us here? I called you all here because I have something to discuss with you. Su Yao said, I believe you all know about my group's entry into the new energy vehicle field, and I called you here to invite you to invest in my Flying Dragon automobile under my company. Brother Yi, as far as I know, your father started laying out the field of new energy vehicles very early, and not long ago, the New Energy Research Institute under your Dragon Soaring Group made a major breakthrough. With these research results, coupled with the recent release of the Automotive Reform Document, no company in the field of new energy vehicles in our country can be your competitor. Why would you want us to invest? Nangon furrowed his brows. He wouldn't believe in pie falling from the sky. Brother Yi, since you know that my father started laying out the field of new energy vehicles very early, do you think others wouldn't know? Su Yao stared at Nangon Yi and said, how can Brother Yi ensure that others have not laid out in advance? Our Longton Group is ultimately a real estate company. This time, venturing into the new energy vehicle field is a huge leap. To be on the safe side, I thought of inviting a few people to invest. It depends on whether these few individuals have any ideas about this new energy vehicle cake. Su Yao finished speaking and sat on the sofa, picked up a teacup and took a sip. The main reason she invited a few people to invest is that Longting Group encountered financial problems. Although Longting Group is a trillion-dollar conglomerate, due to a series of documents issued in recent years targeting housing prices, coupled with Su Nanshan's broad layout and excessive capital consumption, Longting Group has encountered a series of issues. However, Su Nantian has hidden these problems, and the outside world is unaware. President Su, how much equity are you planning to offer? Shu Kong pondered for a moment. It's false to say he's not tempted by this big cake of new energy vehicles. 40%, Su Yao replied. That's a lot. Zhu Kang's eyes lit up. So, President Su, how much capital are you planning to have us invest? 30 billion in cash for 1% of the original shares. 30 billion is too much, Zhu Kang frowned. Although I trust you, President Su, no one knows if the market will support Feilong Motors. Mr. Shu, let's not rush to say it's expensive. Su Yao opened the briefcase on the sofa, took out a document, and handed it to Zhu Kang. These are the various patented technologies of Feilong Motors. I can assure you that even compared to those foreign new energy vehicle brands, Feilong Motors will not be inferior. And the market share of new energy vehicles in Longwa reaches tens of trillions. Even if Feilong Motors only occupies half of the market share, it can still reach $1 trillion valuation. By then, the 40% original shares you invested in today will not be priced at 30 billion. 30 billion is still a bit too expensive, Zhu Kang said after reading the document. How about this, 25 billion? I will invest 250 billion in exchange for 10% of Feilong Motors' original shares. 30 billion is already the lowest price. Su Yao smiled confidently at Zhu Kang. President Su, I admit I have high hopes for Feilong Motors, but don't forget that our country's current automobile market is still dominated by gasoline vehicles. I see that this document mentions unlimited charging technology, but the premise is that charging stations must be built nationwide. Before that, gasoline vehicles, with the advantage of convenient refueling, are unbeatable in market response and public opinion compared to new energy vehicles. I have another document here, Mr. Zhu, you can take a look. Su Yao took out another document from the briefcase and handed it to Zhu Kang. What is this? Zhu Kang took the document with a puzzled expression, and when he saw the large characters at the top of the document, his pupils instantly contracted. Nangang Yi and Jiang Qingyue's expressions became serious when they saw the content of the document. President Su, is the content of this document true? Zhu Kang's breathing quickened. Mr. Zhu, do you think I would forge it? Su Yao stood up from the sofa. You all know the recent foreign situation, so the rise in oil prices is not surprising. The second document Su Yao showed Zhu Kang was a notice of an upcoming increase in oil prices. Currently, Longwa's 92-octane gasoline price is 8.5, and it will increase to 10 tomorrow. Although it seems to only increase by 1.5 per liter, the news of gasoline price hikes is definitely good news for new energy vehicles. In addition, the friend who gave me this notice told me that oil prices will continue to rise in the next month. Su Yao said slowly, with rising oil prices, support from above for automotive reform, and leading various patented technologies, does Mr. Shu still think 30 billion is expensive? Not expensive. Zhu Kang took a deep breath and looked at Nangang Yi and Jiang Qingyue. What do you think? Since President Su was willing to share the cake with me, I naturally can't let President Su down. Nangang Yeshio said, 600 billion, I want 20% of the original shares. I'll pass. Jiang Qingyue pondered for a moment and said, recently, my group has encountered some problems, and I can't come up with that much cash temporarily. That's a pity. Shu Kang's eyes lit up. In that case, I'll also offer 600 billion for 20% of the original shares. Jiang Qingyue heard this but remained silent. It's not that she couldn't come up with the cash. It's just that she suddenly thought of Lu Chen. She knew about the conflict between Lu Chen and Su Yao. She was worried that cooperating with Su Yao would displease Lu Chen, leading him to refuse to let the restaurants under the Han Yun Group become distributors of Dream Eater. Once those restaurants under the Han Yun Group couldn't become Dream Eater distributors, they would only face closure in the face of Dream Eater's competition, and the market value of the Han Yun Group would be greatly affected. Although she also wanted to get a share in the new energy vehicle field, she didn't dare to take the risk. The time came to the afternoon. Lu Chen received several calls, one from Lin Xiaoxiao, Xia Ning, and Yan Yu. The three of them were on holiday today and contacted him immediately. In response, Lu Chen first told Lin Xiaoxiao about the moving matter and informed Lin Yanran to pick up Lin Xiaoxiao. He then drove to a hotel near Huajiang. In the hotel suite, Lu Chen opened Douyin. Out of 10 videos, 9 were related to Blue Sky Entertainment. The Entertainment Administration issued a document, focusing on rectifying the entertainment industry next. The boss of Blue Sky Entertainment was arrested, and Blue Sky Entertainment is facing bankruptcy crisis. The crisis of Moon was taken down, and the actors are required to cultivate both art and morality. Watching these news, Lu Chen was not surprised at all, because the revelations about the high level of Blue Sky Entertainment were sent out by him, and these revelations came from the USB drive sent by Qin Iran. As for where Qin Iran got these things, he didn't know. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Lu Chen got up to open the door. Brother Lu Chen. Outside the door, Xia Ning looked at Lu Chen with a shy face. Come in. Lu Chen looked at Xia Ning. She was wearing a camisole, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. She wore a super short skirt, and her long legs were very eye-catching. Because they were too close, Lu Chen could vaguely see the roundness wrapped in black. It was quite substantial and very firm. Xia Ning followed Lu Chen into the room, looking a bit nervous. These days, all she could think about was Lu Chen. It's not that she loved Lu Chen so much, but because Lu Chen gave her too much pocket money every day. It started with 1 million a day, and later it became 10 million a day. Once, Lu Chen even transferred 1 billion to her, which scared her so much that she hurriedly returned the money, saying she dared not accept it. At the same time, she was constantly thinking about having a relationship with Lu Chen. After receiving so much money from Lu Chen, not to mention being a lover, she would even be willing to be a mistress. So after school today, she called Lu Chen immediately. Originally, she was worried that Lu Chen wouldn't have time, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen asked her to meet at the hotel. This made her both excited and nervous. Xia Ning's favorability plus 50. How about it, is the pocket money enough? Lu Chen sat on the edge of the bed, smiling at Xia Ning, and checked her favorability towards him. Name, Xia Ning. Age, 19. Height, 173. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 90. Driver, 0. Favorability, 85. It's enough. Xia Ning said somewhat helplessly, Brother Lu Chen, you don't need to transfer money to me in the future. The money in my account now, even if I spend it for a lifetime, I won't be able to finish it. That won't do. Lu Chen hugged Xia Ning's slender waist, his big hand wandering on her body. The money I give you, you just need to accept it. But, Xia Ning stopped halfway through her words, and her pretty face turned red. Quite substantial. Feeling the softness in his hand, Lu Chen's breathing became slightly rapid. Brother Lu Chen. Xia Ning's body stiffened, and her gaze towards Lu Chen was filled with ripples. Seeing this, Lu Chen reached out and removed the hair tie on Xia Ning's head, instantly letting her long hair fall down, black and shiny. Are you scared? Lu Chen gently laid Xia Ning down on the bed. Not scared. Xia Ning tightly grasped the bedsheets with both hands, her agile eyes like a little deer, always staring at Lu Chen as if wanting to engrave him in her heart. The battle ended. Xia Ning lay in Lu Chen's arms, with a hint of less innocence in her eyes. Various marks covered her snow-white skin. On the bedsheet, a bright plum blossom bloomed. Brother Lu Chen, let's continue. Xia Ning endured the discomfort in her body and sat up from the bed. Although they had fought for an hour, she felt that Lu Chen was not satisfied. You should rest first. Lu Chen said, we'll continue tonight. Okay. Xia Ning shyly nodded. She really couldn't fight anymore now. She had just experienced intimacy for the first time, and Lu Chen's intensity was too much for her to bear. I have something to do, I'll go out for a while. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and he hadn't fought monsters today. Brother Lu Chen, I'll wait for you. Xia Ning looked straight at Lu Chen, subconsciously clutching the blanket. Seeing Xia Ning's small movements, how could Lu Chen not know what she was worried about? Wait for me. Lu Chen lowered his head and gently kissed Xia Ning's lips. Only then did Xia Ning slowly loosen the blanket. After leaving the hotel, Lu Chen was about to go to the nearby agricultural market to buy insects for killing, when his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Jiang Qingyue. After answering the call, Lu Chen and Jiang Qingyue chatted briefly, then he drove to the agricultural market across the Hua River to buy a large number of leeches and crickets. Hua River Bridge. There were many vehicles coming and going. Lu Chen was directly stuck on the bridge. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze was attracted by a figure. He saw a woman climbing onto the bridge railing, then leaping into the river. The sudden scene stunned Lu Chen. When he came to his senses, he quickly got out of the car and ran towards the bridge. Quick! Someone jumped into the river. Exclamations rang out. When the onlookers wanted to jump into the river to save the person, the height from the river to the bridge directly discouraged them. Call the police quickly, it's too late. What's wrong with them, to resort to suicide? Jumping from such a height, even if the person is not drowned, they might be killed by the fall. Various voices continued to sound. The scene became noisy for a while. Make way. Lu Chen squeezed out of the crowd and quickly walked to the edge of the bridge. Young man, don't be impulsive, we have already called the police. Seeing Lu Chen's intention to jump into the river to save the person, the crowd quickly advised him. The height from the river to the bridge is 20 meters, even if you can swim, if you're unlucky, you might not be able to come back up once you jump down. Yes, saving people is a good thing, but don't sacrifice your own life for it, it's not worth it. Handsome guy, wait for the police to come. Lu Chen ignored the crowd. Watching the woman struggling in the water and then motionless, he climbed over the railing and jumped down. Lu Chen. At the moment Lu Chen jumped down, Jiang Qingyue squeezed out of the crowd. Her car was also stuck on the bridge. Splash! The sound of water rang out. Jiang Qingyue lay on the railing, her gaze fixed on the river. She only saw a small splash on the water, but Lu Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. It's over, that young man must have had an accident. In this day and age, there are still people wanting to be heroes, now he's done it, sacrificing his life for others. Jumping from such a height, only causing such a small splash, could that person be from the diving team? Look, that handsome guy is still alive. Someone exclaimed. They saw Lu Chen emerge from beside the woman and swim quickly towards the riverbank, holding the woman. Damn, this guy is really fierce. He jumped from such a height and nothing happened. Is this guy a fish? How can he hold someone and swim so fast? What do you call professional? This is what you call professional. I bet this handsome guy is definitely from the swimming team. Lu Chen was unaware of the discussions among the crowd on the bridge. He was swimming towards the shore with an unconscious woman. With his master-level swimming skills, although he couldn't compare to real fish in the water, saving a person was easy for him. As for jumping from a 20-meter height, he was completely fine. A few minutes later, Lu Chen brought the woman ashore. When he saw the woman's appearance clearly, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. It was because the woman was very beautiful, definitely a beauty. Without thinking about why the woman jumped into the river, Lu Chen pressed on the woman's chest and started performing CPR on her. The woman still showed no signs of waking up. So Lu Chen started artificial respiration. In this way, Lu Chen continued to perform artificial respiration and CPR for several minutes until the woman suddenly opened her eyes wide and spit out a large amount of river water. Cough, cough. The woman turned to the side, coughing violently, looking very painful. Are you okay? Lu Chen asked as he took off his clothes to dry them, while inquiring. Thank you. The woman glanced at Lu Chen and collapsed on the ground exhausted. Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't ask much and just turned and left. Why the woman attempted suicide was not his concern. As for whether the woman would attempt suicide again in the future, it was also not his concern. He just happened to see it this time, and with his master-level swimming skills, saving the woman's life was no problem, just like taking a bath for himself. As soon as Lu Chen left, the hat uncle and paramedics quickly followed. When Lu Chen returned to the bridge, the crowd swarmed around him, taking photos and videos with their phones. Handsome guy, you're so cool. Jumping from a 20-meter height like that. Young man, you're great. Good people will be rewarded. God will definitely bless you. Brother, you're so handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Wait, isn't this Mr. Lu? Please make way. Lu Chen looked helplessly at the crowd surrounding him. Mr. Lu, I'm your fan, can you give me an autograph? Damn, the hero who saved someone is actually Mr. Lu. I knew I didn't pick the wrong idol. It's a good thing Mr. Lu is okay, otherwise our country would lose a master painter and a versatile chef. Not only that, a few days ago the Calligraphy Association announced that Mr. Lu is also a master calligrapher. After recognizing Lu Chen, the crowd became very excited. Some bold female fans even took the opportunity to secretly touch his abs while Lu Chen wasn't paying attention. In response, Lu Chen quickened his pace and returned to his car. Half an hour later, Lu Chen finally drove off the Huajiang Bridge and parked his car in a nearby park. Not long after, Zhang Qingyue also drove to the park. Mr. Lu's current number of fans is probably more than some A-list celebrities. Zhang Qingyue got out of the car and looked at Lu Chen. When she saw Lu Chen's sculpted physique, her cheeks couldn't help but blush. Miss Zhang, let's talk business. Lu Chen glanced at the time. I have something to attend to later. Mr. Lu, why don't you go to the hospital first? Zhang Qingyue asked with concern. After all, you jumped from over 20 meters high, you might have internal injuries. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine, Lu Chen said as he walked towards a nearby public bench. Mr. Lu, have you been in contact with Su Yao recently? Zhang Qingyue caught up with Lu Chen and asked. I deleted her contact information a long time ago. Lu Chen sat on the bench, his face calm. You said on the phone that you wanted to talk to me about something. Is it related to Su Yao? Yes. Zhang Qingyue sat down next to Lu Chen and told him about the collaboration between Zhang Qingyue, Zhu Kang, and Nan Gongyi. After listening to what Zhang Qingyue said, Lu Chen fell into silence. Just then, an ice cream vendor passed by. Miss Jiang, it's so hot today. Let me treat you to an ice cream. Lu Chen suddenly stood up and walked towards the vendor. He bought 2 old-fashioned ice creams for 2 yuan, tore open the packaging, and handed one to Zhang Qingyue. Thank you. Zhang Qingyue took the ice cream and started eating it slowly. On the other hand, Lu Chen took a big bite directly. This weather is perfect for eating ice cream, Lu Chen said with a smile. Watching Lu Chen, who seemed like a big boy, Zhang Qingyue was somewhat mesmerized. Zhang Qingyue's favorability plus 30. Miss Chang, not investing in Feilong Motors was the right decision. Lu Chen's smile disappeared, and his eyes turned cold. Feilong Motors under the Longting Group will end up like the gourmet city. Is Mr. Lu also planning to enter the new energy vehicle field? Zhang Qingyue came back to her senses and subconsciously swallowed. You'll find out tomorrow, Miss Jiang, Lu Chen said meaningfully. Zhang Qingyue didn't ask further and just quietly ate her ice cream. After finishing the ice cream, Zhang Qingyue left in her car. Lu Chen went to a nearby funeral shop to buy joss paper and a lighter. In a secluded area of the park, Lu Chen lit the joss paper and threw in a box containing crickets and leeches. As the flames burned, the system notifications kept ringing. Killed 1 cricket, received money plus 100,000. Killed a total of 10 crickets, received money plus 1 billion. Killed a total of 100 crickets, received 100 boxes of ammunition. Killed a total of 1,000 crickets, received 100 boxes of firearms. Reached the limit of killing crickets, completed the achievement Cricket Brother, and received 51% of Confronting Group's shares. Killed 1 leech, received money plus 999,999. Killed a total of 10 leeches, received money plus 1 billion. Killed a total of 100 leeches, received a 10% discount consumption card. Killed a total of 1,000 leeches, received a lucky monster hunting card ×1. Reached the limit of killing leeches, completed the achievement Leech Terminator, and received 6 master-level skill upgrade cards. Rewards have been distributed. Relevant documents and information have been sent to the host's manor warehouse and phone. Firearms and ammunition have been distributed to Sun Island. Oh my! When Lu Chen heard about receiving firearms and ammunition, he panicked. After all, Longwa strictly prohibits citizens from owning guns. If the system had distributed firearms and ammunition to the manor, he would be in big trouble. Fortunately, the firearms and ammunition were distributed to Sun Island, which relieved him. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen took out his phone to check the reward information. Among them, Confronting Group, also known as Confronting Shipbuilding, is a leading enterprise in the domestic shipping industry, with a market value of trillions and a huge fleet covering bulk carriers, container ships, tankers, and other types of vessels. Then there were the 10% discount card, Lucky Monster Hunting card, and 6 Master Skill upgrade cards. The 10% discount card could be used to get a 10% discount on a single purchase of up to 5 billion, with the system subsidizing the discount. Lu Chen immediately thought of the Urban Village Amusement Park project. Originally, he planned to establish a construction company in the name of Lin Xiaoxiao and use Lin Xiaoxiao's daily 1 billion love fund quota as the funding for building the amusement park. But now he had changed his mind. He estimated investing around 60 billion in building a large-scale amusement park comparable to Disneyland. He could use the 50 billion part directly with the 10% discount card, requiring only a one-time payment of 5 billion. As for the remaining 10 billion, he had a 50% discount coupon obtained from Killing Flies, which could provide a 50% discount on a single purchase of up to 10 billion. In other words, for the entire estimated 60 billion amusement park project, he only needed to pay 10 billion. As for the daily love fund quotas of women like Lin Xiaoxiao, he planned to use them for the Korea Wood City building plan. The lucky monster hunting card was self-explanatory. Last time when fighting monsters, Lu Chen was able to explode new energy vehicle black technology, space eye, intelligent micro-robots and other supercognitive rewards, by using the lucky card for fighting monsters. Finally, there was the Grandmaster level skill upgrade card. It can allow him to upgrade skills to the Grandmaster level. Currently, the skills he has mastered are Grandmaster level martial arts, Grandmaster level painting, Master level swimming, Master level traditional Chinese medicine, Master level calligraphy, Master level music, Master level cooking, and Master level driving. In addition, he still has 3 Master level skill upgrade cards left unused. Lu Chen did not hesitate. He directly used 6 Grandmaster level skill cards to upgrade swimming, music, calligraphy, traditional Chinese medicine, cooking, and driving to the Grandmaster level. Successful use of Grandmaster level skill upgrade card X6. Master level swimming, music, calligraphy, traditional Chinese medicine, cooking, driving successfully upgraded to Grandmaster level. Grandmaster level swimming merging in progress. The system prompts kept ringing one after another. Suddenly, a large amount of information flooded into Lu Chen's mind. After integrating this massive information, Lu Chen's attainments in the 6 skill areas of swimming, music, traditional Chinese medicine, calligraphy, cooking, and driving instantly reached their peak. His mind returned. Lu Chen checked his personal information. Host, Lu Chen. Age, 23 years old. Monster fighting value, 13,000/50,000. Daily monster fighting quantity, 2,000/2000. Achievements completed, 23. Love fund, 110. 28 billion. Personal wealth, 113. 2 billion. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Chen left the hotel. Xianing stayed at the hotel to recover from injuries. After leaving the hotel, Lu Chen headed straight to the airport. Today, he needed to attend the Phoenix Motors new car launch event in the Magic City, Mountain City Auto Expo Center. Although it was only 8 o'clock in the morning, the place was already crowded with people. I'm so excited, we will soon see the first new energy vehicle in our country. I hope Phylong Motors won't disappoint us. Have you not seen the information released on the Phylong Motors official website? Phylong Motors' various patented technologies are among the top in the world in the field of new energy vehicles. Support Phylong, I prefer intelligent new energy vehicles over traditional fuel cars. Inside the venue, Su Yao, Nangong Yi, and Shu Kong had also arrived early. President Su, I heard that Phoenix Motors is also releasing a new car today. Shu Kong spoke up. I know, Su Yao said calmly, Phoenix Motors is still releasing fuel cars this time, which pose no threat to us. As Su Yao's words fell, her phone suddenly rang. When she saw the caller, Su Yao's expression immediately became serious. She answered the call. A magnetic voice came from the other end. The person you asked me to watch has taken a plane to the Magic City. Also, I just received news that a few days ago, there was a change in the ownership of Phoenix Motors, and that person has become the largest shareholder of Phoenix Motors. Okay, I got it. Su Yao took a deep breath upon hearing this. Thank you. Well, feel free to contact me if you need anything, the person on the other end of the phone said before hanging up. President Su, what's wrong? Shu Kong frowned. Is something wrong? Lu Chen has become the largest shareholder of Phoenix Motors. Su Yao clenched her hands, her eyes cold. He is now on a plane to the Magic City to attend the Phoenix Motors new car launch event. Damn, why is he everywhere? Shu Kang's face instantly turned ugly. He can be said to hate Lu Chen to the bone. Lu Chen first had someone sell him a fake prescription for 50 billion, and then sued him for infringement. Although the court judgment is not yet out, he will ultimately have to pay. After all, the patents related to the prescription are all with Lu Chen. At the same time, what he couldn't understand was why, even though the prescription was correct, the anti-epidemic medicine produced by his company was ineffective. But that's not the main reason he hates Lu Chen the most. The main reason he hates Lu Chen is that the appearance of the anti-epidemic medicine has caused his group's market value to evaporate rapidly, and his market share is being gradually encroached upon by Ling Yanran's Baiyun Breeding Company. It is because the anti-epidemic medicine produced by Shinnon Pharmaceutical Group is currently only provided to Baiyun Breeding Farm. In other words, currently in the entire Long Kingdom, only the pork from Baiyun Breeding Farm is the cheapest. It seems that Guy intends to continue to oppose us in the automotive field. Nangong Ye's face was equally ugly. Compared to Zhu Kong, who only lost some money, his Nangong family not only lost money but also lost people. The Blue Sky Entertainment worth over 500 billion was directly bankrupted by Lu Chen. Nangong Yun, Han Yi was even sent to jail by Lu Chen. To be honest, his hatred towards Lu Chen is the greatest, even surpassing Zhu Kong and Su Yao. He wants to compete with us through Phoenix Motors, which is simply overestimating his abilities. Suyao glanced at the time and said, "In an hour, the national oil price will increase. By taking advantage of the hype of the oil price increase, I will also live broadcast the Filong press conference on the entire network. Compared to the hundreds of yuan for refueling a gasoline car, it only costs tens of yuan to charge a Filong once. Coupled with Filong's comparable endurance and unmanned driving technology to gasoline cars, I believe car enthusiasts' eyes are sharp, and they will definitely choose to support Filong Motors. But what if that guy has a trump card?" Shu Kang looked uneasy and said, "After all, there is a high possibility that there is a certain prestigious family supporting him, and their power should not be underestimated. Even if he has a trump card, we must compete with him to the end." Suyao looked at Zhu Kang and said, "Or, General Zhu, are you afraid?" Shu Kang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment, but he did have shadows in his heart towards Lu Chen. After all, he had never met Lu Chen in person so far, and Lu Chen had caused him heavy losses just by operating behind the scenes. Damn, it would be best if that guy died in a plane crash. The more Zhu Kang thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and then he cursed Lu Chen. On the plane flying to the Magic City, Lu Chen sat in the first-class seat, looking at the scenery outside the window. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had ever taken a plane in his life. Before obtaining the system, he mostly stayed in the mountain city, and even when he went to other cities, he traveled by high-speed rail. Just as Lu Chen was immersed in the beautiful scenery outside the window, a voice as clear as a silver bell rang in his ears. "Hello, may I take a photo with you?" A flight attendant in uniform was nervously looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a beautiful face with delicate makeup. Her graceful figure was well outlined under the uniform. "I'm not a celebrity." Lu Chen smiled and replied. "Mr. Lu, I'm your fan." The flight attendant bent over, her cheeks blushing. "Why do you all call me Mr. Lu?" Lu Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Because Mr. Lu, you are the owner of the food street. I've been to the food street several times, the food there is very delicious. If it's delicious, go there often." Lu Chen didn't explain anything. Although he had transferred the restaurants on Baiyun Street to Li Mingqi's name, Baiyun Street belonged to him, so it was not wrong to say that he was the owner of the food street. "Mr. Lu, is it okay?" the flight attendant asked cautiously. "Yes." Lu Chen nodded and stood up next to the flight attendant. Seeing this, the flight attendant's face showed an excited expression. She raised her phone and took a photo with Lu Chen. In the photo, Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, with a faint smile on his face. The flight attendant leaned against Lu Chen like a little bird, with only a few centimeters between them. "Thank you, Lu." Bang! Just as the flight attendant was about to thank Lu Chen, the plane suddenly shook violently. She lost her balance and bumped into Lu Chen's arms. At the same time, the plane became noisy. What's going on? Why is the plane shaking so badly? Could it be an accident? Shut up, the plane is the safest means of transportation, how could anything go wrong? Inside the plane cockpit, Captain Li Yon looked solemnly at the crack on the glass. Just now, something had hit the glass. "Master, should we contact the control tower to request an emergency landing?" First Officer Zhang Tao spoke up. Click. Just as Zhang Tao finished speaking, the crack on the glass began to spread. Before the two could react, the glass shattered directly. In an instant, a terrifying suction force came, and Zhang Tao was sucked out of the window. Zhang Tao. Seeing this scene, Li Yon's face turned pale. He quickly picked up the intercom to call the control tower. Magic City, Mountain City 8668. Mountain City 8668, go ahead. The plane's glass is shattered, the first officer has been sucked out of the window. I am now requesting an emergency descent. After saying this, Li Yong put down the intercom, grabbed the control stick with both hands, and struggled to maintain the balance of the plane. The strong wind kept blowing into the cabin, and due to the altitude, the wind was bone-chilling. Bang! 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 The cockpit door was knocked hard, and behind the door came the anxious voice of a safety officer. "Captain Li, what's happening?" Li Yong, upon hearing this, reached out with difficulty and pressed the cabin door open button. As the cabin door opened, the safety officer was shocked and sat paralyzed on the ground. When he came to his senses, the safety officer crouched down, his face pale, and said, "Captain Li, what do you need me to do?" However, Li Yong did not respond to him. At this moment, Li Yong's neck was bleeding continuously. It was pierced by a piece of glass at some point. Seeing this scene, the safety officer's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with despair. In the first-class cabin, Lu Chen had a bad premonition. Without thinking much, he hurried towards the cockpit. Boom! Just as he took a few steps, the plane shook even more violently, and after the shake, it quickly plummeted 90 degrees towards the ground. Ah! Screams continued to ring out. The whole plane was in chaos. What's happening? Why is the plane plummeting? Help! I don't want to die. Mom, I'm scared. Despair filled the entire plane. Cries were heard one after another. At the Mountain City Auto Expo Center, Su Yao received a sudden phone call. After hanging up the phone, she felt as if all her strength had left her. Su, what's wrong again? Zhu Kong frowned. The plane Lu Chen was on has crashed. Su Yao's mood was very complicated at this moment. Although she and Lu Chen were no longer possible, the thought of Lu Chen dying made her feel uneasy. What? Zhu Kong was shocked, swallowed hard, and said, "It's not my business, I just said it casually. I didn't expect, Mr. Zhu, you have the ability to jinx." Nangongyi joked, with a smile on his face, "I didn't expect, even the heavens are helping us. The chances of a plane crash are very low, but once a plane crashes, there is no possibility of survival for the passengers on board. But if that guy dies, we'll have a lot less trouble." That's right. Zhu Kong came to his senses, a smile on his face. "If that guy dies, it's only good for us. Su, the press conference is about to start." A staff member approached Su Yao. "I know." Su Yao forcibly calmed down her strange emotions and began to walk towards the press conference stage. At the same time, netizens across the country came across several major news stories. Mountain City 8668 flight crashed. National oil prices rise. Starting today, oil prices enter the era of 10 yuan. File-long press conference begins. Under the various news, netizens' comments were flooding the screens. Mountain City 8668 must be okay. God bless, may all the people on the plane be safe and sound. 92 gasoline for $10? Why not go grab some? Damn, oil prices are so high, I'd rather walk in the future. Everyone, go watch the File-long press conference. Damn, it's amazing. The longest range is 1,000 kilometers, autonomous driving technology, unlimited fast charging, and it costs less than 30 yuan to fully charge. Please give me a reason not to buy a flying dragon car? Is there anyone who can fly a plane? The safety officer ran back into the cabin as if he had gone mad, shouting at everyone. Something's wrong, Captain Lee has lost too much blood and passed out. There is no one currently piloting the plane. We're done for, now we're all going to die. The flight attendants who were comforting the passengers all slumped to the ground. Although they had anticipated this outcome, when death truly approached, they could no longer remain strong. They looked out the window. The plane had descended to an altitude of 1,000 meters and was about to collide with a mountain peak. Seeing this scene, everyone closed their eyes in despair. Boom! The plane shook violently again. In the silent cabin, the death that everyone had imagined did not come. When everyone opened their eyes, they were stunned by what they saw. Just as the plane was about to crash into the mountain peak, the nose of the plane quickly pulled up and passed by the mountain peak. Boom! The plane continued to shake. Everyone dared not even breathe, gripping the armrests tightly. In the cockpit, Lu Chen gripped the control stick with a serious expression. Who the cold wind whistled past. Lu Chen's facial muscles twitched as they were blown by the wind. At that moment, a mosquito emitted a faint blue light, forming an energy shield that isolated the cold wind. That was close. When the plane leveled off, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been a moment later, everyone on the plane would have died. Even he would not have been spared. Although the intelligent micro-robots could activate the protective shield, the defense of the shield had its limits. The force generated by the collision between the plane and the mountain peak might exceed the shield's defensive capabilities. Lu, Mr. Lu. A trembling voice sounded behind Lu Chen. The flight attendant who had taken a photo with Lu Chen was staring blankly at him as he piloted the plane. Behind the flight attendant stood the other crew members. Don't come here. Lu Chen turned around and looked at everyone with a serious expression. There's a loss of pressure in the cockpit. You don't have any protection. A slight mistake and you could be sucked out. As Lu Chen's words fell, everyone recoiled in fear. Thank goodness, Mr. Lu can fly the plane, we're saved. Tears glistened in the flight attendant's eyes. Quick, let's go back to comfort the passengers. The chief flight attendant led the flight attendant and others back to the cabin. Due to their excitement, a few flight attendants accidentally stumbled. What's going on? How did the plane return to normal? Can someone tell me if this is a dream? Am I dead or alive right now? Wah, I'm never going to fly again. I want to go home, I want to go home. Tears streaked down everyone's faces. Although the plane had returned to normal, after passing through the gates of death, everyone's mentality had completely collapsed. Don't worry, the plane is fine now. The chief flight attendant said excitedly, there's a young man who can fly the plane, he will lead us to a safe landing. Really? That's great. As long as I can make it back alive this time, that young man will be my savior. "Miss, tell the hero not to be nervous, we're all entrusting our lives to him." Overwhelmed with joy, everyone wept, their eyes filled with renewed hope. At the Magic City Airport, firefighters, police, and medical personnel were already waiting at the airport. All planes on the runway had been cleared to make enough landing space for Mountain City 8668. Inside the control tower, all the leaders of Magic City had gathered, staring intently at a display screen. "The signal for Mountain City 8668 has been restored," a control tower worker exclaimed. Instantly, everyone became tense. "Inform everyone, be on high alert." A middle-aged man in an executive jacket named Hu Yueguang, the leader of Magic City No. 1, said solemnly. "Yes." As the staff went to convey Hu Yueguang's instructions, an airplane also appeared in the sky above the airport. However, the plane was shaking violently and showing signs of power failure. "Not good, there seems to be a problem with the power unit of Shancheng 8668, the tower staff said with a pale face. "Without enough power to cushion, Shancheng 8668 will not be able to land properly, and in the end, it may even crash." "Damn it," Tower Commander Wu Gang clenched his fists and said, "the people on the plane will be safe soon. Why did the power unit fail at this time? Is there no other way?" Hu Yueguang said with an unpleasant expression. "A plane crash is a big deal at any time. Moreover, there are over 100 passengers on the plane, over 100 lives." "Ah," Wu Gang sighed, shaking his head. "At this point, all we can do is pray for a miracle." Wu Gang stared fixedly at the display screen. The plane's power was getting weaker, and the jet engine was emitting a lot of black smoke. "Quick, evacuate quickly, inside the runway." Personnel from various departments were retreating towards the distance. Media personnel were even broadcasting live from the scene. At the Shancheng Expo Center, Suyao's press conference came to a halt halfway. It was because the audience below was no longer interested in what she had to say. Everyone's attention was drawn to the projection screen in the hall. On the projection screen, the live footage of the Modu airport was being broadcast. Watching the plane rapidly descending in the footage, everyone's faces turned pale. "It's over, at this rate of descent, there's no chance for the people on the plane to survive. They must be okay. It's useless, the captain of Shancheng 8668 has done his best. Even if a fighter pilot came, it wouldn't help with the jet engines broken." Everyone's eyes were filled with distress. Although their family members were not on the plane, the tragedy of their compatriots made them very upset. Behind the booth, Nan Gongyi and Xu Kang were also watching the live broadcast. Seeing the plane getting closer to crashing, Xu Kang gloated, "That's it, let that guy die in the plane." "Mr. Xu seems a bit too pleased with himself," Nan Gongyi said slowly. "He is already a dead man, Mr. Xu doesn't need to say useless things, lest someone with ill intentions hears and makes a big deal out of it. Brother Yi is right." Xu Kang glanced around, seeing no one else, he smirked, "That guy has opposed us, this is his retribution." "Damn!" As Xu Kang's voice fell, the entire exhibition hall suddenly erupted. "What the hell did I just see? A miracle has happened." The sudden eruption of voices left Xu Kang and Nan Gongyi stunned. The two hurriedly looked at the projection screen. When they looked, their pupils contracted, and they were dumbfounded. In the sky above Modu Airport, the plane, at a height of a kilometer from the runway, suddenly rotated 360 degrees like a barrel. With the force of the rotation, the plane's descent speed increased. Just as the plane was about to crash to the ground, the nose suddenly pulled up 90 degrees, and as the nose lifted, the tires made contact with the runway and rapidly rubbed against it. The terrifying inertia made it impossible for the plane to stop. Just as the plane was about to crash out of the runway, the nose pulled up again, but this time at a greater angle. At the same time, the plane veered off the runway, circled in the air for a few hundred meters, and then attempted to land again. Boom! The jet engines completely shut down, the plane's tires made contact with the runway. Without power and terrifying inertia, the plane smoothly slid out a few meters and stopped. Silence. Both on-site and in major live streaming platforms, there was silence. It wasn't until the plane's door was opened, and disheveled figures rushed out of the plane as if escaping, that everyone came back to their senses. "Quick, save the people," department leaders shouted with all their might. Medical personnel, firefighters, and media personnel all rushed towards the plane. Inside the control tower, Wu Gang sat exhausted in the chair. "It's a miracle, it's simply a miracle. Quick, go welcome our hero." Zhao Yueguang breathed a sigh of relief. With his own strength, he saved over 100 passengers on the plane. The captain of Shancheng 8668 this time is destined to be recorded in history. "Ugh, I'm alive." On the runway, surviving passengers were uncontrollably vomiting. Although they saved their lives this time, the experience during this period was enough to make them develop a psychological shadow towards airplanes. Where is the hero? Has the hero come out? Thanks to the hero this time, we were able to arrive safely on the ground. That being said, wasn't the hero a fighter pilot before? This is too exciting. I almost wet myself. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, a figure appeared at the airplane door. It was seen that Lu Chen was carrying the unconscious Li Yom on one shoulder while making a phone call. Yen Ran, don't worry, I'm fine. Xiao Xiao, don't cry, I'm still alive. Wani, wasn't my operation just now cool? Lu Chen called back all the women who cared about him to assure them of his safety. After doing this, he looked towards the crowd on the runway. However, the people were staring at him in astonishment. Wait, isn't the young man carrying Captain Li Yom on his shoulder? Why did Captain Li faint? Who was flying the plane just now? Could it be the co-pilot? Voices of doubt arose. For some who did not understand the situation, the scene before them was incomprehensible. Little hero, thank you. An old man suddenly knelt in front of Lu Chen. Following the lead of the old man, other passengers, regardless of age or gender, also knelt towards Lu Chen. If it weren't for Lu Chen, they would have long become lifeless bodies. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lu Chen was like their reborn parents. Therefore, they knelt willingly to Lu Chen. Could it be that the young man was the one flying the plane? This is too unbelievable. What are you all doing? Looking at the people kneeling before him, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile and cry. He did save everyone indeed. But in that situation, he had no choice but to save them. If he didn't, he would have died too. General Lu, Zhao Yueguang and Wu Gang walked out of the crowd. After seeing Lu Chen's appearance, a hint of fear flashed in Zhao Yueguang's eyes. He knew Lu Chen's identity. In the Magic City, Lu Chen was the largest shareholder of Phoenix Motors. Also, in the Magic City's Star Entertainment, Lu Chen was the largest shareholder. And in the Magic City's Kunping Shipbuilding, Lu Chen was also the largest shareholder. It was not an exaggeration to say that these three companies under Lu Chen's name played a significant role in the development of the Magic City. If something happened to Lu Chen, these three companies would be affected to a certain extent, indirectly impacting the economy of the Magic City. Mayor Zhao, you came at the right time. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Yueguang and said, my Phoenix Motors is holding a new car launch event today. I have to rush over now, I'll leave it to you here. And this person is also left to you. Lu Chen put Li Yong, who was on his shoulder, on the stretcher brought by the medical staff and said, his carotid artery was cut by glass. Although I stopped the bleeding, he must be treated as soon as possible, or there will be a risk to his life. Although he had not met Zhao Yueguang, Lu Chen had his information and contact number. These were rewards provided by the system. For example, if a company was rewarded by the system, the information of the company's executives and senior management would be sent to his phone. If the rewarded company had a high market value, the information and contact numbers of various leaders in the company's location would also be provided to him. Then General Lu, go ahead and be busy. Zhao Yueguang thought for a moment and said, after you're done, I will represent the official side to commend you for your rescue operation this time. Okay. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Although he wasn't very interested in rewards, he still had to give face to the official side and Zhao Yueguang. When Lu Chen left, Wu Gang led the staff to inspect the plane. When he saw the shattered glass in the cockpit, Wu Gang's voice trembled. How did he do it? Wu Gang himself was a retired fighter pilot, so he could see how bad Lu Chen's flying environment was. Being in high altitude with the cockpit glass all shattered meant that Lu Chen had to constantly endure the effects of air pressure and cold air. In addition, there were problems with the aircraft's power unit and the terrifying inertia of the aircraft plummeting. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to safely land the plane. But Lu Chen not only landed the plane smoothly, but he himself seemed unharmed. Wu Gang looked at Lu Chen walking away. His confident stride was full of spirit, showing no signs of having experienced death. Thinking back to Lu Chen's maneuvers just now, Cobra maneuver, Bell maneuver, barrel roll, all high difficulty flight stunts. Could this young man be the descendant of some military big shot? Wu Gang couldn't help but speculate about Lu Chen's background. After all, an ordinary person could not possibly possess such exquisite flying skills. At the Auto Expo Center, everyone cheered as the Mountain City 8668 successfully landed. But behind the booth, Nangong Yi and Shu Kang had faces as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Is it fake? Shu Kang's mouth twitched, his voice hoarse. Is that guy a turtle? How is he still alive? Nangong Yi didn't say anything in response, but his brows furrowed. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to survive. And to fly a plane, that was even more unexpected. At the same time, a bad premonition rose in his heart. He's amazing. That guy single-handedly saved everyone on the plane. What guy? That's Mr. Lu. I just saw a video of Mr. Lu jumping into the river to save someone yesterday, and today he saved over 100 people. He's a hero of our time. Phoenix Auto is actually Mr. Lu's company. Now I have to buy a Phoenix car to support Mr. Lu. Agreed, we must support him. Su Yao stood on the platform. Listening to the discussions below, she furrowed her brows. Everyone, let's continue the press conference. Su Yao composed herself and said, in addition to the super long battery life, autonomous driving, and unlimited fast charging mentioned earlier, the Phylon car also has features such as intelligent safety systems and smart connectivity. Su Yao continued to explain the selling points of the Phylon car, gradually capturing the audience's attention. Next, let's witness the first new energy car in our country, Phylon. Su Yao raised her voice, her emotions somewhat excited. As Su Yao's voice fell, the door behind the platform opened, and under the spotlight, a silver-gray car slowly drove out. The car's body was sleek, the headlights looked imposing, and with the golden dragon emblem on the front, the whole car was stylish and full of charm. So cool. Look, there's no one in the driver's seat, it's really autonomous driving. Love it, this is my dream car. On-site and online, everyone was amazed by the high appearance and autonomous driving technology of the Phylon car. For a moment, the popularity of the Phylon car soared again. Seeing this scene, Su Yao's face showed a confident smile. At the Auto Expo Center in the Magic City, when Lu Chen arrived, the hall was already crowded with people. Mr. Lu is here, the great hero is here. Someone shouted, and everyone excitedly walked towards Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, you're so handsome, even I, a man, love you. Mr. Lu, I've been your fan for 8 years. Mr. Lu, what does it feel like to fly a plane? Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Lu Chen was a bit at a loss for a moment. He really wasn't used to this feeling. Fortunately, the security personnel appeared in time to control the situation. Thank you all for your support. Lu Chen walked towards the platform, saying, I'm just an ordinary businessman, not a great hero. Rather than having you like me, I would prefer you to like the products of my company. Mr. Lu, rest assured, as long as it's a product of your company, we guarantee our support. That's right, Mr. Lu, aren't you here to hold the Phoenix new car launch event? I'll buy one later. The crowd's enthusiasm for Lu Chen remained undiminished. Moreover, upon closer inspection, it could be noticed that most of Lu Chen's fans were male. Seeing this, Lu Chen glanced at the time. It had been half an hour since the start of the new car launch event. Mr. Lu, you're here. A middle-aged man in short sleeves approached Lu Chen. The middle-aged man was named Guo Tao, the head of Phoenix Motors. Well, let's get started, Lu Chen said. Alright, I'll go prepare. Guo Tao nodded and quickly walked towards the exhibition stand. Everyone has been waiting here for some time. Let me get straight to the point for this launch event. Lu Chen stepped onto the stage and said, the new car released by my company this time is still a gasoline car, divided into 3 versions, standard, flagship, and luxury. In terms of pricing, the standard version has a suggested retail price of 126,666, the flagship version 199,999, and the luxury version 268,888. As Lu Chen's voice fell, the configurations of the various versions of the cars appeared on the large screen behind the stage. However, after viewing the configurations, the crowd fell silent. It wasn't that they were dissatisfied with the configurations and prices, but rather, they had attended the Dragon's launch event before this. Coupled with the rise in fuel prices and people's preference for novelty, they were more inclined towards the Dragon. The prices for Dragon cars are out, also divided into 3 versions, with the standard version priced at 266,666, which is 14,000 more expensive than Phoenix cars. Not that much more expensive. Mr. Su said that within 6 months, there would be a 50,000 discount for purchasing Dragon cars, making the standard version only 9,000 more expensive than Phoenix cars. 9,000 more expensive seems acceptable. After all, a Dragon car only costs a few tens of yuan to charge once, but can run 1,000 kilometers, while with today's fuel prices, a Phoenix car needs at least 500 to 600 for a refuel, and may not even reach 1,000 kilometers. Moreover, the Dragon car is a new energy vehicle with various advanced technologies. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Lu Chen remained calm. This was within his expectations. The reason he hadn't introduced new energy vehicles was that besides the fact that Phoenix's new energy vehicles were still in production, the main reason was that he wanted Su Yao to suffer more losses. If he were to introduce cutting-edge new energy vehicles right away, it would be a blow to Su Yao's Dragon cars. As long as Suyao wasn't foolish, he would surely cut his losses in time, stop the dragon car project, and then, although Lu Chen would make a lot of money, Suyao wouldn't lose much. Even with the investment from Nangang Yi and Zhu Kong, Suyao could walk away unscathed. He first competed with Suyao through gasoline cars and the dragon cars, making Suyao invest heavily in the dragon cars. When Suyao was deeply involved, he would then introduce new energy vehicles to conclude this competition. He had read the confidential files of the Dragon Group that the system rewarded him with. He was well aware of the current situation of the Dragon Group. Currently, the Dragon Group was under immense financial pressure. As long as Suyao invested heavily in and failed with the Dragon cars, the Dragon Group's bankruptcy was not far off. Thinking of this, Lu Chen slowly said, "The prices I just mentioned are the suggested retail prices of the cars. On top of the suggested retail prices, my company is also launching limited-time promotional activities and free refueling activities. The limited-time promotional activity will last for 6 months. Within 6 months, customers who purchase Phoenix cars will receive a 50,000 discount, regardless of the model. And for every new Phoenix car, customers can refuel for free once a day at the Wutong gas station, also for a limited time of 6 months. What? As Lu Chen's voice fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. 50,000 discount, free refueling, is this a joke? Even if you had 500 yuan of fuel a day, that would be 15,000 yuan a month, 90,000 in half a year, plus a 50,000 discount limit, that would be equivalent to subsidizing us with 140,000. The Phoenix car standard version is only priced at 126,666, isn't this like giving it away for free? Wow, Mr. Lu is generous. After hearing this calculation, everyone couldn't sit still. New energy vehicles are good, but they can't compare to Lu Chen's free giveaways. Behind the scenes at the Mountain City Auto Expo Center, Suyao finished the press conference and was talking with Nangang Yi and Zhu Kong. "Su, congratulations, the press conference was a complete success, you should treat us to celebrate tonight," Zhu Kong said with a smile. Thanks to Feilong's various advanced technologies, the press conference received a huge response both on-site and online. After the press conference, people lined up to place orders on-site, and the Feilong car official website was overwhelmed. "It's not time to celebrate yet." Suyao took a sip of water and said, "Without any surprises, other car companies will gradually launch new energy vehicles. We must occupy the market share before other companies." "Su, something's wrong." Just as Suyao finished speaking, a staff member rushed over and said, "Customers are starting to cancel orders on a large scale." "What?" Suyao's face changed drastically. "What is the reason for the cancellations?" It's because of Phoenix cars." The staff member said cautiously, "Customers are all going to buy Phoenix cars." "Impossible." Suyao's face turned ugly at the news. "Since customers have placed orders with us, how could they cancel and go buy Phoenix cars? There must be another reason behind this." Suyao would never believe that Feilong would lose to Phoenix. Not to mention that Feilong is a product of the times, and its price is not much higher than Phoenix's. Since customers have placed orders for Feilong, it proves that they approve of Feilong. She could understand if a few customers cancelled their orders, but if a large number of customers did so, there must be a problem. Because Phoenix cars are being given away for free. The staff member said, "The owner of Phoenix cars has launched a limited-time discount and free refueling activities. Within 6 months, purchasing a Phoenix car can get a 50,000 discount, and during this period, driving the new Phoenix car to the Wutong gas station allows for free refueling once a day." As the staff member spoke, he watched Suyao's expression. Seeing Suyao trembling with anger, he swallowed hard. If it were him, he would also choose to buy a Phoenix car. Feilong, as a product of the times, indeed has great appeal to car enthusiasts. Rich people may not care about the discounts on Phoenix cars and would choose to buy Feilong cars. But in this world, there are ultimately more ordinary people. When ordinary people buy a car, they consider economic factors more. The act of giving away Phoenix cars is something that ordinary people cannot resist. Nonsense. Zhu Kong glared at the staff member. Who does he think he is? Why should the gas station listen to him? The Wutong gas station is a private gas station. Nangang Yi frowned. It is very likely that the Wutong gas station is also owned by that guy. "Yi, given the current situation, what do you think we should do?" Suyao tried to calm down and asked for Nangang Yi's opinion. "2 ways. Nangang Yi said slowly. "The first way is to increase our discounts and compete with them. The second way is to make it impossible for them to carry out the free refueling activities." "Yi, what do you mean?" Suyao furrowed her brows, thinking of something. "Su, you can contact your friend." Nangang Yi said meaningfully, "He can provide you with a notice of a fuel price increase, which should help cut off the gasoline supply to the Wutong gas station. And if the Wutong gas station has no gasoline supply, the free refueling activity will become a joke. I understand. Su Yao took a deep breath and dialed a phone number on her phone. The call was answered, and a magnetic voice came from the other end. I already know about the situation. I just had someone investigate the Wutong gas station, and indeed, the owner behind it is Lu Chen. Can we cut off the gasoline supply to the Wutong gas station? Su Yao asked with a serious tone. I'm afraid not. The voice on the other end also became serious. The investigation results show that after Lu Chen became the owner of the Wutong gas station, it terminated its cooperation with domestic gasoline suppliers. What does that mean? Su Yao's pupils contracted, her breathing becoming rapid. Could it be that the gasoline at Wutong gas station comes from overseas? More precisely, it's crude oil. Recently, a batch of crude oil from the Camel country entered the country, and eventually this batch of crude oil went to the exclusive refinery of the Wutong gas station. Crude oil. Su Yao's grip on the phone tightened involuntarily. She had long suspected that Lu Chen had forces behind him involved in the energy industry. After all, Lu Chen's cash flow was too terrifying, and among energy-related companies worldwide, the cash flow they possessed was definitely the highest. You don't need to worry. Phoenix Automobile is ultimately an oil vehicle, not on the same track as Phylon. What you need to do now is stabilize the situation and try to capture more market share in new energy vehicles. I'll have someone transfer some money to you later. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it. In addition, I will personally meet that guy. The voice on the other end raised a few notches. The tone did not reveal joy or anger. I understand. Su Yao's eyes became firm again. This time, I will never lose. Bund in the Magic City. Xin Yuan Group. As a local company in the Magic City, even the locals in the Magic City were not familiar with Xin Yuan Group. They only knew that this group was very wealthy and could build a landmark building in the most prosperous area of the Magic City. In the conference room of Xin Yuan Group, a young man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. From his position, he could clearly see the Oriental Pearl across the river. The young man's name was Gong Sunja, the chairman of Xin Yuan Group. His Gongsun family was one of the 5 major families. A pawn? Gong Sunja frowned. It seems that no force can create such a perfect pawn. Kakadar, Kagleg, with a total value of up to 1.5 trillion oil fields. Gong Sunja took a deep breath. Interesting, really interesting. Gong Sunja turned back to his office chair, picked up his phone, and made a call. Hello, Mayor Hu. I would like to trouble you to help me invite someone. After the press conference, Lu Chen had just left the auto show hall when he suddenly received a call from Hu Yueguan. Hu Yueguan first expressed his concern and then told him about the commendation. The official awarded him the title of Hero Entrepreneur, and the aviation department rewarded him with 10 million in cash. Lu Chen was not very interested in this. Mr. Lu, besides the commendation, someone asked me to invite you to attend a banquet tonight at the Imperial Palace. Oh? Lu Chen pondered. I wonder who invited me. Gong Sunja, the chairman of Xin Yuan Group, Hu Yueguang's voice came through. You should be clear about the other party's identity. The invitation is probably for cooperation with you. Whether to go or not, it's entirely up to you to decide. Okay, I understand. Lu Chen hung up the phone, his expression becoming serious. He had never heard of Gong Sunja before. He had never heard of Xin Yuan Group either. After searching for information online, he only got one useful piece of information. That is, Xin Yuan Group is a local company in the Magic City, with business in multiple fields, including the energy industry. Xin Yuan Group is known as the largest private oil company in the Dragon Country. Could it be because of the free refueling event? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and decided to meet the other party. Imperial Palace. Located on the Fengfeng Mountain behind the commercial area of the Magic City, and on the road leading to the mountaintop. From time to time, you can see a luxury car passing by. He Shao, are we going to the Imperial Palace? A Bugatti pulled up. A delicate and noble-looking woman named Wang Yuga exclaimed with surprise. Wang Yuga, the newly crowned queen of the Dragon Kingdom's music scene, became an internet sensation as soon as she debuted, thanks to her outstanding looks and unique voice. Sitting in the driver's seat was a handsome young man named Hisen. Hisen, the second largest real estate developer in the Dragon Kingdom and the general manager of Star Garden Group, with his father Hidalan as the chairman of the board. With his handsome appearance and wealthy background, Hisen was even dubbed the national husband by netizens online. Countless women dreamt of marrying Hisen. He Shao, could it be that your family lives in the Imperial Palace? Wang Yuga's eyes lit up. Although she was a queen in the music industry, she didn't know much about the Imperial Palace. She only knew that a mysterious figure lived there. The reason it was called the Imperial Palace was because of its luxuriousness, comparable to ancient palaces, with a construction cost reaching billions. But all of this was just hearsay to her. So far, there had been no pictures of the imperial palace online. "You're overestimating me," Heesun said solemnly. "Although I have some wealth, compared to the owner of the imperial palace, it's not worth mentioning. If it weren't for the invitation from the owner of the imperial palace, even I wouldn't be able to go to the mountaintop." "He Xiao, you're too modest." Wang Yuga's eyes were filled with shock. She knew Heesun's identity, the future heir of Star Garden Group. Although Star Garden Group's market value was not as high as Dragon Soaring Group, it still reached trillions. If even Heesun, worth trillions, couldn't go to the mountaintop, she couldn't imagine who else could. "Modest?" Heesun's expression became serious, without further explanation. Although Wang Yuga was a reigning queen, she was still far removed from his circle. Even all the stars and artists in the entertainment industry were just a group of actors in his eyes. If they wanted, they could make a popular star disappear from the public eye at any time. A few minutes later, the Bugatti drove onto the mountaintop road. Heesun instinctively slowed down, looking very cautious. Wang Yuga remained curious throughout the journey. As the Bugatti approached the mountaintop, a magnificent golden gate suddenly appeared ahead. On either side of the gate were walls made of white jade, nearly 10 meters high, extending endlessly to both sides, out of sight. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuga was stunned, her mouth wide open in shock. "Hello, please show your invitation." While Wang Yuga was still in shock, a security guard in uniform approached the Bugatti. Heesun handed a red and gold-edged invitation to the guard. After checking the invitation, the guard let Heesun pass. At the same time, a Phoenix car slowly approached. "Hello, please show your invitation." The guard walked up to the Phoenix car. "I don't have one," a calm voice sounded. Heesun, who was about to leave, was immediately intrigued. When he turned around, he saw a handsome young man sitting in the driver's seat of the Phoenix car. The young man looked even younger than him, exuding a lazy air, but his eyes were sharp. "It's Manager Liu." Wang Yuga exclaimed. "He Xiao, I'm a fan of Manager Liu. Can I go down and ask Manager Liu for an autograph? What do you think?" Heesun glared at Wang Yuga, then quietly observed the situation on Lu Chen's side. He had come across Lu Chen online before and heard about the conflicts between Lu Chen and Su Yao. "Sir, how should I address you?" The guard was very polite and did not mock Lu Chen for not having an invitation. "Lu Chen. So you're Mr. Liu." The guard smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, for the delay. My young master said you are his honored guest and do not need an invitation to enter directly." The security guard said as he opened the gate completely. "Mr. Liu, please come in." Lu Chen nodded and then drove into the imperial palace. However, he became more puzzled about the purpose of Gong Suinja inviting him. Judging from the security guard's attitude towards him, it was obvious that Gong Suinja had specifically instructed him. If Gong Suinja had ill intentions towards him, it seemed unnecessary for the security guard to be so respectful. "He Xiao, why doesn't Mr. Liu need an invitation to enter the imperial palace?" Looking at the tail of the Phoenix car, Wang Yuga swallowed and said, "What is Mr. Liu's background? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Heesun took a deep breath, his heart not at peace. He was not clear about Lu Chen's background, only knowing that Lu Chen was the owner of the Phoenix car and the Baiyan Street in Mountain City. But from what the security guard said, it was clear that Lu Chen's background was not simple. Otherwise, Lu Chen would not have been able to become a distinguished guest of the imperial palace. With this in mind, Heesun began to think about how to make friends with Lu Chen later. After passing through the gate, Lu Chen continued to drive for nearly 10 minutes. After passing through a forest, Lu Chen's field of vision became wide open. What came into view was a huge castle. The castle occupied a very vast area, surrounded by endless golf courses. No wonder it's called the Imperial Palace. Lu Chen looked around. Compared to his estate in Mingyue Mountain, the Imperial Palace was superior in both size and luxury. Not to mention the walls made of white jade and the gates made of pure gold. Even the plants inside and every stone were of considerable value. The plants were precious species, and the stones included natural agate and strange stones. If that castle were turned into a palace, it would probably not be inferior to an ancient imperial palace. It could be seen from this how terrifying the financial power of the owner of the imperial palace was. At the gate of the castle, Gong Suinja and a young girl were waiting for something. "Big brother, what kind of guest is worth you coming out to greet personally?" the girl asked curiously. "It's not a guest, it's an enemy," Gong Suinja said calmly. "An enemy?" The girl was stunned, furrowing her brows. "Big brother, why would you invite an enemy to the banquet? And since it's an enemy, you shouldn't come out to greet them personally." "This enemy is special," Gong Suinja's mouth curled up. "Before the banquet, he is our enemy, but after the banquet, he will be our friend." The girl, upon hearing this, did not ask further questions but instead showed a pensive expression. Just then, Lu Chen drove up slowly. As Lu Chen stopped the car, Gong Suinja took the initiative to greet him. The girl followed suit. "Mr. Lu, welcome to the Imperial Palace as a guest," Gong Suinja said with a smile. Lu Chen got out of the car and stared at Gong Suinja for a few seconds before saying, "It seems we don't know each other, right?" As Lu Chen's words fell, the air became silent. The girl was even more curious as she looked at Lu Chen. "Let me introduce myself, I am Gong Suinja, and this is my sister, Gong Sun Linglong." Gong Suinja regained his composure and continued to smile. "Before this, Mr. Lu indeed did not know us, but it's not too late to know each other now. What is your relationship with Su Yao?" Lu Chen cut to the chase. The reason he came to the banquet was solely to confirm one thing: whether Su Yao, or even the person behind Longtong Group, was really Gong Suinja. "I have a cooperative relationship with Mr. Su." Gong Suinja squinted slightly. "Mr. Lu, you can also understand that Longtong Group is supported by my Gongsun family. Happy Chinese New Year, everyone." As expected, Lu Chen frowned at the words. He had long suspected this result. The online introduction of Su Nantian said that he started from scratch and became a legendary figure in the business world. At first, he also thought that Su Nantian was truly as legendary as described online, a self-made man who single-handedly built the trillion-dollar business empire of Longtong Group. But the experiences during this period made him understand a truth: for someone without a background, there is a limit to the wealth they can earn. Even for him, without a system, facing various forces targeting him, he would have no chance of survival at all. People like Gong Sunja, Nangong Yi, who have powerful backgrounds, can easily make a company worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions face bankruptcy with just a flick of their fingers. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of Gong Sunja's background. To support a trillion-dollar group like Longtong Group, the power behind Gong Sunja is beyond terrifying. "According to what you said, Longtong Group was supported by your Gongsun family, so I should consider myself your enemy," Lu Chen said as he looked at Gong Sunja. "Mr. Lu, in the end, we are all businessmen. Since we are businessmen, our goal is naturally profit. Becoming enemies is not beneficial to either of us. Since there is no benefit, why should we be enemies instead of friends?" Gong Sunja maintained a confident smile throughout. In his view, since Lu Chen came to the Imperial Palace, it was a gesture of goodwill towards him. As long as Lu Chen was a smart person, he would naturally know how to choose. "Let's forget about being friends, we are not on the same path," Lu Chen said calmly. "I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave," Lu Chen said as he prepared to return to his car. "Mr. Lu, I advise you to think it over." Gong Sunja raised his voice. "Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Moreover, not everyone is qualified to be a friend of my Gongsun family." Gong Sunja's eyes turned cold, and his words carried a hint of threat. Long time no see." Just then, Heesin walked quickly with Wang Yuga. His gaze swept over the Phoenix car and Lu Chen, and Heesin was surprised. It should be noted that these guests usually parked their cars in the parking area, and no one had dared to drive their car to the castle gate before. Facing Heesin, Gong Sunja just casually replied, not even looking at Heesin. Despite this, Heesin still greeted him with a smile. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuga dared not even breathe heavily on the side, afraid of offending Gong Sunja. "I don't mind being an enemy of your Gongsun family." Lu Chen didn't take Gong Sunja's threats seriously at all. He wanted Longtong Group to go bankrupt, so the relationship between him and the Gongsun family was destined to be that of enemies. Unless the Gongsun family was willing to give up Longtong Group, but that was clearly impossible. So he didn't need to be polite to Gong Sunja. As Lu Chen's words fell, the atmosphere became very tense. Heesin was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. What's going on? Wasn't this person a distinguished guest of Jia? What did he mean by saying that? Very well. Gong Sunja met Lu Chen's gaze, his voice cold. "Let's wait and see. I want to see how capable you really are and whether you dare to underestimate my Gongsun family." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to exchange more words with Gong Sunja and drove away directly. When the Phoenix car completely disappeared from view, a hint of killing intent flashed in Gong Sunja's eyes. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Lu Chen drove towards the foot of the mountain. Just as Lu Chen was passing through a bend, a truck suddenly came towards him. Lu Chen instinctively turned the steering wheel. With his master-level driving skills, he managed to maneuver the Phoenix car past the truck. Just when Lu Chen thought it was just an accident, he saw the truck turning around in place and rushing towards him. At the same time, another truck appeared at the bend and also headed towards him. Faced with the two trucks coming from the front and back, Lu Chen didn't have time to think much. He quickly opened the car door and rolled into the grass by the roadside. Bang! A loud noise. The Phoenix car was smashed into a pile of scrap metal by the two trucks. Lu Chen stood up from the grass, his face looking extremely grim. Murder! Lu Chen tried to calm himself down. He looked towards the driver's seats of the two trucks. He saw two figures wearing eerie red masks getting out of the cars, each holding an iron rod. Gong Sun Zhe. Lu Chen's heart was filled with anger, his eyes were extremely cold. At this critical moment, besides Gong Sun Zhe, he couldn't think of anyone else who would want his life. Two masked men kept approaching Lu Chen. Neither of them spoke. As they got closer to Lu Chen, they each swung their iron rods towards his head. Faced with the attacks of the two men, Lu Chen showed no signs of dodging. He was thinking whether to kill or disable the two men. The intelligent micro-robot had already sensed the hostility of the two men, and as long as he wanted, the intelligent micro-robot could release a laser beam to kill them at any time. However, killing the two men would definitely attract police investigation. Just as Lu Chen was contemplating, the iron rod was already above his head. Seeing this, Lu Chen dodged the attack by leaning to the side, followed by a swift kick that knocked down one of the masked men. Inside the Imperial Palace Castle, the banquet was already underway. Various dignitaries and celebrities gathered here, with elegant smiles on their faces. In a corner of the hall, Shangguan Liuli stood with a burly man. During this time, people kept coming to greet the two of them. "Brother, I'm so bored, I want to go back." Shangguan Liuli picked up a snack from the table and took a bite, saying, "Don't invite me to the next banquet. I'm not interested in this kind of occasion." "Do you think I'm interested in this kind of occasion?" "But as members of the Shangguan family, we must interact with others and not just live in our own world," the man said, picking up a glass of red wine from the table and frowning. "Gong Sun Zhe, that guy, is really something. He organized a banquet and prepared only drinks for women. Indomitable brother, I don't like it when you say that." Gong Sun Zhe walked towards Shangguan Woody with a bottle of unlabeled white wine in his hand. "I know you like white wine, so I prepared this specially for you." This wine is good." Shangguan Woody took the bottle and drank a sip, his face instantly turning red. "As long as Indomitable brother likes it." Gong Sun Zhe smiled. "I heard that Indomitable brother has been abroad recently. It must have been hard for you, right?" "It's okay," Shangguan Woody smiled. "You're quite something. Where did you get such good wine? If Indomitable brother likes it, I'll have some prepared for you later." "I'd rather not." Shangguan Woody sat on a nearby chair, crossed his legs, and said, "Although this wine is good, I never take things from others for free." "Indomitable brother, you're joking. It's just a few bottles of white wine. It's not worth much." Shangguan Woody did not respond to Gong Sun Zhe's words. As for whether the wine was ordinary white wine, he had an idea. "By the way, I heard that your family's Longting group was targeted by someone, is that right?" Shangguan Woody asked. "Indomitable brother, you must be mistaken," Gong Sun Zhe said. "The owner of Longting group is Sunanshan, and has no relation to my family." "Don't come up with excuses," Shangguan Woody gave Gong Sun Zhe a look. "Sunanshan is indeed a remarkable person, but without your Gongsun family, his Longting group wouldn't have grown so big. And in our circle, we all understand each other, there's no need to hide anything." "Ha, Indomitable brother, you're as straightforward as ever," Gong Sun Zhe laughed. "It's just that the Longting group and my family have no connection." Bang! Just as Gong Sun Zhe finished speaking, the doors of the banquet hall were suddenly kicked open. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards the door.